Moon 6, Stephen Baxter. Like many of his colleagues here in the late 90s, Greg Egan comes to mind, as do people like Paul J. Macaulay, Michael Swanwick, Ian M. Banks, Bruce Sterling, Pat Cadigan, Brian Stableford, Gregory Benford, Ian MacDonald, Gwyneth Jones, Werner Vinge, Greg Bear, Jeff Ryman, and a half-dozen others. Stephen Baxter is busily engaged with revitalizing and reinventing the hard science story for a new generation of readers. Baxter made his first sale to Interzone in 1987, and since then has become one of that magazine's most frequent contributors, as well as making sales to Asimov's Science Fiction Age, Zenith, New Worlds, and elsewhere. His stories have appeared in our 11th, 12th, and 14th annual collections. His first novel, Raft, was released in 1991 to wide and enthusiastic response, and was rapidly followed by other well-received novels such as Time Like Infinity, Anti-Ice, Flux, and the H.G. Wells pastiche, a sequel to The Time Machine, The Time Ships, which won both the Arthur C. Clarke Award and the Philip K. Dick Award. His most recent books are the alternate history novel Titan, Voyage, and the collection Vacuum Diagrams, Stories of the Zeeley Sequence. Although always prolific, Baxter was especially prolific this year, publishing at least 11 stories in the genre that I'm aware of, plus a couple of non-genre stories that appeared everywhere from obscure British semi-prozines to, in early 1998, in collaboration with, of all people, Arthur C. Clarke, Playboy. As far as I can tell, Baxter published more short work in the genre this year than any other author, rivaled only by Robert Reed and Brian Stableford, and in spite of this prodigious output, managed to keep the overall quality amazingly high. At least 3 or 4 of this year's Baxter stories were good enough to be seriously considered for inclusion in a Best of the Year volume, and might well have made the cut in another year. In the end, though, I decided to go with the tense and ingenious story that follows, one that suggests that the problem with voyaging to alternate worlds is that you might have been better off staying where you were in the first place. Bado was alone on the primeval beach of Cape Canaveral, in his white lunar surface pressure suit, holding his box of moon rocks and sampling tools in his gloved hand. He lifted up his gold sun visor and looked around. The sand was hard and flat. A little way inland there was a row of scrub pines, maybe 10 feet tall. There were no ICBM launch complexes here. There was no Kennedy Space Center, in fact. No space program, evidently, save for him. He was stranded on this empty, desolate beach. As the light leaked out of the sky, an unfamiliar moon was brightening. Bado glared at it. "Moon 6, he said. "Oh, shit." He took off his helmet and gloves. He picked up his box of tools and began to walk inland. His blue overshoes, still stained dark gray from lunar dust, left crisp moonwalk footprints in the damp sand of the beach. Bado drops down the last 3 feet of the ladder and lands on the foil-covered footpad. A little gray dust splashes up around his feet. Slade is waiting with his camera. "Okay, turn around and give me a big smile. Atta boy, you look great. Welcome to the moon." Bado can't see Slade's face behind his reflective golden sun visor. Bado holds on to the ladder with his right hand and places his left boot on the moon. Then he steps off with his right foot and lets go of the LM. And there he is, standing on the moon. The suit around him is a warm, comforting bubble. He hears the hums of pumps and fans in the PLSS, his backpack the portable life support system, and feels the soft breeze of oxygen across his face. He takes a halting step forward. The dust seems to crunch beneath his feet like a covering of snow. There is a firm footing beneath a soft, resilient layer a few inches thick. His footprints are miraculously sharp, as if he's placed his ridged overshoes in fine, damp sand. He takes a photograph of one particularly well-defined print. It will persist here for millions of years, he realizes, like the fossilized footprint of a dinosaur, to be eroded away only by the slow rain of micrometeorites that echo of the titanic bombardments of the deep past. He looks around. The LM is standing in a broad, shallow crater. Low hills shoulder above the close horizon. There are craters everywhere, ranging from several yards to a thumbnail width, the low sunlight deepening their shadows. They call the landing site Taylor Crater, after that district of El Lago close to the Manned Spacecraft Center in Houston, where he and Faye have made their home. This pond of frozen lava is a relatively smooth, flat surface in a valley once flooded by molten rock. Their main objective for the flight is another crater a few hundred yards to the west that they've named after Slade's home district of Wildwood. Surveyor 7, an unmanned robot probe, set down in Wildwood a few years before. The astronauts are here to sample it. This landing site is close to Tycho, the fresh, bright crater in the moon's southern highlands. As a kid, Bado had sharp vision. He was able to see Tycho with his naked eyes, a bright pinprick on that ash-white surface, with rays that spread right across the face of the full moon. Now he is here. Bado turns and bounces back toward the LM. After a few miles he got to a small town. He hid his lunar pressure suit in a ditch and, dressed in his tube-covered cooling garment, snuck into someone's backyard. He stole a pair of jeans and a shirt he found hanging on the line there. He hated having to steal. He didn't plan on having to do it again. He found a small bar. He walked straight in and asked for a job. He knew he couldn't afford to hesitate, to hang around figuring what kind of world he'd finished up in. He had no money at all, but right now he was clean-shaven and presentable. A few days of sleeping rough would leave him too dirty and stinking to be employable. He got a job washing glasses and cleaning out the John. That first night he slept on a park bench, but bought himself breakfast and cleaned himself up in a gas station John. After a week he had a little money saved. He loaded his lunar gear into an old trunk and hitched to Daytona Beach, a few miles up the coast. They climb easily out of Taylor. Their first moonwalk is a misshapen circle that will take them around several craters. The craters are like drill holes, the geologists say, excavations into lunar history. The first stop is the north rim of a 100-yard-wide crater they call Huckleberry Finn. It is about 300 yards west of the LM. Bado puts down the tool carrier. This is a handheld tray with an assortment of gear, rock hammers, sample bags, core tubes. He leans over and digs into the lunar surface with a shovel. When he scrapes away the gray upper soil, he finds a lighter gray just under the surface. "Hey, Slade, come look at this." Slade comes floating over. "How about that? I think we found some ray material." Ray material here will be debris from the impact that formed Tycho. Lunar geology has been shaped by the meteorite impacts that pounded its surface in prehistory. A main purpose of sending this mission so far south is to keep them away from the massive impact that created the Mare Imbrium in the northern hemisphere. Ray material unpolluted by Imbrium debris will let them date the more recent Tycho impact. And here they have it, right at the start of their first moonwalk. Slade flips up his gold visor so Bado can see his face and grins at him. "How about that? We is looking at a full-up mission here, boy." They finish up quickly and set off at a run to the next stop. Slade looks like a human-shaped beach ball, his suit brilliant white, bouncing over the beach-like surface of the moon. He is whistling. They are approaching the walls of Wildwood Crater. Bado is going slightly uphill, and he can feel it. The carrier, loaded up with rocks, is getting harder to carry, too. He has to hold it up to his chest to keep the rocks from bouncing out when he runs, and so he is constantly fighting the stiffness of his pressure suit. "Hey, Bado," Slade says. He comes loping down the slope. He points. "Take a look." Bado has, he realizes, reached the rim of Wildwood Crater. He is standing on top of its dune-like, eroded wall, and there, planted in the crater's center, is the surveyor. It is less than 100 yards from him. It is a squat, three-legged frame, like a broken-off piece of an LM. Slade grins. "Does that look neat? We got it made, Bado." Bado claps his commander's shoulder. "Outstanding, man." He knows that for Slade, getting to the surveyor, bringing home a few pieces of it, is the finish line for the mission. Bado looks back east the way they have come. He can see the big, shallow dip in the land that is Taylor, with the LM resting at its center like a toy in the palm of some huge hand. It is a glistening, filmy construct of gold leaf and aluminum, bristling with antennae, docking targets, and reaction control thruster assemblies. 2 sets of footsteps come climbing up out of Taylor toward them, like footsteps on a beach after a tide. Bado tips back on his heels and looks at the sky. The sky is black, empty of stars. His pupils are closed up by the dazzle of the sun and the reflection of the pale brown lunar surface. But he can see the earth, a fat crescent, 4 times the size of a full moon, and there, crossing the zenith, is a single, brilliant, unwinking star, the orbiting Apollo CSM, with Al Pond, their command module pilot, waiting to take them home. There is a kind of shimmer like a heat haze, and the star goes out. Just like that, it vanishes from the sky, directly over Bado's head. He blinks and moves his head stiffly, thinking he might have just lost the Apollo in the glare. But it is gone. What then? Can it have moved into the shadow of the moon? But a little thought knocks out that one. The geometry of sun and moon and spacecraft is all wrong. And anyhow, what was that heat haze shimmer? You don't get heat haze where there's no air. He lowers his head. "Hey, Slade, you see that?" But Slade isn't anywhere to be seen either. The slope where he's been standing is smooth, empty. Bado feels his heart hammer. He lets go of the tool carrier. It drifts down to the dust, spilling rocks, and he lopes forward. "Come on, Slade. Where the hell are you?" Slade is famous for gotchas. He is planning a few that Bado knows about, and probably some he doesn't, for later in the mission. But it is hard to see how he's pulled this one off. There is nowhere to hide, damn it. He gets to where he thinks Slade was last standing. There is no sign of him, and there aren't even any footsteps, he realizes now. The only marks under his feet are those made by his own boots, leading off a few yards away to the north. And they start out of nothing, it seems, like Man Friday steps into the crisp virgin moon snow, as if he stepped out of nowhere onto the regolith. When he looks back to the east, he can't see the LM either. "Slade, this isn't funny, damn it!" He starts to bound hastily back in the direction of the LM. His clumsy steps send up parabolic sprays of dust over unmarked regolith. He feels his breath getting shallow. It isn't a good idea to panic. He tells himself that maybe the LM is hidden behind some low ridge. Distances are deceptive here in this airless sharpness. "Houston, Bado, I got some kind of situation here." There isn't a reply immediately. He imagines his radio signal crawling across the light-seconds gulf to Earth. "I'm out of contact with Slade. Maybe he's fallen somewhere, out of sight, and I don't seem to be able to see the LM, and someone's wiped over our footsteps while I wasn't looking." Nobody is replying, he realizes. That stops him short. Dust falls over his feet. On the surface of the moon, nothing is moving. He looks up at the crescent earth. Houston, this is Bado. Houston. John, come in, Capcom." Just silence, static in his headset. He starts moving to the east again, breathing hard, the sweat pooling at his neck. He rented an apartment. He got himself a better job in a radio store. In the Air Force, before joining NASA, he'd specialized in electronics. He'd been apprehensive that he might not be able to find his way around the gear here, but he found it simple, almost crude compared to what he'd been used to. They had transistors here, but they still used big, chunky valves and paper capacitors. It was like being back in the early 60s. Radios were popular, but there were few TVs. Small black-and-white gadgets, the reception lousy. He began watching the TV news and reading the newspapers, trying to figure out what kind of world he'd been dropped in. The weather forecasts were lousy, and foreign news reports, even on the TV, were sent by wire, like they'd been when he was a kid, and were often a day or two out of date. The Vietnam War was unfolding, but there'd been none of the protests against the war here like he'd seen back at home. There were no live TV pictures, no color satellite images of soldiers in the mud and the rain, napalming civilians. Nobody knew what was happening out there. The reaction to the war was more like what he remembered of World War II. There really was no space program. Not just the manned stuff had gone. There were no weather satellites, communication satellites. Sputnik, Explorer, and all the rest just hadn't happened. The moon was just a light in the sky that nobody cared about, like when he was a kid. It was brighter, though, because of that big patch of highland where Imbrium should have been. On the other hand, there were no ICBMs, as far as he could tell. His mouth is bone dry from the pure oxygen. He is breathing hard. He hears the hiss of water through the suit's cooling system, the pipes that curl around his limbs and chest. There is a rational explanation for this. There has to be. Like if he's got out of line of sight with the LM somehow, he's invisible to the LM's radio relay, the Lunar Communications Relay Unit. He is linked to that by VHF, and then by S-band to the Earth. Yeah, that has to be it. As soon as he gets back in line of sight of the LM, he can get in touch with home, and maybe with Slade. But he can't figure out how he could have gotten out of the LM's line of sight in the first place. And what about the vanished footsteps? He tries not to think about it. He just concentrates on loping forward, back to the LM. In a few minutes, he is back in Taylor Crater. There is no LM. The regolith here is undisturbed. Bado bounces across the virgin surface, scuffing it up. Can he be in the wrong place? The lunar surface does have a tendency to look the same everywhere. Hell no, he can see he is right in the middle of Taylor. He recognizes the shapes of the hills. There can't be any doubt. What then? Can Slade have somehow gotten back to the LM, taken off without him? But how can Bado not have seen him, seen the boxy LM ascent stage lift up into the sky? And besides, the regolith would be marked by the ascent stage's blast. And, he realizes dimly, there would of course be an abandoned descent platform here, and bits of kit, and their footsteps. His thoughts are sluggish, his realization coming slowly. Symptoms of shock, maybe. The fact is that save for his own footfalls, the regolith is as unmarked as if he's been dropped out of the sky. And meanwhile, nobody in Houston is talking to him. He is ashamed to find he is crying, mumbling, tears rolling down his face inside his helmet. He starts to walk back west again, following his own footsteps, the single line he made coming back to find the LM. He works his way out of Taylor and back to the rim of Wildwood. Hell, he doesn't have any other place to go. As he walks, he keeps calling, for Slade, for Houston, but there is only static. He knows his signal can't reach Earth anyway, not without the LM's big S-band booster. At Wildwood's rim there is nothing but the footfalls he left earlier. He looks down into Wildwood, and there sits the surveyor, glistening like some aluminum toy, unperturbed. He finds his dropped carrier with the spilled tools and bagged rocks. He bends sideways and scoops up the stuff, loading it back into the carrier. Bado walks down into Wildwood, spraying lunar dust ahead of him. He examines the surveyor. Its solar cell array is stuck out on a boom above him, maybe 10 feet over the regolith. The craft bristles with fuel tanks, batteries, antennae, and sensors. He can see the craft's mechanical claw where it has scraped into the lunar regolith, and he can see how the craft's white paint has turned tan, maybe from exposure to the sunlight. There are splashes of dust under the vernier rocket nozzles. The Surveyor is designed to land hard, and the 3 pads have left a firm imprint in the surface. He gets hold of a landing leg and shakes the Surveyor. "Okay," he calls up. "I'm jiggling it. It's planted here." There was a fear that the Surveyor might tip over onto the astronauts when they try to work with it. That evidently isn't going to happen. Bado takes a pair of cutting shears from his carrier, gets hold of the Surveyor's TV camera, and starts to chop through the camera's support struts and cables. "Just a couple more tubes," he says. "Then that baby's mine." He'll finish up his moonwalk, he figures, according to the timeline in the spiral-bound checklist on his cuff. He'll keep on reporting his observations, in case anyone is listening. And then, when he gets to the end of the walk, he'll figure out what to do next. Later, there will be another boundary, when his PLSS's consumables expire. He'll deal with those things when they come. For now, he is going to work. The camera comes loose, and he grips it in his gloves. "Got it! It's ours!" He drops the camera in his carrier, breathing hard. His mouth is dry as sand. He'd give an awful lot for an ice-cool glass of water, right here and now. There is a shimmer, like heat haze, crossing between him and the Surveyor, just like before. He tilts back and looks up. There is old Earth, the fat crescent, and a star, bright and unwavering, is crossing the black sky directly over his head. It has to be the Apollo CSM. He drops the carrier to the dirt and starts jumping up and down in great big lunar hops, and he waves as if he is trying to attract a passing aircraft. "Hey, Al! Al Pond! Can you hear me?" Even without the LM, Pond in the CSM might be able to pick him up. His mood changes to something resembling elation. He doesn't know where the hell Apollo has been, but if it is back, maybe soon so will be the LM, and Slade, and everything. That will suit Bado right down to the lunar ground he is standing on. He'll be content to have it all back the way it had been, the way it is supposed to be, and figure out what has happened to him later. "Al, it's me, Bado. Can you hear me? Can you—" There is something wrong. That light isn't staying steady. It is getting brighter, and it is drifting off its straight line, coming down over his head. It isn't the CSM in orbit. It is some kind of boxy craft, much smaller than an LM, descending toward him, gleaming in the sunlight. He picks up his carrier and holds it close to his chest, and stays close to the Surveyor. As the craft approaches, he feels an unreasoning fear. His kidneys send him a stab of distress. He stands still and lets go into the urine collection condom. He feels shamed. It is like wetting his pants. The craft is just a box on 4 spindly landing legs. It is coming down vertically, standing on a central rocket. He can see no light from the rocket, of course, but he can see how the downward blast is starting to kick up some dust. It is going to land maybe 50 yards from the Surveyor, right in the middle of Wildwood Crater. The whole thing is made of some silvery metal, maybe aluminum. It has a little control panel set at the front, and there is someone at the controls. It looks like a man, an astronaut in fact, his face hidden behind a gold-tinted visor. Bado can see the blue of a NASA logo, and a dust-coated stars and stripes painted on the side of the craft. Maybe 50 feet above the ground, the rocket cuts out, and the craft begins to drop. The sprays of dust settle back neatly to the lunar soil. Now little vernier rockets stuck to the side of the open compartment cut in to slow the fall, kicking up their own little sprays. It is all happening in complete silence. The craft hits the ground with a solid thump. Bado can see the pilot, the astronaut, flick a few switches, and then turn and jump the couple of feet down off the little platform to the ground. The astronaut comes giraffe-loping across the sunlit surface toward Bado, and stops a few feet from him and stands there, slightly stooped forward, balancing the weight of his PLSS. His suit looks pretty much like a standard EMU, an Apollo extravehicular mobility unit. There is the usual gleaming white oversuit, the thermal micrometeorite garment, with the lower legs and overshoes scuffed and stained with Tycho dust. Bado can see the PLSS oxygen and water inlets on the chest cover, and penlight and utility pockets on arms and legs. And there is Old Glory stitched to the left arm. But Bado doesn't recognize the name stitched over the breast. Williams. There is no astronaut of that name in the Corps back in Houston. Bado's headset crackles to life, startling him. "I heard you when the LFU came over the horizon. As soon as I got in line of sight, I could hear you talking, describing what you were doing, and when I looked down, there you were." Bado is astonished. It is a woman's voice. This Williams is a goddamn woman. Bado can't think of a thing to say. He didn't find it hard to find a place in the community here and to fabricate a fake ID about his past. Computers were pretty primitive, and there was little cross-checking of records. Maybe, back home, the development of computers had been forced by the Apollo project, he speculated. He couldn't see any way he was going to get home. He was stuck here, but he sure as hell didn't want to spend his life tuning crummy 1960s design radios. He tinkered with the surveyor camera he'd retrieved from the moon. As far as he could tell, it was a much more lightweight design than anything available here. But the manufacturing techniques required weren't much beyond what was available here. He started to take the camera components to electronic engineering companies. He took apart his lunar suit. In all this world, there was nothing like the suit's miniaturized telemetry system. He was able to adapt it to be used to transmit EKG data from ambulances to hospital emergency rooms. He sent samples of the beta-cloth outer coverall to a fiberglass company and showed them how the stuff could be used for fire hoses. Other samples went to military suppliers to help them put together better insulated blankets. The scratch-proof lens of the surveyor camera went to an optical company to manufacture better safety goggles and other gear. The miniature high-performance motors driving the pumps and fans of his PLSS found a dozen applications. He was careful to patent everything he developed from his lunar equipment. Pretty soon, the money started rolling in. "Maybe I'm dreaming this," Williams says. "Dehydration or something. I guess I'm pleased to meet you." She has a Tennessee accent, he thinks. Bado shakes the hand. He can feel it through his own stiff pressure glove. "I guess you're too solid for a ghost." "Ditto," she says. "Besides, I've never met a ghost yet who uses VHF frequencies." He released her hand. "I don't know how the hell you got here," she says, "and I guess you don't understand this any better than I do." "That's for sure." She dips her visored head. "What are you doing here, anyway?" He holds up the carrier. "Sampling the surveyor. I took off its TV camera." "Oh, you couldn't get it, though?" "Sure. Here it is." She turns to the surveyor. "Look over there." The surveyor is whole again, its TV camera firmly mounted to its struts. But when he looks down at his carrier, there is the TV camera he's cut away, lying there, decapitated. "Where's your LM?" she asks. "Taylor Crater." "Where?" He describes the crater's location. "Oh. Okay, we're calling that one San Jacinto. No, your LM isn't there." "I know. I walked back. The crater's empty." "No, it isn't," she says, but there is a trace of alarm in her voice. "That's where my LM is, with my partner and the payload module." "Payload module?" "The hell with it," she says. "Let's go see." She turns and starts to lope back to her flying craft, rocking from side to side. He stands there and watches her go. After a few steps, she stops and turns around. "You want a lift?" "Can you take two?" "Sure, come on. What choice do you have if you're stuck here without an LM?" Her voice carries a streak of common sense that somehow comforts him. Side by side, they bound over the moon. They reach Williams' flying machine. It is just an aluminum box sitting squat on its 4 legs, with vernier rocket nozzles stuck to the walls like clusters of berries. The pilot has to climb in at the back and stand over the cover of the main rocket engine, which is about the size of a car engine, Botto supposes. Big spherical propellant and oxidizer tanks are fixed to the floor. There is an S-band antenna and a VHF aerial. There is some gear on the floor, hammers and shovels and sample bags and cameras. Williams dumps this stuff out briskly onto the regolith. She hops up onto the platform and begins throwing switches. Her control panel contains a few instruments, a CRT, a couple of handsets. Botto lugs his heavy tool carrier up onto the platform. Then he gets hold of a rail with both hands and jumps up. "What did you call this thing? An LFU?" "Yeah, Lunar Flying Unit." "I've got vague memories," says Botto, "of a design like this. It was never developed when the extended Apollo missions were cancelled." "Cancelled? When did that happen?" "When we were cut back to stop when we get to Apollo 17. "Uh-huh," she says dubiously. She eyes the tool carrier. "You want to bring that thing?" "Sure. It's not too heavy, is it?" "No. But what do you want it for?" Botto looks at the battered, dusty carrier with its meaningless load of rocks. "It's all I've got." "Okay, let's get out of here," she says briskly. Williams kicks in the main rocket. Dust billows silently up off the ground into Botto's face. He can see frozen vapor puff out of the attitude nozzles in streams of shimmering crystals, as if this is some unlikely steam engine, a Victorian engineer's fantasy of lunar flight. The basin of Wildwood Crater falls away. The lift is a brief, comforting surge. Williams whoops. "Wee-hoo! What a ride, huh, pal?" She takes the LFU up to maybe 60 feet and slows the ascent. She pitches the craft over, and they begin sailing out of Wildwood. The principles of the strange craft are obvious enough to Botto. You stand on your rocket's tail. You keep yourself stable with the 4 peroxide reaction clusters, the little vernier rockets spaced around the frame, squirting them here and there. When the thrust of the single big downward rocket is at an angle to the vertical, the LFU goes shooting forward, or sideways, or backward across the pitted surface. Williams shows him the hand controls. They are just like the LMs. The attitude control moves in clicks. Every time Williams turns the control, the reaction rockets will bang and the LFU will tip over, a degree at a time. The thrust control is a toggle switch. When Williams closes it, the lift rockets roar to give her a delta V of a foot per second. "These are neat little craft," Williams says. "They fly on residual descent stage propellants. They've a range of a few miles, and you can do 3 sorties in each of them." "Each?" "We bring 2. Rescue capability." Botto thinks he is starting to see a pattern to what has happened to him. In a way, the presence of the camera in his carrier is reassuring. It means he isn't crazy. There really have been 2 copies of the Surveyor, one of which he's sampled and one he hasn't. Maybe there is more than one goddamn moon. Moon 1 is the good old lantern in the sky that he and Slade touched down on yesterday. Maybe Slade is still back there with the LM, but Botto sure isn't. Somehow he stumbled onto Moon 2, the place with the Surveyor, but no LM. And then this Williams showed up, and evidently by that time he was on another moon, Moon 3, with its own copy of the Surveyor, and a different set of astronauts exploring, with subtly different equipment. As if traveling to one moon isn't enough. He thinks about that strange heat haze shimmer. Maybe that has something to do with these weird transfers. He can't discuss any of this with Williams because she hasn't seen any of the changes. Not yet, anyhow. Botto clings to the sides of the LFU and watches the surface of the moon scroll underneath him. There are craters everywhere, overlaid circles of all sizes, some barely visible in a surface gardened by billions of years of micrometeorite impact. The surface looks ghostly, rendered in black and white, too stark, unmoving to be real. He knew he was taking a risk, but he took his lunar rocks to a couple of universities. He got laughed out of court, especially when he wouldn't explain how these charcoal dark rocks might have got from the moon to the Earth. "Maybe they got blasted off by a meteorite strike," he said to an expert at Cornell. "Maybe they drifted in space until they landed here. I've read about that." The guy pushed his reading glasses farther up his thin nose. "Well, that's possible." He smiled. "No doubt you've been reading the same lurid speculation I have in the popular science press. What if rocks get knocked back and forth between the planets? Perhaps there are indeed bits of the moon, even Mars, to be turned up here on Earth. And since we know living things can survive in the interiors of rocks, and since we know that some plants and bacteria can survive long periods of dormancy, perhaps it is even possible for life to propagate itself across the trackless void in such a manner." He picked up Bado's moon rock dubiously. "But in that case I'd expect to see some evidence of the entry of this rock into the atmosphere, melting, some glass. And besides, this rock is not volcanic. Mr. Bado, everyone knows the moon's major features were formed exclusively by volcanism. This can't possibly be a rock from the moon." Bado snatched back his rock. "That's Colonel Bado," he said. He marched out. He gave up and went back to Daytona Beach. The LFU slides over the rim of Taylor Crater, or San Jacinto. Bado can see scuffed-up soil below him, and the big Huckleberry Finn crater to his left, where he and Slade made their first stop. At the center of Taylor stands an LM. It glitters like some piece of giant jewelry, the most colorful object on the lunar surface. An astronaut bounces around in front of it like a white balloon. He, or she, is working at what looks like a surface experiment package, white-painted boxes and cylinders and masts laid out in a star formation and connected to a central nuclear generator by orange cables. It looks like an ALSEP, but it is evidently heavier, more advanced. But the LM isn't alone. A second LM stands beside it, squat and spidery. Bado can see that the ascent stage has been heavily reworked. The pressurized cabin looks to be missing, replaced by cargo pallets. "That's your payload module, right?" "Yeah," Williams says. "The Luna Payload Module Laboratory. It got here on automatics before we left the Cape. This is a dual Saturn launch mission, Bado. We've got a stay time of 4 weeks. Again he has vague memories of proposals for such things. Dual launches, well-equipped, long-stay jaunts on the surface. But the funding squeezes since '66 have long since put pay to all of that. Evidently, wherever Williams comes from, the money is flowing a little more freely. The LFU tips itself back to slow its forward velocity. Williams throttles back the main motor, and the LFU starts to drop down. Bado glances at the numbers. The CRT display evolves smoothly through height and velocity readings. Bado guesses the LFU must have some simple radar-based altimeter. Now the LM and its misshapen partner are obscured by the dust Williams' rocket is kicking up. At 50 feet, Williams cuts the main engine. Bado feels the drop in the pit of his stomach, and he watches the ground explode toward him, resolving into unwelcome detail, sharp boulders and zap pits and footprints, highlighted by the low morning sun. Then vernier dust clouds billow up around the LFU. Bado feels a comforting surge of deceleration. The LFU lands with a jar that Bado feels in his knees. For a couple of seconds the dust of their landing cloaks the LFU, and then it begins to settle out around them, coating the LFU's surfaces, his suit. There is a heat haze shimmer. Oh, shit. Williams is busily shutting down the LFU. She turns to face him, anonymous behind her visor. There wasn't much astronomy going on at all, in fact, he found out when he looked it up in the libraries. Just a handful of big telescopes scattered around the world, with a few crusty old guys following their obscure, decades-long projects. And all the projects were to do with deep space, the stars, and beyond. Nobody was interested in the solar system, certainly in nothing as mundane as the moon. He looked up at Moon 6 uneasily, with its bright, unscarred northwest quadrant. If that Imbrium meteorite hadn't hit 3 billion years ago, or in 1970, where the hell was it now? Maybe that big mother was on its way right now. Quietly, he pumped some of his money into funding a little research at the universities into Earth-neighboring asteroids. He also siphoned money into trying to figure out what had happened to him, how he got here. As the last dust settles, Bado looks toward the center of Taylor Crater, to where the twin LMs stood. He can make out a blocky shape there. He feels a sharp surge of relief. Thank God. Maybe this transition hasn't been as severe as some of the others, or maybe there hasn't been a transition at all. But Williams' LM has gone with its cargo-carrying partner, and so has the astronaut with his surface package. But the crater isn't empty. The vehicle that stands in its place has the same basic geometry as an LM, Bado thinks, with a boxy descent stage standing on 4 legs and a fat ascent stage cabin on top. But it is just 15 feet tall compared to an LM's 20 feet, and the cabin looks a lot smaller. "My God," Williams says. She is just standing stock still, staring at the little lander. "Welcome to Moon 4, Bado whispers. "My God." She repeats that over and over. He faces her and flips up his gold visor so she can see his face. "Listen to me. You're not going crazy. We've been through some kind of transition. I can't explain it." He grins. It makes him feel stronger to think there is someone else more scared, more shocked than he is. He takes her through his tentative theory of the multiple moons. She turns to face the squat lander again. "I figured it had to be something like that." He gapes at her. "You figured? How the hell else could you have got here? Well, what are we supposed to do now?" She checks the time on her big Rolex watch. "Bado, how long will your PLSS hold out?" He feels embarrassed. Shocked or not, she's cut to the chase a lot more smartly than he's been able to. He glances at his own watch, on the cuff next to his useless checklist. "A couple of hours. What about you?" "Less, probably. Come on." She glides down from the platform of the LFU, her blue boots kicking up a spray of dust. "Where are we going?" "Over to that little LM, of course. Where else? It's the only source of consumables I can see anywhere around here." She begins loping toward the lander. After a moment he picks up his carrier and follows her. As they approach, he gets a better look at the lander. The ascent stage is a bulbous, misshapen ball, capped by a fat, wide disk that looks like a docking device. 2 dinner plate-sized omnidirectional antennae are stuck out on extensible arms from the descent stage. The whole clumsy-looking assemblage is swathed in some kind of green blanket, maybe for thermal insulation. A ladder leads from a round hatch in the front of the craft and down to the surface via a landing leg. The ground there is scuffed with footprints. "It's a hell of a small cabin," she says. "Has to be 1 man." "You think it's American?" "Not from any America I know. That ascent stage looks familiar. It looks like an adapted Soyuz orbital module. You know, the Russian craft, their Apollo equivalent." "Russian? Can you see any kind of docking tunnel on top of that thing?" He looks. Nope, just that flat assemblage at the top. The crew must have to spacewalk to cross from the command module. What a design! An astronaut comes loping around the side of the lander, swaying from side to side, kicking up dust. When he catches sight of Bado and Williams, he stops dead. The stranger is carrying a flag on a pole. The flag is stiffened with wire, and it is clearly bright red, with a gold hammer and sickle embroidered into it. "How about that?" Williams whispers. "I guess we don't always get to win, huh?" The stranger, the cosmonaut, Bado labels him, takes a couple of steps toward them. He starts gesticulating, waving his arms about, making the flag flutter. He wears a kind of hoop around his waist, held away from his body with stiff wire. I think he's trying to talk to us, Williams says. It'll be a miracle if we are on the same frequency. Maybe he's S-band only, to talk to Earth. No VHF. Look how stiff his movements are. Yeah, I think his suit is semi-rigid. Must be hell to move around in. What's with the hula hoop? Bado asks. It will stop him from falling over in case he trips. Don't you get it? He's on his own here. That's a one-man lander. There's nobody around to help him if he gets into trouble. The cosmonaut is getting agitated. Now he hoists up the flag and throws it at them, javelin style. It falls well short of Bado's feet. Then the cosmonaut turns and lopes toward his lander, evidently looking for more tools or improvised weapons. Look at that, Bado says. There are big funky hinges down the side of his backpack. That must be the way into the suit. Williams lifts up her visor. Show him your face. We've got to find some way to get through to this guy. Bado feels like laughing. What for? The light changes. Bado stands stock still. Shit, not again. Williams says, What? Another transition. He looks around for the telltale heat haze flicker. I don't think so, Williams says softly. Not this time. A shadow, slim and jet black, hundreds of feet long, sweeps over the surface of Taylor Crater. Bado leans back and tips up his face. The ship is like a huge artillery shell, gleaming silver, standing on its tail. It glides over the lunar surface, maybe 50 feet up, and where its invisible rocket exhaust passes, dust is churned up and sent gusting away in great flat sheets. The ship moves gracefully, if ponderously. 4 heavy landing legs with big spring-load shock absorbers stick out from the base. A circle of portals glows bright yellow around the nose. A huge bullseye of red, white, and blue is painted on the side, along with a registration number. Shit, Bado says. That thing must be 100 feet tall. 4 or 5 times as tall as his lost LM. What do you think it weighs? 200-300 tons? Direct descent, she says. Huh? Look at it. It's streamlined. It's built for landing on the moon in one piece, ascending again, and returning to Earth. But that was designed out years ago by von Braun and the boys. A ship like that's too heavy for chemical rockets. So who said anything about chemical? It has to be atomic. Some kind of fission pile in there, superheating its propellant. One hell of a specific impulse. Anyway, it's that or anti-gravity. The great silver fish hovers for a moment, and then comes swooping down at the surface. It flies without a quiver. Bado wonders how it is keeping its stability. He can't see any verniers. Big internal flywheels, maybe. As the ship nears the surface, dust comes rushing across the plain, away from the big tail like a huge circular sandstorm. There is a rattle almost like rain as heavy particles impact Bado's visor. He holds his gloved hands up before his face and leans a little into the rocket wind. The delicate little Russian lander just topples over in the breeze, and the bulbous ascent stage breaks off and rolls away. In the mirror of his bedroom he studied his graying hair and spreading paunch. Oddly, it has taken a while for him to miss his wife, Faye. Maybe because everything was so different. Not that he was sorry, in a sense. His job, he figured, was to survive here, to earn a living, to keep himself sane, and moping after the unattainable wouldn't help. He was glad they'd had no kids, though. There was no point searching for Faye in Houston, of course. Houston, without the space program, was just an oil town with a big cattle pasture north of Clear Lake, where the manned spacecraft center should have been. El Lago, the Taylor housing development, had never been built. He even drove out to Atlantic City, where he'd first met Faye, a couple of decades ago. He couldn't find her in the phone book. She was probably living under some married name, he figured. He gave up. He tried a few times to strike up relationships with other women here. He found it hard to get close to anyone, though. He always felt he needed to guard what he was saying. This wasn't his home, after all. So he lived pretty much alone. It was bearable. It even got easier as he got older. Oddly, he missed walking on the moon more than anything else, more than anything about the world he'd lost. He kept reliving those brief hours. He remembered Slade, how he looked bouncing across the lunar sand, a brilliant white balloon. How happy he'd seemed. The silver ship touches down with a thump, and those big legs flex, the springs working like muscles. A hatch opens in the ship's nose, maybe 80 feet from the ground, and yellow light spills out. A space-suited figure appears and begins rolling a rope ladder down to the surface. The figure waves to Bado and Williams, calling them to the ship. "What do you think?" Bado asks. "I think it's British. Look at that bullseye logo. I remember war movies about the Battle of Britain. Wherever the hell that's come from, it's someplace very different from the worlds you and I grew up in." "You figure we should go over there?" he asks. She spreads her hands. "What choice do we have? We don't have an LM, and we can't last out here much longer. At least these guys look as if they know what they're doing. Let's go see what Boris thinks." The cosmonaut lets Williams walk up to him. He is hauling at his ascent stage, but Bado can see the hull is cracked open like an aluminum egg, and the cosmonaut's actions are despairing. Williams points toward the silver ship, where the figure in the airlock is still waving at them. Listlessly, the cosmonaut lets himself be led to the ship. Closer to, the silver craft looks even bigger than before, so tall that when Bado stands at its base, he can't see the nose. Williams goes up the ladder first, using just her arms, pulling her mass easily in the moon's shallow gravity well. The cosmonaut takes off his hoop, dumps it on the ground, and follows her. Bado comes last. He moves more slowly than the others, because he has his tool carrier clutched against his chest, and it is awkward to juggle while climbing the rope ladder. It takes forever to climb past the shining metal of the ship's lower hull. The metal here looks like lead, actually, shielding around an atomic pile. He thinks of the energy it must take to haul this huge mass of metal around. He can't help comparing it with his own LM, which, to save weight, was shaved down to little more than a bubble of aluminum foil. The hull shivers before his face. Heat haze. He looks down. The wreckage of the little Russian lander and Williams' LFU has gone. The surface under the tail of this big ship looks unmarked, lacking even the raying of the landing. And the topography of the area is quite different. Now he is looking down over some kind of lumpy, sun-drenched mountain range, and a wide, fat rill snakes through the crust. "How about that?" Williams says dryly, from above him. Her voice signal is degraded. The amplifier on the LFU is no longer available to boost their VHF link. "We're on Moon 5, he says. "Moon 5? It seems important to keep count." "Yeah, whatever. Bado, this time the geology's changed. Maybe one of the big primordial impacts didn't happen, leaving the whole lunar surface a different shape." They reach the hatch. Bado lets the astronaut take his tool carrier and clambers in on his knees. The astronaut closes the hatch and dogs it shut by turning a big, heavy wheel. He wears a British Union flag on his sleeve, and there is a name stitched to his breast. Taine. The four of them stand around in the airlock in their competing pressure suit designs. Air hisses briefly. An inner door opens, and Taine ushers them through with impatient gestures. Bado enters a long corridor with nozzles set in the ceiling. The four of them stand under the nozzles. Water comes gushing down and runs over their suits. Williams opens up her gold sun visor and faces Williams. "Showers," she says. "What for?" "To wash off radioactive crap from the exhaust." She begins to brush water over her suit arms and legs. Bado has never seen such a volume of water in lunar conditions before. It falls slowly from the nozzles, gathering into big, shimmering drops in the air. Gray-black lunar dust swirls toward the plug holes beneath his feet. But the dirt is ingrained into the fabric of his suit legs. They will be stained gray forever. When the water dries, they are ushered through into a third, larger chamber. The walls here are curved and inset with round, tough-looking portholes. It looks as if this chamber reaches most of the way around the cylindrical craft. There are people here, dozens of them, adults and children and old people, dressed in simple cotton coveralls. They sit in rows of crude, metal-framed couches, facing outward toward the portholes. They stare fearfully at the newcomers. The astronaut, Taine, has opened up his faceplate. It hinges outward like a little door. Bado pushes back his hood and reaches up to his fishbowl helmet. He undoes it at the neck, and his ears pop as the higher pressure of the cabin pushes air into his helmet. He can smell the sharp wood-smoke tang of lunar dust, and overlaid on that there is a smell of milky vomit, baby sick. The Russian, his own helmet removed, makes a sound of disgust. "Это ужасно." Williams pulls off her snoopy flight helmet. She is maybe 40, Bado guesses, around Bado's own age, with a tough, competent face and close-cropped blonde hair. Taine shoos the three of them along. "Welcome to Prometheus," he says. "Come, there are some free seats further around here." His accent is flat, sounding vaguely Bostonian. Definitely British, Bado thinks, probably from the south of England. "You're the last, we think. We must get away. The impact is no more than 12 hours hence." Bado, lugging his tool-carrier, walks beside him. "What impact?" "The meteorite, of course." Taine sounds impatient. "That's why we're having to evacuate the colonies. And you alternates. The Masolite got most of them off, of course, but—" Williams says, "Masolite?" Taine waves a hand. "A mass transporter. Of course it was a rushed job, and it had some flaws. But we knew we couldn't lift everybody home in time, not all those thousands in the big colonies, not before the strike. The Masolite was the best we can do, you see." They come to 3 empty couches. "These should do, I think. If you'll sit down, I'll show you how to fit the seat belts and instruct you in the safety precautions." "But," Williams says, "what has this Masolite got to do with—" She dries up and looks at Bado. He asks, "With moving between alternate worlds?" Taine answers with irritation. "Why, nothing, of course. That's just a design flaw. We're working on it. Non-linear quantum mechanical leakage, you see. I do wish you'd sit down. We have to depart." Bado shucks off his PLSS backpack, and he tucks his helmet and his carrier under his seat. Taine helps them adjust their seat restraints until they fit around their pressure suits. It is more difficult for the Russian. His suit is so stiff it is more like armor. The Russian looks young, no more than 30. His hair sticks up in the air, damp with sweat, and he looks at them forlornly from his shell of a suit. "Где туалет?" The portholes before them give them a good view of the lunar surface. It is still Moon 5, Bado sees, with its mountains and that sinuous black rill. He looks around at their fellow passengers. The adults are unremarkable. Some of them have run to fat, but they have incongruously skinny legs and arms. Long-term adaptation to lunar gravity, Bado thinks. But there are also some children here, ranging from babies in their mother's arms up to young teenagers. The children are extraordinary, spindly, attenuated. Children who look facially as young as 7 or 8 tower over their parents. The passengers clutch at their seat belts, staring back at him. Bado hears a clang of hatches and a siren wails, echoing from the metal walls. The ship shudders smoothly, and there is a gentle surge. "Мне надо идти к врачу," groans the Russian, and he clutches his belly. As the years wore on, he followed the news, trying to figure out how things might be different back home. The Cold War went on year after year. There were no ICBMs here, but they had squadrons of bombers and nuke submarines and massive standing armies in Europe. And there were no spy satellites. Nobody had a damn clue what the Russians or the Chinese were up to. A lot of shit came down that Bado figured might have been avoided with satellite surveillance. It slowly leaked out into the paper press, usually months or years too late. Like the Chinese nuking of Tibet, for instance, and what the Soviets did to Afghanistan. The Soviet Union remained a monolith, blank, threatening, impenetrable. Everyone in the U.S. seemed paranoid to Bado, Generations of them, with their bomb shelters and their iodine pills. It was like being stuck in the late 1950s. And that damn war in Indochina just dragged on, almost forgotten back home, sucking up lives and money like a bloody sponge. Around 1986 he felt a sharp tug of wistfulness. Right now, he figured, on the other side of that heat-haze barrier, someone would be taking the first steps on Mars. Maybe it would be his old buddy Slade, or someone like John Young. Bado might have made it himself. Bado missed the live sports on TV. In freefall, Taine gives them spare cotton coveralls to wear, which are comfortable but don't quite fit. The name stitched to Bado's is Leduc, and on William's, Hassel. Bado, with relief, peels off the 3 layers of his pressure suit, the outer micrometeorite garment, the pressure assembly, and the inner cooling garment. The other passengers look on curiously at Bado's cooling garment with its network of tubes. Bado tucks his discarded suit layers into a big net bag and sticks it behind his couch. They are served food, stodgy stew, lukewarm and glued to the plate with gravy, and then some kind of dessert, like bread with currants stuck inside it. Spotted Dick, Taine calls it. There is a persistent whine of fans and pumps, a subdued murmur of conversation, and the noise of children crying. Once a 5-year-old, all of 6 feet tall, came bouncing around the curving cabin in a spidery tangle of attenuated arms and legs, pursued by a fat, panting, queasy-looking parent. Taine comes floating down to them, smiling. "Captain Richards would like to speak to you. He's intrigued to have you on board. We've picked up quite a few alternate colonists, but not many alternate pioneers like you. Would you come forward to the cockpit? Perhaps you'd like to watch the show from there." Williams and Bado exchange glances. "What show?" "The Impact, of course. Come, your German friend is welcome too, of course," Taine adds dubiously. The cosmonaut has his head stuck inside a sick bag. "I think he's better off where he is," Bado says. "You go," Williams says. "I want to try to sleep." Her face looks worn to Bado, her expression brittle, as if she is struggling to keep control. Maybe the shock of the transitions is getting to her at last, he thinks. The cockpit is cone-shaped, wadded right in the nose of the craft. Taine leads Bado in through a big oval door. Charts and mathematical tables have been stuck to the walls, alongside pictures and photographs. Some of these show powerful-looking aircraft, of designs unfamiliar to Bado, but others show what must be family members, pet dogs. Tools and personal articles are secured to the walls with elastic straps. 3 spacesuits, flaccid and empty, are fixed to the wall with loose ties. They are of the type Taine wore in the airlock, thick and flexible, with inlaid metal hoops and hinged helmets at the top. 3 seats are positioned before instrument consoles. Right now the seats face forward, toward the nose of the craft, but Bado can see they are hinged so they will tip up when the craft is landing vertically. Bado spots a big, chunky periscope sticking out from the nose, evidently there to provide a view out during a landing. There are big picture windows set in the walls. The windows frame slabs of jet-black, star-sprinkled sky. A man is sitting in the central pilot's chair. He is wearing a leather flight jacket, a peaked cap, and, Bado can't believe it, he is smoking a pipe, for God's sake. The guy sticks out a hand. "Mr. Bado, I'm glad to meet you. Jim Richards, RAF." "That's Colonel Bado." Bado shakes the hand. "U.S. Air Force, lately of NASA." "NASA?" "National Aeronautics and Space Administration." Richards nods. "American. Interesting. Not many of the alternates are American. I'm sorry we didn't get a chance to see more of your ship. Looked a little cramped for the 3 of you." "It wasn't our ship. It was a Russian, a one-man lander." "Really?" Richards murmurs, not very interested. "Take a seat." He waves Bado at one of the 2 seats beside him. Taine takes the other, sipping tea through a straw. Richards asks, "Have you ever seen a ship like this before, Colonel Bado?" Bado glances around. The main controls are a conventional stick and rudder design, adapted for spaceflight. The supplementary controls are big, clunky switches, wheels, and levers. The fascia of the control panel is made of wood, and in one place where a maintenance panel has been removed, Bado sees the soft glow of vacuum tubes. "No," he says, "not outside the comic books." Richards and Taine laugh. "It must take a hell of a launch system." "Oh," says Richards, "we have good old Beta to help us with that." "Beta? This lunar ship is called Alpha," Taine says. "Beta gives us a piggyback out of Earth's gravity. We launched from Woomera in South Australia. Beta is a hypersonic athodide—" Richards winks at Bado. "These double domes, eh? He means Beta is an atomic ramjet." Bado boggles. "You launch an atomic rocket from the middle of Australia? How do you manage containment of the exhaust?" Taine looked puzzled. "What containment?" "You must tell me all about your spacecraft," Richards says. Bado, haltingly, starts to describe the Apollo system. Richards listens politely enough, but after a while Bado can see his eyes drifting to his instruments, and he begins to fiddle with his pipe, knocking out the dottle into a big enclosed ashtray. Richards becomes aware of Bado watching him. You must forgive me, Colonel Bado. It's just that one encounters so many alternates." "You do, huh?" "The Masolite, you know. That damn quantum mechanical leakage. Plessy just can't get the thing tuned correctly. Such a pity. Anyhow, don't you worry. The boffins on the ground will put you to rights, I'm sure." Bado is deciding he doesn't like these British. They are smug, patronizing, icy. He can't tell what they are thinking. Taine leans forward. "Almost time, Jim." "Aha!" Richards gets hold of his joystick. "The main event." He twists the stick, and Bado hears what sounds like the whir of flywheels deep in the guts of the ship. Stars slide past the windows. "A bit of showmanship, Colonel Bado. I want to line us up to give the passengers the best possible view. And us, of course. After all, this is a grandstand seat for the most dramatic astronomical event of the century, what?" The moon, fat and grey and more than half full, slides into the frame of the windows. The moon, Moon 5, Bado assumes it to be, looks like a ball of glass, its surface cracked and complex, as if scarred by buckshot. Tinged pale white, the moon's center looms out at Bado, given three-dimensional substance by the Earthlight's shading. The moon looks different. He tries to figure out why. There, close to the central meridian, are the bright pinpricks of Tycho to the south and Copernicus in the north. He makes out the familiar pattern of the seas of the eastern hemisphere, Serenitatis, Crisium, Tranquillitatis, grey lakes of frozen lava framed by brighter, older lunar uplands. He supposes there must be no Apollo 11 LM descent stage standing on this version of the Sea of Tranquility. The moon is mostly full, but he can see lights in the remaining crescent of darkness. They are the abandoned colonies of Moon 5. Something is still wrong, though. The western hemisphere doesn't look right. He takes his anchor from Copernicus. There is Mare Procellarum to the western limb, and to the north of that nothing but bright highlands. "Hey," he says, "where the hell's Mare Imbrium?" Richards looks at him, puzzled, faintly disapproving. Bado points. "Up there, in the northwest, a big impact crater, the biggest flooded with lava, 800 miles across." Richards frowns, and Taine touches Bado's arm. "All the alternate moons are different to some degree," he says, placating. "Differences of detail." "Mare Imbrium is not a goddamn detail." Bado feels patronized again. "You're talking about my moon, damn it!" But if the Imbrium impact has never happened, no wonder the surface of Moon 5 looks different. Richards checks his wristwatch. "Any second now," he says, "if the big brains have got it right." There is a burst of light in the moon's northwest quadrant. The surface in the region of the burst seems to shatter, the bright old highland material melting and subsiding into a red glowing pool, a fiery lake that covers perhaps an eighth of the moon's face. Bado watches huge waves, concentric, wash out across that crimson circular wound. Even from this distance, Bado can see huge debris clouds streaking across the lunar surface, obscuring and burying older features and laying down bright rays that plaster across the moon's face. The lights of the night-side colonies wink out, one by one. Richards takes his pipe out of his mouth. "Good God Almighty," he says. "Thank heavens we got all our people off." "Only just in time, sir," Tane says. Bado nods. "Oh, I get it. Here, this was the Imbrium impact, 3 billion years late." Richards and Tane look at him curiously. It turned out that to build a teleport device, a Star Trek beaming machine, you needed to know about quantum mechanics, particularly the uncertainty principle. According to one interpretation, the uncertainty principle was fundamentally caused by there being an infinite number of parallel universes, all lying close to each other, as Bado pictured it, like the pages of a book. The universes blurred together at the instant of an event and split off afterward. The uncertainty principle said you could never measure the position and velocity of any particle with absolute precision. But to teleport, that was exactly what you needed to do, to make a record of an object, transmit it, and recreate the payload at the other end. But there was a way to get around the uncertainty principle, at least in theory. The quantum properties of particles could become entangled, fundamentally linked in their information content. What those British must have done is take sets of entangled particles, left one half on their moon as a transmitter, and planted the other half on the Earth. There was a lot of technical stuff about the Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen theorem that Bado skipped over. What it boiled down to was that if you used a description of your teleport passenger to jiggle the transmitter particles, you could reconstruct the passenger at the other end exactly from the corresponding jiggles in the receiver set. But there were problems. If there were small non-linearities in the quantum mechanical operators, and there couldn't be more than a billionth part, according to Bado's researchers, those parallel worlds, underlying the uncertainty principle, could short-circuit. The Moon 5 Brits had tried to build a cheap and dirty teleport machine. Because of the huge distances involved, that billionth non-linearity had become significant, and the damn thing had leaked. And so they had built a parallel world gateway by accident. This might be the right explanation, Bado thought. It fit with Captain Richards' vague hints about non-linear quantum mechanics. This new understanding didn't make any difference to his position, though. He was still stranded here. The teleport devices his researchers had outlined, even if they'd got the theory right from the fragments he'd given them, were decades beyond the capabilities of the mundane world Bado found himself in. Re-entry is easy. Bado estimates the peak acceleration is no more than a couple of G, no worse than a mild roller coaster. Even so, many of the passengers look distressed, and those spindly, lunar-born children cry weakly, pinned to their seats like insects. After the landing, Alpha's big doors are flung open to reveal a flat, barren desert. Bado and Williams are among the first down the rope ladders, lugging their pressure suits and Bado's tool carrier in big net bags. Bado can see a small town laid out with the air of a military barracks. Staff are coming out of the town on little trucks to meet them. They are processed efficiently. The crew of the Prometheus gives details of where each passenger was picked up, and they are all assigned little labels and forms, standing there in the baking sunlight of the desert. The spindly lunar children are lowered to the ground and taken off in wheelchairs. Bado wonders what will happen to them, stranded at the bottom of Earth's deep gravity well. Williams points. "Look at that! Another Prometheus!" There is a launch rail like a pencil line ruled across the sand, diminishing to infinity at the horizon. A silver dart clings to the rail, with a slim bullet shape fixed to its back. Another Beta and Alpha. Bado can see protective rope barriers slung around the rail. Tane comes to greet Bado and Williams. "I'm afraid this is goodbye," he says. He sticks out a hand. "We want to get you people back as quickly as we can. You alternates, I mean. What a frightful mess this is. But the sooner you're out of it, the better. Back where? Bado asks. Florida. Tane looks at them. That's where you say you started from, isn't it? Williams shrugs. Sure. And then back to your own world. He mimes, stirring a pot of some noxious substance. We don't want to muddy the timelines, you see. We don't know much about this alternating business. We don't know what damage we might do. Of course, the return procedure's still experimental, but hopefully we'll get it right. Well, the best of luck. Look, just make your way to the plane over there. He points. The plane is a ramjet, Bado sees immediately. Tane moves on to another bewildered-looking knot of passengers. The Russian cosmonaut is standing at William's side. He is hauling his stiff pressure suit along the ground. It scrapes on the sand like an insect's discarded carapace. Out of the suit, the Russian looks thin, young, baffled, quite ill. He shakes Bado's hand. Do svidanya. Yeah, so long to you too, kid. Hope you get home safely. A hell of a ride, huh? Mnie nada k zubnomu vrachu. He clutches his jaw and grins ruefully. Shastlivava puti, желаю ushpiakaf. Yeah, whatever. A British airman comes over and leads the Russian away. God damn, Williams says. We never found out his name. He got a report in from his meteorite studies group. Yes, it turned out there was a large object on its way. It would be here in a few years' time. Bado figured this had to be this universe's edition of that big old Imbrium rock, arriving a little later than in the Moon 5 world. But this rock was heading for Earth, not the Moon. Its path would take it right into the middle of the Atlantic, if the calculations were right. But the margins of error were huge, and... Bado tried to raise public awareness. His money and fame got him onto TV even, such as it was. But nobody here took what was going on in the sky very seriously anyhow, and they soon started to think he was a little weird. So he shut up. He pushed his money into bases at the poles and at the bottom of the oceans, places that mightn't be so badly affected. Somebody might survive. Meanwhile, he paid for a little more research into that big rock in space, and where and when exactly it was going to hit. The ramjet takes 10 hours to get to Florida. It is a military ship, more advanced than anything flying in Bado's world. It has the bullseye logo of the RAF painted to its flank, just behind the gaping mouth of its inlet. As the ramjet rises, Bado glimpses huge atomic aircraft, immense ocean-going ships, networks of monorails. This is a gleaming world, an engineer's dream. Bado has had enough wonders for the time being, though, and before the shining coast of Australia has receded from sight, he's fallen asleep. They land at a small airstrip. Bado figures somewhere north of Orlando. A thin young Englishman in spectacles is there to greet them. He is wearing Royal Air Force blue coveralls. "You're the alternates?" "I guess so," Williams snaps. "And you're here to send us home, right?" "Sorry for any inconvenience you've been put through," he says smoothly. "If you'll just follow me into the van." The van turns out to be a battered diesel-engine truck that looks as if it is World War II vintage. Williams and Bado, with their bulky gear, have to crowd in the back with a mess of electronic equipment. The truck, windowless, bumps along badly finished roads. Bado studies the equipment. "Look at this stuff," he says to Williams. "More vacuum tubes." Williams shrugs. "They've got further than we have, or you. Here they've built stuff we've only talked about." Yeah. Oddly, he's forgotten that he and Williams have come from different worlds. The roads off the peninsula to Merritt Island are just farmers' tracks, and the last few miles are the most uncomfortable. They arrive at Merritt Island in the late afternoon. There is no Kennedy Space Center. Bado gets out of the van. He is on a long, flat beach. He figures he is away south of where, in his world, the lunar ship launch pads will be built. Right here there will be the line of launch complexes called ICBM Row. But he can't see any structures at all. Marshland, coated with scrub vegetation, stretches down toward the strip of beach at the coast. Farther inland, toward the higher ground, he can see stands of cabbage palm, slash pine, and oak. The place is just scrubland, undeveloped. The tracks of the British truck are dug crisply into the sand. There is no sign even of a road near here. And out to the east, over the Atlantic, he can see a big, full moon rising. Its upper left quadrant, the fresh Imbrium scar, still glows a dull crimson. Botto feels vaguely reassured. That is still Moon 5. Things seem to have achieved a certain stability. In the back of the truck, the British technician powers up his equipment. "Ready when you are," he calls. "Oh, we think it's best if you go back in your own clothes. Where possible." He grins behind his spectacles. "Don't want you—" "Muddying up the timelines," Williams says. "We know." Botto and Williams shuck off their coveralls and pull on their pressure suits. They help each other with the heavy layers and finish up facing each other, their helmets under their arms. Botto holding his battered tool carrier with its baggies full of moon rocks. "You know," Botto says, "when I get back I'm going to have one hell of a lot of explaining to do." "Yeah, me too." She looks at him. "I guess we're not going to see each other again." "Doesn't look like it." Botto puts down his carrier and helmet. He embraces Williams, clumsily. Then, on impulse, Botto lifts up his helmet and fits it over his head. He pulls his gloves over his hands and snaps them onto his wrists, completing his suit. Williams does the same. Botto picks up his tool carrier. The Brit waves, reaches into his van, and throws a switch. There is a shimmer of heat haze. Williams has gone. The truck has vanished. Botto looks around quickly. There are no ICBM launch complexes. He is still standing on an empty, desolate beach. The moon is brightening as the light leaks out of the sky. There is no ancient Imbrium basin up there, no recent impact scar either. Moon 6, Botto says to himself. Oh, shit. Evidently those British haven't ironed out all the wrinkles in their experimental procedures after all. He takes off his helmet, breathes in the ozone-laden ocean air, and begins to walk inland toward the rows of scrub pine. On the day, he drove out to Merritt Island. It was morning, and the sun was low and bright over the ocean, off to the east, and the sky was clear and blue, blameless. He pulled his old moon suit out of the car and hauled it on. First the cooling garment, then the pressure layer, and finally the white micrometeorite protector and his blue lunar overshoes. It didn't fit so well anymore, especially around the waist. Well, it had been fitted for him all of a quarter-century ago, and it felt as heavy as hell, even without the backpack. And it had a lot of parts missing where he'd dug out components and samples over the years. But it was still stained gray below the knees with lunar dust, and it still had the NASA logo, his mission patch, and his own name stitched to the outer garment. He walked down to the beach. The tide was receding, and the hard-packed sand was damp. His ridged soles left crisp, sharp prints, just like in the lunar crust. He locked his helmet into place at his neck. To stand here, as close as he could get to ground zero, wasn't such a dumb thing to do, actually. He'd always remembered what that old professor at Cornell had told him, about the rocks bearing life being blasted from planet to planet by meteorite impacts. Maybe that would happen here somehow. Today might be the last day for this Earth, but maybe, somehow, some piece of him, fused to the glass of his visor maybe, would finish up on the moon, Moon 6, or Mars, or in the clouds of Jupiter, and start the whole thing over again. He felt a sudden, sharp stab of nostalgia for his own lost world. He'd had a good life here, all things considered, but this was a damn dull place, and he'd been here for 25 years already. He was sure that back home that old Vietnam War wouldn't have dragged on until now, like it had here, and funds would have got freed up for space at last. Enough to do it properly, by God. By now he was sure NASA would have bases on the moon, hundreds of people in Earth orbit, a couple of outposts on Mars, plans to go on to the asteroids or Jupiter. Hell, he wished he could just look through the non-linear curtains separating him from home. Just once. He tipped up his face. The sun was bright in his eyes, so he pulled down his gold visor. It was still scuffed from the dust kicked up by that British nuclear rocket. He waited. After a time, a new light, brighter even than rocket light, came crawling down across the sky and touched the ocean. We will drink a fish together. Bill Johnson. In the suspenseful but rather quirky story that follows, an alien ambassador travels down from the stars to go someplace really alien, Summit, South Dakota, where he receives an entertaining, eccentric, and pleasantly offbeat lesson about the value of interpersonal ties that may well broaden your own definition of family. Bill Johnson is a 40-year-old engineering manager who works on advanced multimedia hardware and software development for Motorola. A graduate of Clarion, he has sold stories to Analog, Asimov's Science Fiction, and elsewhere. Originally from South Dakota, he and his wife and 2 children now live in Illinois. Whether he drinks fish or not, he doesn't say. "I'm sorry to call you at work, Tony," my brother said, "but Sam died about an hour ago." Sweet Jesus, I thought. I could never get time to go see him, and now there's no time left. What have I done? "Was it easy on him? Did he go quick?" I asked. Steve shook his head. "It wasn't good, Tony. They think he fainted or something and fell while he was getting a shirt out of his closet. Probably hit his head against the door frame on his way down. His roommate was out walking with the nurses, and nobody noticed Sam was missing. They found him later. He was unconscious and bleeding." "Damn," I said softly. "Did they take him to the hospital?" Steve shook his head again. "Doctor was there already at the home for someone else, so they put Sam back in his bed and sewed up his head. Then he started to complain about pain in his gut." He looked down and away from the camera. I heard a high-pitched voice and laughter and the sound of little running feet. Elizabeth, fresh from her second birthday party, crawled up in Steve's lap. "Hi, hi, hi," she said in a sing-song voice. She reached up and kissed her daddy, her face and fingers still sticky and speckled with pink icing. "Elizabeth!" Elizabeth's mother, Rose, appeared briefly on screen behind her. She grabbed Elizabeth around the middle and swung her up to rest on one hip, then glanced at me and smiled. She handed Steve a brightly colored paper napkin with Happy Birthday printed on it in fluorescent pink and blue with the other hand. "Elizabeth, Daddy's trying to talk with Uncle Tony," she said. She was a short woman, medium build, with strong arms and blonde hair cut in a shag. She turned quickly to face me. "Hello, Tony. I'm sorry to hear about Sam." She turned back to Elizabeth. "Let's go back to the party, honey. It's time to open presents." "Open presents!" Elizabeth said with enthusiasm. She wiggled off her mother's hip and headed for the kitchen, her mother dragging behind her. Steve brushed crumbs off his clothes and icing off his face and looked up at me. We both smiled. "She gets worse after this," I warned. 2-year-olds are very busy people." "Like she isn't already," Steve said ruefully. "So what happened?" I asked. "Was it his abdominal aorta again?" "Probably, but there's no way to tell without an autopsy, and I don't think we need one of those," Steve said. He took a deep breath and looked away from me. He did not look happy. "Tony, he didn't want to go through the hospital routine again. After his last attack, he put himself on a DNR. DNR. Do not resuscitate. A big red flag written in dry medical language. In ordinary English, it meant the patient was ready to die and wanted to go quickly and easily without massive intervention. I tried to imagine Sam hooked up to monitors and tubes and needles, a thin, frail figure lost among the machines. Sam never lived like that, and it hurt to even imagine him dying that way. DNR was one hell of a better way to go, especially for Sam. "Dissected aorta hurts a little bit," I said with careful understatement. "Like a red-hot charcoal burning in your stomach," Sam told me after his last stay in the hospital. "Like a cramp that never ends and just gets tighter and tighter until it's a digging rat bite that never goes away. They gave him morphine like water, Steve said, as much as he wanted. Did it work? They said it did, Steve said. He sounded doubtful. He was a respiratory therapist at the University of Nebraska hospitals. He knew all about DNRs and aortas and how hard it was to die. There's always a first time for something to work. When's the funeral? I asked. Bob and I are going up to Dakota tomorrow. We've got to deal with the bankers and the lawyers, Steve said with distaste. Funeral will be on Saturday. I thought quickly about work and schedules and how fast I could rearrange my life. Luckily, or unfortunately, I didn't have much of a life to rearrange. Just this once, that was an advantage. How about you fly into Omaha on Thursday and drive up with Rose on Friday morning, Steve said. Rose's sister will come to take care of Elizabeth, but she can't get free until Thursday night. That will also give us 2 cars up there. However you want to do it, little brother. You're in charge on this one, I said. Thanks. I feel so lucky. I'm sorry, Steve. It doesn't seem fair. But I'm a lot closer, and I'm executor of the estate, Steve finished for me. He hesitated. Are you sure you can get away? I watched the news. I've seen you in the background around the alien. I thought about my orders to keep everything confidential, and mentally said, screw it. Steve wasn't in the media, and he knew how to keep his mouth shut. Yeah, I'm on security detail for the ambassador. Can you get away? I mean, we can handle this if you can't. Everybody will understand. I stiffened. Something must have shown on my face because Steve winced slightly. This is family business, Steve. I know what I've got to do. I'll be there. You don't have to worry about me. We'll see you at the house on Friday, then, Steve said. Visitation starts at 3 in Millbank. I killed the call and leaned back in my chair. The holster around my shoulders tugged at me, and I absently took it off and laid it on the desk. I rubbed my shoulders and looked out the window. Spring was well advanced in the district, and the trees were heavy with buds and a few leaves. The cherry trees were in full bloom. I checked the weather forecast for Dakota, sleet mixed with snow, just about what I expected. It could be a full greenhouse summer everywhere else in the country, and Dakota would get a blizzard. Enough delay. I took a deep breath and made the call. Carol, Tony, I need to take a few personal leave days. No, she said. 5 minutes after I called her and got my first no, I was in her office. Not a chance. No way. You're in charge of the security detail for the ambassador. You can take time off later when the negotiations are all over, but not now. I'm sorry, Carol said. I stared at the wall behind and above her. Everything in her office, from the standard-issue metal desk to her green plastic-covered swivel chair to the lead-lined anti-surveillance curtains that tightly covered the windows, was standard government issue. The same government that helped me get the hell out of Dakota, that gave me a career, that told me I was important and gave me a job that was important. I took a deep breath. Then I quit. You'll have my resignation letter in an hour. You can't resign. I just did. Carol stood behind her desk and glared up at me. She was trim and athletic, but she couldn't have weighed more than 130 pounds. She was medium height for a woman, which meant the top of her head came to just below my sternum. In other words, I could have picked her up, tucked her under my arm, and carried her around without any trouble. She scared the hell out of me. You'll give up everything to go to a damn funeral? Carol, he raised my dad. He was the closest thing to a grandfather I had, I pleaded. I understand, she said softly. I really do. I wish you could go. I want you to go. But not now. Not after last Monday. Monday I became a hero, and the memory still hurt. I remembered the sudden feeling I had as I stood next to the ambassador, that it might be better if I moved just half a step to the left. Then the sudden flare of pain, and the way I spun and flailed as the bullet meant for the alien slammed into my impact vest. The ambassador looked down at me, everything seeming to move in slow motion, his face a mask. Then he was buried under a pile of agents as they pushed him to the ground and covered him with their own bodies. The reaction team grabbed the shooter, and interrogation tracked him back to a reactionary group. It was a simple solution. A crazy with a gun was something everyone could understand. And nobody got hurt except for me, and the vest protected me so that all I got was a huge bruise on my chest. The whole incident flashed on the news for maybe a day, and then was quickly forgotten. Everything was tied up nice and neat. Too neat. Where did he get the gun? Where did he get the ID? How did he get so close? What else was going on here? The answers were logical and reasonable, and too damned easy. Carol and I both suspected something more was involved, but there was no proof. Maybe we were too suspicious, but part of our job was to look for a conspiracy in everything. Now I just didn't have the time. Carol, I've got to bury Sam. Your brothers are there, right? They can bury him. You can pay your respects later, she said. She looked away, shook her head, then looked up at me, and her face softened. Tony, he's not going to know you're not there. Life is for the living, and I'm sure he'd want you to do your work first. I'm sure he'd understand. I thought about Sam. First thing you've got to understand is that Flatlanders might look like us, might sound like us, might even be related to us, but they don't think like us, Sam said in his cigarette-rasped voice. I stood next to him in my footed pajamas, my favorite blanket in one hand, my other hand in his, and remembered how tall he looked as I stared up at him and his whisker-studded face. Flatlanders measure themselves as individuals, and they use work as the measuring stick. We are different. To us, family is more important than kin. Kin are more important than line. Line is more important than any outsider. And everything is more important than work. No, I did not think Sam would understand. Damn it, Carol, I'm the oldest, I said, frustrated. How to explain this to someone from the flats? I tried to make myself calm. I'm the eldest in the line now. I've got to be there at the funeral. She looked up at my stubborn face and tried another tack. What if our side needs you in the negotiations? Ambassador Foremost says he owes you a favor. What if we need to use that? I remembered Foremost when he and Carol came to visit me in the examination room after the attack. I remembered his voice, dry as sandpaper and correct as a computer, his head cocked to the side with a nervous manner that always reminded me of the jerky movements of my pet parakeet. The rest of him, however, looked nothing like a bird. He was stockily built, just a few inches taller than Carol, and broad. Underneath the robes and harness I knew he was all muscle and bone, with a protective exoskeleton over his most vulnerable points. He was an omnivore, and the exobiologists claimed he was descended from cursorial hunters, much like early man. He looked more like a wolverine than an ape, but I liked the way he thought. And that was part of the problem when the trader ship found us. Our races were different enough that communication was difficult, and similar enough that we were potential competitors. Potential for war or peace, trade or conflict. We seemed to be more advanced in some technologies that they wanted, but they never let us forget that they found us, not the other way around. And with a starship in orbit that could reach any place on Earth, they held the high ground. Our weapons might be better, but we had no way to get them up and on target. Our boosters were too weak, and the traders routinely destroyed anything that came near their ship, and might even remotely be considered a threat to it. The traders, on the other hand, could drop asteroids on us from space, but asteroid strikes were not going to help them understand our genetic engineering technology, or get the humans rumor said they wanted to bring on board to join their crew. So we exchanged ambassadors and started to negotiate, and negotiate, and negotiate. Where you suffer, I suffer, Foremost told me in the hospital. He held my hand and looked closely into my eyes. In my line, your name is now written. Carol looked puzzled, but what the ambassador said made perfect sense to me. It did not make me happy, but I understood it. I wondered what obligations went with his line. I thought briefly of rejecting him, but I did not know how he would react. Safer to say yes. Really? A small voice inside me said. Are you sure about this? I thought carefully. "I accept," I said. "What I have to tell you, though, is that in my line your name is not written." He hesitated, then bowed his head. "I understand and accept this. Perhaps one day I will earn the right to write my name in your line." I relaxed just a little. One part down, and no threats of war. "But I'll make sure you're associated with my line as long as you're here, and my guest," I said. He looked up, his eyes as black and hard and dead as a shark's. I tried to read his expression in his face, but he was too unfamiliar, too different. "I accept," he said. He stood and left the hospital room. I watched him as he left, his robe tight around his body. Now I was part of his line, and he was associated with mine. As long as he was on Earth, he could claim protection and assistance from me and mine. I hoped to hell he did not understand what I had just done for him, and I hoped I never had to find out what he had done for me. That conversation was a week old, and that week seemed like a century ago. A week ago Sam was alive, and I was free to live any way I wanted, without responsibility. Now I had a different set of problems, and foremost was not in them. Now my problem was Sam, and all the changes that Sam's death made to my life. I shook my head to clear it of memories, and looked up at Carol. "It's not that kind of a favor," I said. "Any personal business Foremost and I have is just that, personal business. Nothing I can say or do will have any effect on the negotiations." "But—" "No," I said, and cut her off. I stood. "I'm going to the funeral, Carol. You'll have my resignation letter in an hour." I flew into Omaha the next day. Rose, with Elizabeth propped on one hip, met me at the airport. When Rose saw me, she put Elizabeth down and waved to me. I hurried to them and got a quick hug from Rose and a big sloppy kiss on the cheek from Elizabeth. "Would you like to fly, Elizabeth?" I asked. "No," she said firmly. She hid her face in her mother's skirt, then peeked an eye out at me and smiled. "Just a little bit," I coaxed. "Oh, Tony," Rose said. "Here?" "Here," I said firmly. I picked Elizabeth up under her arms and swung her through the air, feet flying wildly, oblivious to the stares of the other passengers, just because I missed her. She laughed and giggled and threw her head back. Rose just smiled and shook her head, while Elizabeth's hair swirled and flowed behind her. "If you're done now," Rose said, when I put Elizabeth back on the ground. Elizabeth tried to walk in a straight line, and instead staggered from side to side like a drunken sailor, dizzy from her flight. She laughed and laughed until I scooped her up and put her on my shoulders. She grabbed my ears to use as steering handles. "I'm ready now," I told Rose. I liked Omaha, and I liked Steve's house. It was a ranch style, built into the side of a hill, so the basement was more like a first floor. He lived in a neighborhood on the far west side of Omaha, out where new subdivisions sprouted like wildflowers, and cornfields fought a losing battle against construction bulldozers. Elizabeth took me by the hand and walked me around inside and outside the house to show me her flowers and her toys. Rose walked next to me and worried. "I saw you get shot on the news," she said, and everything about her changed with those words. Rose, my sister-in-law, vanished, and suddenly she was Rose the nurse, and I was a patient. She subtly moved back a step to look at all of me, then stepped in closer to focus on my chest, where the bullet struck. I wondered how she did the transition so quickly. "Are you all right?" "They checked me out at Walter Reed," I reassured her. "I'm fine." "And the ambassador?" "Not a scratch on him." "You're not there with him now, Tony." I checked out the tulips that Elizabeth pointed out to me. There were red flowers and white flowers, and buds that had not yet opened. "Security is with him all the time," I said. "I was just one more agent." Rose walked away from us a few steps. Elizabeth saw a monarch butterfly and raced off to chase it. I saw the butterfly was in no danger, so I went after Rose. We stood for a moment in the backyard and looked across the fence toward the fields. Next year they might sprout houses, but this year they still followed older rhythms. Furrows, newly plowed and rich with the stubble left over from last year's harvesting, waited for corn planting. The soil was black and ready, thick with the morning dew and last weekend's rain. "Do you think things always get better, Tony?" she asked. I did not think she was talking about the cornfield. "No," I said after a moment. "Things don't always get better. They may get better or they may get worse, but it's not an always kind of thing. The only thing that is always is change. Sometimes things change on a regular cycle, like the planting and the growing and the harvesting and the fallowing. Sometimes they change on a bigger cycle, and the smaller cycles change with them or are destroyed. Whether it's good or bad depends on where you stand and what you care about." "I don't like change, Tony," she said. "Everything I love is in those smaller cycles, the regular ones. I don't know anything about the bigger cycles, except that they might crush what I love." "I know," I said awkwardly. She turned away from the fields to face me, her arms folded across her chest. She looked down at the ground, then turned her head and looked out across the fields. "We got rid of the bombs down here. Things finally looked safe for little girls to grow up. Then the traitors arrive," she said bitterly. "I couldn't stand it if anything happened to her." I hugged her gently. I wanted to tell her everything was going to be all right, but I kept my mouth shut and watched Elizabeth chase butterflies. Finally, Rose reached up and patted my hand. "Let's get inside. We've got a long ride tomorrow." Rose never went to the north with Steve when he went up to Dakota to fish and hunt and visit Sam. Instead, she stayed down south in Nebraska and Iowa and worked or visited her folks. This time she had to go north. Margaret, Rose's unmarried sister, came to stay with Elizabeth while we were gone. As far as Elizabeth was concerned, she had two mamas. Margaret loved the idea, and Rose was always more relaxed when Margaret was in charge instead of a daycare center. We settled Elizabeth with Margaret, said all our goodbyes, left all the emergency numbers, and drove north. The interstate highway was on the Iowa side of the Missouri. I drove and Rose navigated as we followed the flat ribbon of gray concrete, 2 lanes wide in each direction, a man-made river of traffic. The river itself was out of sight on our left most of the time, and the Loess Hills, huge mounds of wind-blown dirt, rose up like miniature Rocky Mountains on our right. Gradually the hills arched away to the east and out of sight. The Missouri curled back into view just as the smell hit us. Rose quickly rolled up the windows as we passed the mountain of manure from the Sioux City stockyards, and the giant billboard that declared this golden mountain represents millions to the Siouxland economy. North of downtown we passed over massive housing developments that rolled far to the east and west, like grass over a prairie. Neatly edged lawns and streets laid out in geometrically perfect curves and loops and cul-de-sacs spread out around us like some enormous geometrical poster child. We crossed into South Dakota over the Big Sioux River and past the computer factories that hugged the Dakota side of the river. The factories were there because the corporate taxes were lower in Dakota, but the schools and the services and everything else were better in Iowa. So the houses and the people lived south of the Sioux, and the work stayed in Dakota. Somehow I was not surprised. As we headed north, as the trees got fewer and fewer and smaller and more twisted and gnarled by the wind, Rose got quieter and quieter. She was an Iowa farm girl at heart, even if she was an expert transplant nurse, and she knew how a farm ought to be run, nice and tidy. When she saw the fields had no fences, that the animals basically had nothing to stop them from coming across the roads, she had nothing to say. The exit off the main road was marked by a stop sign and a small truck stop that had seen better days. It looked lost and forlorn in the icy drizzle, and there was no sign of life except for a neon sign that sporadically blinked an advertisement for a cheap local beer. We turned right down a small 2-lane blacktop road. I pointed across the brown cattails of a marsh to a copse of trees on the horizon. "Summit," I said. Summit had a population sign, a small metal rectangle with the town name and the population at the turn off the main road. The sign read 277. Now it was 276. We turned down Main Street, the only paved road in town, turned left at the pool hall, slid down gravel and clay roads for 2 blocks, then turned left again. Sam's house was a tiny white 2-story A-frame. The green roof was speckled with black rectangles where shingles had blown free. The exterior was leafed metal siding, smeared with rust marks where the builder used cheap, ungalvanized nails. My brothers were inside. We saw their cars parked outside on the lawn, next to the smoking, burning barrels where they were burning trash from Sam's house. The air was thick and humid with freezing rain and smoke. I pushed open the door to Sam's house, and we entered through the mudroom. We opened the door to the kitchen, and a wave of heat and dust slapped us in the face. We went inside, and the dust started us both coughing. My brother Bob sat in a big, overstuffed chair under a window. The curtain was drawn tight across the window. He looked up at us and smiled through his big, black beard as Rose sneezed. "Just think of all them skin cells from Sam and Laverne. Thousands and millions and billions of them," Bob said. We coughed, and he smiled again. "Wish we could open a window for you, but it's too cold outside." In D.C., in Nebraska, hell, even in the rest of South Dakota, it was spring. Here, 2,000 feet above sea level, on the highest spot between the Missouri and the Mississippi rivers, it was still winter. Outside we heard a noise. Whirr! "Oh, no," Steve said. He stood next to the kitchen counter with a bottle of beer in his hand. "Not him again." Bob grinned. I closed my eyes and prayed. Around me I felt Dakota settle lightly, the first layer, and grasp me firmly. Rose stepped next to her husband, a little speck next to a giant. Steve, just as tall as me and even bigger, just shook his head and put on a long-suffering expression. Rose watched all 3 of us and looked puzzled. "Roar!" "Again," Steve said, resignation thick in his voice. Bob grinned again, but this time it was strained. I looked around and tried to figure out how I could get out of the house quickly, without my brothers taking vengeance later for leaving them like a coward. There was only one door out, and it was too late. Silence. "What's going on?" Rose asked in a whisper. She looked nervous and pulled a little closer to Steve. I shook my head, and Steve squeezed his eyes shut, made a face, and opened them again. Bob slumped deeper in his overstuffed chair. A perfunctory knock at the door, and we heard it swing open, and Indian stepped inside. He was medium height, with long, greasy black hair pulled into a tail. His skin was coppery brown, and his eyes were black and glassy. He wore a green combat jacket, torn and stained with grease, and a pair of jeans. "How you doing?" "Fine, Indian," Bob said. He gestured vaguely toward the outside, glanced at Rose, and grinned. "Got your town car outside?" "Yep, yeah, I do," he said, his voice deep and hoarse, chopped off, as if each syllable came from the edge of an axe. "Not the country car?" "Nope. No, that one I'm still working on." "Yep, yeah, I got that by the house up on some blocks," he said. He laughed, a deep, throaty noise. "You know, Sam was a good friend of mine, my buddy. He leave me anything in the will?" "We don't know," Steve said. He knew. He was executor of the will, but he did not want to talk with Indian, particularly when Indian was drunk. "You'll have to ask the lawyer." "Yep, yeah, Sam was my buddy," he said. He reached in his pocket and pulled out a cigarette. He carefully straightened it out, but it still flopped down, almost broken through halfway down the white paper. He looked around vaguely, saw me, and looked up. "You are one big bastard, aren't you?" "Hello, Indian," I said resignedly. He smiled and coughed. Mind if I make some fire? Mind if I smoke?" he asked. He ignored us, the question just a formality, and lit up. Bob stopped smiling. "We don't have any ashtrays, Indian," he said sharply. Indian waved his hand through the smoke and waved off Bob's irritation the same way. "No problem," he said. He reached in his jacket pocket and pulled out a green cotton work glove, stained black and hard with oil and grease. He put it on his left hand and dropped ash into it. "Yep, yeah, Sam was my buddy. He leave me anything in his will?" Steve looked irritated. Bob closed his eyes. Rose pulled on my sleeve, and I leaned down next to her. "He's wearing nail polish on his fingernails. Pink nail polish. And he's got live .22 shells sewn on the outside of his jacket. Why is he doing that?" I shrugged and stood straight. Indian finished his cigarette and put the still glowing butt into the back pocket of his jeans. He carefully gathered all the ash in his hand into a neat pile, then brushed his hands together and scattered the ash all over the floor. Bob stood. He was well over 6 feet and 200 pounds, and all of it muscle. Steve and I made Bob look short. The three of us formed up next to Indian and made a living wall. Rose huddled behind us. Indian looked up, his eyes bleary. "Yep, yeah, Sam was my friend." "We know, Indian, we know." He stepped back. We stepped forward. Without any contact, we did a slow dance to move him toward the door and out of the house. "So, you and Teddy Wofford been running any races lately with your town cars?" Bob asked. He tried to keep Indian's mind occupied while we got him out of the house. "Hell no, Teddy's golf cart can't keep up with me," Indian said. He laughed. 2 more steps closer to the door. "He's too damn slow." "You take the blade off your town car, Indian?" I asked. 2 more steps. "Yep, yeah, I had to," Indian said. He laughed again, his voice deep and thick with mucus. "Too much rock going into windows. Had to take it off." "You go faster with the blade off?" "Slower. Don't know why. Maybe I'll put it back if Teddy gets a fresh charge in his cart." Finally, the door. "Yep, yeah, Sam was my buddy," Indian said. He looked up at us again. "You think he left me anything in his will?" "Goodbye, Indian." He pushed through the door and went outside, back into what was now a mix of freezing rain and snow. Rose watched through the window as Indian got on his town car and pulled the starter cord. Roar! He drove off down the gravel road. "That's a riding lawnmower," Rose said flatly. Bob grinned. "Oh, no, that's Indian's town car." Indian slid out of sight around a corner and past a stand of trees. The engine sound dwindled. The phone rang. I picked it up, and it was Indian. "Hey, big bastard, I forgot to tell you something," he said, his voice barely audible above the roar of his engine and the crackle of cellular phone static. "There's something asking for you in the pool hall." "Something? What's something?" "Damned if I know what it is, but it's not part of any summit line, and the boys and girls got a little liquor in 'em. Whatever that thing is, if you want it to stay in one piece, you might want to get on down there." "Jesus, Indian, thanks for telling me right away," I said sarcastically. Now I was angry. "We don't need any trouble with someone from the flats who got up here by accident. You get yourself in there and tell everyone to calm down. I'm coming straight down." "What if the stranger isn't from our line?" "Then tell everyone that as far as I'm concerned, that stranger is associated until I get down there. And if the stranger gets hurt before I get there, then someone else is going to get hurt after I get there. Got it?" "Done," he said. "Don't take long." The phone went dead. Sam's pool hall faced on Main Street, directly across from the bank, in what I always thought of as some kind of weird commentary on the divine and profane of commerce. A blue and red neon hams sign flashed in the window. I stepped up onto the landing, gave my boots a quick pass on the metal edge of the mud scraper to knock off the worst of the mud, and opened the door. Memories hit me like a sledgehammer. Along the right wall were a dozen heavy oak chairs with high backs and broad armrests, like a king's throne. The wood was dark, almost black, and worn to fit by 50 years of use. The chairs were chained firmly together and then bolted to the wall so no one could take them down and use them in a fight. They smelled of stale beer and moonshine and furniture polish. Pink sawdust was scattered across the floor and piled up a couple of inches deep against the feet of the 2 pool tables that dominated the center of the room. There they squatted, the leather cups worn and cracked, the green felt tight and shiny, one in line behind the other down the middle of the room. A single lamp with cheap imitation Tiffany glass and a huge light bulb hung over each table. Wire with scoring discs strung along it like beads on a necklace stretched taut high in the air above and across each table. The only way to move the discs was to reach up and push them with a pool cue. The rack with the pool cues and the stretcher and the spare set of balls was tucked behind the bar, out of reach of anyone in search of a quick weapon to settle an argument. The bar was Sam's pride and joy. It was 30 straight feet of dark wood that looked like it was carved out of a single tree trunk. A brass step rod, always polished until it shone, ran along the bottom of the bar. A wall-length mirror, the bottom obscured by rows of half-full liquor bottles, covered the left wall itself. Chuck stood behind the bar. He'd worked for Sam as a bartender as far back as I could remember, and he never seemed to get any older. Now he held a skull-knocker club as shiny and polished as his bald head, and faced the rear of the pool hall with a bored look on his face. When the door opened and I came in, he glanced at me briefly, and then pointed with his chin toward the rear of the pool hall. Indian was in the back at a table, a long-neck beer in his hand and a smile on his face. When he saw me, he wiped the smile off and tried to look serious. Foremost faced 3 drunks, 2 men and a woman. He was in a low crouch, his cowl pushed back, his snout forward, his hands relaxed and up. As I watched him, I saw his claws flicker in and out. The drunk woman held a knife, some kind of a slip blade, in her right hand. As I watched, she pulled a feint, flipped the knife into her left hand, and slashed. Foremost caught the blade in his robe, whipped it away almost contemptuously, and struck her quickly on the shoulder. She spun around, staggered, and kept her footing. She got a stubborn look on her face, glanced around quickly, and started for Indian's bottle. He got a protective look on his face and began to push his chair back, away from her. "No way, Dove," he said. He held the bottle away from her. "No breaking bottles in the pool hall. You know Sam's rules. You can't use this anyway. I'm not done with it. No way." "What the hell is going on here?" I shouted in my best parade sergeant voice. Everyone froze. I reached over the bar, took Chuck's club, and tapped it lightly in my hand as I walked to the end of the bar. Indian quickly stood and arranged himself behind me. Dove and the other 2 drunks looked up at me and said nothing. Foremost straightened out of his crouch and stood silently. "Chuck," I shouted, my eyes locked on Dove's. "Give my friends here a beer." 3 beers later, I had Dove and her friends sitting down at a table. Another round later, including one for Indian and one for me, and a creme de menthe for Foremost, and we were all best friends. "Hell, we never knew he was with you, Tony," Dove said. She spilled half the beer down her throat and half down her chin. She wiped her lips with her sleeve. I motioned to Chuck to bring her another beer. "We just thought he didn't look like he was part of a line. We thought we'd have a little fun with him." "Well, you were right," I told Dove soothingly. "It's important to watch for things like that, just in case Flatlanders show up. And he's not part of my line, but he's associated." "If he's associated, that's all right," Dove said, her head bobbing. "If he's good enough for you, he's good enough for us." "Now, I appreciate that, Dove. I'm touched, really touched. So I'm going to tell Chuck to keep bringing you beer," I said. I stood and motioned Indian and Foremost to stand also. "Just for tonight, mind you, but all you can drink tonight." We moved to the little office in the back of the bar to the accompaniment of cheers from Dove and her friends. Once inside, I dropped into the green, fake leather chair behind the desk. Foremost took the guest chair, a high-backed wood job with a dirty white padded seat, and Indian stood. Indian, get the word out that Foremost here," I motioned to the alien, "is associated. I don't want any more accidents with people like Dove. Once is an accident, and I can understand that. Twice is deliberate, and I'll consider that an attack on the line. Understand?" "Got it, Tony. I'll get the word out. He's associated, and you want him left alone," Indian said. I nodded. "And I want him protected while he's here," I said. "I want you to do that job yourself." Indian looked down at his half-empty beer bottle. Something almost like shame seemed to flicker across his face. "Maybe I'm not the best one for that, Tony. I'm not sure I'm everything I used to be," he said slowly. "I'm not asking you, Indian. I'm telling you. You need some food and some sleep. Get a Polish and some decaf from Chuck to take home. You look like hell." He opened the door to leave. I hesitated. "You did good tonight, Indian. Just like the old days." "Yeah?" he asked, and his face brightened. "Yeah." He shut the door behind him and carried his new smile with him. I turned back to Foremost. "Jesus, you're one hell of a lot of trouble." "It's good to see you again also," Foremost said, his voice deep and ragged. I sighed and shook my head. "What are you doing here, Ambassador?" "I've come here for protection. Someone has tried to kill me." I almost laughed at that, thinking about Dove, then realized he was serious. "Ambassador." "Foremost," he said. "Call me Foremost." "Foremost," I continued, after a pause. "We caught the shooter from the capital and rolled up his network. Right now that's probably the safest—" "You don't understand," he interrupted. "I'm not talking about the attempt on Earth. Someone tried to kill me on the ship." The ship was a huge cylinder, bigger than Ceres, and massed less than if it was made out of water. This told us it was hollow. How many billions lived inside? No one knew. No human had ever been aboard. All I knew was that it covered too many stars in the night sky and scared the hell out of me. "After the last negotiation session in New York, I went back to the ship," Foremost said. He drank from a fresh creme de menthe I got him at the bar, while I nursed a scotch. "The life support system on my skimmer failed as I came out of the atmosphere into space. I tried to call for help, but my communications system was also broken. The temperature in the skimmer began to rise rapidly, and without life support I had no way to get rid of the heat," he said. He sipped at his drink. "Neither of these accidents has ever happened in my memory, and I am old enough to remember the last time the ship found an intelligent race that lived on a planet. Now, suddenly, both of these systems fail, at the same time, against my particular skimmer, at just the worst possible moment. I believe the universe is perverse and all luck is bad, but in this case even I doubt chaos and suspect causality." "You're still alive," I pointed out. "I ejected. A secret precaution I put in place before the negotiations began." "Just in case we weren't friendly," I said grimly. "I am old," Foremost said. "Much, much older than you. I didn't get that way by accident." The windows in the office rattled in the wind, and I glanced outside. The rain and ice had stopped falling, and the temperature seemed to be at least a few degrees above freezing. The clouds were still there, low and gray, but they were lighter now, thinner. Somewhere above them the sun waited. "Why are you here?" "Before I left for the ship, I asked about you, and was told about your resignation. Agent Carroll also told me where the funeral would occur, so I could send an appropriate memorial. I had the location with me, and I coded it into my lifeboat. The computer did the rest." I shook my head. "No, Foremost, I don't want to know how you got here. I want to know why you got here," I said. "Carroll would throw a security blanket over you like you never dreamed of if you just ask her. Me, I can't even keep you out of a knife fight in the bar." He finished his drink and put it aside. "After the shooting, I declared you part of my line. You accepted that, and carefully told me I was not part of your line, but that as long as I was here, I was associated with your line and under your protection," he said. He spread his arms wide. Where else would I be safer than with you? Damn all lines, I thought. Damn all governments. And damn my big mouth. Why would someone from the ship want to kill you? I asked. Foremost stood and walked to the window. The building next door to the pool hall was a feed store, and Claire bred bulldogs in a run behind her place. When we were kids, we played with the animals and helped clean them in their run. They were big, stupid, friendly dogs, with oversized paws and ears and the ugliest faces we ever saw. They climbed on us and pulled our clothes for attention, and generally proved out the stereotype of the bulldog puppy. Claire paid us in quarters, but we loved the dogs, and we worked for candy when she was low on cash. Once, Steve and a runt got to be special friends. The two of them were constantly with each other, even to the point where he sneaked the dog out of the run when Claire was not looking. Then one day Steve came to see his friend, and he was gone, sold. Claire tried to explain that she was sorry. It was a business to her, but he never understood. Finally, she gave him extra candy and quarters, and he ran all the way home, his face streaked with tears. He gave everything to Bob and me, and never went back to Claire's again. "Mine is not the only race on the ship," Foremost said, "and mine is not the only line in my race. Every time we find a new planet with something we want, some groups on board the ship prosper, and others lose. Overall, the ship gains, but that doesn't make it any easier for the groups that lose." This time the potential gains are bigger than usual, I guessed. So the losses will also be bigger than usual. "You understand," Foremost said. "So what are you going to do?" He stood back from the window, which made the bodyguard part of me relax, and went back to his chair. "I have a new proposal from your people," he said, "and I have a funeral to go to. I will think about one and attend the other." "I'll call Carol," I said automatically. Then I stopped. "Who knows you're here?" I asked. "I don't know," he said. "No one yet. By now my people will have found the empty skimmer and the message with my suspicions I left behind. The search will be on for me or my body." I finished the scotch. "I have to bury Sam," I said stubbornly. "If I call Carol, we'll have Flatlanders on us like a blanket." "Ship people as well," Foremost added. "Both my friends and those who tried to kill me." The windows rattled to a fresh gust of wind, and I heard the scattered pebble sound of freezing rain against the glass. "Did you bring any funeral clothes?" When we were young, before Steve was born, my family lived in Sam's house. Downstairs was the kitchen, the bathroom, the living room, and Sam and Laverne's bedroom. Upstairs were 2 tiny bedrooms. I remembered the stairs as tall and hard to climb, and for once a childhood memory was accurate. The stairs were steep, almost like a ladder, but Foremost scrambled up them quickly. I moved more slowly, my head down so I did not hit it on the doorways or the ceiling. Foremost used the bedroom on the right. The bedroom on the left was completely filled with a huge, silvery outdoor TV antenna. Foremost paused and looked at it. "Communications?" "Entertainment," I said. "Reception only." "Wouldn't it work better on top of the house?" Foremost asked. "Sam liked it right here where he could touch it," I said. Steve and Rose slept in the downstairs bedroom. Bob camped out in the kitchen. Foremost used the upstairs, and I was down on the couch in the living room. The next morning we were up and moving at dawn. Steve made everyone a breakfast of scrambled eggs with American cheese, thick bacon, and bagels. Foremost discreetly tested everything for allergens, then took a dry bagel to eat with his field rations. Bob finished his plate, pushed it back, and glanced at Foremost. "So, what do we do today?" he asked. I finished my orange juice and put my plate by the sink. Steve got himself seconds from the skillet, while Rose nursed a cup of coffee. "Today we bury Sam," I said. "We know that," Bob said impatiently. "Are you going to go get the E-step token?" "I don't have much choice, do I?" I asked. Bob shrugged and looked at Foremost again. "Always got choices. Might not like them, but always got choices," Bob said. "Token should be at the burial. Token always watches the eldest get buried before it gets passed on to the new eldest." "We'll go to Ole's house and pick it up," I decided. "If someone does come looking for the ambassador, they'll come here first. We might as well be somewhere else." Bob grinned. "What will Ole think about your friend?" Steve snorted. "Ole probably won't notice anything different from normal when you two show up," he said, disgusted. "Ole's not so bad," I said, defensively. Bob and Steve both stared at me, then smiled. Bob pushed away from the table and stood. "We'll get everything ready at this end. Be at the cemetery a few minutes early," Bob said. I nodded and motioned for Foremost to follow me. As we got to the mudroom, Bob tapped me on the shoulder. "Steve and I'll talk to the boys and girls," he said in a low voice. "We'll have eyes out to see if any strangers are in town." "The cemetery is an awfully lonely place. Lots of open country, except on the side with the woods," I said. "Easy to hide in them woods," Bob agreed. "Or on a hilltop in the corn stubble." "You'll take care of it?" "Done." Foremost and I took the car that Rose and I used to drive up to Summit. It was another dark, rainy day, perfect for a funeral, and I still dialed down the tint on the windows to make it even harder for someone outside to see inside. We turned right on the road, then left. We drove silently in the barren hills south of town, past fields used only as pasture that grew only a bumper crop of rock. The rock reminded me of Washington. I remembered a party in Georgetown at one of the ever-so-discreet townhouses near the university. In the back, behind all the security doors and the antique furniture and more pretentious people than I could suddenly stand, was a tiny courtyard. I fled there with my scotch to escape a too-aggressive bureaucrat's daughter. There I found the rock. Nothing special, just a small gray boulder about twice the size of a basketball, flecked with black and silver. It was tucked next to a dwarf willow beside a pool. Spray from a small waterfall moistened the rock, already tumbled and smoothed by the glacier that created it. I ran my hands over it and suddenly realized I was homesick. Now we drove past uncounted fortunes of that kind of decorative rock, poking out of the fields, plowed into piles, pushed into heaps to get them out of the way. I glanced at everything around me, at the rain and the wetlands and the bare hills and the rock, and smiled. This was where that rock belonged, not in some little decorative garden, and maybe it was not the only thing that belonged here. We crossed a ridge line and stopped on top. I put the car in park and started to get out of it. Foremost began to get out also. I reached over and touched him. "You stay inside," I said. "This will only take a minute." I stood on the ridge, silhouetted against the gray sky, for several minutes. Summit Lake used to be a field like any of 1,000 fields in the old tribal lands. One day, as Sam told me, some fool woke up and thought he was in Iowa, not Dakota, and decided to try to plow good buffalo land. Instead of a neat, clean furrow through dirt, he hit a rock. When he pulled the boulder off, he found it was a caprock over a spring. Now Summit Lake filled the entire bowl, probably 3 or 4 square miles in area, with only a few scraggly trees to break the rolling, grass-covered hills. And it showed on no maps, not county or state or federal. You knew where it was, and you found it, or you were a flatlander, and then what the hell were you doing here anyway? Satisfied that Ole had plenty of time to see who it was, I got back in the car and headed off down the track to his shack next to the concrete boat landing. Ole was outside on a bench tucked next to his house. He looked up when the car stopped, a knife and a piece of wood in his hands. "He is a sculptor?" Foremost asked. I shook my head and pointed to the pile of wood shavings on the ground around Ole. "He just likes to cut wood. He takes a big piece and makes it into a lot of little pieces. Then he starts over again with another big piece." "Why?" Foremost asked. I took a deep breath. I was impatient to get this over, and unhappy about any time we spent out in the open where more people could see Foremost. "Ole used to be the best carver in this part of the state," I said. "I swear, magic used to flow out of his knife. Now he's got some bad arthritis, and his fingers don't work so well. The magic still flows in him, but only in his mind. So he cuts the wood to remember, and he still sees the final carvings in his mind." "And the rest of us only see the shavings," Foremost said. "That's our problem, not his," I said briskly. "Maybe we just don't know how to look right. Anyway, let's go. We don't have that much time." We got out of the car and walked over to Ole. He looked at me, then Foremost, then back to me, then back to his wood. The bench was an old driftwood tree trunk, gray and worn and twisted, roughly knocked with an axe into a flat surface. Ole propped the wood up on 2 old black plastic bait buckets to get it off the ground. I sat on one side of Ole and motioned Foremost to sit on the other side. We sat silently for a moment and stared out at the dark water. Summit Lake was like a map if you knew how to read it. Small, sloped waves, deceptively soft, in the middle where the water was deepest. Taller, thinner waves with white froth tops and green water, almost as transparent as glass, near the shore and the underwater slope. The fish that lived in the lake preferred different kinds of water and cover. A good fisherman could look at the lake, at the waves and color, and draw a mental map of what the bottom looked like. A good fisherman knew that walleye liked this kind of water, northern pike liked that kind. Bullheads swarmed over the points, and bass liked the sections where the branches of dead trees, flooded out years ago, poked through the surface. Sam claimed the world was like a lake, and the people in it like fish. Most people went through their lives without much understanding of what was really going on. Only a few people could stand outside the world and actually see it and make sense out of it. He claimed Ole was one of the best of these. Tradition said I had to talk first when I met Ole. "So how's the fishing been, Ole?" He took a cut with his knife, and a curl of wood peeled onto the ground. "Been worse?" "Been better," he said. "Yeah," I said. "I can see that." "You came back for Sam," Ole said. Another curl of wood joined the pile on the ground. "Some people said you wouldn't come back. Some people said you were gone from the line, said you didn't even want to be associated anymore." "They can say it," I said. "People can say anything they want. But I'm back." Ole was older than Sam, so old that even his grandchildren were older than the brothers and I. His teeth were blackened and mostly missing, his hair thin, and the leathery scalp covered with brown age spots. But his eyes were sharp, and it was said that nothing happened in Summit he did not know. "You brought a Flatlander to the funeral," Ole said. "Steve's wife, Rose," I said. "He's got a little girl now." "Steve's got a baby," Ole said. He shook his head. "He was such a funny-looking little guy. Looked just like a duck. And now he's got a baby of his own. Funny." I tried to imagine Steve, closer to 7 foot than 6, strong enough to break ribs as part of his job as a respiratory therapist, as a baby who looked like a duck. I smiled to myself. "This is Foremost," I said. "He's from upstairs." Ole nodded. "Word came around," he said. "He's associated?" I gave him my word. "With Sam gone, you can do that," Ole said. He looked up at me. "I heard how you handled Dove last night." "Dove and the boys were just having some fun," I said uneasily. "You did it right," Ole reassured me. He took a final cut at the wood, looked at it critically, then folded the clasp knife and put it in his pocket. He stood and turned to Foremost. "You come with a good recommendation," he said, and jerked his head back over his shoulder toward me. "I try to do my best," Foremost said. "He's good people," Ole said. He stared hard at Foremost. "Don't mess him up." Ole turned and walked with a firm, clean step to his shack. Foremost and I stood and waited. Ole was back in a minute. In one hand he carried a bundle about a foot long, wrapped in an oilcloth and tied with a piece of rawhide. In the other hand he carried a mason jar. He handed the package to me and unscrewed the jar with the other. "Limbo came by this morning," Ole told me. "Said he found some tracks that he'd never seen before around his place. They looked like boot tracks, but not any kind of boot he's ever seen." We all looked down at Foremost's feet. His boots were as wide as they were long, with 3 large bulges where a human had toes. There was no way to ever confuse his feet with one of ours. "He found the tracks all around some kind of metal torpedo that someone had hidden in the brush," Ole said. "Limbo said there was writing on the outside of the metal, but he couldn't read any of it." "I hid my escape pod after I landed. I hope I did not hurt anything on his farm," Foremost said. "And then you just walked west into town?" I asked. "South," he corrected me. "My garment has some camouflage capabilities, and my people are quite good at moving without being seen." Ole looked at me and smiled, a thin slash across his face. Limbo's farm was east of town, so either Foremost lied when he said he walked south into Summit, or someone else was now prowling around town. The lie was too easy to check if we looked in the brush north of town for another ship, so I had to assume we had another visitor. "Sounds like we need a drink," Ole said. He reached in the jar, fished around with his fingers, and pulled out the complete skeleton of a fish, head and all. He tossed this on the ground, then tipped the jar to his lips and took a deep drink, so that his Adam's apple moved up and down like a piston. He wiped his lips and handed the jar to me. The jar was old, tired glass, heavily decorated with curlicues and fancy writing. Inside I saw clear liquid on top, and on the bottom a white sludge of particles that danced and flickered with oily, reflected light. The smell, a mixture of fish, spices, pickle juice, and pure alcohol, was enough to make my eyes water. I took a small sip. The sludge was smooth and silky, with a hint of cinnamon and bay on top of the full fish taste. Northern pike, I guessed. Then the vinegar cut through and seemed to slice my mouth open. Finally, the alcohol seemed to lift off the top of my head and let the cool breeze swirl around inside. I handed the jar to Ole. He handed it to Foremost. He looked at the jar, puzzled, and touched it with his allergen analyzer. He stared hard at the display, as if he couldn't believe the results, then tucked the analyzer away. He held the jar in his long, leathery fingers and took a hesitant sip. He closed his eyes while Ole smiled at him. He opened his eyes and handed the jar to Ole. "Good," he said, his voice raspy and hoarse. "Very good indeed. This is how you preserve the fish you catch?" "Ole doesn't fish," I corrected. "People bring him fish they catch and don't want." I turned to Ole. "Who's got the still now? I don't recognize the taste of the moonshine." "You asking as a government man or as one of us?" Ole said. "I'm asking as me," I answered. "Government man resigned his job to come to the funeral." Ole nodded and looked approving. Not many people around Summit had much love for the government. I lost a lot of respect when I went to Washington. The first time I got shot, I gained most of it back, but it was an expensive way to put credit in that account. "That batch of shine is from Flipper's new still," Ole said. He looked at the jar critically. "I canned that jar a couple of years ago. Just took it out to see how it's aging." "Not bad," I said. "But not quite ripe yet, either," Ole grumbled. "That boy keeps doing fancy things to the old recipe for grain. He just can't leave well enough alone. Makes it hard to can a decent fish when you don't know what the shine is going to taste like. These things have to match up just right." "Sometimes change is good," I said. "Don't you start up on me," Ole warned. "Change happens fast enough without rushing it." "What about Sam?" Foremost asked. "Did he fish?" "Sam? Oh, he put his lines out for all sorts of things. Yes, he was a great fisherman. He caught fish all the time, but he never wanted to eat them. He just liked catching them and making them do what he wanted," Ole said, and grinned. "Kind of like what he did with people. He had his lines out for them, just like he did for fish. Never sure what he was going to catch, but always interested. Me, I'm different. I don't like catching the fish, but I like to take care of them afterward. Same with people. Sam and me, we were like both sides of the mirror, the face that looks in and the face that looks back. The world is like the lake, and Sam and Ole sit on the shore and talk and laugh and watch the water. I put a fish in a jar, add shine, spices, and just a little pickle juice. Then I let it rest for a few years. Makes it easier for me to eat with my gums, Ole said, and smiled to expose his lack of teeth again. There are people on the ship who would pay you much for that single jar, Foremost said. I'm always willing to talk about money, Ole said. He handed the jar back to Foremost. Have another sip and let's talk. I left them alone for the moment and took the oilcloth package back to the car. Once there, I gently untied the rawhide and unfolded the material. The E-step token was 2 pieces of bone, speckled black with age. They looked like the thigh bones of some animal, bigger than a rabbit, smaller than a deer, but nothing I immediately recognized. I touched the bones, ran my finger up and down them, felt the smooth surface with its little pits and whorls, then tied the bundle together again and placed it carefully in the back seat. Sam never talked much about the token of our line, just enough to let me know it was important. Once a year, at Orville Knob's Nutfest, the big party just before New Year's Eve, the token was carefully laid out on a table set with a brilliant white tablecloth. The table was always tucked into a far corner of the room, unobtrusive but visible. I sat next to Sam all night one year, and brought him food and beer, and listened and watched. I saw members of the line sidle up to the table and look down at the token. Sam waited a moment, then leaned forward and spoke a few quiet words with the person. They would listen and nod and smile, or speak quietly about some problem they couldn't solve. Then they put a few dollars on the table next to the token and walked away. When they left, I took the money and put it into the strong box under Sam's chair. I knew that in the next few days Sam would work on the person's problem. It might get solved and it might not. Nothing was perfect, not even the token. But as a symbol, it was damned powerful to us. To everyone else, it was just a couple of old bones. I knew what I needed to do next, and wished I could drink more fish with Ole to give me some liquid courage. Finally, I promised to do myself a favor in the future and picked up my satellite phone and called Carol. Her personal secretary was an old friend and always answered the private number herself instead of letting the voicemail do a screening, so I called that number. It rang twice, and Phyllis picked up. "Protective Service?" "Morning, Phyllis. It's me." "Tony," she said warmly. "Oh, it's good to hear you. I miss you already." "Phyllis, you're a better liar than anyone else in the office," I said fondly. "I've only been gone 2 days." "2 long days? 2 extremely long days." "I turned in my resignation, Phyllis. I'm not coming back. Better get used to it." "Herself needs you back, Tony. Things aren't going so well right now." "I know," I said. "More than you think. Is she in?" "Hold to." I glanced back at the porch. 3 open mason jars rested on the ground, and Ole held another in his hand, while Foremost tested it with his sampler. "Tony, where are you? All hell's broken loose back here," Carol said. Her voice sounded cool, efficient, and just a little desperate. "I'm still in Dakota. The funeral is this afternoon." "We got problems, Tony," Carol said. "An alien we've never seen before, from a species we've never met before, is down here with the president." I nodded to myself. "I'll bet this one doesn't talk like an ambassador," I said. There was silence from the other end of the line. "No, not like an ambassador. More like a general than an ambassador. She says Foremost is gone. They think we have him, and they want him back. They're making demands and giving us veiled threats. No one is talking trade anymore. We have to find Foremost." "I know where he is," I said. "Where?" "About 50 yards away from me, drinking with an old friend of mine," I said. "Talk to me, Tony. Tell me what's going on," Carol said. I explained the situation quickly, as if I was doing a debrief on a routine assignment. When I finished, all I heard was her soft breathing on the phone. I looked over at Ole and Foremost. They each took a jar in hand and sipped. Then they put them down, argued, and picked up another jar and sipped. It looked like the Dakota version of a wine tasting. "I want you to keep him there, safe, until I arrive. I'll grab a jet at Andrews and get there in a couple of hours." I started to laugh. "What's so damn funny?" she snapped. "Where are you going to fly into? Fargo? Sioux Falls? Minneapolis? Those are the nearest cities with an airport big enough to take even the smallest kind of jet." "Then that's where I'll fly." "And then you drive," I said, my voice suddenly serious. "You drive for hours, and then you arrive here with a column of cars and trucks and God knows what else." "You have a problem with this?" "We don't take to outsiders up here, Carol. We call them flatlanders, people from outside the hills. You arrive here like that, without any kind of an invitation, like an invading force, and someone is going to have a few drinks and then take a few shots, maybe at you, maybe at Foremost, for bringing in outsiders." "No one would dare," she said, uncertain. I sighed. "Carol, there's a town up here where a man was shot down in broad daylight on Main Street with about 100 witnesses around. No one liked the guy much, and his death ended a feud between two lines. Everyone was pretty much satisfied with the result. Then a dozen marshals showed up to enforce Flatlander law. If they were to arrest someone, anyone, it stood a very good chance of starting everything up again between the two lines," I said. "So what happened? What did the marshals find out?" she asked. "Nothing," I said. "Absolutely nothing, because no one saw a thing, and no one ever said a thing. In broad daylight in the middle of town. Everyone kept their mouth shut." "What are you trying to tell me?" "We take care of our own up here, Carol. Let us take care of things our way." "Foremost isn't one of you." "He is right now. He's associated. That means under the protection of the biggest line in the county. He's fine," I said. "Whose line is that?" "Mine." I glanced back to the shack. Ole and Foremost sat close together on the bench. Foremost watched intently while Ole drew in the dirt with a stick. Occasionally they stopped and sipped more fish. "What do you want me to do?" she asked. "I want you to be careful. I want you up here, but I want you up here alone. We don't want the wrong people to follow you. Assume someone has a trace on you. Get rid of it. Then come up here alone. Bring whatever communications equipment you want. I'll keep Foremost safe until you arrive." "And then?" "And then the three of us will get together and figure out what to do." "What about the tracks? What if someone from the ship is coming after Foremost?" she asked. "If there's any trouble, we'll deal with it in our own way." More silence, until it dragged on like one of those bargaining tricks they taught me in hostage negotiation school. The idea there was to let the silence drag on, let the person who was most anxious talk first. But this was not some damn role-play game. "I don't like it, Tony. But I don't have much choice. We'll do it your way." "Good," I said, and let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. "Put me back to Phyllis. I'll give her directions on how to get you here and where to meet me." "All right. Give me a minute to tell her what I need, and then I'll put her on." The phone clicked once. I heard dead air, then the phone clicked again, and Phyllis came on the line. "So how do I get her to you?" Phyllis asked. I briefly gave directions. Phyllis repeated them back to me to make sure she had them down correctly. "Tony, she'll never say this, so I'll say it for her," Phyllis said. "Thank you. Thank you for everything." She never would say it, would she? "Tony, she might not say it, but she doesn't want you to quit," Phyllis continued. "How do you know that?" "Those resignation papers of yours? They never made it to me. They're still in their envelope on her desk, unopened. Why do you think that is?" I looked at the lake, at the wind-ruffled water and the grass that swayed and tossed on the naked hills. Ole and Foremost relaxed back on the bench now and spoke slowly to each other. "I don't know, Phyllis. I just don't know." "Think about it, Tony." I thought about a lot of things as Foremost and I drove back into town. I stuffed the tokens in their oilcloth under the seat and drove back by a different route than the one I used to get to Ole's place. Training. Never use the same route back from a location that you used to get there. Old habits from the service died hard, and I decided sometimes it was good to keep in practice. particularly with strange tracks and strange people walking around town. We stopped at the house. I found a note taped on the back door that said Rose and Steve were at the church, and I was supposed to go directly to the cemetery. Bob was already out there to get things ready. I changed clothes and carefully adjusted my holster so my handgun did not bulge under the suit coat. Foremost scraped the mud off his feet and put on a clean robe. We met in the kitchen. "How do I look?" Foremost asked. He looked like a giant wolverine with funny-looking hands. He looked like the kind of person who could spend an hour discussing the nuances of fish-based moonshine with a stranger from the hills. He looked like the kind of person who brought strangers into my town and problems into my life. He looked like someone under my protection. "You look fine," I said. "Come on, get in the car." We drove down the side streets, strangely abandoned by the children who had been scrubbed, poured into suits and dresses, and then marched to church for the funeral. We crossed Main and drove past cars and trucks parked on the grassy strips next to the church. The church was Methodist, with a 3-story tall steeple that was the highest point in town. A giant cross, half the gold paint flaked off, topped the structure proudly. White paint on clapboard, 6-foot-tall stained-glass windows, and a set of walk-up concrete steps to the main entrance finished off the picture. "You have many different religions here?" "Not so many as some towns, but a few. Methodists go here. Catholics go to Blue Cloud Abbey outside of town. Lakota might go to the shaman and a sweat lodge," I said. "Your line goes to this church?" he asked, and nodded toward the church. "Some do," I said. "Some go to the other places. We're all mixed up." We left town gravel behind and drove on county gravel. It sounded like the same thing. Gravel was gravel, but even in Summit there was a difference between the town and the country. It was a small thing, hardly noticeable to outsiders, but town gravel roads were graded and smoothed, while the country roads were ridged like corduroy. A little thing, but I had seen fights break out at Sam's pool hall over less. We bounced on county gravel while the clouds thickened up and got darker. A fleck of snow, huge and fat, struck the windshield. It stuck there, pinned like some exotic butterfly on display, then melted into a wet spot and a tiny droplet that streamed down the glass. I turned left at a crossroads and went down the cemetery road. The surface was mixed gravel and dirt now, humped up in long ridges down both sides of the road. Once a year a grader might force its way down here to level out the ridges and throw down new gravel, maybe, if the county budget was in good shape that year, and it looked as if the budget had been in trouble for a long time. I drove down the tire marks of other vehicles and used the bottom of the car as my own grader when I needed. Sometimes this put me on the right-hand side of the road, sometimes on the left. Foremost hung on tight and looked straight ahead. Marshes and sloughs, tiny wetlands filled with reeds and tall grass, and old decayed fence posts with the rusted barbed wire still attached, filled the fields on both sides of us whenever the road crossed a low spot. Jays and sparrows and blackbirds perched on anything dry and watched us as we passed. I watched Foremost as his head jerked like the birds, and wondered what the hell was going on inside that brain. We turned once again, and we were at the cemetery. Raw headstones, shaped but not yet engraved or polished, lay together in a gray, tumbled pile in the ditch next to the crossroads. Tall grass, mixed brown from last fall, and fresh baby green new growth from this spring, sprouted through and around the stones like whiskers on a dead man's face. The grass in the cemetery itself was clipped short and raked with military precision. Placed neatly in the field of green were the finished cousins of the headstones in the ditch. These, though, marched in strict rows, ordered by family and line, across the cemetery. Men and women, the important in life and those that passed through unnoticed, were all equal here. The only concession to sentiment was the small headstones of the children, tucked in close to their mothers. Bouquets of flowers, some real and withered, some plastic and worn, filled the cup-holders of the children's headstones. I saw Bob's car, the backhoe used to dig the grave, and a green canvas tent. The tent stood next to a pile of fresh black and brown dirt flecked with white glacial stone. Folding chairs were set up in 2 small rows under the tent and faced the grave. I looked for Bob but didn't see him. What I did see were so many ambush sites where a shooter could lay up and hide that I almost turned around and took Foremost back into town right then and there. Trees pushed up next to the cemetery on one side and provided excellent cover. Across the road the flax field was plowed and planted and empty, with a tremendous field of fire. Sloughs covered both of the other sides, so that we were in a kind of island, surrounded by trouble. Most times I thought of the cemetery as beautiful, peaceful even, but not when there were strange tracks around my town. And where the hell was Bob? I drove slowly down the rutted dirt track, dotted here and there with a flash of white that was last year's crushed paving stone, toward the grave. I pulled the car into line next to Bob's, passenger side facing his car. Then I loosened my gun in the holster and opened the car door. "Do you want me in or out?" Foremost asked. "What kind of weapon would a killer from your ship have?" "Pumped laser." "Could it cut through the car?" "Yes, easily." "What kind of surveillance and identification equipment would they use?" I asked. "There are many," Foremost said. "They might use a body heat scanner or a low-light analyzer, or any of a dozen other devices." I thought for a moment. With the tint dialed to full on the car windows, Foremost was invisible inside. Invisible, that is, to the bare-eyed locals around Summit. I was pretty sure my little window tint trick wouldn't keep him invisible to an assassin with military-level surveillance and identification gear. Foremost wasn't built to be able to slip down to the floorboards and hide, so he sat up straight and provided a perfect silhouette to any sniper who could see him. "Might as well get out, then. Better to be a moving target than one that sits and waits," I said. We shut the doors behind us softly, but it still seemed loud. "Bob?" I called. "Down here," came his voice. We walked closer to the grave. "Where?" "Down here," he repeated. We walked to the lip of the grave and looked down. The grave was about 8 feet deep, with the concrete lining sunk into the bottom 6 feet of that, so 2 feet of dirt remained on top to grow grass. Bob stood in the center of the open concrete box and looked up at us. "What the hell are you doing down there?" I asked. He looked embarrassed. He slapped his hands together to knock off dirt and smiled. "I wondered what it was like to be buried. I thought I'd just come down, feel it for a couple of minutes, and come back out." And I can't get out of the damned grave now. The concrete is too slick, and the ground is too muddy. Give me a hand." I looked at our clean clothes and the mud. Bob was dressed in casual clothing, streaked with brown and black dirt. "Where are your funeral clothes?" "In the car. I figured I'd change after I did this, and no one would ever know." "Sweet Jesus," I said disgustedly. "I didn't bring any spare clothes, and I don't want to think about what Aunt Gladys will say if I'm all covered with mud during the burial. Hold on a minute while I think of something." I went back to the car. I figured there must be something in the trunk, snow chains left over from winter, or an old piece of rope or hose, that I could let down to him to get him out and still stay clean myself. I reached in my pocket and fumbled with my keys. They dropped to the ground, and I swore mildly and bent over to pick them up. The rear bumper blinked at me. I hit the ground and rolled. Foremost shouted and flung up his arms. He staggered and stumbled backward, his arms flung wide. A cloud of steam engulfed him. The light flashed again, and this time I saw the laser flare and burn part of Foremost's robe. Jets of steam spurted from his clothes around his neck and armpits and waist, and he hit the ground and lay motionless, half in the grave, half out. I was up and moving, gun in my hand. I put the car between myself and the grove of trees where I saw the laser flash. "Bob, you okay?" "What the hell is going on up there?" he shouted back. "Just shut up and do what I tell you," I said. "Can you drag Foremost down in there with you?" I heard Bob grunt, the sound of something heavy scraping on the grass and dirt, and another deeper grunt from Bob. "Got him." "He alive?" "He's breathing," Bob said. "Not real regular, but he's breathing." "Just keep him that way," I said. What would I do if I was the shooter? Foremost was down, hit twice, but there was no guarantee he was dead. The steam was the giveaway. A laser cuts cleanly through fabric and messily through flesh. It never sends out jets of steam, which meant Foremost had some kind of protective layer underneath his robe to dissipate the laser heat. Was it tough enough to handle 2 shots? The shooter had to be certain. I glanced quickly underneath the car and saw a figure with a pair of feet coming toward the car at a trot. I took 3 deep breaths and came over the top of the hood, gun outstretched. I fired 3 times, direct hits to the body. The creature, short and squat and all in gray, so I could not tell what was clothing and what was skin, jerked at the impacts, but kept on coming. It stared at me with a fixed caricature of a wild grin on its face, writhing tentacles where I had teeth, a thin slash of bone where I had lips. Then it shuffled its feet for balance and aimed the laser at me. The grin widened, and I knew I was dead. The head exploded. The body stood for a moment, fixed, as if it meant to keep on coming, as if the loss of its head was nothing more than a minor inconvenience. I worried for the same moment that with this alien that might be true, that the head was nothing more than a place to put the eyes, that the brain might be in the torso. Then the body crumpled and collapsed. I ran to the shooter, my gun out and level, ready to fire if I saw a flicker of movement. When I got closer, I kicked the laser away, far out of reach, and felt the body. It was cool to the touch, and lumpy, like a plastic bag full of rocks. "It is called a synth." I looked over my shoulder and saw Bob and Foremost, their clothes smeared with dirt. Bob stared at the alien, shook his head slowly, and went over to look at the laser. "Do not try to use it," Foremost warned. "The odds are good it is a personal weapon, keyed to the synth." "Booby-trapped?" Bob asked. "I don't know the word," Foremost said. "Rigged to explode if someone other than the owner tries to use it," Bob explained. "Probably," Foremost agreed. I stared at the country around me. The grass moved in waves to the winds, and the trees in the little forest rubbed and swayed in rhythm. "Do they travel in pairs?" I asked. "No, strictly alone. They are living killing machines. Put them in an area, give them instructions, and let them do their work. If you put 2 in an area, they would most likely kill each other," Foremost said. "Hard to keep a species going that way," I said. "They manage somehow," Foremost said dryly. I stood and looked down at the synth. Up close, the gray was partly clothing and partly skin, so close in color to each other that they blended to form a whole that was difficult to focus on. The alien looked like a silly putty man, and I wondered if the rain would dissolve the skin and clothes and wash them into the grass. I saw 3 smudge marks on the alien's chest where my bullets struck some kind of protective vest. I looked at the marks, and for just a moment I was pleased with myself. The bullet pattern was tight, the black smears close together, and I knew my old firearms instructor at the service would be pleased. The synth itself looked enough like one of the practice dummies at the academy that I half expected it to snap back upright when this little exercise was over. But the rain puddled on the clothes and formed droplets on the skin, and the synth stayed dead. "Indian, you can come out now," I said, my voice pitched to carry against the weather. Indian, his fatigue jacket smeared with a few new grass stains that would soon dry and mix with all the others, drew himself up from the edge of the trees. He wore a broad-brimmed hat with snap-down ear-flaps, just as dirty and stained as the rest of his clothing. He carried a scoped rifle, as clean and well-tended as an opposite could be. He pointed down the road, then disappeared back in the trees. "Funeral procession is coming down the road," Bob said. I looked up and saw a black hearse with a procession of other cars behind it. I kicked the synth. "How the hell do I explain this?" I growled. "Don't need to," Bob said. "This is Summit. That's all you need to know and all you need to say." Carol showed up about an hour after dusk, when the streetlights on Main Street were just starting to get into some real work. Foremost and Ole and I sat on the steps outside the pool hall and passed a glass jar of fish back and forth. Bullhead, if I remember right. Bob and Steve and Rose were inside, acting as hosts for Sam's wake. I could tell from the rising level of voices and music and laughter inside that the party was just starting to take off. Driving down the street, Carol saw us and turned to Parallel Park in front of the pool hall. She stopped the car, and the driver's side window rolled down. Even through the sharp-cut shadows from the streetlights, I could see the relief on her face. "All I thought about on the way down here was that you might be dead. Every time I closed my eyes on the plane, I saw you in a coffin," she said, her voice soft and tired. She turned her head a little to the side. "I'm glad you're all right, too, Ambassador." "I'm glad you're all right, too, Ambassador?" I struggled with the thought that Carol spent the trip worried about me. Something of my confusion must have shown on my face. She smiled. "You don't work for me anymore, do you? Then I can worry about you now." "And before?" I asked. "You were an agent. You had a job to do, and I had a job to do." "I wasn't a person before, and now I am?" "You were a person before," she said carefully, "and an agent." "And now?" She smiled again. Her face relaxed in a way I never remembered from Washington. I realized I liked that smile very much, and wondered where she'd kept it all those years. I suddenly wanted to make her smile again. She started to get out of her car, and I shook my head. She stopped for a moment, her face frozen, and the old mask snapped back into place. For a moment I saw pain and hurt and loneliness. Then it was gone, and it was the Washington face back again. "Of course," she said carefully. "I understand." "No, you don't," I said. "Park the car around the corner. We're keeping Main Street clear. Then come back here. We need to talk." I moved over on the step a little and pushed Foremost with my butt to move him down and make a space for her next to me. She watched me, startled at the way I touched him, and even more surprised when he accepted it without complaint. She smiled that smile again, and I was damned pleased with myself. She drove around the corner, parked, and came back. She sat next to me. She wore a parka with a fur fringe, and she fit just right next to me. Foremost passed her the glass jar of moonshine and fish. She wrinkled her nose at the smell. "Tony, what is this stuff?" "Ancient family drink," I said. I took the jar from her, sipped to show it was safe, then wiped the rim with my shirt sleeve to clean it. I felt awkward and clumsy and about 12 years old, while next to me sat the prettiest girl I knew. I waited for her to look up, to see it was really me sitting next to her, not some perfectly turned-out diplomat with ideal manners and looks. Then I figured she would carefully and politely edge away from me and go find someone better to be around. I handed her back the jar. "It's really all right to drink." She took the jar, looked up at me with total confidence, and took a small sip. She handed the jar back. "What's going on out here?" she asked. Main Street was strangely abandoned, even for Summit. Not a car was parked on the street, and the black asphalt was carefully chipped and scraped and cleaned so that it almost gleamed under the streetlight. A pair of freshly painted white lines, like the guard lines for a pedestrian crossing, stretched across the street. "Time for the races," Ole said. Foremost nodded. Around the corner came Teddy Wofford on his golf cart and Indian on his town car. They lined up carefully, side by side between the lines. Limbo, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt even as his breath came out in puffs in the cold, stepped between them. He carried 2 small construction worker flags, one in each hand, their color drained by the overhead sodium light until the flags seemed more like a muddy gray than a bright orange. Foremost leaned back and banged his fist on the pool hall door. Bob opened the door from inside. Waves of noise and heat and light washed over us from inside. "Yeah?" "First race is ready," Foremost said. "About time," Bob said. He shut the door, and we heard him pounding on the long bar and shouting. Everything went quiet for a moment, and then the door banged open, and the crowd spilled outside with a roar. Carol grabbed my arm for balance as the crowd shoved past us. "What the hell is going on?" she asked again. Chuck, the bartender, brought out a metal washtub filled with ice and cans of beer. He looked down at me as he walked past. "Race beer should be in bottles," he growled disapprovingly. "Gets cold faster." "It's cold enough already," I said, as my breath puffed into the night air. "And you can't cut anyone with a can if someone gets angry about the race results." Chuck set down the tub on the curb next to Steve and Rose and Bob. They sold the beer as fast as they could pull the cans out of the ice and water. "You sell the beer at a wake? That's one hell of a way to make money," Carol asked. I shook my head. "No, we won't make any money off this," I said. "The first round was free, and in the morning we'll take everything we made off all the rest of the beer and donate it to the town emergency heating fund." "Then why charge for the beer?" "If it was free, everyone would take too much. All we'd have left by now would be a bunch of passed-out drunks. This way most of them are still awake." "And that is important," Foremost added knowledgeably. Carol looked puzzled. "Each person who knew Sam gives back what they did best at his wake," he explained. Steve overheard him and nodded, pleased. 10 on Teddy. I heard he got a new charge in his cart," Steve said. 10 on Indian," Foremost answered. He looked at me almost apologetically. "It would be disloyal to do anything else." Limbo dropped the flags and the racers rolled ahead. The golf cart was almost silent, just a high-pitched whine, but Indian's town car roared and screamed. The crowd answered back. Foremost leaned next to me and spoke quietly into my ear. "We need to talk," he said. "About?" "I contacted my friends on the ship after the synth attack. My enemies obviously know I'm alive and where I'm located. I wanted to give my friends the same advantage." "Sounds like a good idea," I said. "I also told them everything we know about the synth attack," Foremost said. On the street, Indian's town car suddenly swerved into Teddy and bounced off the protective rubber bumpers attached all around the body of his golf cart. Teddy swore and shook his fist at Indian. Indian smiled back, his eyes glazed, and tipped his hat to Teddy. The crowd roared its approval. "And?" I asked Foremost when it got quiet enough to hear him. "They asked me to give you their thanks for keeping me alive. They also put a protective air and space patrol over Summit for tonight. In the morning they'll be down with transport to take me home," Foremost said. He sat next to me on the stoop, the cowl of his robe thrown back so he could use all his peripheral vision, his snout pointed straight at me. His eyes were very flat and black, with the silky gleam you see on creek stones when just the barest sheet of water flows over them. "Sounds like a plan," I said. "Why wait until morning?" "Because I wanted to talk with you," he said. I sipped the last of my fish and put the jar down on the street, out of the way next to the steps so no one would accidentally break the glass. Foremost and I seemed to be locked inside our own little bubble of silence, the noise of the crowd unimportant and distant. I looked at him directly. "What do you want to talk about?" I asked. "You've heard that we plan to take some humans with us when we leave?" "I've heard," I said. "I never understood why." "From each world we take a society," he said quietly. "The ship is huge, but space is bigger. We will never come back here again, but we want to take part of you with us." "Why?" "Because we never know what we'll face out there," Foremost said. "All we know is that every planet is going to be different, and the more differences we have on the ship to choose from, the greater the chance that someone we have on board will be able to talk with and understand whoever it is we meet." The town car was more powerful, but Indian couldn't seem to steer a straight line. Foremost had bought him all the beer he could drink after the burial to pay him back for his work that afternoon. Indian's capacity for alcohol was tremendous, but by now I was sure he saw 3 or 4 roads, not just one. Teddy, on the other hand, figured out the best path and held to it, his head tucked down as if to reduce his wind resistance. I looked around me, at my line and all the others that made up Summit. Every year there were fewer of us, as more and more children left for the cities. I remembered those children, the exiles, as they called themselves, from the East Coast reunions. They always seemed angry and lost, as if they never quite fit in outside of Dakota. As I never quite fit in. I leaned back to foremost. "We can talk," I said. I leaned forward and took a fresh jar of fish from Oli. I sipped and tried to figure out what kind of fish was in this batch. Northern pike was my guess. "But tomorrow, not tonight. Tonight is for Sam." Foremost nodded, and I handed the jar to Carol. Indian's town car swept by me and kicked up gravel, and I felt something sting my cheek. "That bastard put the blade back on his town car to make it go faster. Indian, get your butt over here." Escape Route. Peter F. Hamilton. Prolific new British writer Peter F. Hamilton has sold to Interzone, In Dreams, New Worlds, Fears, and elsewhere. He sold his first novel, Mind Star Rising, in 1993, and quickly followed it up with two sequels, A Quantum Murder and The Nanoflower. Hamilton's first three books managed to slip into print without attracting a great deal of attention, on this side of the Atlantic at least, but that changed dramatically with the publication of his next novel, The Reality Dysfunction, a huge modern space opera. It needed to be divided into 2 volumes for publication in the United States. That is itself only the start of a projected trilogy of staggering size and scope. The Reality Dysfunction has been attracting the reviews and the acclaim that his prior novels did not, and has suddenly put Hamilton on the map as a writer to watch, perhaps a potential rival for writers such as Dan Simmons, Ian M. Banks, Paul J. McAuley, Greg Benford, C.J. Cherry, Stephen R. Donaldson, Colin Greenland, and other major players in the expanding subgenre of modern Baroque space opera, an increasingly popular area these days. The second novel in the trilogy, The Neutronium Alchemist, is out in Britain and generating the same kind of excited critical buzz. Upcoming is the third novel in the trilogy, The Naked God, and Hamilton's first collection, A Second Chance at Eden. In the pyrotechnic novella that follows, one as packed with intriguing new ideas and fast-paced action and suspense as many another author's 400-page novel, he unravels the mystery of an enigmatic object found in deep space, one that may prove to be harder and considerably more dangerous to get out of than it was to get in. Marcus Calvert had never seen an asteroid cavern quite like Sonora's before. It was disorientating, even for someone who had spent 30 years captaining a starship. The center of the gigantic rock had been hollowed out by mining machines, producing a cylindrical cavity 12 kilometers long, 5 in diameter. Usually the floor would be covered in soil and planted with fruit trees and grass. In Sonora's case, the environmental engineers had simply flooded it. The result was a small freshwater sea that, no matter where you were on it, you appeared to be at the bottom of a valley of water. Floating around the gray surface were innumerable rafts, occupied by hotels, bars, and restaurants. Taxi boats whizzed between them and the wharfs at the base of the 2 flat cavern walls. Marcus and 2 of his crew had taken a boat out to the Lomas Bar, a raft which resembled a Chinese dragon trying to mate with a Mississippi paddle steamer. "Any idea what our charter is, Captain?" asked Catherine Maddox, the Lady Macbeth's node specialist. "The agent didn't say," Marcus admitted, "apart from confirming it's private, not corporate." "They don't want us for combat, do they?" Catherine asked. There was a hint of rebellion in her voice. She was in her late 40s, and like the Calverts, her family had gen-eared their offspring to withstand both free fall and high acceleration. The dominant modifications had given her thicker skin, tougher bones, and harder internal membranes. She was never sick or giddy in free fall, nor did her face bloat up. Such changes were a formula for blunt features, and Catherine was no exception. "If they do, we're not taking it," Marcus assured her. Catherine exchanged an unsettled glance with Roman Zucker, the ship's fusion engineer, and slumped back in her chair. The combat option was one Marcus had considered possible. Lady Macbeth was combat-capable, and Sonora Asteroid belonged to a Lagrange point cluster with a strong autonomy movement. An unfortunate combination. But having passed his 67th birthday 2 months ago, he sincerely hoped those kinds of flights were behind him. "This could be them," Roman said, glancing over the rail. One of Sonora's little taxi boats was approaching their big resort raft. The trim cutter curving round towards the Lomas had 2 people sitting on its red leather seats. Marcus watched with interest as they left the taxi. He ordered his neural nanonics to open a fresh memory cell, and stored the pair of them in a visual file. The first to alight was a man in his mid-30s, dressed in expensive casual clothes. A long face and a very broad nose gave him a kind of imposing dignity. His partner was less flamboyant. She was in her late 20s, obviously gen-eared. Oriental features matched with white hair that had been drawn together in wide dreadlocks and folded back aerodynamically. They walked straight over to Marcus's table and introduced themselves as Antonio Ribeiro and Victoria Keefe. Antonio clicked his fingers at the waitress and told her to fetch a bottle of Norfolk Tears. "Hopefully to celebrate the success of our business venture, my friends," he said. "And if not, it is a pleasant time of day to imbibe such a magical potion, no?" Marcus found himself immediately distrustful. It wasn't just Antonio's phony attitude. His intuition was scratching away at the back of his skull. Some friends called it his paranoia program, but it was rarely wrong. A family trait, like the wanderlust which no gen-earing treatment had ever eradicated. "The cargo agent said you had a charter for us," Marcus said. "He never mentioned any sort of business deal." "If I may ask your indulgence for a moment, Captain Calvert. You arrived here without a cargo. You must be a very rich man to afford that." "There were circumstances requiring us to leave Ajaccio ahead of schedule." "Yeah," Catherine muttered darkly. "Her husband." Marcus was expecting it, and smiled serenely. He'd heard very little else from the crew for the whole flight. Antonio received the tray and its precious pear-shaped bottle from the waitress, and waved away the change. "If I may be indelicate, Captain, your financial resources are not optimal at this moment," Antonio suggested. "They've been better." Antonio sipped his Norfolk Tears and grinned in appreciation. "For myself, I was born with the wrong amount of money. Enough to know I needed more." "Mr. Ribeiro, I've heard all the get-rich-quick schemes in existence. They all have one thing in common: they don't work. If they did, I wouldn't be sitting here with you." "You are wise to be cautious, Captain. I was too when I first heard this proposal. However, if you would humor me a moment longer, I can assure you this requires no capital outlay on your part. At the worst, you will have another mad scheme to laugh about with your fellow captains." "No money at all?" "None at all. Simply the use of your ship. We would be equal partners, sharing whatever reward we find." "Jesus. All right, I can spare you 5 minutes. Your drink has bought you that much attention span." "Thank you, Captain. My colleagues and I want to fly the Lady Macbeth on a prospecting mission." "For planets?" Roman asked curiously. "No. Sadly, the discovery of a Terra-compatible planet does not guarantee wealth. Settlement rights will not bring more than a couple of million fusio dollars, and even that is dependent on a favorable biospectrum assessment, which would take many years. We have something more immediate in mind. You have just come from the Dorados?" "That's right," Marcus said. The system had been discovered 6 years earlier, comprising a red dwarf sun surrounded by a vast disk of rocky particles. Several of the larger chunks had turned out to be nearly pure metal. Dorados was an obvious name. Whoever managed to develop them would gain a colossal economic resource, so much so that the governments of Omuta and Garissa had gone to war over who had that development right. It was the Garrison survivors who had ultimately been awarded settlement by the Confederation Assembly. There weren't many of them. Omuta had deployed 12 antimatter planet busters against their home world. "Is that what you're hoping to find? Another flock of solid metal asteroids?" "Not quite," Antonio said. "Companies have been searching similar disk systems ever since the Dorados were discovered, to no avail. Victoria, my dear, if you would care to explain." She nodded curtly and put her glass down on the table. "I'm an astrophysicist by training," she said. "I used to work for Forrester Courtney. It's a company based in the O'Neill Halo that manufactures starship sensors, although their specialty is survey probes. It's been a very healthy business recently. Consortiums have been flying survey missions through every catalogued disk system in the Confederation. As Antonio said, none of our clients found anything remotely like the Dorados. That didn't surprise me. I never expected any of Forrester Courtney's probes to be of much use. All our sensors did was run broad spectrographic sweeps. If anyone was going to find another Dorados cluster, it would be the Edenists. Their Void Hawks have a big advantage. Those ships generate an enormous distortion field, which can literally see mass. A lump of metal 50 kilometers across would have a very distinct density signature. They'd be aware of it from at least 500,000 kilometers away. If we were going to compete against that, we'd need a sensor which gave us the same level of results, if not better." "And you produced one?" Marcus inquired. "Not quite. I proposed expanding our magnetic anomaly detector array. It's a very ancient technology. Earth's old nations pioneered it during the 20th century. Their military maritime aircraft were equipped with crude arrays to track enemy submarines. Forrester Courtney builds its array into low-orbit resource mapping satellites. They produce quite valuable survey data. Unfortunately, the company turned down my proposal. They said an expanded magnetic array wouldn't produce better results than a spectrographic sweep, not on the scale required, and a spectrographic scan would be quicker." "Unfortunate for Forrester Courtney," Antonio said wolfishly. "Not for us. Dear Victoria came to me with her suggestion, and a simple observation. A spectrographic sweep will only locate relatively large pieces of mass," she said. "Fly a starship 50 million kilometers above a disk, and it can spot a 50-kilometer lump of solid metal easily. But the smaller the lump, the higher the resolution you need, or the closer you have to fly. A fairly obvious equation. My magnetic anomaly detector can pick out much smaller lumps of metal than a Dorado." "So, if they're smaller, they're worth less," Catherine said. "The whole point of the Dorados is that they're huge. I've seen the operation those ex-Garrisons are building up. They've got enough metal to supply their industrial stations with specialist micro-G alloys for the next 2,000 years. Small is no good." "Not necessarily," Marcus said carefully. Maybe it was his intuition again, or just plain logical extrapolation, but he could see the way Victoria Keefe's thoughts were flowing. "It depends on what kind of small, doesn't it?" Antonio applauded. "Excellent, Captain. I knew you were the right man for us." "What makes you think they're there?" Marcus said. "The Dorados are the ultimate proof of concept," Victoria said. "There are two possible origins for disk material around stars. The first is accretion, matter left over from the star's formation. That's no use to us. It's mostly the light elements, carbonaceous chondritic particles, with some silica aluminium thrown in, if you're lucky. The second type of disk is made up out of collision debris. We believe that's what the Dorados are, fragments of planetoids that were large enough to form molten metal cores. When they broke apart, the metal cooled and congealed into those hugely valuable chunks." "But nickel-iron wouldn't be the only metal," Marcus reasoned, pleased by the way he was following through. "There will be other chunks floating about in the disk." "Exactly, Captain," Antonio said eagerly. "Theoretically, the whole periodic table will be available to us. We can fly above the disk and pick out whatever element we require. There will be no tedious and expensive refining process to extract it from ore. It's there waiting for us in its purest form. Gold, silver, platinum, iridium, whatever takes your fancy." Lady Macbeth sat on a docking cradle in Sonora's spaceport, a simple, dull gray sphere 57 meters in diameter. All atomist starships shared the same geometry, dictated by the operating parameters of the ZTT jump, which required perfect symmetry. At her heart were 4 separate life support capsules, arranged in a pyramid formation. There was also a cylindrical hangar for her spaceplane, a smaller one for her multiple service vehicle, and 5 main cargo holds. The rest of her bulk was a solid intestinal tangle of machinery and tanks. Her main drive system was 3 fusion rockets capable of accelerating her at 11 Gs, clustered round an antimatter intermix tube which could multiply that figure by an unspecified amount, a sure sign of her combat-capable status. By a legislative quirk, it wasn't actually illegal to have an antimatter drive, though possession of antimatter itself was a capital crime throughout the Confederation. Spaceport umbilical hoses were jacked into sockets on her lower hull, supplying basic utility functions. Another expense Marcus wished he could avoid. It was inflicting further pain on his already ailing cash flow situation. They were going to have to fly soon, and fate seemed to have decided what flight it would be. That hadn't stopped his intuition from maintaining its subliminal assault on Antonio Ribeiro's scheme, if he could just find a single practical or logical argument against it. He waited patiently while the crew drifted into the main lounge in life support capsule A. White Joy, the spaceplane pilot, came down through the ceiling hatch and used a stick pad to anchor her shoes to the decking. She gave Marcus a sly smile that bordered on teasing. There had been times in the last 5 years when she'd joined him in his cabin, nothing serious, but they'd certainly had their moments, which he supposed made her more tolerant of him than the others. At the opposite end of the spectrum was Carl Jordan, the Lady Mac's systems specialist, with the shortest temper, the greatest enthusiasm, and certainly the most serious of the crew. His age was the reason, only 25. The Lady Mac was his second starship duty. As for Schutz, who knew what emotions were at play in the cosmonic's mind? There was no visible outlet for them. Unlike Marcus, he hadn't been engineered for freefall. Decades of working on ships and spaceport docks had seen his bones lose calcium, his muscles waste away, and his cardiovascular system atrophy. There were hundreds like him in every asteroid, slowly replacing their body parts with mechanical substitutes. Some even divested themselves of their human shape altogether. At 63, Schutz was still humanoid, though only 20% of him was biological. His body supplements made him an excellent engineer. "We've been offered a joint prize flight," Marcus told them. He explained Victoria's theory about disk systems and the magnetic anomaly array. "Ribeiro will provide us with consumables and a full cryogenics load. All we have to do is take Lady Mac to a disk system and scoop up the gold." "There has to be a catch," Y said. "I don't believe in mountains of gold just drifting through space, waiting for us to come along and find them." "Believe it," Roman said. "You've seen the Dorados. Why can't other elements exist in the same way?" "I don't know. I just don't think anything comes that easy." "Always the pessimist." "What do you think, Marcus?" she asked. "What does your intuition tell you?" "About the mission, nothing. I'm more worried about Antonio Ribeiro." "Definitely suspect," Catherine agreed. "Being a total prat is socially unfortunate," Roman said, "but it's not a crime. Besides, Victoria Keefe seemed level-headed enough." "An odd combination," Marcus mused. "A wannabe playboy and an astrophysicist. I wonder how they ever got together." "They're both Sonora nationals," Catherine said. "I ran a check through the public data cores. They were born here. It's not that remarkable." "Any criminal record?" Y asked. "None listed. Antonio has been in court 3 times in the last 7 years. Each case was over disputed taxes. He paid every time." "So he doesn't like the tax man," Roman said. "That makes him one of the good guys." "Run-ins with the tax office are standard for the rich," Y said. "Except he's not actually all that rich," Catherine said. "I also queried the local Collins Media Library. They keep tabs on Sonora's principal citizens. Mr. Ribeiro Sr. made his money out of fish breeding. He won the franchise from the Asteroid Development Corporation to keep the Biosphere C stocked. Antonio was given a 15% stake in the breeding company when he was 21, which he promptly sold for an estimated 800,000 Fusio dollars. Daddy didn't approve. There were several new files on the quarrel. It became very public. "So he is what he claims to be," Roman said. "A not very rich boy with expensive tastes." "How can he pay for the magnetic detectors we have to deploy, then?" Y asked. "Or is he going to hit us with the bill and suddenly vanish?" "The detector arrays are already waiting to be loaded on board," Marcus said. "Antonio has several partners, people in the same leaky boat as himself, and willing to take a gamble." Y shook her head, still dubious. "I don't buy it. It's a free lunch." "They're willing to invest their own money in the array hardware. What other guarantees do you want?" "What kind of money are we talking about exactly?" Carl asked. "I mean, if we do fill the ship up, what's it going to be worth?" "Given its density, Lady Mac can carry roughly 5,000 tons of gold in her cargo holds," Marcus said. "That'll make maneuvering very sluggish, but I can handle her." Roman grinned at Carl. "And today's price for gold is 3,500 Fusio dollars per kilogram." Carl's eyes went blank for a second as his neural nanonics ran the conversion. 17 billion Fusio dollars worth. He laughed. "Per trip." "How is this Ribeiro character proposing to divide the proceeds?" Schutz asked. "We get 1/3, Marcus said. Roughly 5.8 billion Fusio dollars, of which I take 30%. The rest is split equally between you, as per the bounty flight clause in your contracts." "Shit," Carl whispered. "When do we leave, Captain?" "Does anybody have any objections?" Marcus asked. He gave Y a quizzical look. "Okay," she said. "But just because you can't see surface cracks, it doesn't mean there isn't any metal fatigue." The docking cradle lifted Lady Macbeth cleanly out of the spaceport's crater-shaped bay. As soon as she cleared the rim, her thermo-dump panels unfolded. Sensor clusters rose up out of their recesses on long booms. Visual and radar information was collated by the flight computer, which datavized it directly into Marcus's neural nanonics. He lay on the acceleration couch at the center of the bridge with his eyes closed as the external starfield blossomed in his mind. Delicate icons unfurled across the visualization, ship status schematics and navigational plots sketched in primary colors. Chemical verniers fired, lifting Lady Mac off the cradle amid spumes of hot saffron vapor. A tube of orange circles appeared ahead of him, the course vector formatted to take them in towards the gas giant. Marcus switched to the more powerful ion thrusters, and the orange circles began to stream past the hull. The gas giant Zacatecas and its moon Lázaro had the same apparent size as Lady Mac accelerated away from the spaceport. Sonora was one of 15 asteroids captured by their Lagrange point, a zone where their respective gravity fields were in equilibrium. Behind the starship, Lázaro was a grubby gray crescent splattered with white craters. Given that Zacatecas was small for a gas giant, barely 40,000 kilometers in diameter, Lázaro was an unusual companion. A moon 9,000 kilometers in diameter, with an outer crust of ice 50 kilometers deep. It was that ice which had originally attracted the interest of the banks and multistellar finance consortia. Stony iron asteroids were an ideal source of metal and minerals for industrial stations, but they were also notoriously short of the light elements essential to sustain life. To have abundant supplies of both so close together was a strong investment incentive. Lady Mac's radar showed Marcus a serpentine line of 1-ton ice cubes flung out from Lázaro's equatorial mass driver, gliding inertly up to the Lagrange point for collection, the same inexhaustible source which allowed Sonora to have its unique sea. All the asteroids in the cluster had benefited from the plentiful ice, their economic growth racing ahead of equivalent settlements. Such success always bred resentment among the indigenous population, who inevitably became eager for freedom from the founding companies. In this case, having so many settlements so close together gave their population a strong sense of identity and shared anger. The cluster's demands for autonomy had become increasingly strident over the last few years, a situation agitated by numerous violent incidents and acts of sabotage against the company administration staff. Ahead of the Lady Mac, Marcus could see the tidal hurricane Lazaro stirred up amid the wan, amber, and emerald storm bands of Zacateca's upper atmosphere, an ocean-sized hypervelocity maelstrom which followed the moon's orbit faithfully around the equator. Lightning crackled round its fringes, 500-kilometer-long forks stabbing out into the surrounding cyclones of ammonia cirrus and methane sleet. The starship was accelerating at 2 Gs now, her triple fusion drive sending out a vast streamer of arc-bright plasma as she curved around the bulk of the huge planet. Her course vector was slowly bending to a line on the star which Antonio intended to prospect, 38 light-years distant. There was very little information contained in the almanac file, other than confirming it was a K-class star with a disk. Marcus cut the fusion drives when the Lady Mac was 7,000 kilometers past perigee and climbing steadily. The thermodump panels and sensor clusters sank down into their jump recesses below the fuselage, returning the ship to a perfect sphere. Fusion generators began charging the energy patterning nodes. Orange circles flashing through Marcus's mind were illustrating the slingshot parabola she'd flown, straightening up the farther the gas giant was left behind. A faint star slid into the last circle. An event horizon swallowed the starship. 5 milliseconds later, it had shrunk to nothing. "Okay, try this one," Catherine said. "Why should the gold or anything else congeal into lumps as big as the ones they say it will? Just because you've got a planetoid with a hot core doesn't mean it's producing the metallic equivalent of fractional distillation. You're not going to get an onion layer effect with strata of different metals. It doesn't happen on planets. It won't happen here. If there is gold and platinum and all the rest of this fantasy junk, it's going to be hidden away in ores just like it always is." "So Antonio exaggerated when he said it would be pure," Carl retorted. "We just hunt down the highest-grade ore particles in the disk. Even if it's only 50%, who cares? We're never going to be able to spend it all anyway." Marcus let the discussion grumble on. It had been virtually the only topic for the crew since they'd departed Sonora 5 days ago. Catherine was playing the part of chief skeptic, with occasional support from Schutz and Y, while the others tried to shoot her down. The trouble was, he acknowledged, that none of them knew enough to comment with real authority. At least they weren't talking about the sudden departure from Ayacucho anymore. "If the planetoids did produce ore, then it would fragment badly during the collision which formed the disk," Catherine said. "There won't even be any mountain-sized chunks left, only pebbles." "Have you taken a look outside recently?" Roman asked. "The disk doesn't exactly have a shortage of large particles." Marcus smiled to himself at that. The disk material had worried him when they arrived at the star 2 days ago. Lady Mac had jumped deep into the system, emerging 3 million kilometers above the ecliptic. It was a superb vantage point. The small orange star burned at the center of a disk 160 million kilometers in diameter. There were no distinct bands like those found in a gas giant's rings. This was a continuous, grainy copper mist veiling half of the universe. Only around the star itself did it fade away. Whatever particles were there to start with had long since evaporated to leave a clear band 3 million kilometers wide above the turbulent photosphere. Lady Mac was accelerating away from the star at a 20th of a G and curving round into a retrograde orbit. It was the vector which would give the magnetic arrays the best possible coverage of the disk. Unfortunately, it increased the probability of collision by an order of magnitude. So far, the radar had only detected standard motes of interplanetary dust, but Marcus insisted there were always 2 crew on duty monitoring the local environment. "Time for another launch," he announced. Y datavised the flight computer to run a final systems diagnostic through the array satellite. "I noticed Jorge isn't here again," she said sardonically. "I wonder why that is." Jorge Leon was the second companion Antonio Ribeiro had brought with him on the flight. He'd been introduced to the crew as a first-class hardware technician who had supervised the construction of the magnetic array satellites. As introverted as Antonio was outgoing, he'd shown remarkably little interest in the arrays so far. It was Victoria Keefe who'd familiarized the crew with the systems they were deploying. "We should bung him in our medical scanner," Carl suggested cheerfully. "Be interesting to see what's inside him. Bet you'd find a whole load of weapon implants." "Great idea," Roman said. "You asking. He gives me the creeps." "Yeah, Catherine, explain that away," Carl said. "If there's no gold in the disk, how come they brought a contract killer along to make sure we don't fly off with their share?" "Carl," Marcus warned, "that's enough." He gave the open floor hatch a pointed look. "Now let's get the array launched, please." Carl's face reddened as he began establishing a tracking link between the starship's communication system and the array satellite's transponder. "Satellite systems online," Y reported. "Launch when ready." Marcus data-vised the flight computer to retract the satellite's hold-down latches. An induction rail shot it clear of the ship. Ion thrusters flared, refining its trajectory as it headed down towards the squally apricot surface of the disk. Victoria had designed the satellites to skim 5,000 kilometers above the nomadic particles. When their operational altitude was established, they would spin up and start to reel out 25 gossamer-thin optical fibers. Rotation ensured the fibers remained straight, forming a spoke array parallel to the disk. Each fiber was 150 kilometers long and coated in a reflective, magnetically sensitive film. As the disk particles were still within the star's magnetosphere, every one of them generated a tiny wake as it traversed the flux lines. It was that wake which resonated the magnetically sensitive film, producing fluctuations in the reflectivity. By bouncing a laser pulse down the fiber and measuring the distortions inflicted by the film, it was possible to build up an image of the magnetic waves writhing chaotically through the disk. With the correct discrimination programs, the origin of each wave could be determined. The amount of data streaming back into the Lady Macbeth from the array satellites was colossal. One satellite array could cover an area of 250,000 square kilometers, and Antonio Ribeiro had persuaded the Sonora Autonomy Crusade to pay for 15. It was a huge gamble, and the responsibility was his alone. 40 hours after the first satellite was deployed, the strain of that responsibility was beginning to show. He hadn't slept since then, choosing to stay in the cabin which Marcus Calvert had assigned to them, and where they'd set up their network of analysis processors. 40 hours of his mind being flooded with near-incomprehensible neuro-iconic displays. 40 hours spent fingering his silver crucifix and praying. The medical monitor program running in his neural nanonics was flashing up fatigue toxin cautions and warning him of impending dehydration. So far he'd ignored them, telling himself discovery would occur any minute now. In his heart, Antonio had been hoping they would find what they wanted in the first 5 hours. His neural nanonics informed him the analysis network was focusing on the mass-density ratio of a 3-kilometer particle exposed by Satellite 7. The processors began a more detailed interrogation of the raw data. "What is it?" Antonio demanded. His eyes fluttered open to glance at Victoria, who was resting lightly on one of the cabin's flat chairs. "Interesting," she murmured. "It appears to be a cassiterite ore. The planetoids definitely had tin." "Shit!" He thumped his fist into the chair's padding, only to feel the restraint straps tighten against his chest, preventing him from sailing free. "I don't care about tin. That's not what we're here for." "I am aware of that." Her eyes were open, staring at him with a mixture of contempt and anger. Sure, he mumbled. "Holy Mother, you'd expect us to find some by now." "Careful," she data-vised. Remember, this damn ship has internal sensors." "I know how to follow elementary security procedures," he dativized back. "Yes, but you're tired. That's when errors creep in." "I'm not that tired. Shit, I expected results by now. Some progress." "We have had some very positive results, Antonio. The arrays have found 3 separate deposits of pitchblende." "Yeah, in 100-kilogram lumps. We need more than that. A lot more." "You're missing the point. We've proved it exists here. That's a stupendous discovery. Finding it in quantity is just a matter of time." "This isn't some astrological experiment you're running for that university which threw you out. We're on an assignment for the cause, and we cannot go back empty-handed. Got that? Cannot." "Astrophysics." "What?" "You said astrological. That's fortune-telling." "Yeah? You want I should take a guess at how much future you're going to have if we don't find what we need out here?" "For Christ's sake, Antonio," she said out loud, "go and get some sleep." "Maybe." He scratched the side of his head, unhappy with how limp and oily his hair had become. A vapor shower was something else he hadn't had for a while. "I'd get Jorge in here to help you monitor the results." "Great." Her eyes closed again. Antonio deactivated his flat chair's restraint straps. He hadn't seen much of Jorge on the flight. Nobody had. The man kept strictly to himself in his small cabin. The Crusades Council wanted him on board to ensure the crew's continuing cooperation once they realized there was no gold. It was Antonio who had suggested the arrangement. What bothered him was the orders Jorge had received concerning himself should things go wrong. "Hold it!" Victoria raised her hand. "This is a really weird one." Antonio tapped his feet on a stick pad to steady himself. His neural nanonics accessed the analysis network again. Satellite 11 had located a particle with an impossible mass-density ratio. It also had its own magnetic field, a very complex one. "Holy Mother, what is that? Is there another ship here?" "No, it's too big for a ship. Some kind of station, I suppose. But what's it doing in the disk?" "Refining ore," he said, with a strong twist of irony. "I doubt it." "Okay, so forget it." "You are joking." "No. If it doesn't affect us, it doesn't concern us." "Jesus, Antonio. If I didn't know you were born rich, I'd be frightened by how stupid you were." "Be careful, Victoria, my dear. Very careful. Listen, there's 2 options. One, it's some kind of commercial operation, which must be illegal because nobody has filed for industrial development rights." She gave him a significant look. "You think they're mining pitchblende?" he dativized. "What else? We thought of the concept. Why not one of the black syndicates as well? They just didn't come up with my magnetic array idea, so they're having to do it the hard way. Secondly," she continued aloud, "it's some kind of covert military station, in which case they've tracked us from the moment we emerged. Either way, we're under observation. We have to know who they are before we proceed any further." "A station?" Marcus asked. "Here?" "It would appear so," Antonio said glumly. "And you want us to find out who they are?" "I think that would be prudent," Victoria said, "given what we're doing here." "All right," Marcus said. "Carl, lock a communication dish on them. Give them our CAB identification code. Let's see if we can get a response." "Aye, sir," Carl said. He settled back on his acceleration couch. "While we're waiting," Catherine said, "I have a question for you, Antonio." She ignored the warning glare Marcus directed at her. Antonio's bogus smile blinked on. "If it is one I can answer, then I will do so gladly, dear lady." "Gold is expensive because of its rarity value, right?" "Of course." "So here we are, about to fill Lady Mac's cargo holds with 5,000 tons of the stuff. On top of that, you've developed a method which means people can scoop up millions of tons any time they want. If we try and sell it to a dealer or a bank, how long do you think we're going to be billionaires for? A fortnight?" Antonio laughed. "Gold has never been that rare. Its value is completely artificial. The Edenists have the largest stockpile. We don't know exactly how much they possess, because the Jovian Bank will not declare the exact figure. But they dominate the commodity market and sustain the price by controlling how much is released. We shall simply play the same game. Our gold will have to be sold discreetly, in small batches, in different star systems, and over the course of several years. And knowledge of the magnetic array system should be kept to ourselves." "Nice try, Catherine," Roman chuckled. "You'll just have to settle for an income of $100 million a year." She showed him a stiff finger, backed by a shark smile. "No response," Carl said. "Not even a transponder." "Keep trying," Marcus told him. "Okay, Antonio. What do you want to do about it?" "We have to know who they are," Victoria said. "As Antonio has just explained so eloquently, we can't have other people seeing what we're doing here." "It's what they're doing here that worries me," Marcus said, although, curiously, his intuition wasn't causing him any grief on the subject. "I see no alternative but a rendezvous," Antonio said. "We're in a retrograde orbit 32 million kilometers away and receding. That's going to use up an awful lot of fuel, which I believe I have already paid for." "Okay, we rendezvous." "What if they don't want us there?" Schutz asked. "If we detect any combat wasp launch, then we jump out system immediately," Marcus said. "The disk's gravity field isn't strong enough to affect Lady Mac's patterning node symmetry. We can leave any time we want." For the last 250,000 kilometers of the approach, Marcus put the ship on combat status. The nodes were fully charged, ready to jump. Thermodump panels were retracted. Sensors maintained a vigilant watch for approaching combat wasps. "They must know we're here," Y said when they were 8,000 kilometers away. "Why don't they acknowledge us?" "Ask them," Marcus said sourly. Lady Mac was decelerating at a nominal 1G, which he was varying at random. It made their exact approach vector impossible to predict, which meant their course couldn't be seeded with proximity mines. The maneuver took a lot of concentration. "Still no electromagnetic emission in any spectrum," Carl reported. "They're certainly not scanning us with active sensors." "Sensors are picking up their thermal signature," Schutz said. "The structure is being maintained at 36 degrees Celsius." "That's on the warm side," Catherine observed. "Perhaps their environmental system is malfunctioning." "Shouldn't affect the transponder," Carl said. "Captain, I think you'd better access the radar return," Schutz said. Marcus boosted the fusion drives up to 1.5 Gs and ordered the flight computer to datavise him the radar feed. The image which rose into his mind was of a fine scarlet mesh suspended in the darkness, its gentle ocean swell pattern outlining the surface of the station and the disk particle it was attached to. Except Marcus had never seen any station like this before. It was a gently curved, wedge-shaped structure, 400 meters long, 300 wide, and 150 meters at its blunt end. The accompanying disk particle was a flattened ellipsoid of stony iron rock, measuring 8 kilometers along its axis. The tip had been sheared off, leaving a flat cliff 0.5 kilometer in diameter, to which the structure was clinging. That was the smallest of the particle's modifications. A crater 4 kilometers across, with perfectly smooth walls, had been cut into one side of the rock. An elaborate unicorn horn tower rose 900 meters from its center, ending in a clump of jagged spikes. "Oh, Jesus," Marcus whispered. Elation mingled with fear, producing a deviant adrenaline high. He smiled thinly. "How about that?" "This was one option I didn't consider," Victoria said weakly. Antonio looked round the bridge, a frown cheapening his handsome face. The crew seemed dazed, while Victoria was grinning with delight. "Is it some kind of radio astronomy station?" he asked. "Yes," Marcus said, "but not one of ours. We don't build like that. It's Xenoc." Lady Mac locked attitude a kilometer above the Xenoc structure. It was a position which made the disk appear uncomfortably malevolent. The smallest particle beyond the fuselage must have massed over 1,000,000 tons, and all of them were moving a slow, random, three-dimensional cruise of lethal inertia. Amber sunlight stained those near the disk surface a baleful ginger, while deeper in there were only phantom silhouettes drifting over total blackness, flowing in and out of visibility. No stars were evident through the dark, tightly packed nebula. "That's not a station," Roman declared. "It's a shipwreck." Now that Lady Mac's visual spectrum sensors were providing them with excellent images of the Xenoc structure, Marcus had to agree. The upper and lower surfaces of the wedge were some kind of silver-white material, a fuselage shell which was fraying away at the edges. Both of the side surfaces were dull brown, obviously interior bulkhead walls, with the black geometrical outline of decking printed across them. The whole structure was a cross-section torn out of a much larger craft. Marcus tried to fill in the missing bulk in his mind. It must have been vast, a streamlined delta fuselage, like a hypersonic aircraft, which didn't make sense for a starship. Rather, he corrected himself, for a starship built with current human technology. He wondered what it would be like to fly through interstellar space the way a plane flew through an atmosphere, swooping round stars at 100 times the speed of light. Quite something. "This doesn't make a lot of sense," Catherine said. "If they were visiting the telescope dish when they had the accident, why did they bother to anchor themselves to the asteroid? Surely they'd just take refuge in the operations center." "Only if there is one," Schutz said. "Most of our deep space science facilities are automated, and by the look of it their technology is considerably more advanced." "If they are so advanced, why would they build a radio telescope on this scale anyway?" Victoria asked. "It's very impractical. Humans have been using linked baseline arrays for centuries. 5 small dishes orbiting 1,000,000 kilometers apart would provide a reception which is orders of magnitude greater than this. And why build it here? Firstly, the particles are hazardous, certainly to something that size. You can see it's been pocked by small impacts, and that horn looks broken to me. Secondly, the disk itself blocks half of the universe from observation. No, if you're going to do major radio astronomy, you don't do it from a star system like this one." "Perhaps they were only here to build the dish," Wise said. "They intended it to be a remote research station in this part of the galaxy. Once they had it up and running, they'd boost it into a high-inclination orbit. They had the accident before the project was finished." "That still doesn't explain why they chose this system. Any other star would be better than this one." "I think Wise right about them being long-range visitors," Marcus said. "If a Xenoc race like that existed close to the Confederation, we would have found them by now, or they would have contacted us." "The Ki'int." "Possibly," Marcus conceded. The Ki'int were an enigmatic Xenoc race, with a technology far in advance of anything the Confederation had mastered. However, they were reclusive and cryptic to the point of obscurity. They also claimed to have abandoned starflight a long time ago. "If it is one of their ships, then it's very old." "And it's still functional," Roman said eagerly. "Hell, think of the technology inside. We'll wind up a lot richer than the gold could ever make us." He grinned over at Antonio, whose humor had blackened considerably. "So what were the Ki'int doing building a radio telescope here?" Victoria asked. "Who the hell cares?" Carl said. "I volunteer to go over, Captain." Marcus almost didn't hear him. He'd accessed the Lady Mac's sensor suite again, sweeping the focus over the tip of the dish's tower, then the sheer cliff which the wreckage was attached to. Intuition was making a lot of junctions in his head. "I don't think it is a radio telescope," he said. "I think it's a distress beacon." "It's 4 kilometers across," Catherine said. "If they came from the other side of the galaxy, it would need to be. We can't even see the galactic core from here. There's so much gas and dust in the way. You'd need something this big to punch a message through." "That's valid," Victoria said. "You believe they were signaling their home world for help?" "Yes. Assume their world is a long way off, 3,000–4,000 light-years away, if not more. They were flying a research or survey mission in this area, and they have an accident. 3/4 of their ship is lost, including the drive section. Their technology isn't good enough to build the survivors a working star drive out of what's left, but they can enlarge an existing crater on the disk particle. So they do that. They build the dish and a transmitter powerful enough to give God an alarm call, point it at their home world, and scream for help. The ship can sustain them until the rescue team arrives. Even our own zero-taw technology is up to that. Gets my vote, Y said. She gave Marcus a wink. No way, said Catherine. If they were in trouble, they'd use a supra-light communicator to call for help. Look at that ship. We're centuries away from building anything like that. Edinist Voidhawks are pretty sophisticated, Marcus countered. We just scale things differently. These Xenocs might have a more advanced technology, but physics is still the same the universe over. Our understanding of quantum relativity is good enough to build faster-than-light starships, yet after 450 years of theoretical research, we still haven't come up with a method of supra-light communication. It doesn't exist. If they didn't return on time, then surely their homeworld would send out a search and recovery craft, Schutz said. They'd have to know the original ship's course exactly, Y said. And if a search ship did manage to locate them, why did they build the dish? Marcus didn't say anything. He knew he was right. The others would accept his scenario eventually. They always did. All right, let's stop arguing about what happened to them and why they built the dish, Carl said. When do we go over there, Captain? Have you forgotten the gold? Antonio asked. That is why we came to this disk system. We should resume our search for it. This piece of wreckage can wait. Don't be crazy. This is worth 100 times as much as any gold. I fail to see how. An ancient, derelict starship with a few heating circuits operational. Come along. I've been reasonable indulging you, but we must return to the original mission. Marcus regarded the man cautiously, a real bad feeling starting to develop. Anyone with the slightest knowledge of finance and the markets would know the value of salvaging a Xenoc starship, and Antonio had been born rich. Victoria, he said, not shifting his gaze, is the data from the magnetic array satellites still coming through? Yes. She touched Antonio's arm. The captain is right. We can continue to monitor the satellite results from here and investigate the Xenoc ship simultaneously. Double your money time, Catherine said, with apparent innocence. Antonio's face hardened. Very well, he said curtly. If that's your expert opinion, Victoria, my dear, carry on by all means, Captain. In its inert state, the SII spacesuit was a broad sensor collar with a protruding respirator tube and a black, football-sized globe of programmable silicon hanging from it. Marcus slipped the collar round his neck, bit on the tube nozzle, and datavised an activation code into the suit's control processor. The silicon ball began to change shape, flattening out against his chest, then flowing over his body like a tenacious oil slick. It enveloped his head completely, and the collar sensors replaced his eyes, datavising their vision directly into his neural nanonics. 3 others were in the preparation compartment with him: Schutz, who didn't need a spacesuit to EVA, Antonio, and Jorge Leon. Marcus had managed to control his surprise when they'd volunteered. At the same time, with Y flying the MSV, he was glad they weren't going to be left behind in the ship. Once his body was sealed by the silicon, he climbed into an armored exoskeleton with an integral cold gas maneuvering pack. The SII silicon would never puncture, but if he was struck by a rogue particle, the armor would absorb the impact. When the airlock's outer hatch opened, the MSV was floating 15 meters away. Marcus datavised an order into his maneuvering pack processor, and the gas jets behind his shoulder fired, pushing him towards the small, egg-shaped vehicle. Y extended 2 of the MSV's 3 Waldo arms in greeting. Each of them ended in a simple metal grid, with a pair of boot clamps on both sides. Once all 4 of her passengers were locked into place, Y piloted the MSV in towards the disk. The rock particle had a slow, erratic tumble, taking 120 hours to complete its cycle. As she approached, the flattish surface with the dish was just turning into the sunlight. It was a strange kind of dawn, the rock's crumpled gray-brown crust speckled by the sharp black shadows of its own rolling prominences, while the dish was a lake of infinite black, broken only by the jagged spire of the horn rising from its center. The Xenoc ship was already exposed to the amber light, casting its bloated sundial shadow across the featureless glassy cliff. She could see the ripple of different ores and mineral strata frozen below the glazed surface, deluding her for a moment that she was flying towards a mountain of cut and polished onyx. Then again, if Victoria's theory was right, she could well be. "Take us in towards the top of the wedge," Marcus advised. "There's a series of darker rectangles there." "Will do," she responded. The MSV's chemical thrusters pulsed in compliance. "Do you see the color difference near the frayed edges of the shell?" Schutz asked. "The stuff's turning gray. It's as if the decay is creeping inwards." "They must be using something like our molecular binding force generators to resist vacuum ablation," Marcus advised. "That's why the main section is still intact." "It could have been here for a long time, then." "Yeah, we'll know better once Y collects some samples from the tower." There were 5 of the rectangles, arranged in parallel, 1.5 meters long and 1 meter wide. The shell material below the shorter edge of each one had a set of 10 grooves leading away down the curve. "They look like ladders to me," Antonio advised. "Would that mean these are airlocks?" "It can't be that easy," Schutz replied. "Why not?" Marcus advised. "A ship this size is bound to have more than one airlock." "Yeah, but 5 together? Multiple redundancy. With technology this good?" "That's human hubris. The ship still blew up, didn't it?" Y locked the MSV's attitude 50 meters above the shell section. "The micropulse radar is bouncing right back at me," she informed them. "I can't tell what's below the shell. It's a perfect electromagnetic reflector. We're going to have communication difficulties once you're inside." Marcus disengaged his boots from the grid and fired his pack's gas jets. The shell was as slippery as ice. Neither stick pads nor magnetic soles would hold them to it. "Definitely enhanced valency bonds," Schutz advised. He was floating parallel to the surface, holding a sensor block against it. "It's a much stronger field than Lady Mac's. The shell composition is a real mix. The resonance scan is picking up titanium, silicon, boron, nickel, silver, and a whole load of polymers." "Silver's weird," Marcus commented. "But if there's nickel in it, our magnetic soles should have worked." He maneuvered himself over one of the rectangles. It was recessed about 5 centimeters, though it blended seamlessly into the main shell. His sensor collar couldn't detect any seal lining. Halfway along one side were 2 circular dimples 10 centimeters across. Logically, if the rectangle was an airlock, then these should be the controls. Human backups were kept simple. This shouldn't be any different. Marcus stuck his fingers in one. It turned bright blue. "Power surge," Schutz advised. "The block's picking up several high-voltage circuits activating under the shell. What did you do, Marcus?" "Tried to open one." The rectangle dilated smoothly, material flowing back to the edges. Brilliant white light flooded out. "Clever," Schutz advised. "No more than our programmable silicon," Antonio retorted. "We don't use programmable silicon for external applications." "It settles one thing," Marcus advised. "They weren't K'int, not with an airlock this size." "Quite. What now?" "We try to establish control over the cycling mechanism. I'll go in and see if I can operate the hatch from inside. If it doesn't open after 10 minutes, try the dimple again. If that doesn't work, cut through it with the MSV's fission blade." The chamber inside was thankfully bigger than the hatch, a pentagonal tube 2 meters wide and 15 long. 4 of the walls shone brightly, while the 5th was a strip of dark maroon composite. He drifted in, then flipped himself over so he was facing the hatch, floating in the center of the chamber. There were 4 dimples just beside the hatch. "First one," he advised. Nothing happened when he put his fingers in. "Second." It turned blue. The hatch flowed shut. Marcus crashed down onto the strip of dark composite, landing on his left shoulder. The force of the impact was almost enough to jar the respirator tube out of his mouth. He grunted in shock. Neural nanonics blocked the burst of pain from his bruised shoulder. Jesus, they've got artificial gravity. He was flat on his back, the exoskeleton and maneuvering pack weighing far too much. Whatever planet the Xenox came from, it had a gravity field about 1.5 times that of Earth. He released the catches down the side of his exoskeleton and wriggled his way out. Standing was an effort, but he was used to higher G's on Lady Mac. Admittedly not for prolonged periods, though. He stuck his fingers in the first dimple. The gravity faded fast, and the hatch flowed apart. "We just became billionaires," he datavised. The third dimple pressurized the airlock chamber, while the fourth depressurized it. The Xenoc atmosphere was mostly a nitrogen-oxygen blend, with 1% argon and 6% carbon dioxide. The humidity was appalling, pressure was lower than standard, and the temperature was 42 degrees Celsius. "We'd have to keep our SII suits on anyway because of the heat," Marcus datavised. "But the carbon dioxide would kill us, and we'll have to go through biological decontamination when we go back to Lady Mac." The four of them stood together at the far end of the airlock chamber, their exoskeleton armor lying on the floor behind them. Marcus had told Y and the rest of the crew their first foray would be an hour. "Are you proposing we go in without a weapon?" Jorge asked. Marcus focused his collar sensors on the man who alleged he was a hardware technician. "That's carrying paranoia too far. No, we do not engage in first contact, either deploying or displaying weapons of any kind. That's the law, and the assembly regulations are very specific about it. In any case, don't you think that if there are any Xenocs left after all this time, they're going to be glad to see someone, especially a spacefaring species?" "That is, I'm afraid, a rather naive attitude, Captain. You keep saying how advanced this starship is, and yet it suffered catastrophic damage. Frankly, an unbelievable amount of damage for an accident. Isn't it more likely this ship was engaged in some kind of battle?" Which was a background worry Marcus had suffered right from the start. That this starship could ever fail was unnerving. But, like physical constants, Murphy's Law would be the same the universe over. He'd entered the airlock because intuition told him the wreck was safe for him personally. Somehow he doubted a man like Jorge would be convinced by that argument. "If it's a warship, then it would be rigged to alert any surviving crew or flight computer of our arrival. Had they wanted to annihilate us, they would have done so by now. Lady Mac is a superb ship, but hardly in this class. So if they're waiting for us on the other side of this airlock, I don't think any weapon you or I can carry is going to make the slightest difference." "Very well. Proceed." Marcus postponed the answer which came straight to mind, and put his fingers in one of the two dimples by the inner hatchway. It turned blue. The Xenoc ship wasn't disappointing exactly, but Marcus couldn't help a growing sense of anticlimax. The artificial gravity was a fabulous piece of equipment, the atmosphere strange, the layout exotic. Yet for all that it was just a ship, built from the universal rules of logical engineering. Had the Xenocs themselves been there, it would have been so different, a whole new species with its history and culture, but they'd gone, so he was an archaeologist rather than an explorer. They surveyed the first deck, which was made up from large compartments and broad hallways. The interior was made out of a pale jade composite, slightly ruffled to a snakeskin texture. Surfaces always curved together, there were no real corners. Every ceiling emitted the same intense white glare, which their collar sensors compensated for. Arching doorways were all open, though they could still dilate if you used the dimples. The only oddity were 50-centimeter hemispherical blisters on the floor and walls, scattered completely at random. There was an ongoing argument about the shape of the Xenocs. They were undoubtedly shorter than humans, and they probably had legs because there were spiral stairwells, although the steps were very broad, difficult for bipeds. Lounges had long tables with large, rounded stool chairs inset with 4 deep ridges. After the first 15 minutes, it was clear that all loose equipment had been removed. Lockers with the standard dilating door were empty. Every compartment had its fitted furnishings and nothing more. Some were completely bare. On the second deck there were no large compartments, only long corridors lined with gray circles along the center of the walls. Antonio used a dimple at the side of one, and it dilated to reveal a spherical cell 3 meters wide. Its walls were translucent, with short lines of color slithering round behind them like photonic fish. "Beds?" Schutz suggested. "There's an awful lot of them." Marcus shrugged. "Could be." He moved on, eager to get down to the next deck. Then he slowed, switching his collar focus. 3 of the hemispherical blisters were following him, 2 gliding along the wall, 1 on the floor. They stopped when he did. He walked over to the closest and waved his sensor block over it. "There's a lot of electronic activity inside it," he reported. The others gathered round. "Are they extruded by the wall, or are they a separate device?" Schutz asked. Marcus switched on the block's resonance scan. "I'm not sure. I can't find any break in the composite round its base, not even a hairline fracture. But with their materials technology, that doesn't mean much." 5 more approaching," Jorge dativized. The blisters were approaching from ahead, 3 of them on the walls, 2 on the floor. They stopped just short of the group. "Something knows we're here," Antonio dativized. Marcus retrieved the CAB Xenoc Interface Communication Protocol from a neural nanonics memory cell. He'd stored it decades ago. All qualified Starship crew were obliged to carry it along with 1,000,001 other bureaucratic lunacies. His communication block transmitted the protocol using a multi-spectrum sweep. If the blister could sense them, it had to have some kind of electromagnetic reception facility. The communication block switched to laser light, then a magnetic pulse. "Nothing," Marcus dativized. "Maybe the central computer needs time to interpret the protocol," Schutz dativized. "A desktop block should be able to work that out. Perhaps the computer hasn't got anything to say to us." "Then why send the blisters after us?" "They could be autonomous, whatever they are." Marcus ran his sensor block over the blister again, but there was no change to its electronic pattern. He straightened up, wincing at the creak of complaint his spine made at the heavy gravity. "Okay, our hour is almost up anyway. We'll get back to Lady Mac and decide what Stage 2 is going to be." The blisters followed them all the way back to the stairwell they'd used. As soon as they started walking down the broad central hallway of the upper deck, more blisters started sliding in from compartments and other halls to stalk them. The airlock hatch was still open when they got back, but the exoskeletons were missing. "Shit," Antonio dativized. "They're still here. The bloody Xenocs are here." Marcus shoved his fingers into the dimple. His heartbeat calmed considerably when the hatch congealed behind them. The lock cycled obediently, and the outer rectangle opened. "Why?" he dativized. "We need a lift. Quickly, please." "On my way, Marcus." "Strange way for Xenocs to communicate," Schutz dativized. "What did they do that for? If they wanted to make sure we stayed, they could have disabled the airlock." The MSV swooped over the edge of the shell, jets of twinkling flame shooting from its thrusters. "Beats me," Marcus dativized. "But we'll find out." Opinion on the ship was a straight split. The crew wanted to continue investigating the Xenoc ship. Antonio and his colleagues wanted to leave. For once, Jorge had joined them, which Marcus considered significant. He was beginning to think young Carl might have been closer to the truth than was strictly comfortable. "The dish is just rock with a coating of aluminium sprayed on," Catherine said. "There's very little aluminium left now. Most of it is boiled away in the vacuum. The tower is a pretty ordinary silicon-boron composite wrapped round a titanium load structure. The samples Y cut off were very brittle." "Did you carbon date them?" Victoria asked. "Yeah." She gave her audience a labored glance. "Give or take a decade, it's 13,000 years old." Breath whistled out of Marcus's mouth. Jesus. "Then they must have been rescued, or died," Roman said. "There's nobody left over there, not after that time." "They're there," Antonio growled. "They stole our exoskeletons." "I don't understand what happened to the exoskeletons, not yet. But any entity who can build a ship like that isn't going to go creeping round stealing bits of space armor. There has to be a rational explanation." "Yes, they wanted to keep us over there." "What for? What possible reason would they have for that? It's a warship. It's been in battle. The survivors don't know who we are, if we're their old enemies. If they keep us there, they could study us and find out." After 13,000 years, I imagine the war will be over. And where did you get this battleship idea from, anyway?" "It's a logical assumption," Jorge said quietly. Roman turned to Marcus. "My guess is that some kind of mechanoid picked them up. If you look in one of the lockers, you'll probably find them neatly stored away." "Some automated systems are definitely still working," Schutz said. "We saw the blisters. There could be others." "That seems the most remarkable part of it," Marcus said. "Especially now we know the age of the thing. The inside of that ship was brand new. There wasn't any dust, any scuff marks. The lighting worked perfectly, so did the gravity. The humidity hasn't corroded anything. It's extraordinary, as if the whole structure has been in zero thaw, and yet only the shell is protected by the molecular bonding force generators. They're not used inside, not in the decks we examined. However they preserve it, they'll need a lot of power for the job, and that's on top of gravity generation and environmental maintenance. Where's that been coming from, uninterrupted, for 13,000 years? Direct mass-to-energy conversion, Catherine speculated. Or they could be tapping straight into the sun's fusion. Whatever, bang goes the Edenist HE3 monopoly. "We have to go back," Marcus said. "No!" Antonio yelled. "We must find the gold first. When that has been achieved, you can come back by yourselves. I won't allow anything to interfere with our priorities. Look, I'm sorry you had a fright while you were over there, but a power supply that works for 13,000 years is a lot more valuable than a whole load of gold which we have to sell furtively," Catherine said levelly. "I hired this ship. You do as I say. We go after the gold." "We're partners, actually. I'm not being paid for this flight unless we strike lucky, and now we have. We've got the Xenoc ship. We haven't got any gold. What does it matter to you how we get rich, as long as we do? I thought money was the whole point of this flight." Antonio snarled at her and flung himself at the floor hatch, kicking off hard with his legs. His elbow caught the rim a nasty crack as he flashed through it. "Victoria?" Marcus asked as the silence became strained. "Have the satellite arrays found any heavy metal particles yet?" "There are definitely traces of gold and platinum, but nothing to justify a rendezvous." "In that case, I say we start to research the Xenoc wreck properly." He looked straight at Jorge. "How about you?" "I think it would be prudent. You're sure we can continue to monitor the array satellites from here?" "Yes." "Good. Count me in." "Thanks. Victoria?" She seemed troubled by Jorge's response, even a little bewildered, but she said, "Sure." "Carl, you're the nearest thing we've got to a computer expert. I want you over there trying to make contact with whatever control network is still operating." "You got it." "From now on, we go over in teams of 4. I want sensors put up to watch the airlocks when we're not around, and start thinking about how we communicate with people inside. Why, you and I are going to secure Lady Mac to the side of the shell. Okay, let's get active, people." Unsurprisingly, none of the standard astronautics industry vacuum epoxies worked on the shell. Marcus and Y wound up using tether cables wrapped round the whole of the Xenoc ship to hold Lady Mac in place. 3 hours after Carl went over, he asked Marcus to join him. Lady Mac's main airlock tube had telescoped out of the hull to rest against the shell. There was no way it could ever be mated to the Xenoc airlock rectangle, but it did allow the crew to transfer over directly without having to use exoskeleton armor and the MSV. They'd also run an optical fiber through the Xenoc airlock to the interior of the ship. The hatch material closed around it, forming a perfect seal rather than cutting through it. Marcus found Carl just inside the airlock, sitting on the floor with several processor blocks in his lap. 8 blisters were slowly circling round him. 2 on the wall were stationary. "Roman was almost right," he dativized as soon as Marcus stepped out of the airlock. "Your exoskeletons were cleared away, but not by any butler mechanoid. Watch." He lobbed an empty recording fleck case onto the floor behind the blisters. One of them slid over to it. The green composite became soft, then liquid. The little plastic case sank through it into the blister. "I call them cyber mice," Carl dativized. "They just scurry around keeping the place clean. You won't see the exoskeletons again. They ate them, along with anything else they don't recognize as part of the ship's structure. I imagine they haven't tried digesting us yet because we're large and active. Maybe they think we're friends of the Xenox. But I wouldn't want to try sleeping over here. Does this mean we won't be able to put sensors up? Not for a while. I've managed to stop them digesting the communication block which the optical fiber is connected to. How? He pointed to the two on the wall. I shut them down. Jesus, have you accessed a control network? No. Schutz and I used a micro-squid on one of the cybermice to get a more detailed scan of its electronics. Once we'd tapped the data bus traffic, it was just a question of running standard decryption programs. I can't tell you how these things work, but I have found some basic command routines. There's a deactivation code which you can datavise to them. I've also got a reactivation code and some directional codes. The good news is that the Xenoc program language is standardized. He stood and held a communication block up to the ceiling. This is the deactivation code. A small circle of the ceiling around the block turned dark. It's only localized. I haven't worked out how to control entire sections yet. We need to trace the circuitry to find an access port. Can you turn it back on again? Oh, yes. The dark section flared white again. The codes work for the doors as well. Just hold your block over the dimples. Be quicker to use the dimples. For now, yes. I wasn't complaining, Carl. This is an excellent start. What's your next step? I want to access the next level of the Cybermice program architecture. That way I should be able to load recognition patterns in their memory. Once I can do that, I'll enter our equipment, and they should leave it alone. But that's going to take a long time. Lady Mac isn't exactly heavily stocked with equipment for this kind of work. Of course, once I do get deeper into their management routines, we should be able to learn a lot about their internal systems. From what I can make out, the cybermice are built around a molecular synthesizer. He switched on a fission knife, its 10-centimeter blade glowing a pale yellow under the ceiling's glare. It scored a dark, smoldering scar in the floor composite. A cybermouse immediately slipped towards the blemish. This time, when the composite softened, the charred granules were sucked down, and the small valley closed up. Exactly the same thickness and molecular structure as before, Carl datavised. That's why the ship's interior looks brand new, and everything's still working flawlessly after 13,000 years. The cybermice keep regenerating it, just keep giving them energy and a supply of mass, and there's no reason this ship won't last for eternity. It's almost a von Neumann machine, isn't it? Close. I expect a synthesizer this small has limits. After all, if it could reproduce anything, they would have built themselves another starship. But the principle's here, Captain. We can learn and expand on it. Think of the effect a unit like this will have on our manufacturing industry. Marcus was glad he was in an SII suit. It blocked any giveaway facial expressions. Replicator technology would be a true revolution, restructuring every aspect of human society, atomist and Edenist alike. And revolutions never favored the old. I just came here for the money, not to destroy a way of life for 800 star systems. That's good, Carl. Where did the others go? Down to the third deck. Once we solved the puzzle of the disappearing exoskeletons, they decided it was safe to start exploring again. Fair enough. I'll go down and join them. I cannot believe you agreed to help them, Antonio stormed. You, of all people. You know how much the cause is depending on us. Jorge gave him a hollow smile. They were together in his sleeping cubicle, which made it very cramped. But it was one place on the starship he knew for certain no sensors were operational. A block he'd brought with him had made sure of that. The cause has become dependent on your project. There's a difference. What are you talking about? Those detector satellites cost us $1.5 million fusio dollars each, and most of that money came from sources who will require repayment no matter what the outcome of our struggle. The satellites are a hell of a lot cheaper than antimatter. Indeed so, but they are worthless to us unless they find pitchblende. We'll find it. Victoria says there are plenty of traces. It's only a question of time before we get a big one. Maybe. It was a good idea, Antonio. I'm not criticizing. Fusion bomb components are not easily obtainable to a novice political organization with limited resources. One mistake and the intelligence agencies would wipe us out. No, old-fashioned fission was a viable alternative. Even if we couldn't process the uranium up to weapons quality, we can still use it as a lethal large-scale contaminant. As you say, we couldn't lose. Sonora would gain independence, and we would form the first government with full access to the treasury. Everyone would be reimbursed for their individual contribution to the liberation. So why are we mucking about in a pile of Xenoc junk? Just back me up, Jorge, please. Calvert will leave it alone if we both pressure him. Because, Antonio, this piece of so-called Xenoc junk has changed the rules of the game. In fact, we're not even playing the same game anymore. Gravity generation, an inexhaustible power supply, molecular synthesis, and if Carl can access the control network, he might even find the blueprints to build whatever star drive they used. Are you aware of the impact such a spectrum of radical technologies will have upon the Confederation when released all together? Entire industries will collapse from overnight obsolescence. There will be an economic depression the like of which we haven't seen since before the invention of the ZTT drive. It will take decades for the human race to return to the kind of stability we enjoy today. We will be richer and stronger because of it, but the transition years, I would not like to be a citizen in an asteroid settlement that has just blackmailed the founding company into premature independence. Who is going to loan an asteroid such as that the funds to re-equip our industrial stations, eh? I hadn't thought of that. Neither has the crew, except for Calvert. Look at his face next time you talk to him, Antonio. He knows. He has reasoned it out, and he's seen the end of his captaincy and freedom. The rest of them are lost amid their dreams of exorbitant wealth. So what do we do? Jorge clamped a hand on Antonio's shoulder. Fate has smiled on us, Antonio. This was registered as a joint venture flight. No matter we were looking for something different. By law, we are entitled to an equal share of the Xenoc technology. We are already trillionaires, my friend. When we get home, we can buy Sonora Asteroid. Holy Mother, we can buy the entire Lagrange cluster. Antonio managed a smile, which didn't quite correspond with the dew of sweat on his forehead. Okay, Jorge. Hell, you're right. We don't have to worry about anything anymore. But now what? I know we can pay off the loan on the satellites, but what about the Crusade Council? They won't like this. They might. There's no cause for alarm. The Council will never trouble us again. I maintain that I am right about the disaster which destroyed the Xenoc ship. It didn't have an accident. That is a warship, Antonio. And you know what that means, don't you? Somewhere on board there will be weapons just as advanced and as powerful as the rest of its technology. It was Y's third trip over to the Xenoc ship. None of them spent more than 2 hours at a time inside. The gravity field made every muscle ache. Walking round was like being put on a crash exercise regimen. Schutz and Carl were still busy by the airlock, probing the circuitry of the cybermice and decrypting more of their programming. It was probably the most promising line of research. Once they could use the Xenoc program language, they should be able to extract any answer they wanted from the ship's controlling network, assuming there was one. Y was convinced there would be. The number of systems operating, life support, power, gravity, had to mean some basic management integration system was functional. In the meantime, there was the rest of the structure to explore. She had a layout file stored in her neural nanonics, updated by the others every time they came back from an excursion. At the blunt end of the wedge there could be anything up to 40 decks if the spacing was standard. Nobody had gone down to the bottom yet. There were some areas which had no obvious entrance, presumably engineering compartments or storage tanks. Marcus had the teams tracing the main power lines with magnetic sensors, trying to locate the generator. Y plodded after Roman as he followed a cable running down the center of a corridor on the 8th deck. "It's got so many secondary feeds it looks like a fishbone," he complained. They paused at a junction with 5 branches, and he swept the block round. "This way." He started off down one of the new corridors. "We're heading towards Stairwell 5, she told him, as the layout file scrolled through her skull. There were more cybermice than usual on Deck 8. Over 30 were currently pursuing her and Roman, creating strong ripples in the composite floor and walls. Y had noticed that the deeper she went into the ship, the more of them there seemed to be. Although after her second trip she'd completely ignored them. She wasn't paying a lot of attention to the compartments leading off from the corridors either. It wasn't that they were all the same, rather that they were all similarly empty. They reached the stairwell, and Roman stepped inside. "It's going down," he advised. "Great, that means we've got another level to climb up when we're finished." Not that going down these stairs was easy, she acknowledged charily. If only they could find some kind of variable gravity chute. Perhaps they'd all been positioned in the part of the ship that was destroyed. "You know, I think Marcus might have been right about the dish being an emergency beacon," she advised. "I can't think of any other reason for it being built. Believe me, I've tried." "He always is right. It's bloody annoying, but that's why I fly with him." "I was against it because of the faith gap." "Say what?" "The amount of faith these Xenocs must have had in themselves. It's awesome. So different from humans. Think about it. Even if their home world is only 2,000 light-years away, that's how long the message is going to take to reach there. Yet they sent it believing someone would still be around to receive it, and more, act on it. Suppose that was us. Suppose the Lady Mac had an accident 1,000 light-years away. Would you think there was any point in sending a light-speed message to the Confederation, then going into zero-taw to wait for a rescue ship?" "If their technology can last that long, then I guess their civilization can too." "No, our hardware can last for a long time. It's our culture that's fragile, at least compared to theirs. I don't think the Confederation will last 1,000 years. "The Edenists will be here, I expect. So will all the planets, physically if nothing else. Some of their societies will advance, possibly even to a state similar to the K'int. Some will revert to barbarism. But there will be somebody left to hear the message and help." "You're a terrible optimist." They arrived at the 9th deck, only to find the doorway was sealed over with composite. "Odd," Roman advised. "If there's no corridor or compartment beyond, why put a doorway here at all?" "Because this was a change made after the accident." "Could be. But why would they block off an interior section?" "I've no idea. You want to keep going down?" "Sure. I'm optimistic enough not to believe in ghosts lurking in the basement." "I really wish you hadn't said that." The 10th deck had been sealed off as well. "My legs can take one more level," Y advised. "Then I'm going back." There was a door on Deck 11. It was the first one in the ship to be closed. Y stuck her fingers in the dimple, and the door dilated. She edged over cautiously and swept the focus of her collar sensors round. "Holy shit! We'd better fetch Marcus." Decks 9 and 10 had simply been removed to make the chamber. Standing on the floor and looking up, Marcus could actually see the outline of the stairwell doorways in the wall above him. By Xenoc standards it was a cathedral. There was only one altar right in the center. A donut of some dull metallic substance, 8 meters in diameter, with a central aperture 5 meters across. The air around it was emitting a faint violet glow. It stood on 5 sable-black arching buttresses, 4 meters tall. "The positioning must be significant," Y advised. "They built it almost at the center of the wreck. They wanted to give it as much protection as possible." "Agreed," Catherine replied. "They obviously considered it important. After a ship has suffered this much damage, you don't expend resources on anything other than critical survival requirements." "Whatever it is," Schutz reported, "it's using up an awful lot of power." He was walking round it, keeping a respectful distance, wiping a sensor block over the floor as he went. "There's a power cable feeding each of those legs." "Is it radiating in any spectrum?" Marcus asked. "Only that light you can see, which spills over into ultraviolet, too. Apart from that, it's inert, but the energy must be going somewhere." "Okay." Marcus walked up to a buttress and switched his collar focus to scan the aperture. It was veiled by a gray haze, as if a sheet of fog had solidified across it. When he took another tentative step forward, the fluid in his semicircular canals was suddenly affected by a very strange tidal force. His foot began to slip forwards and upwards. He threw himself backwards and almost stumbled. Jorge and Carl just caught him in time. "There's no artificial gravity underneath it," he dativized, "but there's some kind of gravity field wrapped around it." He paused. "No, that's not right. It pushed me." "Pushed?" Catherine hurried to his side. "Are you sure?" "Yes." "My God!" "What? Do you know what it is?" "Possibly. Schutz, hang on to my arm, please." The cosmonic came forward and took her left arm. Catherine edged forward until she was almost under the lambent doughnut. She stretched up her right arm, holding out a sensor block, and tried to press it against the doughnut. It was as if she was trying to make two identical magnetic poles touch. The block couldn't get to within 20 centimeters of the surface. It kept slithering and sliding through the air. She held it as steady as she could, and dativized it to run an analysis of the doughnut's molecular structure. The results made her back away. "So?" Marcus asked. "I'm not entirely sure it's solid in any reference frame we understand. That surface could just be a boundary effect. There's no spectroscopic data at all. The sensor couldn't even detect an atomic structure in there, let alone valency bonds." "You mean it's a ring of energy?" "Don't hold me to it, but I think that thing could be some kind of exotic matter." "Exotic in what sense exactly?" Jorge asked. "It has a negative energy density. And before you ask, that doesn't mean anti-gravity. Exotic matter only has one known use: to keep a wormhole open." "Jesus, that's a wormhole portal?" Marcus asked. "It must be." "Any way of telling where it leads?" "I can't give you an exact stellar coordinate, but I know where the other end has to emerge. The Xenox never called for a rescue ship, Marcus. They threaded a wormhole with exotic matter to stop it collapsing, and escaped down it. That is the entrance to a tunnel which leads right back to their home world." Schutz found Marcus in the passenger lounge in Capsule C. He was floating centimeters above one of the flat chairs, with the lights down low. The cosmonic touched his heels to a stick pad on the decking beside the lower hatch. "You really don't like being wrong, do you?" "No, but I'm not sulking about it either." Marcus molded a jaded grin. "I still think I'm right about the dish, but I don't know how the hell to prove it." "The wormhole portal is rather conclusive evidence." "Very tactful. It doesn't solve anything, actually. If they could open a wormhole straight back home, why did they build the dish? Like Catherine said, if you have an accident of that magnitude, then you devote yourself completely to survival. Either they called for help, or they went home through the wormhole. They wouldn't do both." "Possibly it wasn't their dish. They were just here to investigate it." Two ancient, unknown Xenoc races with FTL starship technology is pushing credibility. It also takes us back to the original problem. If the dish isn't a distress beacon, then what the hell was it built for? I'm sure there will be an answer at some time. "I know we're only a commercial traders crew with a very limited research capability, but we can still ask fundamental questions, like why have they kept the wormhole open for 13,000 years? "Because that's the way their technology works. They probably wouldn't consider it odd." "I'm not saying it shouldn't work for that long. I'm asking why their homeworld would bother maintaining a link to a chunk of derelict wreckage." "That is harder for logic to explain. The answer must lie in their psychology." "That's a cop-out. You can't simply cry alien at everything you don't understand." "But it does bring us to my final query. If you can open a wormhole with such accuracy across God knows how many light years, why would you need a starship in the first place? What sort of psychology accounts for that?" "All right, Marcus, you got me. Why?" "I haven't got a clue. I've been reviewing all the file texts we have on wormholes, trying to find a solution which pulls all this together, and I can't do it. It's a complete paradox." "There's only one thing left, then, isn't there?" Marcus turned to look at the hulking figure of the cosmonic. "What?" "Go down the wormhole and ask them." "Yeah, maybe I will. Somebody has to go eventually. What does our dear Catherine have to say on that subject? Can we go inside it in our SII suits?" "She's rigging up some sensors that she can shove through the interface. That gray sheet isn't a physical barrier. She's already pushed a length of conduit tubing through. It's some kind of pressure membrane, apparently. Stops the ship's atmosphere from flooding into the wormhole. Another billion-fusio-dollar gadget. Jesus, this is getting too big for us. We're going to have to prioritize. He datavised the flight computer and issued a general order for everyone to assemble in Capsule A's main lounge. Carl was the last to arrive. The young systems engineer looked exhausted. He frowned when he caught sight of Marcus. "I thought you were over on the Xenox ship." "No. But you—" He rubbed his fingers against his temples. "Skip it." "Any progress?" Marcus asked. "A little. From what I can make out, the molecular synthesizer and its governing circuitry are combined with the same crystal lattice. To give you a biological analogy, it's as though a muscle is also a brain." "Don't follow that one through too far," Roman called. Carl didn't even smile. He took a chocolate sack from the dispenser and sucked on the nipple. "Catherine," Marcus said, "I've managed to place a visual spectrum sensor in the wormhole. There's not much light in there, only what soaks through the pressure membrane. From what we can see, it's a straight tunnel. I assume the Xenox cut off the artificial gravity under the portal so they could egress it easily. What I'd like to do next is dismount a laser radar from the MSV and use that." "If the wormhole's threaded with exotic matter, will you get a return from it?" "Probably not, but we should get a return from whatever is at the other end." "What's the point?" Three of them began to talk at once, Catherine loudest of all. Marcus held his hand up for silence. "Listen, everybody. According to Confederation law, if the appointed commander or designated controlling mechanism of a spaceship or free-flying space structure discontinues that control for 1 year and a day, then any ownership title becomes null and void. Legally, this Xenox ship is an abandoned structure which we are entitled to file a salvage claim on." "There is a controlling network," Carl said. "It's a subsystem," Marcus said. "The law is very clear on that point. If a starship's flight computer fails, but, say, the fusion generators keep working, their governing processes do not constitute the designated controlling mechanism. Nobody will be able to challenge our claim." "The Xenox might," Y said. "Let's not make extra problems for ourselves. As the situation stands right now, we have title. We can't not claim the ship because the Xenox may return at some time." Catherine rocked her head in understanding. "If we start examining the wormhole, they might come back, sooner rather than later. Is that what you're worried about?" "It's a consideration, yes. Personally, I'd rather like to meet them. But, Catherine, are you really going to learn how to build exotic matter and open a wormhole with the kind of sensor blocks we've got?" "You know I'm not, Marcus." "Right. Nor are we going to find the principle behind the artificial gravity generator, or any of the other miracles on board. What we have to do is catalog as much as we can, and identify the areas that need researching. Once we've done that, we can bring back the appropriate specialists, pay them a huge salary, and let them get on with it. Don't any of you understand yet? When we found this ship, we stopped being starship crew and turned into the highest-flying corporate executives in the galaxy. We don't pioneer anymore, we designate. So we map out the last remaining decks. We track the power cables and note what they power. Then we leave." "I know I can crack their program language, Marcus," Carl said. "I can get us into the command network." Marcus smiled at the weary pride in his voice. "Nobody is going to be more pleased about that than me, Carl. One thing I do intend to take with us is a cyber mouse, preferably more than one. That molecular synthesizer is the hard evidence we need to convince the banks of what we've got." Carl blushed. Marcus, I don't know what'll happen if we try and cut one out of the composite. So far we've been left alone, but if the network thinks we're endangering the ship, well, I'd like to think we're capable of something more sophisticated than ripping a cyber mouse out of the composite. Hopefully you'll be able to access the network, and we can simply ask it to replicate a molecular synthesizer unit for us. They have to be manufactured somewhere on board." "Yeah, I suppose they do. Unless the cybermice duplicate themselves." "Now that'd be a sight," Roman said happily. "One of them humping away on top of the other." His neural mnemonics time function told Carl he'd slept for 9 hours. After he wriggled out of his sleep pouch, he air-swam into the crew lounge and helped himself to a pile of food sachets from the galley. There wasn't much activity in the ship, so he didn't even bother to access the flight computer until he'd almost finished eating. Catherine was on watch when he dived into the bridge through the floor hatch. "Who's here?" he asked breathlessly. "Who else is on board right now?" "Just Roman. The rest of them are all over on the wreck. Why?" "Shit." "Why? What's the matter?" "Have you accessed the flight computer?" "I'm on watch. Of course I'm accessing." "No, not the ship's functions. The satellite analysis network Victoria's set up." Her flat features twisted into a surprised grin. "You mean they've found some gold?" "No way. The network was reporting that Satellite 7 had located a target deposit 3 hours ago. When I accessed the network direct to follow it up, I found out what the search parameters really are. They're not looking for gold. Those bastards are here to get pitchblende." "Pitchblende?" Catherine had to run a search program through her neural nanonics encyclopedia to find out what it was. "Oh, Christ! Uranium! They want uranium!" "Exactly. You could never mine it from a planet without the local government knowing. That kind of operation would be easily spotted by the observation satellites. Asteroids don't have deposits of pitchblende, but planetoids do, and out here nobody is going to know that they're scooping it up." "I knew it. I bloody knew that fable about gold mountains was a load of balls." "They must be terrorists, or Sonora independence freaks, or Black Syndicate members. We have to warn the others. We can't let them back on board Lady Mac." "Wait a minute, Carl. Yes, they're shits, but if we leave them over on the wreck, they'll die. Even if you're prepared to do that, it's the captain's decision." "No, it isn't. Not anymore. If they come back, then neither you, me, nor the captain is going to be in any position to make decisions about anything. They knew we'd find out about the pitchblende eventually, when Lady Mac rendezvoused with the ore particle. They knew we wouldn't take it on board voluntarily. That means they came fully prepared to force us. They've got guns or weapons implants. Jorge is exactly what I said he was, a mercenary killer. We can't let them back on the ship, Catherine. We can't." Oh, Christ. She was gripping the side of her acceleration couch in reflex. Command decision, and it was all hers. "Can we datavise the captain?" he asked. "I don't know. We've got relay blocks in the stairwells now the cybermice have been deactivated, but they're not very reliable. The structure plays hell with our signals." "Who's he with?" "He was partnering Victoria. Y and Schutz are together. Antonio and Jorge made up the last team." "Datavise Y and Schutz. Get them out first. Then try for the captain." "Okay. Get Roman and go down to the airlock chamber. I'll authorize the weapons cabinet to release some maser carbines." "Shit." "What?" "I can't. Marcus has the flight computer command codes. We can't even fire the thrusters without him." Deck 14 appeared no different from any other as Marcus and Victoria wandered through it. The corridors were broad, and there were few doorways. "About 60% is sealed off," Marcus datavized. "This must be a major engineering level." "Yeah, there's so many cables around here I'm having trouble cataloging the grid." She was wiping a magnetic sensor block slowly from side to side as they walked. His communication block reported it was receiving an encrypted signal from the Lady Mac. Sheer surprise made him halt. He retrieved the appropriate code file from a neural nanonics memory cell. "Captain?" "What's the problem, Catherine?" "You've got to get back to the ship. Now, Captain, and make sure Victoria doesn't come with you." "Why?" "Captain, this is Carl. The array satellites are looking for pitchblende, not gold or platinum. Antonio's people are terrorists. They want to build fission bombs." Marcus focused his collar sensors on Victoria, who was waiting a couple of meters down the corridor. "Where's Schutz and why?" "On their way back," Catherine datavized. "They should be here in another 5 minutes." "Okay. It's going to take me at least half an hour to get back." He didn't like to think about climbing 14 flights of stairs fast, not in this gravity. "Start prepping the ship." "Captain, Carl thinks they're probably armed." Marcus's communication block reported another signal coming online. "Carl is quite right," Jorge datavized. "We are indeed armed, and we also have excellent processor blocks and decryption programs. Really, Captain, this code of yours is at least 3 years out of date." Marcus saw Victoria turn towards him. "Care to comment on the pitch blend?" he asked. "I admit the material would have been of some considerable use to us," Jorge replied. "But of course this wreck has changed the Confederation beyond recognition, has it not, Captain?" "Possibly." "Definitely. And so we no longer require the pitch blend." "That's a very drastic switch of allegiance." "Please, Captain, do not be facetious. The satellites were left on purely for your benefit. We didn't wish to alarm you." "Thank you for your consideration." "Captain," Catherine advised, "Schutz and Y are in the airlock." "I do hope you're not proposing to leave without us," Jorge advised. "That would be most unwise." "You were going to kill us," Carl advised. "That is a hysterical claim. You would not have been hurt." "As long as we obeyed and helped you slaughter thousands of people." Marcus wished Carl would stop being quite so blunt. He had few enough options as it was. "Come now, Captain," Jorge said. "The Lady Macbeth is combat-capable. Are you telling me you have never killed people in political disputes?" "We've fought, but only against other ships." "Don't try and claim the moral high ground, Captain. War is war, no matter how it is fought." "Only when it's between soldiers. Anything else is terrorism." "I assure you, we have put our old allegiance behind us. I ask you to do the same. This quarrel is foolish in the extreme. We both have so much to gain." "And you're armed," Marcus filled in silently. Jorge and Antonio were supposed to be inspecting decks 12 and 13. It would be tough, if not impossible, getting back to the airlock before them. But I can't trust them on Lady Mac. "Captain, they're moving," Catherine advised. "The communication block in Stairwell 3 has acquired them. Strength 1. They must be coming up." "Victoria," Jorge advised. "Restrain the captain and bring him to the airlock. I advise all of you on the ship to remain calm. We can still find a peaceful solution to this situation." Unarmed combat programs went primary in Marcus's neural nanonics. The black, featureless figure opposite him didn't move. "Your call," he advised. According to his tactical analysis program, she had few choices. Jorge's order implied she was armed, though a scan of her utility belt didn't reveal anything obvious other than a standard fission blade. If she went for a gun, he would have an attack window. If she didn't, then he could probably stay ahead of her. She was a lot younger, but his gineered physique should be able to match her in this gravity field. Victoria dropped the sensor block she was carrying and moved her hand to her belt. She grabbed the multi-purpose power tool and started to bring it up. Marcus slammed into her, using his greater mass to throw her off balance. She was hampered by trying to keep her grip on the tool. His impact made her sway sideways. Then the fierce Xenot gravity took over. She toppled helplessly, falling fast. The power tool was swinging round to point at him. Marcus kicked her hand, and the unit skittered away. It didn't slide far. The gravity saw to that. Victoria landed with a terrible thud. Her neural nanonics medical monitor program flashed up an alert that the impact had broken her collarbone. Axon blocks came online, muting all but the briefest pulse of pain. It was her programs again which made her twist round to avoid any follow-on blow. Her conscious mind was almost unaware of the fact she was still moving. A hand scrabbled for the power tool. She snatched it and sat up. Marcus was disappearing down a side corridor. She fired at him before the targeting program even gave her an overlay grid. "Jorge," she advised. "I've lost him." "Then get after him." Marcus's collar sensors showed him a spray of incendiary droplets fizzing out of the wall barely a meter behind him. The multi-purpose tool must be some kind of laser pistol. "Catherine," he advised, "retract Lady Mac's airlock tube. Now, close the outer hatch and code-lock it. They are not to come on board." "Acknowledged. How do we get you back?" "Yes, Captain," Jorge advised. "Do tell." Marcus dodged down a junction. "Have Y stand by. When I need her, I'll need her fast." "You think you can cut your way out of this shell, Captain? You have a fission blade, and that shell is held together by a molecular bonding generator." "You touch him, shithead, and we'll fry that wreck," Carl did advised. "Lady Mac's got maser cannons." "But do you have the command codes, I wonder?" "Captain?" "Communication silence," Marcus ordered. "When I want you, I'll call." Jorge's boosted muscles allowed him to ascend Stairwell 3 at a speed which Antonio could never match. He was soon left struggling along behind. The airlock was the tactical high ground. Once he had secured that, Jorge knew he'd won. As he climbed, his hands moved automatically, assembling the weapon from various innocuous-looking pieces of equipment he was carrying on his utility belt. "Victoria," he advised. "Have you got him?" "No. He broke my shoulder, the bastard. I've lost him." "Go to the nearest stairwell. I expect that's what he's done. Antonio, go back and meet her. Then start searching for him." "Is that a joke?" Antonio asked. "He could be anywhere." "No, he's not. He has to come up. Up is where the airlock is." "Yes, but—" "Don't argue! And when you find him, don't kill him. We have to have him alive. He's our ticket out. Our only ticket. Understand?" "Yes, Jorge." When he reached the airlock, Jorge closed the inner hatch and cycled the chamber. The outer hatch dilated to show him the Lady Macbeth's fuselage 15 meters away. Her airlock tube had retracted, and the fuselage shield was in place. "This is a no-win standoff," he advised. "Captain, please come up to the airlock. You have to deal with me. You have no choice. The three of us will leave our weapons over here, and then we can all go back on board together. And when we return to a port, none of us will mention this unfortunate incident again. That is reasonable, surely." Schutz had just reached the bridge when they received Jorge's datavise. "Damn, he's disconnected our cable from the communication block," Carl said. "We can't call the captain now, even if we wanted to." Schutz rolled in mid-air above his acceleration couch and landed gently on the cushioning. Restraint webbing slithered over him. "What the hell do we do now?" Roman asked. "Without the command codes, we're bloody helpless." "It wouldn't take that long for us to break open the weapons cabinet," Schutz said. "They haven't got the captain. We can go over there and hunt them down with the carbines." "I can't sanction that," Catherine said. "God knows what sort of weapons they have." "Sanction it? We put it to the vote." "It's my duty, Watch. Nobody votes on anything. The last order the captain gave us was to wait. We wait." She datavised the flight computer for a channel to the MSV. "Why? Status, please." "Powering up. I'll be ready for a flight in 2 minutes." "Thank you." "We have to do something," Carl said. "For a start, you can calm down," Catherine told him. "We're not going to help Marcus by doing anything rash. He obviously had something in mind when he told Y to get ready." The hatchway to the captain's cabin slid open. Marcus air-swam out and grinned round at their stupefied expressions. "Actually, I didn't have any idea what to do when I said that. I was stalling." "How the hell did you get back on board?" Roman yelped. Marcus looked at Catherine and gave her a lopsided smile. "By being right, I'm afraid. The dish is a distress beacon." "So what?" she whispered numbly. He drifted over to his acceleration couch and activated the webbing. "It means the wormhole doesn't go back to the Xenoc homeworld." "You found out how to use it," Carl exclaimed. "You opened its other end inside the Lady Mac." "No, there is no other end. Yes, they built it as part of their survival operation. It was their escape route, you were right about that. But it doesn't go somewhere. It goes somewhen." Instinct had brought Marcus to the portal chamber. It was as good as any other part of the ship. Besides, the Xenocs had escaped their predicament from here. In a remote part of his mind, he assumed that ending up on their homeworld was preferable to capture here by Jorge. It wasn't the kind of choice he wanted to make. He walked slowly round the portal. The pale violet emanation in the air around it remained constant, hazing the dull surface from perfect observation. That and a faint hum were the only evidence of the massive quantity of power it consumed. Its eternal stability, a mocking enigma. Despite all the logic of argument, he knew Catherine was wrong. Why build the dish if you had this ability? And why keep it operational? That factor must have been important to them. It had been built in the center of the ship, and built to last. They'd even reconfigured the wreck to ensure it lasted. Fine, they needed reliability, and they were masters of material science. But a one-off piece of emergency equipment lasting 13,000 years? There must be a reason, and the only logical one was that they knew they would need it to remain functional so they could come back one day. The SII suit prevented him from smiling as realization dawned, but it did reveal a shiver ripple along his limbs as the cold wonder of the knowledge struck home. On the Lady Mac's bridge, Marcus said, "We originally assumed that the Xenox would just go into zero-taw and wait for a rescue ship, because that's what we would do. But their technology allows them to take a much different approach to engineering problems." "The wormhole leads into the future," Roman said in astonishment. "Almost. It doesn't lead anywhere but back to itself, so the length inside it represents time, not space. As long as the portal exists, you can travel through it. The Xenox went in just after they built the dish, and came out again when their rescue ship arrived. That's why they built the portal to survive so long. It had to carry them through a great deal of time." "How does that help you get here?" Catherine asked. "You're trapped over in the Xenoc wreckage right now, not in the past." "The wormhole exists as long as the portal does. It's an open tube to every second of that entire period of existence. You're not restricted which way you travel through it." In the portal chamber, Marcus approached one of the curving black buttress legs. The artificial gravity was off directly underneath the donut, so the Xenox could rise into it, but they had been intent on traveling into the future. He started to climb the buttress. The first section was the steepest. He had to clamp his hands behind it and haul himself up. Not easy in that gravity field. It gradually curved over, flattening out at the top, leaving him standing above the donut. He balanced there precariously, very aware of the potentially lethal fall down onto the floor. The donut didn't look any different from this position, a glowing ring surrounding the gray pressure membrane. Marcus put one foot over the edge of the exotic matter and jumped. He fell clean through the pressure membrane. There was no gravity field in the wormhole, although every movement suddenly became very sluggish. To his waving limbs it felt as if he was immersed in some kind of fluid, though his sensor block reported a perfect vacuum. The wormhole wall was insubstantial, difficult to see in the meager backscatter of light from the pressure membrane. 5 narrow lines of yellow light materialized, spaced equidistantly around the wall. They stretched from the rim of the pressure membrane up to a vanishing point some indefinable distance away. Nothing else happened. Marcus drifted until he reached the wall, which his hand adhered to as though the entire surface was one giant stick pad. He crawled his way back to the pressure membrane. When he stuck his hand through, there was no resistance. He pushed his head out. There was no visible difference to the chamber outside. He datavized his communication block to search for a signal. It told him there was only the band from one of the relay blocks in the stairwells. No time had passed. He withdrew back into the wormhole. Surely the Xenox hadn't expected to crawl along the entire length. In any case, the other end would be 13,000 years ago. Marcus retrieved the Xenoc activation code from his neural nanonics and datavized it. The lines of light turned blue. He quickly datavized the deactivation code, and the lines reverted to yellow. This time, when he emerged out into the portal chamber, there was no signal at all. "That was 10 hours ago," Marcus told his crew. "I climbed out and walked back to the ship. I passed you on the way, Carl." "Holy shit," Roman muttered. "A time machine." "How long was the wormhole active for?" Catherine asked. "A couple of seconds, that's all." 10 hours in 2 seconds. She paused, loading sums into her neural nanonics. "That's a year in 30 minutes. Actually, that's not so fast. Not if they were intending to travel a couple of thousand years into the future." "You're complaining about it?" Roman asked. "Maybe it speeds up the further you go through it," Schutz suggested. "Or more likely we need the correct access codes to vary its speed." "Whatever," Marcus said. He datavized the flight computer and blew the tether bolts which were holding Lady Mac to the wreckage. "I want flight readiness status, people, please." "What about Jorge and the others?" Carl asked. "They only come back on board under our terms," Marcus said. "No weapons, and they go straight into zero taw. We can hand them over to Tranquility's sergeants as soon as we get home." Purple course vectors were rising into his mind. He fired the maneuvering thrusters, easing Lady Mac clear of the Xenoc shell. Jorge saw the sparkle of bright dust as the explosive bolts fired. He scanned his sensor collar round until he found the tethers, narrow gray serpents flexing against the speckled backdrop of drab orange particles. It didn't bother him unduly. Then the small thrusters ringing the starship's equator fired, pouring out translucent amber plumes of gas. "Catherine, what do you think you're doing?" he datavised. "Following my orders," Marcus replied. "She's helping to prep the ship for a jump. Is that a problem for you?" Jorge watched the starship receding, an absurdly stately movement for an artifact that big. His respirator tube seemed to have stopped supplying fresh oxygen, paralyzing every muscle. "Calvert! How?" he managed to datavise. "I might tell you sometime. Right now there are a lot of conditions you have to agree to before I allow you back on board." Pure fury at being so completely outmaneuvered by Calvert made him reach automatically for his weapon. "You will come back now," he datavised. "You're not in any position to dictate terms." Lady Macbeth was a good 200 meters away. Jorge lined the stubby barrel up on the rear of the starship. A green targeting grid flipped up over the image, and he zeroed on the nozzle of a fusion drive tube. He datavised the X-ray laser to fire. Pale white vapor spewed out of the nozzle. "Depressurization in fusion drive 3, Roman shouted. "The lower deflector coil casing is breached. He shot us, Marcus. Jesus Christ, he shot us with an X-ray." "What the hell kind of weapon has he got back there?" Carl demanded. "Whatever it is, he can't have the power capacity for many more shots," Schutz said. "Give me fire control for the maser cannons," Roman said. "I'll blast the little shit." "Marcus!" Catherine cried. "He just hit a patterning node. Stop him!" Neuro-iconic displays zipped through Marcus's mind. Ship systems coming online as they shifted over to full operational status, each with its own schematic. He knew just about every performance parameter by heart. Combat sensor clusters were already sliding out of their recesses. Maser cannons powering up. It would be another 7 seconds before they could be aimed and fired. There was one system with a faster response time. "Hang on," he yelled. Designed for combat avoidance maneuvers, the fusion drive tubes exploded into life 2 seconds after he triggered their ignition sequence. Twin spears of solar-bright plasma transfixed the Xenoc shell, burning through deck after deck. They didn't even strike anywhere near the airlock which Jorge was cloistered in. They didn't have to. At that range, their infrared emission alone was enough to break down his SII suit's integrity. Super-energized ions hammered into the wreck, smashing the internal structure apart, heating the atmosphere to an intolerable pressure. Xenoc machinery detonated in tremendous energy bursts all through the structure, the units expending themselves in spherical clouds of solid light which clashed and merged into a single wave-front of destruction. The giant rock particle lurched wildly from the explosion. Drenched in a cascade of hard radiation and subatomic particles, the unicorn tower at the center of the dish snapped off at its base to tumble away into the darkness. Then the process seemed to reverse. The spume of light blossoming from the cliff curved in on itself, growing in brightness as it was compressed back to its point of origin. Lady Mac's crew were straining under the 5G acceleration of the starship's flight. The inertial guidance systems started to flash priority warnings into Marcus's neural nanonics. "We're going back," he datavised. 5Gs made talking too difficult. "Jesus, 5Gs, and it's still pulling us in." The external sensor suite showed him the contracting fireball, its luminosity surging towards violet. Large sections of the cliff were flaking free and plummeting into the conflagration. Fissures like black lightning bolts split open right across the rock. He ordered the flight computer to power up the nodes and retract the last sensor clusters. "Marcus, we can't jump," Catherine dativized, her face pummeled into frantic creases by the acceleration. "It's a gravitonic emission! Don't!" "Have some faith in the old girl." He initiated the jump. An event horizon eclipsed the Lady Macbeth's fuselage. Behind her, the wormhole at the heart of the newborn microstar gradually collapsed, pulling in its gravitational field as it went. Soon there was nothing left but an expanding cloud of dark snow-dust embers. They were 3 jumps away from tranquility when Catherine ventured into Marcus's cabin. Lady Mac was accelerating at 1/10 of a G towards her next jump coordinate, holding him lightly in one of the large black foam sculpture chairs. It was the first time she'd ever really noticed his age. "I came to say sorry," she said. "I shouldn't have doubted." He waved limply. "Lady Mac was built for combat. Her nodes are powerful enough to jump us out of some gravity fields. Not that I had a lot of choice. Still, we only reduced 3 nodes to slag, plus the one dear old Jorge damaged." "She's a hell of a ship, and you're the perfect captain for her. I'll keep flying with you, Marcus." "Thanks, but I'm not sure what I'm going to do after we dock. Replacing 3 nodes will cost a fortune. I'll be in debt to the banks again." She pointed at the row of transparent bubbles which all held identical antique electronic circuit boards. "You can always sell some more Apollo Command Module guidance computers." "I think that scam's just about run its course. Don't worry, when we get back to Tranquility I know a captain who'll buy them from me. At least that way I'll be able to settle the flight pay I owe all of you." "For heaven's sake, Marcus, the whole astronautics industry is in debt to the banks. I swear I never could understand the economics behind star flight." He closed his eyes, a wry smile quirking his lips. "We very nearly solved human economics for good, didn't we?" "Yeah, very nearly." "The wormhole would have let me change the past. Their technology was going to change the future. We could have rebuilt our entire history." "I don't think that's a very good idea. What about the grandfather paradox for a start? How come you didn't warn us about Jorge as soon as you emerged from the wormhole?" "Scared, I guess. I don't know nearly enough about quantum temporal displacement theory to start risking paradoxes. I'm not even sure I'm the Marcus Calvert that brought this particular Lady Macbeth to the Xenoc wreck. Suppose you really can't travel between times, only parallel realities. That would mean I didn't escape into the past. I just shifted sideways." "You look and sound pretty familiar to me." "So do you. But is my crew still stuck back at their version of the wreck, waiting for me to deal with Jorge?" "Stop it," she said softly. "You're Marcus Calvert, and you're back where you belong, flying Lady Mac." "Yeah, sure." "The Xenocs wouldn't have built the wormhole unless they were sure it would help them get home, their true home. They were smart people." "And no mistake." "I wonder where they did come from." "We'll never know now." Marcus lifted his head, some of the old humor emerging through his melancholia. "But I hope they got back safe." Itsy Bitsy Spider, James Patrick Kelly. James Patrick Kelly made his first sale in 1975, and since has gone on to become one of the most respected and popular writers to enter the field in the last 20 years. Although Kelly has had some success with novels, especially the recent Wildlife, he has had more impact to date as a writer of short fiction, with stories such as Solstice, The Prisoner of Shalon, Glass Cloud, Mr. Boy, Pogrom, and Homefront, and is often ranked among the best short story writers in the business. His acclaimed story, Think Like a Dinosaur, won him a Hugo Award in 1996. Kelly's first solo novel, the mostly ignored Planet of Whispers, came out in 1984. It was followed by Freedom Beach, a novel written in collaboration with John Kessel, and then by another solo novel, Look into the Sun. His most recent book is a collection, Think Like a Dinosaur, and he is currently at work on another novel. A collaboration between Kelly and Kessel appeared in our second annual collection, and solo, Kelly stories have appeared in our third, fourth, 5th, 6th, 8th, 9th, and 13th annual collections. Born in Mineola, New York, Kelly now lives with his family in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. He has a website at http://www.nh.ultranet.com/Jim Kelly. Here he takes us to an ostensibly tranquil future society where nothing is quite what it seems, and some of the games they play, even children's games, can get very rough indeed. When I found out that my father was still alive after all these years and living at Strawberry Fields, I thought he'd gotten just what he deserved. Retroburbs are where the old scared people go to hide. I'd always pictured the people in them as deranged losers. Visiting some fantasy world like the Disneys or Carlucci's Carthage is one thing, moving to one is another. Sure, 2038 is messy, but it's a hell of a lot better than 1960 whatever. Now that I'd arrived at 144 Blue Jay Way, I realized that the place was worse than I had imagined. Strawberry Fields was pretending to be some long-lost suburb of the late 20th century, except that it had the sterile monotony of cheap VR. It was clean all right and neat, but it was everywhere the same. And the scale was wrong. The lots were squeezed together, and all the houses had shrunk, like the dreams of their owners. They were about the size of a one-car garage, modular units tarted up at the factory to look like ranches, with old double-hung storm windows and hardened siding of harvest gold, barn red, forest green. Of course, there were no real garages. Faux Mustangs and VW buses cruised the quiet streets. Their car brains were listening for a summons from Barbara Chesley next door at 142, or the Goltzes across the street, who might be headed to Penny Lanes to bowl a few frames, or the hospital to die. There was a beach chair with blue nylon webbing on the front stoop of 144 Blue Jay Way. A brick walk led to it, dividing two patches of carpet moss, green as a dream. There were names and addresses printed in huge light-stick letters on all the doors in the neighborhood. No doubt many Strawberry Fielders were easily confused. The owner of this one was Peter Fancy. He had been born Peter Fanelli, but had legally taken his stage name not long after his first success as Prince Hal in Henry IV, Part 1. I was a Fancy, too. The name was one of the few things of my father's I had kept. I stopped at the door and let it look me over. "You're Jen," it said. "Yes." I waited in vain for it to open or to say something else. "I'd like to see Mr. Fancy, please." The old man's house had worse manners than he did. "He knows I'm coming," I said. "I sent him several messages," which he had never answered, but I didn't mention that. "Just a minute," said the door. "She'll be right with you." She? The idea that he might be with another woman now hadn't occurred to me. I'd lost track of my father a long time ago, on purpose. The last time we'd actually visited overnight was when I was 20. Mom gave me a ticket to Port Gemini, where he was doing the Shakespeare in Space program. The orbital was great, but staying with him was like being underwater. I think I must have held my breath for the entire week. After that there were a few sporadic calls, a couple of awkward dinners, all at his instigation. Then 23 years of nothing. I never hated him exactly. When he left, I just decided to show solidarity with Mom and be done with him. If acting was more important than his family, then to hell with Peter Fancy. Mom was horrified when I told her how I felt. She cried and claimed the divorce was as much her fault as his. It was too much for me to handle. I was only 11 years old when they separated. I needed to be on someone's side, and so I had chosen her. She never did stop trying to talk me into finding him again, even though after a while it only made me mad at her. For the past few years she'd been warning me that I'd developed a warped view of men. But she was a smart woman, my Mom, a winner. Sure, she'd had troubles, but she'd founded 3 companies, was a millionaire by 25. I missed her. A lock clicked and the door opened. Standing in the dim interior was a little girl in a gold and white checked dress. Her dark curly hair was tied in a ribbon. She was wearing white ankle socks and black Mary Jane shoes that were so shiny they had to be plastic. There was a Band-Aid on her left knee. "Hello, Jen. I was hoping you'd really come." Her voice surprised me. It was resonant, impossibly mature. At first glance I'd guessed she was 3, maybe 4. I'm not much good at guessing kids' ages. Now I realized that this must be a bot, a maid person. "You look just like I thought you would." She smiled, stood on tiptoe, and raised a delicate little hand over her head. I had to bend to shake it. The hand was warm, slightly moist, and very realistic. She had to belong to Strawberry Fields. There was no way my father could afford a bot with skin this real. "Please come in." She waved on the lights. "We're so happy you're here." The door closed behind me. The playroom took up almost half of the little house. Against one wall was a miniature kitchen. Toy dishes were drying in a rack next to the sink. The pink refrigerator barely came up to my waist. The table was full-sized. It had 2 normal chairs and a booster chair. Opposite this was a bed with a ruffled pumpkin patty bedspread. About a dozen dolls and stuffed animals were arranged along the far edge of the mattress. I recognized most of them: Pooh, Mr. Moon, Baby Roly-Poly, the Sleepums, Big Bird. And the wallpaper was familiar, too. Oz figures like Toto and the Wizard and the Cowardly Lion on a field of Munchkin blue. "We had to make a few changes," said the bot. "Do you like it?" The room seemed to tilt then. I took a small, unsteady step, and everything righted itself. My dolls, my wallpaper, the chest of drawers from Grandma Finelli's cottage in Hyannis. I stared at the bot and recognized her for the first time. She was me. "What is this?" I said. "Some kind of sick joke?" I felt like I'd just been slapped in the face. "Is something wrong?" the bot said. "Tell me. Maybe we can fix it." I swiped at her, and she danced out of reach. I don't know what I would have done if I had caught her. Maybe smashed her through the picture window onto the patch of front lawn, or shaken her until pieces started falling off. But the bot wasn't responsible. My father was. Mom would never have defended him if she'd known about this. The old bastard. I couldn't believe it. Here I was, shuddering with anger, after years of feeling nothing for him. There was an interior door just beyond some shelves filled with old-fashioned paper books. I didn't take time to look as I went past, but I knew that Dr. Seuss and A. A. Milne and L. Frank Baum would be on those shelves. The door had no knob. "Open up!" I shouted. It ignored me, so I kicked it. "Hey!" "Jennifer!" The bot tugged at the back of my jacket. "I must ask you—" "You can't have me!" I pressed my ear to the door. Silence. "I'm not this thing you made." I kicked it again. "You hear?" Suddenly an announcer was shouting in the next room. "Into the post to Russell, who kicks it out to Havlicek, all alone at the top of the key. He shoots, and Baylor with the strong rebound." The asshole was trying to drown me out. "If you don't come away from that door right now," said the bot, "I'm calling security." "What are they going to do?" I said. "I'm the long-lost daughter here for a visit. And who the hell are you, anyway?" "I'm bonded to him, Jen. Your father is no longer competent to handle his own affairs. I'm his legal guardian." Shit! I kicked the door one last time, but my heart wasn't in it. I shouldn't have been surprised that he had slipped over the edge. He was almost 90. "If you want to sit and talk, I'd like that very much." The bot gestured toward a banana-yellow beanbag chair. "Otherwise, I'm going to have to ask you to leave." It was the shock of seeing the bot, I told myself. I'd reacted like a hurt little girl. But I was a grown woman, and it was time to start behaving like one. I wasn't here to let Peter Fancy worm his way back into my feelings. I had come because of Mom. "Actually," I said, "I'm here on business." I opened my purse. "If you're running his life now, I guess this is for you." I passed her the envelope and settled back, tucking my legs beneath me. There is no way for an adult to sit gracefully in a beanbag chair. She slipped the check out. "It's from Mother." She paused, then corrected herself. "Her estate." She didn't seem surprised. "Yes?" "It's too generous." That's what I thought. "She must have taken care of you, too?" "I'm fine." I wasn't about to discuss the terms of Mom's will with my father's toy daughter.
"I would have liked to have known her," said the bot.
She slid the check back into the envelope and set it aside.
"I've spent a lot of time imagining Mother."
I had to work hard not to snap at her. Sure, this bot had at least a human-equivalent intelligence and would be a free citizen someday, assuming she didn't break down first. But she had a cognizer for a brain and a heart fabricated in a vat. How could she possibly imagine my mom, especially when all she had to go on was whatever lies he had told her? "So how bad is he?" She gave me a sad smile and shook her head.
"Some days are better than others. He has no clue who President Huang is or about the quake, but he can still recite the dagger scene from Macbeth. I haven't told him that Mother died. He'd just forget it 10 minutes later."
"Does he know what you are?"
"I am many things, Jen."
"Including me."
"You're a role I'm playing, not who I am." She stood. "Would you like some tea?"
Okay. I still wanted to know why Mom had left my father $438,000 in her will. If he couldn't tell me, maybe the bot could. She went to her kitchen, opened a cupboard, and took out a regular-sized cup. It looked like a bucket in her little hand.
"I don't suppose you still drink Constant Comment?"
His favorite. I had long since switched to Rafalo. "That's fine." I remembered that when I was a kid, my father used to brew cups for the two of us from the same bag because Constant Comment was so expensive. I thought they went out of business long ago.
"I mix my own. I'd be interested to hear how accurate you think the recipe is."
"I suppose you know how I like it?" She chuckled. "So, does he need the money?" The microwave dinged.
"Very few actors get rich," said the bot.
I didn't think there had been microwaves in the 60s, but then strict historical accuracy wasn't really the point of Strawberry Fields.
"Especially when they have a weakness for Shakespeare."
"Then how come he lives here and not in some flop? And how did he afford you?" She pinched sugar between her index finger and thumb, then rubbed them together over the cup. It was something I still did, but only when I was by myself. A nasty habit. Mom used to yell at him for teaching it to me.
"I was a gift."
She shook a tea bag loose from a canister shaped like an acorn and plunged it into the boiling water.
"From Mother."
The bot offered the cup to me. I accepted it nervelessly. "That's not true." I could feel the blood draining from my face.
"I can lie if you'd prefer, but I'd rather not."
She pulled the booster chair away from the table and turned it to face me.
"There are many things about themselves that they never told us, Jen. I've always wondered why that was."
I felt logy and a little stupid, as if I had just woken from a 30-year nap. "She just gave you to him?"
"And bought him this house. Paid all his bills, yes."
"But why?"
"You knew her," said the bot. "I was hoping you could tell me."
I couldn't think of what to say or do. Since there was a cup in my hand, I took a sip. For an instant, the scent of tea and dried oranges carried me back to when I was a little girl, and I was sitting in Grandma Fanelli's kitchen in a wet bathing suit, drinking Constant Comment that my father had made to keep my teeth from chattering. There were knots like brown eyes in the pine walls, and the green linoleum was slick where I had dripped on it.
"Well?"
"It's good," I said absently, and raised the cup to her. "No, really, just like I remember." She clapped her hands in excitement.
"So," said the bot, "what was Mother like?"
It was an impossible question, so I tried to let it bounce off me. But then neither of us said anything. We just stared at each other across a yawning gulf of time and experience. In the silence, the question stuck. Mom had died 3 months ago, and this was the first time since the funeral that I'd thought of her as she really had been, not the papery ghost in the hospital room. I remembered how, after she divorced my father, she always took my calls when she was at the office, even if it was late, and how she used to step on imaginary brakes whenever I drove her anywhere, and how grateful I was that she didn't cry when I told her that Rob and I were getting divorced. I thought about Easter eggs and raspberry Pop-Tarts,
and when she sent me to Antibes for a year when I was 14, and that perfume she wore on my father's opening nights, and the way they used to waltz on the patio at the house in Waltham. West is walking the ball up court, setting his offense with 15 seconds to go on the shot clock, 19 in the half. The beanbag chair that I was in faced the picture window. Behind me, I could hear the door next to the bookcase open. Jones and Goodrich are in each other's jerseys down low, and now Chamberlain swings over and calls for the ball on the weak side. I twisted around to look over my shoulder. The great Peter Fancy was making his entrance. Mom once told me that when she met my father, he was typecast playing men that women fall hopelessly in love with. He'd had great successes as Stanley Kowalski in Streetcar, and Sky Masterson in Guys and Dolls, and the Vicomte de Valmont in Les Liaisons Dangereuses. The years had eroded his good looks, but had not obliterated them. From a distance he was still a handsome man. He had a shock of close-cropped white hair. The beautiful cheekbones were still there. The chin was as sharply defined as it had been in his first headshot. His grey eyes were distant and a little dreamy, as if he were preoccupied with the War of the Roses or the problem of evil. "Jen," he said, "what's going on out here?" He still had the big voice that could reach into the second balcony without a mic. I thought for a moment he was talking to me. "We have company, Daddy," said the bot, in a 4-year-old trill that took me by surprise. "A lady." "I can see that it's a lady, sweetheart." He took a hand from the pocket of his jeans, stroked the touchpad on his belt, and his exo-legs walked him stiffly across the room. "I'm Peter Fancy," he said. "The lady is from Strawberry Fields." The bot swung around behind my father. She shot me a look that made the terms and conditions of my continued presence clear. If I broke the illusion, I was out. "She came by to see if everything is all right with our house." The bot disturbed me even more, now that she sounded like young Jen Fancy. As I heaved myself out of the beanbag chair, my father gave me one of those lopsided, flirting grins I knew so well. "Does the lady have a name?" He must have shaved just for the company, because now that he had come close I could see that he had a couple of fresh nicks. There was a button-sized patch of grey whiskers by his ear that he had missed altogether. "Her name is Miss Johnson," said the bot. It was my ex, Rob's, last name. I had never been Jennifer Johnson. "Well, Miss Johnson," he said, hooking thumbs in his pants pockets, "the water in my toilet is brown." I'll see that it's taken care of." I was at a loss for what to say next. Then inspiration struck. "Actually, I had another reason for coming." I could see the bot stiffen. "I don't know if you've seen Yesterday, our little newsletter. Anyway, I was talking to Mrs. Chesley next door, and she told me that you were an actor once. I was wondering if I might interview you. Just a few questions, if you have the time. I think your neighbors might—" "Were?" he said, drawing himself up. "Once? Madame, I am now an actor, and will always be." "My daddy's famous," said the bot. I cringed at that. It was something I used to say. My father squinted at me. "What did you say your name was?" "Johnson," I said. "Jane Johnson." "And you're a reporter? You're sure you're not a critic?" "Positive." He seemed satisfied. "I'm Peter Fancy." He extended his right hand to shake. The hand was spotted and bony, and it trembled like a reflection in a lake. Clearly, whatever magic or surgeon's skill it was that had preserved my father's face had not extended to his extremities. I was so disturbed by his infirmity that I took his cold hand in mine and pumped it 3-4 times. It was dry as a page of one of the bot's dead books. When I let go, the hand seemed steadier. He gestured at the beanbag. "Sit," he said. "Please." After I had settled in, he tapped the touchpad and stumped over to the picture window. "Barbara Chesley is a broken and bitter old woman," he said, "and I will not have dinner with her under any circumstances. Do you understand?" He peered up Blue Jay Way and down. "Yes, Daddy," said the bot. "I believe she voted for Nixon, so she has no reason to complain now."
Apparently satisfied that the neighbors weren't sneaking up on us, he leaned against the windowsill, facing me. "Mrs. Thompson, I think today may well be a happy one for both of us. I have an announcement." He paused for effect. "I've been thinking of Lear again." The bot settled onto one of her little chairs.
"Oh, Daddy, that's wonderful!"
"It's the only one of the big four I haven't done," said my father. "I was set for a production in Stratford, Ontario, back in '99. Polly Matthews was to play Cordelia. Now there was an actor. She could bring tears to a stone. But then my wife Hannah had one of her bad times, and I had to withdraw so I could take care of Jen. The two of us stayed down at my mother's cottage on the Cape. I wasted the entire season tending bar. And when Hannah came out of rehab, she decided that she didn't want to be married to an underemployed actor anymore, so things were tight for a while. She had all the money, so I had to scramble, spent almost 2 years on the road. But I think it might have been for the best. I was only 48. Too old for Hamlet, too young for Lear. My Hamlet was very well received, you know. There were overtures from PBS about a taping, but that was when the BBC decided to do the Shakespeare series with that doctor, what was his name? Jonathan Miller. So instead of Peter Fancy, we had Derek Jacobi, whose brilliant idea it was to roll across the stage, frothing his lines like a rabid raccoon. You'd think he'd seen an alien, not his father's ghost. Well, that was another missed opportunity, except, of course, that I was too young. Ripeness is all, eh? So I still have Lear to do, unfinished business, my comeback." He bowed, then pivoted solemnly so that I saw him in profile, framed by the picture window. "Where have I been? Where am I? Fair daylight?" He held up a trembling hand and blinked at it uncomprehendingly. "I know not what to say. I swear these are not my hands." Suddenly the bot was at his feet.
"Oh, look upon me, sir," she said in her childish voice, "and hold your hand in benediction o'er me."
"Pray do not mock me." My father gathered himself in the flood of morning light. "I am a very foolish, fond old man, 80 and upward, not an hour more or less. And to deal plainly, I fear I am not in my perfect mind." He stole a look in my direction, as if to gauge my reaction to his impromptu performance. A frown might have stopped him, a word would have crushed him. Maybe I should have, but I was afraid he'd start talking about Mom again, telling me things I didn't want to know. So I watched instead, transfixed. "Methinks I should know you." He rested his hand briefly on the bot's head. "And know this stranger." He fumbled at the controls, and the exolegs carried him across the room toward me. As he drew nearer, he seemed to slough off the years. "Yet I am mainly ignorant what place this is, and all the skill I have remembers not these garments, nor I know not where I did lodge last night." It was Peter Fancy who stopped before me, his face a mere kiss away from mine. "Do not laugh at me, for as I am a man, I think this lady to be my child, Cordelia." He was staring right at me, into me, knifing through make-believe indifference to the wound I'd nursed all these years, the one that had never healed. He seemed to expect a reply, only I didn't have the line. A tiny, sad, squeaky voice within me was whimpering, "You left me, and you got exactly what you deserve." But my throat tightened and choked it off. The bot cried, "And so I am! I am!" But she had distracted him. I could see confusion begin to deflate him. "Be your tears wet?" "Yes, Faith. I pray, weep not. If you have poison for me, I will drink it. I know you do not love me." He stopped, and his brow wrinkled. "It's something about the sisters," he muttered. "Yes," said the bot, "for your sisters have done me wrong." "Don't feed me the fucking lines!" he shouted at her. "I'm Peter Fancy, God damn it!" After she calmed him down, we had lunch. She let him make the peanut butter and banana sandwiches while she heated up some Campbell's tomato and rice soup, which she poured from a can made of actual metal. The sandwiches were lumpy because he had hacked the bananas into chunks the size of walnuts. She tried to get him to tell me about the daylilies blooming in the backyard and the old Boston garden, and the time he and Mom had had breakfast with Bobby Kennedy. She asked whether he wanted TV dinner or pot pie for supper. He refused all her conversational gambits. He only ate half a bowl of soup. He pushed back from the table and announced that it was her nap time. The bot put up a perfunctory fuss, although it was clear that it was my father who was tired out. However, the act seemed to perk him up. Another role for his resume, the doting father. "I'll tell you what," he said. "We'll play your game, sweetheart. But just once, otherwise you'll be cranky tonight." The two of them perched on the edge of the bot's bed next to Big Bird and the Sleepums. My father started to sing, and the bot immediately joined in. "The Itsy Bitsy spider went up the water spout." Their gestures were almost mirror images, except that his ruined hands actually looked like spiders as they climbed into the air. "Down came the rain and washed the spider out." The bot beamed at him as if he were the only person in the world. "Out came the sun and dried up all the rain, and the itsy-bitsy spider went up the spout again." When his arms were once again raised over his head, she giggled and hugged him. He let them fall around her, returning her embrace. "That's a good girl," he said. "That's my Jenny." The look on his face told me that I had been wrong. This was no act. It was as real to him as it was to me. I had tried hard not to, but I still remembered how the two of us always used to play together, Daddy and Jenny, Jen and Dad, waiting for Mommy to come home. He kissed her, and she snuggled under the blankets. I felt my eyes stinging. "But if you do the play," she said, "when will you be back?" "What play?" "That one you were telling me, the king and his daughters." "There's no such play, Jenny." He sifted her black curls through his hands. "I'll never leave you. Don't worry now. Never again." He rose unsteadily and caught himself on the chest of drawers. "Nighty noodle," said the bot. "Pleasant dreams, sweetheart," said my father. "I love you." "I love you too." I expected him to say something to me, but he didn't even seem to realize that I was still in the room. He shambled across the playroom, opened the door to his bedroom, and went in. "I'm sorry about that," said the bot, speaking again as an adult. "Don't be," I said. I coughed, something in my throat. It was fine. I was very touched. "He's usually a lot happier. Sometimes he works in the garden." The bot pulled the blankets aside and swung her legs out of the bed. "He likes to vacuum." "Yes." "I take good care of him." I nodded and reached for my purse. "I can see that." I had to go. "Is it enough?" She shrugged. "He's my daddy." "I meant the money, because if it's not, I'd like to help." "Thank you. He'd appreciate that." The front door opened for me, but I paused before stepping out into strawberry fields. "What about after?" "When he dies? My bond terminates. He said he'd leave the house to me. I know you could contest that, but I'll need to sell in order to pay for my 20-year maintenance." No, that's fine. You deserve it." She came to the door and looked up at me, little Jen Fancy, and the woman she would never become. "You know, it's you he loves," she said. "I'm just a stand-in." "He loves his little girl," I said. "Doesn't do me any good. I'm 47. "It could if you let it." She frowned. "I wonder if that's why Mother did all this, so you'd find out." Or maybe she was just plain sorry. I shook my head. She was a smart woman, my Mom. I would have liked to have known her. "So, Miss Fancy, maybe you can visit us again sometime." The bot grinned and shook my hand. "Daddy's usually in a good mood after his nap. He sits out front on his beach chair and waits for the ice cream truck. He always buys us some. Our favorite is Yellow Submarine. It's vanilla with fat butterscotch swirls dipped in white chocolate.
I know it sounds kind of odd, but it's good."
"Yes," I said absently, thinking about all the things Mom had told me about my father. I was hearing them now for the first time. That might be nice. A Spy in Europa, Alastair Reynolds. Here's a headlong, relentlessly paced adventure set against the backdrop of a strange, high-tech society inside the moon Europa, which proves that where you end up might not be at all where you thought you were heading, and that what you accomplish might not exactly be what you set out to do. New writer Alastair Reynolds is a frequent contributor to Interzone, and has also sold to Asimov's Science Fiction and elsewhere. A professional scientist with a Ph.D. in astronomy, he comes from Wales but lives in the Netherlands. Marius Vargovich, agent of Gilgamesh Isis, savored an instant of free-fall before the flitter's engines kicked in, slamming it away from the Deucalion. His pilot gunned the craft toward the moon below, quickly outrunning the other shuttles which the Martian liner had disgorged. Europa seemed to be enlarging perceptibly, a flattening arc the color of nicotine-stained wallpaper. "Boring, isn't it?" Vargovich turned around in his seat languidly. "You'd rather they were shooting at us? Rather they were doing something?" "Then you're a fool," Vargovich said, making a tent of his fingers. "There's enough armament buried in that ice to give Jupiter a second red spot. What it would do to us doesn't bear thinking about it." "Only trying to make conversation." "Don't bother. It's an overrated activity at the best of times." "All right, Marius, I get the message. In fact, I intercepted it, parsed it, filtered it, decrypted it with the appropriate one-time pad, and wrote a fucking 200-page report on it. Satisfied?" "I'm never satisfied, Mishenka. It just isn't in my nature." But Mishenka was right. Europa was an encrypted document, complexity masked by a surface of fractured and refrozen ice. Its surface grooves were like the capillaries in a vitrified eyeball, faint as the structure in a raw surveillance image. But once within the airspace boundary of the Europan demarchy, traffic management co-opted the flitter, vectoring it into a touchdown corridor. In 3 days, Mishenka would return, but then he would disable the avionics, kissing the ice for less than 10 minutes. "Not too late to abort," Mishenka said, a long time later. "Are you out of your tiny mind?" The younger man dispensed a frosty, covert ops smile. "We've all heard what the demarchy do to spies, Marius." "Is this a personal grudge, or are you just psychotic?" "I leave being psychotic to you, Marius. You're so much better at it." Vargovich nodded. It was the first sensible thing Mishenka had said all day. They landed an hour later. Vargovich adjusted his Martian business wear, tuning his holographically inwoven frock coat to project red sandstorms. Lifting the collar in what he had observed from the liner's passengers was a recent Martian fad. Then he grabbed his bag, nothing incriminating there, no gadgets or weapons, and exited the flitter, stepping through the gasket of locks. A slither walk propelled him forward, massaging the soles of his slippers. It was a single cultured ribbon of octopus skin, stimulated to ripple by the timed firing of buried squid axons. To get to Europa, you had to be either sickeningly rich or sickeningly poor. Vargovich's cover was the former, a lie excusing the single-passenger flitter. As the slither walk advanced, he was joined by other arrivals, business people like himself, and a sugaring of the merely wealthy. Most of them had dispensed with holographics, instead projecting entoptics beyond their personal space. Machine-generated hallucinations decoded by the implant hugging Vargovich's optic nerve. Hummingbirds and seraphim were in sickly vogue. Others were attended by autonomous perfumes which subtly altered the moods of those around them. Slightly lower down the social scale, Vargovich observed a clique of noisy tourists, antlered brats from Circum-Jove. Then there was a discontinuous jump, squalid-looking Maunder refugees, who must have accepted indenture to the demarchy. The refugees were quickly segregated from the more affluent immigrants, who found themselves within a huge geodesic dome, resting above the ice on refrigerated stilts. The walls of the dome glittered with duty-free shops, boutiques, and bars. The floor was bowl-shaped, slither walks and spiral stairways descending to the nadir, where a quincunx of fluted marble cylinders waited. Vargovich observed that the newly arrived were queuing for elevators which terminated in the cylinders. He joined a line and waited. "First time in Cadmus Asterius?" asked the bearded man ahead of him, iridophores in his plum-colored jacket projecting Boolean propositions from Sirikit's Machine Ethics in the Trans-Enlightenment. "First time on Europa, actually. First time Circum-Jove, you want the full story." "Down system?" "Mars." The man nodded gravely. "Here it's tough." "You're not kidding." And he wasn't. Since the sun had dimmed, the second Maunder minimum repeating the behavior which the sun had exhibited in the 17th century, the entire balance of power in the first system had altered. The economies of the inner worlds had found it hard to adjust, agriculture and power generation handicapped, with concomitant social upheaval. But the outer planets had never had the luxury of solar energy in the first place. Now Circum-Jove was the benchmark of first-system economic power, with Circum-Saturn trailing behind. Because of this, the two primary Circum-Jove superpowers, the Demarchy, which controlled Europa and Io, and Gilgamesh-Isis, which controlled Ganymede and parts of Callisto, were vying for dominance. The man smiled keenly. "Here for anything special?" "Surgery," Vargovich said, hoping to curtail the conversation at the earliest juncture. "Very extensive anatomical surgery." They hadn't told him much. "Her name is Cholak," Control had said, after Vargovich had skimmed the dossiers back in the caverns which housed the covert operations section of Gilgamesh-Isis security, deep in Ganymede. "We recruited her 10 years ago, when she was on Phobos." "And now she's Demarchy?" Control had nodded. "She was swept up in the brain drain once Maunder too began to bite. The smartest got out while they could. The Demarchy, and us, of course, snapped up the brightest. And also one of our sleepers." Vargovich glanced down at the portrait of the woman, striped by video lines. She looked mousy to him, with a permanent bone-deep severity of expression. "Cheer up," Control said. "I'm asking you to contact her, not sleep with her." Yeah. Just tell me her background." "Biotech." Control nodded at the dossier. "On Phobos she led one of the teams working in aquatic transform work, modifying the human form for submarine operations." Vargovich nodded diligently. "Go on." "Phobos wanted to sell their know-how to the Martians before their oceans froze. Of course, the Demarchy also appreciated her talents. Cholak took her team to Cadmus Asterius, one of their hanging cities." Vargovich was getting the thread now. "By which time we'd already recruited her." "Right," Control said. "Except we had no obvious use for her." "Then why this conversation?" Control smiled. Control always smiled when Vargovich pushed the envelope of subservience. "We're having it because our sleeper won't lie down." Then Control reached over and touched the image of Cholak, making her speak. What Vargovich was seeing was an intercept, something Gilgamesh had captured, riddled with edits and jump cuts. She appeared to be sending a verbal message to an old friend in Isis. She was talking rapidly from a white room, inert medical servitors behind her. Shelves displayed flasks of color-coded medicines. A cruciform bed resembled an autopsy slab with ceramic drainage sluices. "Cholak contacted us a month ago," Control said. "The room's part of her clinic." "She's using phrase-embedded 3, Vargovich said, listening to her speech patterns, siphoning content from otherwise normal Canasian. "Last code we taught her." "All right. What's her angle?" Control chose his words, skating around the information excised from Cholak's message. "She wants to give us something," he said. "Something valuable. She's acquired it accidentally. Someone good has to smuggle it out." "Flattery will get you everywhere, Control." The muzak rose to a carefully timed crescendo as the elevator plunged through the final layer of ice. The view around and below was literally dizzying, and Vargovich registered exactly as much awe as befitted his Martian guise. He knew the Demarchy's history, of course, how the hanging cities had begun as points of entry into the ocean, air-filled observation cupolas linked to the surface by narrow access shafts sunk through the kilometer-thick crustal ice. Scientists had studied the unusual smoothness of the crust, noting that its fracture patterns echoed those on Earth's ice shelves, implying the presence of a water ocean. Europa was farther from the sun than Earth, but something other than solar energy maintained the ocean's liquidity. Instead, the moon's orbit around Jupiter created stresses which flexed the moon's silicate core, tectonic heat bleeding into the ocean via hydrothermal vents. Descending into the city was a little like entering an amphitheater, except that there was no stage, merely an endless succession of steeply tiered lower balconies. They converged toward a light-filled infinity 7 or 8 kilometers below, where the city's conic shape constricted to a point. The opposite side was half a kilometer away, levels rising like geologic strata. A wide glass tower threaded the atrium from top to bottom, aglow with smoky green ocean and a mass of kelp-like flora, cultured by gilly swimmers. Artificial sun lamps burned in the kelp like Christmas tree lights. Above, the tower branched, peristaltic feeds reaching out to the ocean proper. Offices, shops, restaurants, and residential units were stacked atop each other, or teetered into the abyss on elegant balconies, spun from lustrous sheets of bulk chitin polymer, the Demarchy's major construction material. Gossamer bridges arced across the atrium space, dodging banners, projections, and vast translucent sculptures, molded from a silky variant of the same chitin polymer. Every visible surface was overlaid by neon, holographics, and entoptics. People were everywhere, and in every face Vargovich detected a slight absence, as if their minds were not entirely focused on the here and now. No wonder all citizens had an implant which constantly interrogated them, eliciting their opinions on every aspect of Demarchy life, both within Cadmus Asterius and beyond. Eventually, it was said, the implant's nagging presence faded from consciousness, until the act of democratic participation became near involuntary. It revolted Vargovich as much as it intrigued him. Obviously, Control said with judicial deliberation, what Cholak has to offer isn't merely a nugget, or she'd have given it via PE3. Vargovich leaned forward. She hasn't told you? Only that it could endanger the hanging cities. You trust her? Vargovich felt one of Control's momentary indiscretions coming on. She may have been sleeping, but she hasn't been completely valueless. There were defections she assisted in, like the municipal job, remember that? If you're calling that a success, perhaps it's time I defected. Actually, it was Cholak's information which persuaded us to get municipal out via the ocean rather than the front door. If Demarchy security had reached municipal alive, they'd have learnt 10 years of tradecraft. Whereas instead, municipal got a harpoon in his back. So the operation had its flaws, Control shrugged. But if you're thinking all this points to Cholak having been compromised, naturally the thought entered our heads. But if municipal had acted otherwise, it would have been worse. Control folded his arms. And of course he might have made it, in which case even you'd have to admit Cholak's safe. Until proven otherwise. Control brightened. So you'll do it? Like I have a choice. There's always a choice, Vargovich. Yes, Vargovich thought. There was always a choice between doing whatever Gilgamesh Isis asked of him and being deprogrammed, cyborgized, and sent to work in the sulfur projects around the slopes of Ra Patera. It just wasn't a particularly good one. One other thing. Yes? When I've got whatever Cholak has. Control half smiled, the two of them sharing a private joke which did not need illumination. I'm sure the usual will suffice. The elevator slowed into immigration. Demarchy guards hefted big guns, but no one took any interest in him. His story about coming from Mars was accepted. He was subjected to only the usual spectrum of invasive procedures, neural and genetic patterns scanned for pathologies, body bathed in 8 forms of exotic radiation. The final formality consisted of drinking a thimble of chocolate. The beverage consisted of billions of medicines which infiltrated his body, searching for concealed drugs, weapons, and illegal biomodifications. He knew that they would find nothing, but was relieved when they reached his bladder and requested to be urinated back into the Demarchy. The entire procedure lasted 6 minutes. Outside, Vargovich followed a slither walk to the city zoo, and then barged through crowds of school children until he had arrived at the aquarium where Cholak was meant to meet him. The exhibits were devoted to Europan biota, most of which depended on the ecological niches of the hydrothermal vents, carefully reproduced here. There was nothing very exciting to look at, since most Europan predators looked marginally less fierce than hat stands or lampshades. The commonest were called ventlings, large and structurally simple animals whose metabolisms hinged on symbiosis. They were pulpy, funneled bags planted on a tripod of orange stilts, moving with such torpor that Vargovich almost nodded off before Cholak arrived at his side. She wore an olive-green coat and tight emerald trousers, projecting a haze of medicinal entoptics. Her clenched jaw accentuated the dourness he had gleaned from the intercept. They kissed. "Good to see you, Marius. It's been, what?"
9 years, thereabouts.
"How's Phobos these days?"
"Still orbiting Mars." He deployed a smile. "Still a dive."
"You haven't changed."
"Nor you."
At a loss for words, Vargovich found his gaze returning to the informational readout accompanying the Ventling exhibit. Only half attentively he read that the Ventlings, motile in their juvenile phase, gradually became sessile in adulthood, stilts thickening with deposited sulfur until they were rooted to the ground like stalagmites. When they died, their soft bodies dispersed into the ocean, but the tripods remained, eerily regular clusters of orange spines concentrated around active vents. "Nervous, Marius?"
"In your hands? Not likely."
"That's the spirit."
They bought 2 mugs of mocha from a nearby servitor, then returned to the Ventling display, making what seemed like small talk. During indoctrination, Cholak had been taught phrase-embedded 3. The code allowed the insertion of secondary information into a primary conversation by careful deployment of word order, hesitation, and sentence structure. "What have you got?" Vargovich asked.
"A sample," Cholak answered, one of the easy, preset words which did not need to be laboriously conveyed. But what followed took nearly 5 minutes to put over, freighted via a series of rambling reminiscences of the Phobos years. "A small shard of hyperdiamond." Vargovich nodded. He knew what hyperdiamond was, a topologically complex interweave of tubular fullerene, structurally similar to cellulose or bulk chitin, but thousands of times stronger, its rigidity artificially maintained by some piezoelectric trick which Gilgamesh lacked.
"Interesting," Vargovich said, "but unfortunately not interesting enough."
She ordered another mocha and downed it, replying, "Use your imagination. Only the Demarchy knows how to synthesize it."
"It's also useless as a weapon."
"Depends. There's an application you should know about."
"What?"
"Keeping this city afloat, and I'm not talking about economic solvency. Do you know about Buckminster Fuller? He lived about 400 years ago, believed absolute democracy could be achieved through technological means."
"The fool."
"Maybe. But Fuller also invented the geodesic lattice which determines the structure of the buckyball, the closed allotrope of tubular fullerene. The city owes him on 2 counts.
"Save the lecture. How does the hyperdiamond come into it?"
"Flotation bubbles," she said, "around the outside of the city. Each one is 100-meter-wide sphere of hyperdiamond, holding vacuum. 100-meter-wide molecule, in fact, since each sphere is composed of one endless strand of tubular fullerene. Think of that, Marius.
A molecule you could park a ship inside."
While he absorbed that, another part of his mind continued to read the Ventling caption, how their biochemistry had many similarities with the gutless tube worms which lived around Earth's ocean vents. The Ventlings drank hydrogen sulfide through their funnels, circulating via a modified form of hemoglobin, passing through a bacteria-saturated organ in the lower part of their bags. The bacteria split and oxidized the hydrogen sulfide, manufacturing a molecule similar to glucose. The glucose analog nourished the Ventling, enabling it to keep living and occasionally make slow perambulations to other parts of the vent, or even to swim between vents, until the adult phase rooted it to the ground. Vargovich read this, and then read it again, because he had just remembered something, a puzzling intercept passed to him from cryptanalysis several months earlier. Something about DeMarchi plans to incorporate Ventling biochemistry into a larger animal. For a moment he was tempted to ask Cholak about it directly, but he decided to force the subject from his mind until a more suitable time. "Any other propaganda to share with me?"
"There are 200 of these spheres. They inflate and deflate like bladders, maintaining CA's equilibrium. I'm not sure how the deflation happens, except that it's something to do with changing the piezoelectric current in the tubes."
"I still don't see why Gilgamesh needs it."
"Think! If you can get a sample of this to Ganymede, they might be able to find a way of attacking it. All you'd need would be a molecular agent capable of opening the gaps between the fullerene strands so that a molecule of water could squeeze through, or something which impedes the piezoelectric force."
Absently, Vargovich watched a squid-like predator nibble a chunk from the bag of a Ventling. The squid blood ran thick with two forms of hemoglobin, one oxygen-bearing, one tuned for hydrogen sulfide. They used glycoproteins to keep their blood flowing and switched metabolisms as they swam from oxygen-dominated to sulfide-dominated water. He snapped his attention back to Cholak. "I can't believe I came all this way for, what, carbon?" He shook his head, slotting the gesture into the primary narrative of their conversation. "How did you obtain this?"
"An accident with a ghillie."
"Go on."
"An explosion near one of the bubbles. I was the surgeon assigned to the ghillie. Had to remove a lot of hyperdiamond from him. It wasn't hard to save a few splinters."
"Forward-thinking of you."
"Hard part was persuading Gilgamesh to send you, especially after Monsipal."
"Don't lose any sleep over him," Vargovich said, consulting his coffee. "He was a fat bastard who couldn't swim fast enough." The surgery took place the next day. Vargovich woke with his mouth furnace dry. He felt odd. They had warned him of this. He had even interviewed subjects who had undergone similar procedures in Gilgamesh's experimental labs. They told him he would feel fragile, as if his head was no longer adequately coupled to his body. The periodic flushes of cold around his neck only served to increase that feeling.
"You can speak," Cholak said, looming over him in surgeon's whites. "But the cardiovascular modifications, and the amount of reworking we've done to your laryngeal area, will make your voice sound a little strange. Some of the guild are really only comfortable talking to their own kind." He held a hand before his eyes, examining the translucent webbing which now spanned his fingers. There was a dark patch in the pale tissue of his palm, Cholak's embedded sample. The other hand held another. "It worked, didn't it?" His voice sounded squeaky. "I can breathe water." "And air," Cholak said. "Though what you'll now find is that really strenuous exercise only feels natural when you're submerged."
"Can I move?"
"Of course," she said. "Try standing up. You're stronger than you feel." He did as she suggested, using the moment to assess his surroundings. A neural monitor clamped his crown. He was naked in a brightly lit revival room, one glass-walled side facing the exterior ocean. It was from here that Cholak had first contacted Gilgamesh. "This place is secure, isn't it?" "Secure?" she said, as if it was obscene. "Yes, I suppose so."
"Then tell me about the denizens."
"What?"
"DeMarchi code word. cryptanalysis intercepted it recently, supposedly something about an experiment in radical biomodification. I was reminded of it in the aquarium." Vargovich fingered the gills in his neck. "Something that would make this look like cosmetic surgery. We heard the D-Marquis had tailored the sulfur-based metabolism of the ventlings for human use." She whistled. "That would be quite a trick." "Useful, though, especially if you wanted a workforce who could tolerate the anoxic environments around the vents, where the D-Marquis happens to have certain mineralogical interests." "Maybe," Cholak paused. "But the changes required would be beyond surgery. You'd have to script them in at the developmental level. And even then, I'm not sure what you'd end up with would necessarily be human anymore." It was as if she shivered, though Vargovich was the one who felt cold, still standing naked beside the revival table. "All I can say is, if it happened, no one told me." "I thought I'd ask, that's all." "Good." She brandished a white medical scanner. "Now, can I run a few more tests? We have to follow procedure." Cholak was right, quite apart from the fact that Vargovich's operation was completely real and therefore susceptible to complications which had to be looked for and monitored. Any deviation from normal practice was undesirable. After the first hour or so, the real strangeness of his transformation hit home. He had been blithely unaffected by it until then, but when he saw himself in a full-body mirror in the corner of Cholak's revival room, he knew that there was no going back. Not easily, anyway. The Gilgamesh surgeons had promised him they could undo the work, but he didn't believe them. After all, the D-Marquis was ahead of Ganymede in the biosciences, and even Cholak had told him reversals were tricky. He'd accepted the mission in any case, the pay tantalizing, the prospect of the sulfur projects rather less. Cholak spent most of the day with him, only breaking off to talk to other clients or confer with her team. Breathing exercises occupied most of that time, prolonged periods spent underwater, nulling the brain's drowning response. Unpleasant, but Vargovich had done worse things in training. They practiced fully submerged swimming, using his lungs to regulate buoyancy, followed by instruction about keeping his gill openings, what Cholak called his opercula, clean, which meant ensuring the health of the colonies of commensal bacteria which thrived in the openings and crawled over the fine secondary flaps of his lamellae. He'd read the brochure. What she'd done was to surgically sculpt his anatomy toward a state somewhere between human and air-breathing fish, incorporating biochemical lessons from lungfish and walking catfish. Fish breathed water through their mouths and returned it to the sea via their gills, but it was the gills in Vargovich's neck which served the function of a mouth. His true gills were below his thoracic cavity, crescent-shaped gashes below his ribs. "Compared to your body size," she said, "these gill openings are never going to give you the respiratory efficiency you'd have if you went in for more dramatic changes." "Like a denizen?" "I told you I don't know anything." "It doesn't matter." He flattened the gill flaps down, watching, only slightly nauseated, as they puckered with each exhalation. "Are we finished?" "Just some final blood work," she said, "to make sure everything's still working. Then you can go and swim with the fishes." While she was busy at one of her consoles, surrounded by false-color entoptics of his gullet, he asked her, "Do you have the weapon?" Cholak nodded absently and opened a drawer, fishing out a hand-held medical laser. "Not much," she said. "I disabled the yield suppressor, but you'd have to aim it at someone's eyes to do much damage." Vargovich hefted the laser, scrutinizing the controls in its contoured haft. Then he grabbed Cholak's head and twisted her around, dousing her face with the laser's actinic blue beam. There were 2 consecutive popping sounds as her eyeballs evaporated. "What, like that?" Conventional scalpels did the rest. He rinsed the blood, dressed, and left the medical center alone, traveling kilometers down city to where Cadmus Asterius narrowed to a point. Even though there were many gillies moving freely through the city, they were volunteers by and large, with full D-Marquis rights. He did not linger in public for long. Within a few minutes he was safe within a warren of collagen-walled service tunnels frequented only by technicians, servitors, or other gill workers. The late Cholak had been right. Breathing air was harder now. It felt too thin. "Demarchy Security Advisory," said a bleak machine voice emanating from the wall. "A murder has occurred in the medical sector. The suspect may be an armed gill worker. Approach with extreme caution." They'd found Cholak. Risky killing her, but Gilgamesh preferred to burn its bridges, removing the possibility of any sleeper turning traitor after they had fulfilled their usefulness. In the future, Vargovich mulled, they might be better using a toxin rather than the immediate kill. He made a mental note to insert this in his report. He entered the final tunnel, not far from the waterlock which had been his destination. At the tunnel's far end, a technician sat on a crate, listening with a stethoscope to something going on behind an access panel. For a moment, Vargovich considered passing the man, hoping he was engrossed in his work. He began to approach him, padding on bare webbed feet which made less noise than the shoes he had just removed. Then the man nodded to himself, uncoupled from the listening post, and slammed the hatch. Grabbing his crate, he stood and made eye contact with Vargovich. "You're not meant to be here," he said, then offered almost plaintively, "Can I help you? You've just had surgery, haven't you? I always know the ones like you, always a little red around the gills." Vargovich drew his collar higher, then relented because that made it harder to breathe. "Stay where you are," he said. "Put down the crate and freeze." "Christ, it was you, wasn't it? That advisory," the man said. Vargovich raised the laser. Blinded, the man blundered into the wall, dropping the crate. He made a pitiful moan. Vargovich crept closer, the man stumbling into the scalpel. Not the cleanest of killings, but that hardly mattered. Vargovich was sure the Demarchy would shortly seal off access to the ocean, especially when his last murder came to light. For now, however, the locks were accessible. He moved into the air-filled chamber, his lungs now aflame for water. High-pressure jets filled the room, and he quickly transitioned to water-breathing, feeling his thoughts clarify. The secondary door clammed open, revealing ocean. He was kilometers below the ice, and the water here was both chillingly cold and under crushing pressure, but it felt normal, pressure and cold registering only as abstract qualities of the environment. His blood was inoculated with glycoproteins now, molecules which would lower its freezing point below that of water. The late Cholak had done well. Vargovich was about to leave the city when a second gill worker appeared in the doorway, returning to the city after completing a shift. He killed her efficiently, and she bequeathed him a thermally inwoven wetsuit for working in the coldest parts of the ocean. The wetsuit had octopus ancestry, and when it slithered onto him it left apertures for his gill openings. She had been wearing goggles which had infrared and sonar capability, and carried a handheld tug. The thing resembled the still-beating heart of a vivisected animal, its translucent components knobbed with dark veins and ganglia. But it was easy to use. Vargovich set its pump to maximum thrust and powered away from the lower levels of CA. Even in the relatively uncontaminated water of the European Ocean, visibility was low. He would not have been able to see anything were the city not abundantly illuminated on all its levels. Even so, he could see no more than half a kilometer upwards. The higher parts of CA lost in golden haze and then deepening darkness. Although its symmetry was upset by protrusions and accretions, the city's basic conic form was evident, tapering at the narrowest point to an inlet mouth which ingested ocean. The cone was surrounded by a haze of flotation bubbles, black as caviar. He remembered the chips of hyperdiamond in his hands. If Cholak was right, Vargovich's people might find a way to make it water-permeable, opening the fullerene weave sufficiently so that the sphere's buoyant properties would be destroyed. The necessary agent could be introduced into the ocean by ice-penetrating missiles. Sometime later, Vargovich was uninterested in the details. The Demarchy cities would begin to groan under their own weight. If the weapon worked sufficiently quickly, there might not even be time to act against it. The cities would fall from the ice, sinking down through the black kilometers of ocean below them. He swam on. Near CA, the rocky interior of Europa climbed upwards to meet him, He had traveled 3 or 4 kilometers north and was comparing the visible topography, lit by service lights installed by Demarchy gill workers, with his own mental maps of the area. Eventually he found an outcropping of silicate rock. Beneath the overhang was a narrow ledge, on which a dozen or so small boulders had fallen. One was redder than the others. Vargovich anchored himself to the ledge and hefted the red rock, the warmth of his fingertips activating its latent biocircuitry. A screen appeared in the rock, filling with the face of Mishinka. "I'm on time," Vargovich said, his own voice sounding even less recognizable through the distorting medium of the water. "I presume you're ready?" "Problem," Mishinka said. "Big fucking problem." "What?" "Extraction site's compromised." Mishinka, or rather the simulation of Mishinka which was running in the rock, anticipated Vargovich's next question. "A few hours ago the Demarchy sent a surface team out onto the ice, ostensibly to repair a transponder. But the spot they're covering is right where we planned to pull you out." He paused. "You did, kill Cholak, didn't you? I mean, you didn't just grievously injure her?" "You're talking to a professional." The rock did a creditable impression of Mishinka looking pained. "Then the Demarchy got to her." Vargovich waved his hand in front of the rock. "I got what I came for, didn't I?" "You got something. If it isn't what Cholak said it was, then she's accomplished nothing except get herself dead." "Even so," Mishinka appeared to entertain a thought briefly, before discarding it. "Listen, we always had a backup extraction point, Vargovich. You'd better get your ass there." He grinned. "Hope you can swim faster than Monsipal." It was 30 kilometers south. He passed a few gill workers on the way, but they ignored him, and once he was more than 5 kilometers from CA, there was increasingly less evidence of human presence. There was a head-up display in the goggles. Vargovich experimented with the readout modes before calling up a map of the whole area. It showed his location and also 3 dots which were following him from CA. He was being tailed by Demarchy security. They were at least 3 kilometers behind him now, but they were perceptibly narrowing the distance. With a cold feeling gripping his gut, it occurred to Vargovich that there was no way he could make it to the extraction point before the Demarchy caught him. Ahead, he noticed a thermal hotspot, heat bubbling up from the relatively shallow level of the rock floor. The security operatives were probably tracking him via the gill workers' appropriated equipment. But once he was near the vent, he could ditch it. The water was warmer there. He wouldn't need the suit, and the heat, light, and associated turbulence would confuse any other tracking system. He could lie low behind a convenient rock, stalk them while they were preoccupied with the homing signal. It struck Vargovich as a good plan. He made the distance to the vent quickly, feeling the water warm around him, noticing how the taste of it changed, turning brackish. The vent was a fiery red fountain surrounded by bacteria-crusted rocks and the colorless Europan equivalent of coral. Ventlings were everywhere, their pulpy bags shifting as the currents altered. The smallest were motile, ambling on their stilts like animated bagpipes, navigating around the triadic stumps of their dead relatives. Vargovich ensconced himself in a cave after placing the gill worker equipment near another cave on the far side of the vent, hoping that the security operatives would look there first. While they did so, he would be able to kill at least one of them, maybe 2. Once he had their weapons, taking care of the third would be a formality. Something nudged him from behind. What Vargovich saw when he turned around was something too repulsive even for a nightmare. It was so wrong that for a faltering moment he could not quite assimilate what it was he was looking at, as if the thing was a 3-dimensional perception test, a shape which refused to stabilize in his head. The reason he could not hold it still was because part of him refused to believe that this thing had any connection with humanity. But the residual traces of human ancestry were too obvious to ignore. Vargovich knew beyond any reasonable doubt that what he was seeing was a denizen. Others loomed from the cave depths. They were 5 more of them, all roughly similar, all aglow with faint bioluminescence, all regarding him with darkly intelligent eyes. Vargovich had seen pictures of mermaids in books when he was a child. What he was looking at now were macabre corruptions of those innocent illustrations. These things were the same fusions of human and fish as in those pictures, but every detail had been twisted toward ugliness, and the true horror of it was that the fusion was total. It was not simply that a human torso had been grafted to a fish's tail, but that the splice had been made, it was obvious, at the genetic level, so that in every aspect of the creature there was something simultaneously and grotesquely Piscine. The face was the worst, bisected by a lipless, down-curved slit of a mouth, almost shark-like. There was no nose, not even a pair of nostrils, just an acreage of flat, sallow fish flesh. The eyes were forward-facing, all expression compacted into their dark depth. The creature had touched him with one of its arms, which terminated in an obscenely human hand. And then, to compound the horror, it spoke, its voice perfectly clear and calm, despite the water. "We've been expecting you, Vargovich." The others behind murmured, echoing the sentiment. "What?" "So glad you were able to complete your mission." Vargovich began to get a grip, shakily. He reached up and dislodged the denizen's hand from his shoulder. "You aren't why I'm here," he said, forcing authority into his voice, drawing on every last drop of Gilgamesh training to suppress his nerves. "I wanted to know about you. That was all." "No," the lead denizen said, opening its mouth to expose an alarming array of teeth. "You misunderstand. Coming here was always your mission. You have brought us something we want very much. That was always your purpose." "Brought you something?" His mind was reeling now. "Concealed within you." The denizen nodded, a human gesture which only served to magnify the horror of what it was. "The means by which we will strike at the Demarchy. The means by which we will take the ocean." He thought of the chips in his hands. "I think I understand," he said slowly. "It was always intended for you. Is that what you mean?" "Always." Then he'd been lied to by his superiors, or they had at least drastically simplified the matter. He filled in the gaps himself, making the necessary mental leaps. Evidently Gilgamesh was already in contact with the denizens, bizarre as it seemed, and the chips of hyperdiamond were meant for the denizens, not his own people. Presumably, although he couldn't begin to guess at how this might be possible, the denizens had the means to examine the shards and fabricate the agent which would unravel the hyperdiamond weave. They'd be acting for Gilgamesh, saving it the bother of actually dirtying its hands in the attack. He could see why this might appeal to control. But if that was the case, why had Gilgamesh ever faked ignorance about the denizens? It made no sense. But on the other hand, he could not concoct a better theory to replace it. "I have what you want," he said, after due consideration. "Cholak said removing it would be simple." "Cholak can always be relied upon," the denizen said. "You know her, then?" "She made us what we are today." "You hate her, then?" "No, we love her." The denizen flashed its shark-like smile again, and it seemed to Vargovich that as its emotional state changed, so did the coloration of its bioluminescence. It was scarlet now, no longer the blue-green hue it had displayed upon its first appearance. "She took the abomination that we were, and made us something better. We were in pain once, always pain. But Cholak took it away, made us strong. For that they punished her, and us." "If you hate the Demarchy," Vargovich said, "why have you waited until now before attacking it?" "Because we can't leave," one of the other denizens said, the tone of its voice betraying femininity. "The Demarchy hated what Cholak had done to us. She brought our humanity to the fore, made it impossible to treat us as animals. We thought they would kill us, rather than risk our existence becoming known to the rest of Circum-Jove. Instead, they banished us here." "They thought we might come in handy," said another of the lurking creatures. Just then another denizen entered the cave, having swum in from the sea. "Demarchy agents have followed him," it said, its coloration blood-red, tinged with orange, pulsing lividly. "They'll be here in a minute." "You'll have to protect me," Vargovich said. "Of course," the lead denizen said. "You're our savior." Vargovich nodded vigorously, no longer convinced that he could handle the three operatives on his own. Ever since he had arrived in the cave he had felt his energy dwindling, as if he was succumbing to slow poisoning. A thought tugged at the back of his mind, and for a moment he almost paid attention to it, almost considered seriously the possibility that he was being poisoned. But what was going on beyond the cave was too distracting. He watched the three Demarchy agents approach, driven forward by the tugs which they held in front of them. Each agent carried a slender harpoon gun, tipped with a vicious barb. They didn't stand a chance. The denizens moved too quickly, lancing out from the shadows, cutting through the water. The creatures moved faster than the Demarchy agents, even though they only had their own muscles and anatomy to propel them. But it was more than enough. They had no weapons either, not even harpoons. But sharpened rocks more than sufficed. That and their teeth. Vargovich was impressed by their teeth. Afterwards the denizens returned to the cave to join their cousins. They moved more sluggishly now, as if the fury of the fight had drained them. For a few moments they were silent, and their bioluminescence curiously subdued. Slowly, though, Vargovich watched their color return. "It was better that they not kill you," the leader said. "Damn right," Vargovich said. "They wouldn't just have killed me, you know." He opened his fists, exposing his palms. "They'd have made sure you never got this." The denizens, all of them, looked momentarily toward his open hands, as if there ought to have been something there. "I'm not sure you understand," the leader said eventually. "Understand what?" "The nature of your mission." Fighting his fatigue, it was a black slick lapping at his consciousness. Vargovich said, "I understand perfectly well. I have the samples of hyperdiamond in my hands." "That isn't what we want." He didn't like this, not at all. It was the way the denizens were slowly creeping closer to him, sidling round him to obstruct his exit from the cave. "What then?" "You asked why we haven't attacked them before," the leader said with frightening charm. "The answer's simple. We can't leave the vent." "You can't?" "Our hemoglobin, it's not like yours." Again that awful shark-like smile, and now he was well aware of what those teeth could do, given the right circumstances. It was tailored to allow us to work here. "Copied from the Ventlings?" "Adapted, yes. Later it became the means of imprisoning us. The DNA in our bone marrow was manipulated to limit the production of normal hemoglobin. A simple matter of suppressing a few beta-globin genes while retaining the variants which code for Ventling hemoglobin. Hydrogen sulfide is poisonous to you, Vargovich. You probably already feel weak, but we can't survive without it. Oxygen kills us." "You leave the vent?" "We die within a few hours. There's more as well. The water's hot here, so hot that we don't need the glycoproteins. We have the genetic instructions to synthesize them, but they've also been turned off. But without the glycoproteins, we can't swim into colder water. Our blood freezes." Now he was surrounded by them, looming aquatic devils, flushed a florid shade of crimson, and they were coming closer. "But what do you expect me to do about it?" "You don't have to do anything, Vargovich." The leader opened its chasmic jaw wide, as if tasting the water. It was a miracle an organ like that was capable of speech in the first place. "I don't." "No." And with that the leader reached out and seized him, while at the same time he was pinned from behind by another of the creatures. "It was Cholak's doing," the leader continued. "Her final gift to us. Munsipal was her first attempt at getting it to us, but Municipal never made it. He was too fat. All the defectors failed. They just didn't have the stamina to make it this far from the city. That was why Cholak recruited you, an outsider." "Cholak recruited me?" "She knew you'd kill her. You have, of course, but that didn't stop her. Her life mattered less than what she was about to give us. It was Cholak who tipped off the Demarchy about your primary extraction site, forcing you to come to us." He struggled, but it was pointless. All he could manage was a feeble, "I don't understand." "No," the denizen said. "Perhaps we never expected you to. If you had understood, you might have been less than willing to follow Cholak's plan." "Cholak was never working for us." "Once, maybe, but her last clients were us." "And now?" "We take your blood, Vargovich." Their grip on him tightened. He used his last draining reserves of strength to try and work loose, but it was futile. "My blood?" "Cholak put something in it, a retrovirus, a very hardy one, capable of surviving in your body. It reactivates the genes which were suppressed by the Demarchy. Suddenly we'll be able to make oxygen-carrying hemoglobin. Our blood will fill up with glycoproteins. It's no great trick. All the cellular machinery for making those molecules is already present. It just needs to be unshackled." "Then you need... what? A sample of my blood?" "No," the denizen said, with genuine regret. "Rather more than a sample, I'm afraid. Rather a lot more." And then, with magisterial slowness, the creature bit into his arm, and as his blood spilled out, the denizen drank. For a moment the others waited, but then they too came forward, and bit, and joined in the feeding frenzy. All around Vargovich, the water was turning red. The Undiscovered, William Sanders. William Sanders lives in Tahlequah, Oklahoma. A former powwow dancer and sometime Cherokee gospel singer, he appeared on the SF scene back around the turn of the decade with a couple of alternate history comedies, Journey to Fusang, a finalist for the John W. Campbell Award, and The Wild Blue and Gray. Sanders then turned to mystery and suspense, producing a number of critically acclaimed titles. He credits his old friend Roger Zelazny with persuading him to return to SF, this time via the short story form, and has made sales to Asimov's Science Fiction, the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, Tales of the Great Turtle, and Wheel of Fortune. One of his stories earned him a spot on last year's final Hugo ballot. His stories have appeared in our 12th and 13th annual collections. In the wry, funny, and compassionate story that follows, he settles one of the great controversies of all time by demonstrating who wrote Shakespeare's plays. Shakespeare did, of course. What did you think? But also shows us how, under other circumstances, some of the plays might have come out just a bit differently, especially if they were being performed for a somewhat different audience. So the white men are back, and trying once again to build themselves a town without so much as asking anyone's permission. I wonder how long they will stay this time. It sounds as if these have no more sense than the ones who came before. They certainly picked the strangest places to settle. Last time it was that island, where anyone could have told them the weather is bad and the land is no good for corn. Now they have invaded Powhatan's country, and from what you say, they seem to have angered him already. Of course, that has never been hard to do. Oh yes, we hear about these matters up in the hills. Not many of us actually visit the coastal country. I don't suppose there are 10 people in this town, counting myself, who have even seen the sea. But you know how these stories travel. We have heard all about your neighbor Powhatan, and you eastern people are welcome to him. Was there ever a chief so hungry for power? Not in my memory, and I have lived a long time. But we were speaking of the white men. As you say, they are a strange people indeed. For all their amazing weapons and other possessions, they seem to be ignorant of the simplest things. I think a half-grown boy would know more about how to survive, or how to behave toward other people in their own country. And yet they are not the fools they appear, not all of them at least. The only one I ever knew was a remarkably wise man in many ways. Do not make that gesture at me. I tell you that there was a white man who lived right here in our town for more than 10 winters, and I came to know him well. I remember the day they brought him in. I was sitting in front of my house, working on a fish spear, when I heard the shouting from the direction of the town gate. Big Killer and his party, I guessed, returning from their raid on the Tuscaroras. People were running toward the gate, pouring out of the houses, everyone eager for a look. I stayed where I was. I could tell by the sound that the raid had been successful. No women were screaming, so none of our people had been killed or seriously hurt. And I didn't feel like spending the rest of the day listening to Big Killer bragging about his latest exploits. But a young boy came up and said, "They need you, Uncle. Prisoners." So I put my spear aside and got up and followed him, wondering once again why no one around this place could be bothered to learn to speak Tuscarora. After all, it is not so different from our tongue, not nearly as hard as Catawba or Muskogee or Shawanoe, or your own language, which, as you see, I still speak poorly. The captives were standing just inside the gate, guarded by a couple of Big Killer's brothers, who were holding war clubs and looking fierce, as well as pleased with themselves. There was a big crowd of people by now, and I had to push my way through before I could see the prisoners. There were a couple of scared-looking Tuscarora women, one young and pretty, the other almost my age and ugly as an alligator, and a small boy with his fist stuck in his mouth. Not much, I thought, to show for all this noise and fuss. Then I saw the white man. Do you know, it didn't occur to me at first that that was what he was. After all, white men were very rare creatures in those days, even more so than now. Hardly anyone had actually seen one, and quite a few people refused to believe they existed at all. Besides, he wasn't really white, not the kind of fish-belly white that I'd always imagined when people talked about white men, at least where it showed. His face was a strange reddish color, like a boiled crawfish, with little bits of skin peeling from his nose. His arms and legs, where they stuck out from under the single buckskin garment he wore, were so dirty and covered with bruises that it was hard to tell what color the skin was. Of course, that was true of all of the captives. Big Killer and his warriors had not been gentle. His hair was dark brown rather than black, which I thought was unusual for a Tuscarora, though you do see Lenni Lenapes and a few Shawanoes with lighter hair. It was pretty thin above his forehead, and the scalp beneath showed through, a nasty bright pink. I looked at that, and at the red, peeling skin of his face, and thought, well done, Big Killer, you've brought home a sick man. Some lowland skin disease, and what a job it's going to be purifying everything after he dies. That was when he turned and looked at me with those blue eyes. Yes, blue. I don't blame you. I didn't believe that story either until I saw for myself. The white men have eyes the color of a sunny sky. I tell you, it is a weird thing to see when you're not ready for it. Big Killer came through the crowd, looking at me and laughing. "Look what we caught, Uncle," he said, and pointed with his spear. "A white man." "I knew that," I said, a little crossly. I hated it when he called me Uncle. I hated it when anyone did it, except children. I was not yet that old. But I hated it worse when it came from Big Killer, even if he was my nephew. "He was with the Tuscaroras," one of the warriors, Muskrat by name, told me. "These 2 women had him carrying firewood." "Never mind that." Big Killer gave Muskrat a bad look. No need to tell the whole town that this brave raid deep into Tuscarora country had amounted to nothing more than the ambush and kidnapping of a small wood-gathering party. To me, Big Killer said, "Well, Uncle, you're the one who knows all tongues. Can you talk with this white skin?" I stepped closer and studied the stranger, who looked back at me with those impossible eyes. He seemed unafraid, but who could read expressions on such an unnatural face? "Who are you, and where do you come from?" I asked in Tuscarora. He smiled and shook his head, not speaking. The woman beside him, the older one, spoke up suddenly. "He doesn't know our language," she said. "Only a few words, and then you have to talk slow and loud, and kick him a little." Nobody in our town could talk with him, the younger woman added. Our chief speaks a little of your language, and one family has a Catawba slave, and he couldn't understand them either. By now the crowd was getting noisy, everyone pushing and jostling, trying to get a look at the white man. Everyone was talking, too, saying the silliest things. Old Otter, the elder medicine man, wanted to cut the white man to see what color his blood was. An old woman asked Muskrat to strip him naked and find out if he was white all over, though I guessed she was really more interested in learning what his male parts looked like. The young Tuscarora woman said, "Are they going to kill him?" "I don't know," I told her. "Maybe." "They shouldn't," she said. "He's a good slave. He's a hard worker, and he can really sing and dance." I translated this, and to my surprise Muskrat said, "It is true that he is stronger than he looks. He put up a good fight, with no weapon but a stick of firewood. Why do you think I'm holding this club left-handed?" He held up his right arm, which was swollen and dark below the elbow. "He almost broke my arm." "He did show spirit," Big Killer agreed. "He could have run away, but he stayed and fought to protect the women. That was well done for a slave." I looked at the white man again. He didn't look all that impressive, being no more than medium size and pretty thin, but I could see there were real muscles under that strange skin. "He can do tricks, too," the young Tuscarora woman added. "He walks on his hands and—" The older woman grunted loudly. "He's bad luck, that's what he is. We've had nothing but trouble since he came. Look at us now." I passed all this along to Big Killer. "I don't know," he said. "I was going to kill him, but maybe I should keep him as a slave. After all, what other chief among the people has a white slave?" A woman's voice said, "What's going on here?" I didn't turn around. I didn't have to. There was no one in our town who would not have known that voice. Suddenly, everyone got very quiet. My sister Tsigayu came through the crowd, everyone moving quickly out of her way, and stopped in front of the white man. She looked him up and down, and he looked back at her, still smiling, as if pleased to meet her. That showed real courage. Naturally, he had no way of knowing that she was the clan mother of the Wolf clan, which, if you don't know, means she was by far the most powerful person in our town, but just the sight of her would have made most people uneasy. Tsigayu was a big woman, not fat, but big like a big man, with a face like a limestone cliff, and eyes that went right through you and made your bones go cold. She died a couple of years ago, but at the time I am telling about, she was still in the prime of life, and such gray hairs as she had, she wore like eagle feathers. She said, "For me? Why, thank you, Big Killer." Big Killer opened his mouth and shut it. Tsigayu was the only living creature he feared. He had more reason than most, since she was his mother. Muskrat muttered something about having the right to kill the prisoner for having injured him. Tsigayu looked at Muskrat. Muskrat got a few fingers shorter, or that was how it looked. But after a moment she said, "It is true you are the nearest thing to a wounded warrior among this brave little war party." She gestured at the young Tuscarora woman. "So I think you should get to keep this girl here." Muskrat looked a good deal happier. "The rest of you can decide among yourselves who gets the other woman and the boy." Tsigayu turned to me. "My brother, I want you to take charge of this white man for now. Try to teach him to speak properly. You can do it if anyone can." Know all English and other Christian men, that I, an Englishman, and subject of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, did by misadventure come to this country of Virginia in the year of our Lord 1591, and after great hardship arrived amongst these Indians, who have done me no harm, but rather showed me most excellent kindness, sans the which I were like to have died in this wilderness. Wherefore, good friend, I conjure you that you offer these poor savages no offence, nor do them injury, but rather use them generously and justly, as they have me. Look at this. Did you ever see the like? He made these marks himself on this deerskin, using a sharpened turkey feather and some black paint that he cooked up from burned wood and oak galls. and he told me to keep it safe, and that if other white men came this way I should show it to them, and it would tell them his story. Yes, I suppose it must be like a wampum belt in a way, or those little pictures and secret marks that the wise elders of the Lenni Lenapes used to record their tribe's history. So clearly he was some sort of Didanviski, a medicine man, even though he did not look old enough to have received such an important teaching. He was always making these little marks, scratching away on whatever he could get, skins mostly, or mulberry bark. People thought he was crazy, and I let them, because if they had known the truth, not even Sigayu could have saved him from being killed for a witch. But all that came later, during the winter, after he had begun to learn our language, and I his. On that first day I was only interested in getting him away from that crowd before there was more trouble. I could see that Otter was working himself up to make one of his speeches, and if nothing else that meant there was a danger of being talked to death. Inside my house I gave the stranger a gourd of water. When he had eased his thirst, I pointed to myself. "Mouse," I said, very slowly and carefully. "Tsistzetsi." He was quick. "Tsistzetsi," he repeated. He got the tones wrong, but it was close enough for a beginning. I held my hands up under my chin like paws, and pulled my upper lip back to show my front teeth, and crossed my eyes. I waggled one hand behind me to represent a long tail. "Tsistzetsi," I said again. He laughed out loud. "Tsistzetsi," he said. "Mus." He raised his hand and stroked his face for a moment, as if thinking of something. Then, without warning, he turned and grabbed my best war spear off the wall. My bowels went loose, but he made no move to attack me. Instead, he began shaking the weapon above his head with one hand, slapping himself on the chest with the other. "Tsegspa!" he cried. "Tsegspa!" Crazy as a dog on a hot day, I thought at first. They must have hit him too hard. Then I realized what was happening, and felt almost dizzy. It is no small honor when any man tells you his secret war name, but a stranger, and a prisoner. "Digatsisti atel votskoi," I said, when I could finally speak. "Shakespeare. I am him that was called William Shakespeare, of Stratford-upon-Avon, late of London, a player of Lord Strange his company, and thereby hangs a tale." Look there, where I am pointing. That is his name. He showed me that, and he even offered to teach me how to make the marks for my own. Naturally, I refused. Think what an enemy could do with something like that. When I pointed this out, he laughed and said I might be right, for, he said, many a man of his sort had had bad luck with other people making use of his name. It happed that our company was in Portsmouth, having been there engaged, but then were forbid to play, the mayor and corporation of that town being of the Puritan persuasion, for which cause we were left altogether bankrupt, so that some of our players did pawn their clothing for money to return home. Perhaps someone had cursed him, since he sometimes said that he had never meant to leave his own country. It was the fault of the Puritans, he said. He did not explain what this meant, but once he mentioned that his wife and her family were Puritans. So obviously this is simply the name of his wife's clan. Poor fellow, no wonder he left home. The same thing happened to an uncle of mine. When your wife's clan decides to get rid of you, you don't have a chance. But I, being made foolish by strong drink, did conceive to hide myself on a ship bound for London, which did seem a good idea at the time, but when I inquired of some seafaring men, they showed me, in rogue jest, or else mayhap I misconstrued their reply, for I was in sooth most outrageously drunk, the moonlight which lay at the dock. And so by night I stole aboard, and hid myself under a boat, whereupon the wine did rush to my head, and I fell asleep, and wailed not till the morrow, to find the ship at sea, and under sail, and the morning sun at her back. Naturally, it was a long time before we could understand each other well enough to discuss such things. Not as long as you might think, though. To begin with, I discovered that in fact he had picked up quite a bit of Tuscarora, pretending, like any smart captive, to understand less than he did. Besides that, he was a fast learner. You know that languages are my special medicine. I have heard them say that mouse can talk to a stone and get it to talk back. But Spearshaker was gifted too. By the time of the first snow, we could get along fairly well in a mixture of his language and mine, and when words failed, he could express almost any idea, even tell a story, just by the movements of his hands and body and the expression of his face. That in itself was worth seeing. When I was discovered, the master was most wroth, and commanded that I be put to the hardest labours, and given only the poorest leavings for food. So it went hard for me on that voyage, but the sailors learned that I could sing divers songs, and new ballads from London, and then I was used better. Anon the captain, Mr. Edward Spicer, asked whether I had any skill in arms, to which I replied that a player must needs be a master of fence, and of all other arts martial, forasmuch as we are wont to play battles, duels, murthers, etc., and the captain said that soon I should have opportunity to prove myself against true adversaries, and not in play, for we sailed for the Spanish Main. All this time, you understand, there was a great deal of talk concerning the white man. Most of the people came to like him, for he was a friendly fellow and a willing worker, and the Tuscarora girl was certainly right about his singing and dancing. Even Big Killer had to laugh when Spearshaker went leaping and capering around the fire, and when he walked on his hands and clapped his feet together, several women wet themselves, or so I heard. His songs were strange to the ear, but enjoyable. I remember one we all liked. Widahe, Anaho, Anahe na ni no. But not everyone was happy about his presence among us. Many of the young men were angry that the women liked him so well, and now and then took him aside to prove it. And old Otter told everyone who would listen that once, long ago, a great band of white men had come up from the south, from the Timucua country, and destroyed the finest towns of the Muskogees, taking many away for slaves and killing the others. And this was true, because when the people moved south, they found much of that country empty and ruined. Spearshaker said that those people were of another tribe, with which his own nation was at war, but not everyone believed him, and Otter kept insisting that white men were simply too dangerous to have around. I began to fear for Spearshaker's life. At length we came unto the Indies, being there joined by the Hopewell and other ships whose names I know not, and we attacked the Spanish convoy, and took the galleon Buen Jesus, a rich prize. And so it came to pass that Will Shakespeare, actor, did for his great folly turn pirate upon the salt sea. Then early next spring the Catawbas came. This was no mere raid. They came in force, and they hit us fast and hard, killing or capturing many of the people working in the fields before they could reach the town palisade. They rushed out of the woods and swarmed over the palisade like ants, and before we knew it, we were fighting for our lives in front of our own houses. That was when Spearshaker astonished us all. Without hesitating, he grabbed a long pole from the meat-drying racks and went after the nearest Catawba with it, jabbing him hard in the guts with the end, exactly as you would use a spear, and then clubbing him over the head. Then he picked up the Catawba's bow and began shooting. My friend, I have lived long and seen much, but I never was more surprised than that morning. This pale, helpless creature, who could not chip an arrowhead or build a proper fire, or even take 5 steps off a trail without getting lost, he cut those Catawbas down like rotten cornstalks. He shot one man off the palisade right over there, from clear down by the council house. I do not think he wasted a single shot. And when he was out of arrows, he picked up a war club from a fallen warrior and joined the rest of us in fighting off the remaining attackers. Afterward, he seemed not to think he had done anything remarkable. He said that all the men of his land know stick-fighting and archery, which they learn as boys. I could have done better, he said, with a longbow and some proper arrows from my own country, and he looked sad, as he always did when he spoke of his home. From that day there was no more talk against Spearshaker. Not long after, Tsigayu announced that she was adopting him. Since this also made him Big Killer's brother, he was safe from anyone in our town. It also made me his uncle, but he was kind enough never to call me Itsy. We were friends. Next we turned north for Virginia, Captain Spicer having a commission from Sir Walter Raleigh to call upon the English that dwelt at Roanoke to discover their condition. The gales were cruel all along that coast, and we were oft in grave peril. But after much travail we reached Hatteras, where the captain sent a party in small boats to search out the passage between the islands. And whilst we were thus employed, a sudden great wind arose and scattered the boats, many being o'erturned, and the mariners drowned. But the boat I was in was carried many leagues westward, beyond sight of our fellows, so we were cast upon the shore of the main, and sought shelter in the mouth of a river. Anon, going ashore, we were attacked by savages, and all the men were slain, save only myself. Poor fellow, he was still a long way from home, and small chance of ever seeing his own people again. At least he was better off than he had been with the Tuscaroras, let alone those people on the coast, if they had caught him. Remember the whites who tried to build a town on that island north of Wokokan, and how Powhatan had them all killed? Yet, having alone escaped, and making my way for some days along the river, I was surprised by Indians of another nation, who did give me hard usage as a slave for well-nigh a year, until I was taken from them by these mine present savage hosts, amongst which, for my sins, I am like to live out my mortal days. I used to have a big pile of these talking skins of his. Not that I ever expected to have a chance to show them to anyone who could understand them. I can't believe the white men will ever come up into the hill country. They seem to have all they can do just to survive on the coast, but I kept them to remember Spearshaker by. But the bugs and the mice got into them, and the bark sheets went mouldy in the wet season, and now I have only this little bundle, and as you see, some of these are no more than bits and pieces, like this worm-eaten scrap. As concerning these Indians, for so men call them, but if this be the land of India, I am an Hebrew Jew, they are in their own tongue clept Ani Yawiya, which is, being interpreted, the true or principal people. By other tribes they are named Cherokee, but the meaning of this word my friend Mouse knoweth not, neither whence derived. I think one reason he spent so much time on his talking marks was that he was afraid he might forget his own language. I have seen this happen with captives. That Tuscarora woman who was with him still lives here, and by now she can barely speak 10 words of Tuscarora, though Muskrat will tell you that she speaks our language entirely too well, but that is another story. Spearshaker did teach me quite a lot of his own language, a very difficult one, unlike any I ever encountered, and I tried to speak it with him from time to time, but it can't have been the same as talking with a man of his own kind. What does it sound like? I remember so little now. Let me see. Holt thy tongue, thou whoreson nabe. That means, shut up, you fool. He told me many stories about his native land and its marvels. Some I knew to be true, having heard of them from the coast folk, the great floating houses that spread their wings like birds to catch the wind, and the magic weapons that make thunder and lightning. Others were harder to believe, such as his tales about the woman chief of his tribe, not a clan mother, but a real war chief, like Big Killer or even Powhatan, and so powerful that any man, even an elder or a leading warrior, can lose his life merely for speaking against her. He also claimed that the town he came from was so big that it held more people than all of the people's towns put together. That is, of course, a lie, but you can't blame a man for bragging on his own tribe. But nothing, I think, was as strange as the play. Forgive me for using a word you do not know, but as far as I know there is no word in your language for what I am talking about, nor in ours, and this is because the thing it means has never existed among our peoples. I think the Creator must have given this idea only to the whites, perhaps to compensate them for their poor sense of direction and that skin that burns in the sun. It all began one evening, at the beginning of his second winter with us, when I came in from a council meeting and found him sitting by the fire, scratching away on a big sheet of mulberry bark. Just to be polite, I said, "Gadohadfne, what are you doing?" Without looking up, he said in his own language, "Writing a play." Now I knew what the first part meant. Writing is what the whites call it when they make those talking marks. But I had never heard the last word before, and I asked what it meant. Spearshaker laid his turkey feather aside and sat up and looked at me. "Ah, Mouse," he said, "how can I make you understand? This will be hard even for you." I sat down on the other side of the fire. "Try," I said. "Oh, what a fond and moon-struck fool am I! Hath the air of Virginia addled my brain, or did an enemy smite me on the head, and I knew it not? For here in this wild country, where e'en the arts of letters are altogether unknown, I have begun the writing of a play, and sure it is I shall never see it acted, neither shall any other man, wherefore 'tis lunacy indeed. Yet methinks if I do it not, I am the more certain to go mad. For I find myself growing more like unto these Indians, and I fear I may forget what manner of man I was. Therefore the play's the thing, whereby I'll save my mind by intentional folly. Forsooth, there's method in my madness." Well, he was right. He talked far into the night, and the more he talked, the less I understood. I asked more questions than a rattlesnake has scales, and the answers only left me more confused. It was a long time before I began to see it. "Didn't you, as a child, pretend you were a warrior or a chief, or maybe a medicine man, and make up stories and adventures for yourself? And your sisters had dolls that they gave names to, and talked to, and so on? Or, let me try this another way. Don't your people have dances, like our bear dance, in which a man imitates some sort of animal? And don't your warriors sometimes dance around the fire, acting out their own deeds, showing how they killed men or sneaked up on an enemy town, and maybe making it a little better than it really happened? Yes, it is the same with us. Now this play thing is a little like those dances, and a little like the pretending of children. A group of people dress up in fancy clothes and pretend to be other people, and pretend to do various things, and in this way they tell a story. Yes, grown men. Yes, right up in front of everybody. But understand, this isn't a dance. Well, there is some singing and dancing, but mostly they just talk, and gesture, and make faces, and now and then pretend to kill each other. They do a lot of that last. I guess it is something like a war dance at that. You'd be surprised what can be done in this way. A man like Spearshaker, who really knows how, acta is what they are called, can make you see almost anything. He could imitate a man's expression and voice and way of moving, or a woman's, so well you'd swear he had turned into that person. He could make you think he was Big Killer, standing right there in front of you, grunting and growling and waving his war club. He could do Black Fox's funny walk, or Locust wiggling his eyebrows, or Tsigeyu crossing her arms and staring at somebody she didn't like. He could even be Muskrat and his Tuscarora woman arguing, changing back and forth, and doing both voices, till I laughed so hard my ribs hurt. Now understand this. These acta people don't just make up their words and actions as they go along, as children or dancers do. No, the whole story is already known to them, and each acta has words that must be said, and things that must be done at exactly the right times. You may be sure this takes a good memory. They have as much to remember as the master of the green corn dance. And so, to help them, one man puts the whole thing down in those little marks. Obviously, this is a very important job, and Spearshaker said that it was only in recent times, 2 or 3 winters before leaving his native land, that he himself had been accounted worthy of this honor. Well, I had known he was a Didanwhiskey, but I hadn't realized he was of such high rank. I first purposed to compose some pretty conceited comedy, like unto my Love's Labour's Lost, But alas, meseems my wit hath dried up from misfortune. Then I bethought myself of the play of the Prince of Denmark by Thomas Kyd, which I had been employed in revising for our company not long ere we departed London, and had oft said to Richard Burbage that I trow I could write a better. And so I have commenced, and pray God I may complete my own tragedy of Prince Hamlet. I asked what sort of stories his people told in this curious manner. That is something that always interests me. You can learn a lot about any tribe from their stories, like the ones the Muskogees tell about Rabbit, or our own tale about the Thunder Boys, or, you know. I don't know what I was thinking. By then I should have known that white people do everything differently from everyone else in the world. First he started to tell me about a dream somebody had on a summer night. That sounded good, but then it turned out to be about the little people. Naturally, I stopped him fast, and I told him that we do not talk about them. I felt sorry for the poor man who dreamed about them, but there was no helping him now. Then Spearshaker told me a couple of stories about famous chiefs of his own tribe. I couldn't really follow this very well, partly because I knew so little about white laws and customs, but also because a lot of their chiefs seemed to have the same name. I never did understand whether there were two different chiefs named Richard, or just one with a very strange nature. The oddest thing, though, was that none of these stories seemed to have any point. They didn't tell you why the moon changes its face, or how the people were created, or where the mountains came from, or where the raccoon got his tail, or anything. They were just stories, like old women's gossip. Maybe I missed something. He certainly worked hard at his task. More often than not, I could hear him grinding his teeth and muttering to himself as he sat hunched over his marks. And now and then he would jump up and throw the sheet to the ground and run outside in the snow and the night wind, and I would hear him shouting in his own language. At least I took it to be his language, though the words were not among those I knew. Part of his medicine, no doubt, so I said nothing. God's teeth! Have I been so long in this wilderness that I have forgot all skill? I that could bombast out a line of blank verse as readily as a fish doth swim, now fumble for words like a drunkard who cannot find his own codpiece with both hands. I'm telling you, it was a long winter. For who would thus endure the pains of time, tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow, that wait in patient and most grim array, each armed with spears and arrows of misfortune, like Indians ambuscaded in the forest? But that the dread of something after death, that undiscovered country from whose shores no traveller returns, puzzles the will, and makes us rather bear that which we know than wantonly embark for the unknown. One evening, soon after the snows began to melt, I noticed that Spearshaker was not at his usual nightly work. He was just sitting there staring into the fire, not even looking at his skins and bark sheets, which were stacked beside him. The turkey feathers and black paint were nowhere in sight. I said, "Is something wrong?" And then it came to me. "Finished?" He let out a long sigh. "Yes," he said. "Mo fool I," he added, which was something he often said, though I never quite got what it meant. It was easy to see he was feeling bad, so I said, "Tell me the story." He didn't want to, but finally he told it to me. He got pretty worked up as he went along, sometimes jumping up to act out an exciting part, till I thought he was going to wreck my house. Now and then he picked up a skin or mulberry bark sheet and spoke the words so I could hear the sound. I had thought I was learning his language pretty well, but I couldn't understand one word in 10. But the story itself was clear enough. There were parts I didn't follow, but on the whole it was the best he'd ever told me. At the end I said, "Good story." He tilted his head to one side like a bird. "Truly?" "Do you?" I said. I meant it, too. He sighed again and picked up his pile of writing. "I am a fool," he said. I saw that he was about to throw the whole thing into the fire, so I went over and took it from him. "This is a good thing," I told him. "Be proud." "Why?" He shrugged his shoulders. Who will ever see it? Only the bugs and the worms. And the mice," he added, giving me his little smile. I stood there trying to think of something to make him feel better. Ninekiller's oldest daughter had been making eyes at Spearshaker lately, and I wondered if I should go get her. Then I looked down at what I was holding in my hands, and it came to me. "My friend," I said, "I've got an idea. Why don't we put on your play right here?" And now is lunacy compounded upon lunacy, bedlam piled on bedlam, for I am embarked on an enterprise the like of which this globe hath never seen. Yet I'll undertake this foolery, and flinch not. Mayhap it will please these people, who are become my only friends. They shall have of Will his best will. It sounded simple when I heard myself say it. Doing it was another matter. First, there were people to be spoken with. We Anivuia like to keep everything loose and easy. Our chiefs have far less authority than yours, and even the power of the clan mothers has its limits. Our laws are few, and everyone knows what they are, so things tend to go along without much trouble. But there were no rules for what we wanted to do because it had never been done before. Besides, we were going to need the help of many people, so it seemed better to go carefully, but I admit I had no idea that our little proposal would create such a stir. In the end, there was a regular meeting at the council house to talk it over. Naturally, it was Otter who made the biggest fuss. "This is white men's medicine," he shouted. "Do you want the people to become as weak and useless as the whites?" "If it will make all our warriors shoot as straight as Spearshaker," Big Killer told him, "then it might be worth it." Otter waved his skinny old arms. He was so angry by now that his face was whiter than Spearshaker's. "Then answer this," he said. "How is it that this dance—" "It's not a dance," I said. Usually I would not interrupt an elder in council, but if you waited for Otter to finish, he might be there all night. "Whatever you call it," he said, "it's close enough to a dance to be Bird Clan business, right? And you, Mouse, are Wolf Clan, as is your white friend by adoption, so you have no right to do this thing." Old Dozois spoke up. She was the Bird Clan mother, and the oldest person present, maybe the oldest in town, now I think of it. "The Bird Clan has no objection," she said. "Mouse and Spearshaker have our permission to put on their play, which I, for one, would like to see. Nothing ever happens around this town." Tsigayu spoke next. "Hawa," she said. "I agree. This sounds interesting." Of course, Otter wasn't willing to let it go so easily. He made quite a speech, going all the way back to the origins of the people, and predicting every kind of calamity if this sacrilege was permitted. It didn't do him much good, though. No one liked Otter, who had gotten both meaner and longer-winded with age, and who had never been a very good Didunvwisky anyway. Besides, half the people in the council house were asleep long before he was done. After the council gave its approval, there was no trouble getting people to help. Rather, we had more help than we needed. For days there was a crowd hanging around my house, wanting to be part of the play. Big Killer said if he could get that many people to join a war party, he could take care of the Catawbas for good. And everyone wanted to be an acta. We were going to have to turn some people away, and we would have to be careful how we did it, or there would be trouble. I asked Spearshaker how many actas we needed. "How many men, that is," I added, as he began counting on his fingers. "The women are a different problem." He stopped counting and stared at me as if I were wearing owl feathers. Then he told me something so shocking you will hardly believe it. In his country, the women in a play are actually men wearing women's clothes. I told him quick enough that the people don't go in for that sort of thing, whatever they may get up to in certain other tribes, and he'd better not even talk about it around here. Do you know, he got so upset that it took me the rest of the day to talk him out of calling the whole thing off. Women! Merciful Jesu! Women on a stage, acting in a play! I shall feel like an whoremaster. Men or women, it was hard to know which people to choose. None of them had ever done anything like this before, so there was no way to know whether they would be any good or not. Spearshaker asked me questions about each person in white language so no one would be offended. Is he quick to learn? Does he dance or sing well? Can he work with other people and do as he is told? And he had them stand on one side of the stickball field, while he stood on the other, and made them speak their names and clans, to learn how well their voices carried. I had thought age would come into it, since the play included both older and younger people. But it turned out that Spearshaker knew an art of painting a man's face and putting white in his hair till he might be mistaken for his own grandfather. No doubt he could have done the same with women, but that wasn't necessary. There were only 2 women's parts in this story, and we gave the younger woman's part to Ninekiller's daughter Cricket, who would have hung upside down in a tree like a possum if it would please Spearshaker, and the older to a cousin of mine about my age, who had lost her husband to the Shawanoes and wanted something to do. For those who could not be actors, there was plenty of other work. A big platform had to be built, with space cleared around it, and log benches for the people who would watch. There were torches to be prepared, since we would be doing it at night, and special clothes to be made, as well as things like fake spears, so no one would get hurt. Locust and Black Fox were particularly good workers. Spearshaker said it was as if they had been born for this. They even told him that if he still wanted to follow the custom of his own tribe, with men dressed as women, they would be willing to take those parts. Well, I always had wondered about those 2. But Spearshaker was working harder than anyone else. Besides being in charge of all the other preparations, he had to remake his whole play to suit our needs. No doubt he had made a fine play for white men, but for us, as it was, it would never do. Many a play have I revised and amended, cut short or long at the company's desire, or altered this or that speech to please a player, even carved the very guts out of a scene on command of the office of the revels, for some imagined sedition or unseemly speech. But now must I outdo all I ever did before in the making of my Hamlet into a thing comprehensible to the Aniawiya. Scarce is there a line which doth not have to be rewrit, yea, and much ta'en out entire, as the play within the play, which Mouse saith that none here will understand, and the scene must be moved from Denmark to Virginia, and Elsinore Castle transformed into an Indian town. For marry, it were alchemy enow that I should transmute unlettered savages into tragic actors, but to make royal danskers of swart-faced Indians were beyond all reason. Speak'st thou now of reason, Will Shakespeare? Is't not over late for that? You should have seen us teaching the actors their parts. First Spearshaker would look at the marks and say the words in his language. Then he would explain to me any parts I hadn't understood, which was most of it usually, and then I would translate the whole thing for the acta in our language, or as close as I could get. There are some things you cannot really interpret. By now Spearshaker was fluent enough to help me. Then the acta would try to say the words back to us, almost always getting it all wrong and having to start again. And later on all the people in the play had to get together and speak their parts in order, and do all the things they would do in the play, and that was like a bad dream. Not only did they forget their words, they bumped into each other and stepped on each other's feet, and got carried away in the fight parts and nearly killed each other. And Spearshaker would jump up and down and pull his hair, which had already begun to fall out for some reason, and sometimes weep, and when he had settled down, we would try again. Verily my lot is harder than that of the Jews of Moses, for Scripture saith that Pharaoh did command that they make bricks without straw, wherefore their travail was great, but now I must make my bricks even without mud. Let me tell you the story of Spearshaker's play. Once there was a great war chief who was killed by his own brother, not in a fight, but secretly, by poison. The brother took over as chief, and also took his dead brother's woman, who didn't object. But the dead man had a son, a young warrior named Amaladi. One night the dead chief appeared to Amaladi and told him the whole story, and of course demanded that he do something about it. Poor Amaladi was in a bad fix. Obviously he mustn't go against his mother's wishes and kill her new man without her permission. On the other hand, no one wants to anger a ghost, and this one was plenty angry already. So Amaladi couldn't decide what to do. To make things worse, the bad brother had guessed that Amaladi knew something. He and this really nasty, windy old man named Kolonisi, sounds like otter, began trying to get rid of Amaladi. To protect himself, Amaladi became a crazy, doing and saying everything backward, or in ways that made no sense. This made his medicine strong enough to protect him from his uncle and Kolonisi, at least for a time. Kolonisi had a daughter, Tsigalidi, who wanted Amaladi for her man. But she didn't want to live with a crazy, who does? And she kept coming around and crying and begging him to quit. At the same time, his mother was giving him a hard time for being disrespectful toward her new man. And all the while the ghost kept showing up and yelling at Amaladi for taking so long. It got so bad Amaladi thought about killing himself, but then he realized that he would go to the spirit world, where his father would never leave him alone. So Amaladi thought of a plan. There was a big dance one night to honor the new chief, and some visiting singers from another town were going to take part. Amaladi took their lead singer aside and got him to change the song, telling him the new words had been given to him in a dream. And that night, with the dancers going around the fire and the women shaking the turtle shells and the whole town watching, the visiting leader sang, "Now he pours it. Now he is pouring the poison. See, there are two brothers. See, now there is one." That was when it all blew up like a hot rock in a fire. The bad chief jumped up and ran away from the dance grounds, afraid he had just been witched. Amaladi had a big argument with his mother and told her what he thought of the way she was acting. Then he killed Kolonisi. He said it was an accident, but I think he was just tired of listening to the old fool. Tsigalidi couldn't stand any more. She jumped into a waterfall and killed herself. There was a fine funeral. Now Amaladi was determined to kill his uncle. The uncle was just as determined to kill Amaladi, but he was too big a coward to do it himself. So he got Kolonisi's son Panther to call Amaladi out for a fight. Panther was a good fighter, and he was hot to kill Amaladi, because of his father and his sister. But the chief wasn't taking any chances. He put some poison on Panther's spear. He also had a gourd of water with poison in it, in case nothing else worked. So Amaladi and Panther painted their faces red and took their spears and faced each other right in front of the chief's house. Amaladi was just as good as Panther, but finally he got nicked on the arm. Before the poison could act, they got into some hand-to-hand wrestling, and the spears got mixed up. Now Panther took a couple of hits. Yes, with the poisoned spear. Meanwhile, Amaladi's mother got thirsty and went over and took a drink, before anyone could stop her from the poisoned gourd. Pretty soon she fell down. Amaladi and Panther stopped fighting and rushed over, but she was already dead. By now they were both feeling the poison themselves. Panther fell down and died. So did Amaladi, but before he went down he got his uncle with the poisoned spear. So in the end, everyone died. You do? Well, I suppose you had to be there. And so 'tis afoot. Tomorrow night we are to perform. Thank God Burbage cannot be there to witness it, for it were a question which should come first, that he die of laughter, or I of shame. It was a warm and pleasant night. Everyone was there, even Otter. By the time it was dark, all the seats were full, and many people were standing or sitting on the ground. The platform had only been finished a few days before, with Big Killer complaining about the waste of timber and labor that could have gone into strengthening the town's defenses, and it looked very fine. Locust and Black Fox had hung some reed mats on poles to represent the walls of houses, and also to give us a place to wait out of sight before going on. To keep the crowd from getting restless, Spearshaker had asked Dozois to have some Bird Clan men sing and dance while we were lighting the torches and making other last preparations. Then it was time to begin. What? Oh no, I was not an actor. By now I knew the words to the whole play, from having translated and repeated them so many times, so I stood behind a reed screen and called out the words in a voice too low for the crowd to hear when anyone forgot what came next. Spearshaker, yes, he was the ghost. He had put some paint on his face that made it even whiter, and he did something with his voice that made the hair stand up on your neck. But in fact everyone did very well, much better than I had expected. The only bad moment came when Amelady, that was Tsigayu's son Hummingbird, shouted, "Na! Dili! Dili! There! A skunk! A skunk!" and slammed his war club into the wall of the chief's house, forgetting it was really just a reed mat. And Beartrack, who was being Colonici, took such a blow to the head that he was out for the rest of the play. But it didn't matter, since he had no more words to speak, and he made a very good dead man for Amelady to drag out. And the people loved it, all of it. How they laughed and laughed. I never heard so many laugh so hard for so long. At the end, when Amelady fell dead between his mother and Panther, and the platform was covered with corpses, there was so much howling and hooting you would have taken it for a hurricane. I looked out through the mats and saw Tsigayu and Big Killer holding on to each other to keep from falling off the bench. Warriors were wiping tears from their eyes, and women were clutching themselves between the legs, and old Dotsuya was lying on the ground, kicking her feet like a baby. I turned to Spearshaker, who was standing beside me. "See," I said, "and you were afraid they wouldn't understand it." After that, everything got confused for a while. Locust and Black Fox rushed up and dragged Spearshaker away, and the next time I saw him he was down in front of the platform with Tsigayu embracing him and Big Killer slapping him on the back. I couldn't see his face, which was hidden by Tsigayu's very large front. By then, people were making a fuss over all of us, even me. A Paint Clan woman, not bad-looking for her age, took me away for some attention. She was limber and had a lot of energy, so it was late by the time I finally got home. Spearshaker was there, sitting by the fire. He didn't look up when I came in. His face was so pale, I thought at first he was still wearing his ghost paint. I said, "Gusti Nusti, is something wrong?" "They laughed," he said. He didn't sound happy about it. "They laughed," I agreed. "They laughed as they have never laughed before, every one of them, except for Otter, and no one has ever seen him laugh." I sat down beside him. "You did something fine tonight, Spearshaker. You made the people happy. They have a hard life, and you made them laugh." He made a snorting sound. "Yes, they laughed to see us making fools of ourselves. Perhaps that is good." No, I saw it now. "Is that what you think? That they laughed because we did the play so badly?" I put my hand on his shoulder and turned him to face me. "My friend, no one there tonight ever saw a play before, except for you. How would they know if it was bad? It was certainly the best play they ever saw." He blinked slowly, like a turtle. I saw his eyes were red. "Believe me, Spearshaker," I told him, "they were laughing because it was such a funny story. And that was your doing." His expression was very strange indeed. "They thought it comical?" "Well, who wouldn't? All those crazy people up there killing each other and themselves. And then that part at the end where everyone gets killed. I had to stop and laugh myself, remembering. I tell you," I said when I had my breath back, "even though I knew the whole thing by memory, I nearly lost control of myself a few times there." I got up. "Come, Spearshaker, you need to go to sleep. You have been working too hard." But he only put his head down in his hands and made some odd sounds in his throat, and muttered some words I did not know, and so I left him there and went to bed. If I live until the mountains fall, I will never understand white men. If I live until our Saviour's return, I shall never understand Indians. War they count as sport, and bloody murder an occasion of merriment. 'Tis because they hold life itself but lightly, and think death no great matter neither, and so that which we call tragic they take for comedy. And though I be damned for't, I cannot swear that they have not the right of it." Whatever happened that night, it changed something in Spearshaker. He lived with us for many more years, but never again did he make a play for us. That was sad, for we had all enjoyed the Amelady story so much, and were hoping for more. And many people tried to get Spearshaker to change his mind. Tsigayu actually begged him. I think it was the only time in her life she ever begged anyone for anything, but it did no good. He would not even talk about it. And at last we realized that his medicine had gone, and we left him in peace. It is a terrible thing for a Didanwhiskey when his power leaves him. Perhaps his ancestors' spirits were somehow offended by our play. I hope not, since it was my idea. That summer, Nine Killer's daughter, Cricket, became Spearshaker's wife. I gave them my house and moved in with the Paint Clan woman. I visited my friend often, and we talked of many things, but of one thing we never spoke. Cricket told me he still made his talking marks from time to time. If he ever tried to make another play, though, he never told anyone. I believe it was 5 winters ago, it was not more, when Cricket came in one day and found him dead. It was a strange thing, for he had not been sick, and was still a fairly young man. As far as anyone knew, there was nothing wrong with him, except that his hair had fallen out. I think his spirit simply decided to go back to his native land. Cricket grieved for a long time. She still has not taken another husband. Did you happen to see a small boy with pale skin and brown hair as you came through our town? That is their son, Wheelie. Look what Cricket gave me. This is the turkey feather that was in Spearshaker's hand when she found him that day. And this is the piece of mulberry bark that was lying beside him. I will always wonder what it says. We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded in a slet. Notes. 1. Elizabethan spelling was fabulously irregular. The same person might spell the same word in various ways on a single page. Shakespeare's own spelling is known only from the quarto and folio printings of the plays, and the published poetry, and no one knows how far this may have been altered by the printer. It is not even known how close the published texts are to Shakespeare's original in wording, let alone spelling. All we have in his own hand is his signature, and this indicates that he spelled his own name differently almost every time he wrote it. I have followed the spelling of the folio for the most part, but felt free to use my own judgment and even whim, since that was what the original speller did. I have, however, regularized spelling and punctuation to some extent, and modernized spelling and usage in some instances, so that the text would be readable. I assume this book's readership is well educated, but it seems unrealistic to expect them to be Elizabethan scholars. 2. Cherokee pronunciation is difficult to render in Roman letters. Even our own syllabary system of writing, invented in the 19th century by Sequoyah, does not entirely succeed, as there is no way to indicate the tones and glottal stops. I have followed, more or less, the standard system of transliteration, in which V is used for the nasal, grunting vowel that has no English equivalent. It hardly matters, since we do not know how 16th-century Cherokees pronounced the language. The sounds have changed considerably in the century and a half since the forced march to Oklahoma. What they were like 400 years ago is highly conjectural. So is the location of the various tribes of Virginia and the Carolinas during this period, and of course so is their culture. The Cherokees may not then have been the warlike tribe they later became, though given the national penchant for names incorporating the verb to kill, this is unlikely. The Catawbas were a very old and hated enemy. 3. Edward Spicer's voyage to America to learn the fate of the Roanoke colony, or rather his detour to Virginia after a successful privateering operation, did happen, including the bad weather and the loss of a couple of boats, though there is no record that any boat reached the mainland. The disappearance of the Roanoke colonists is a famous event. It is only conjecture, though based on considerable evidence and accepted by many historians, that Powhatan had the colonists murdered after they had taken sanctuary with a minor coastal tribe. Disney fantasies to the contrary, Powhatan was not a nice man. 4. I have accepted for the sake of the story the view of many scholars that Shakespeare first got the concept of Hamlet in the process of revising Thomas Kyd's earlier play on the same subject. Thus he might well have had the general idea in his head as early as 1591, assuming, as most do, that by this time he was employed with a regular theatrical company, even though the historic Hamlet is generally agreed to have been written considerably later. 5. As to those who argue that William Shakespeare was not actually the author of Hamlet, but that the plays were written by Francis Bacon or the Earl of Southampton or Elvis Presley, one can only reply, ha, and again, ha. Echoes. Alan Brennert. Alan Brennert was beginning to make a reputation for himself in the genre in the 70s as a writer of finely crafted short stories, but then he was lured away by Hollywood. Since then, he has served as executive story consultant on The Twilight Zone during its recent television revival, has written teleplays for China Beach, The Mississippi, and Darkroom, and has twice been nominated for the Writers Guild Award. He's also published 2 novels, Kindred Spirits and Time and Chance. In spite of all this, he still finds time for the occasional short story, which show up from time to time in the magazine of fantasy and science fiction, Pulp House, and elsewhere. His short fiction has been collected in Her Pilgrim Soul and Other Stories, and in Maquis and Other Phantoms, which includes his Nebula Award-winning Ma Oui. His story The Third Sex appeared in our 7th annual collection. In the lyrical and bittersweet story that follows, he shows us that just as sometimes people can't see the forest for the trees, so sometimes you might not be able to hear the music for the echoes. Even now I can't bring myself to blame my parents. They had their reasons. They carried scars from their own childhoods. My father's father was a manic depressive, his mood swings legendary, the household perpetually caught between the thunder of his passions and the gray spaces of his despair. My father, when he married, longed for a house filled with music and a little girl's laughter, and naturally he wanted to ensure that his daughter didn't inherit her grandfather's affliction. Back in the 80s, when my father was growing up, they hadn't yet mapped the gene that causes bipolar disorder, much less figured out how to mask it. If only it had stopped at that. My mother, for her part, had had an idyllic childhood, perhaps too much so. Something of a musical prodigy, she had spent 15 happy years in violin recitals, only to discover that youthful virtuosity doesn't necessarily mature into adult genius. Having bitterly learned the limits of her own talent, she was determined that her daughter would know no limits. And so I was conceived, an appropriate term, I think, since I, and thousands like me, began more as a concept than a person, a set of parameters later realized in flesh. We were an affluent family with a home in Reston, a Tony suburb in northern Virginia. But even for an affluent couple, gene enhancement is not a cheap proposition, and I was to have no brothers or sisters. But my parents got their money's worth. By the age of 4, as soon as I had the necessary hand strength for the piano, I was picking out complex melodies I'd heard on the radio. I have an eidetic memory, and as soon as I learned to read music, I discovered I could sight-read virtually anything that was put in front of me, taking in a page at a glance, then playing it effortlessly. 80% of so-called musical genius is just this facility to sight-read, a lucky fluke of memory. But of course, in my case, luck played no part in it. The other 20% is technique, and I had that as well. By the age of 7, I was playing Bach, the piece he'd written for his own daughter, the Anna Magdalena notebook. By 8, his 2-part inventions. By 9, I had mastered the more challenging parts of Bartók's Mikrokosmos. I kept a busy schedule, music lessons twice a week, 2 hours of practice each day, the occasional student recital, a normal load of schoolwork. But I enjoyed it, I truly did. I loved music, loved making music. Of course, it's true that I was quite literally born to love it, shaped not just genetically, but by early exposure to music, the hard wiring of my sensory cortex that locked in my musical skills. At times I wonder if my passion is less real for that, but the sweet melancholy that grips me as I play the Adagio from Marcello's Concerto in D minor, the serenity I feel when performing Debussy's Image, these are real emotions, regardless of whether genetic conduits were laid to channel them. Who knows? Perhaps even the degree of my obsession with music was predetermined, manipulated. That might explain my single-minded attention to it in my earliest years, when I most needed such single-mindedness, forsaking the company of other children my age. I was almost 12 before I had the first hint of something missing from my life, and by then it was a little late to acquire the social skills others had learned as a matter of course. I had a few acquaintances at school. I was no pariah, but playmates? Not really. Confidants? Hardly. At 3 o'clock each afternoon, as my classmates scattered to local playgrounds or shopping malls, I was somehow left behind, like a stone in the heart of a leaf storm, too heavy to take flight. I wandered home to practice or speed-read novels in the woods near Lake Audubon, taking in pages as though I were drawing breaths, with no more real understanding of the life I was reading about than my lungs understood the oxygen they took in. On one such afternoon, autumn light waning around me, I lay on my stomach on a fan of oak leaves, reading a book and listening to Rachmaninoff on my laser chip, when I heard a boy's voice behind me say, "Hi!" Startled, I sat up and turned around. There was a boy about my age, sitting up against the thick trunk of a maple tree, big floppy sketchpad, orange cover, cream-colored pages, propped up on his knees. Like me, he had fair skin and dark hair, but he was about half a head taller than I. There was something vaguely familiar about him. I wondered if I hadn't seen him in school. "Hi," I said. I hadn't heard him approach, and I was sure he hadn't been sitting there when I lay down 10 minutes before. But I was so pleased to be talking to someone, that someone was talking to me, that I didn't give it a further thought. He smiled, a friendly enough smile. "My name's Robert." I might have been lonely, but I was still shy. I took a cautious step toward him. "I'm Catherine. Kathy." "You live around here?" I nodded. "On Howland Drive." "Yeah?" His eyes brightened. "Me too." So that was it. I must have seen him on our street. Feeling a little less reticent, I nodded toward his sketch-pad. "Can I see?" "Sure." He angled the pad so I could get a better look, as I sat down beside him. The top page was a lovely pencil sketch of the surrounding woods, exhibiting, I can say today, a very sophisticated understanding of perspective, light, shadow. But being 12 years old and knowing nothing of any of this, all I said was, "Wow!" That was enough. He beamed. "Thanks," he said. He flipped through the book, showing me other sketches, some still lifes, a few portraits, all of them excellent. "Do you go to school for this?" I asked. "I take lessons." "Me too," I added. "Piano." "Yeah? Cool." He flipped to a portrait of a girl with blonde hair and big eyes, and I let out a little yelp of recognition. "Cindy Lennox!" I cried out. "You know Cindy, too?" "Yeah, sure. I go to school with her." He flipped past Cindy's portrait to a fresh piece of paper, began absently sketching as he talked. "I'm getting a paint box for Christmas," he announced. "Half the size of this pad, with its own hard drive, oil and watercolor templates. Man, the stuff you can do with one of those, it's incredible." Not to be outdone, I said, "I'm getting a new orchestral sequencing program for my music master. I'll be able to add up to 15 different voices, strings, horns, keyboard." He looked up from his sketch and smiled, as though something had just occurred to him. "You're one, too, aren't you?" he said. "One what?" His smile took on a secret edge. "You know, when the doctors do something to you, before you're even born." Suddenly I felt afraid. I knew exactly what he meant, of course. It was all over the media. There was even a website about it on the school net. Some parents even took their kids on TV and talked about it. But most, like mine, kept quiet, fearing that their children would be discriminated against, excluded from scholastic or talent competition, though this was technically illegal, with non-enhanced kids. I knew what I was, but had sworn to my parents I'd never talk to anyone about it. So reflexively I shot back, "Not me." "Yeah, sure." He sounded unconvinced, and I must admit the idea of actually meeting someone else like myself thrilled as well as frightened me. So, without admitting anything about myself, I said, "So you're one?" He nodded, switching pencil colors, continuing to sketch. "My folks would kill me if they heard, but I don't care. I'm not ashamed of it. He looked up, gave me a little smile. "Are you?" This was getting dangerous. I stood up quickly. I've got to go." "Don't you want to see your picture?" "My what?" He turned the pad around, showing me its face. My face. A rough outline without much detail, only 2 colors, dark gray and light blue, but a really good likeness. My dark hair cut in a short page boy, my lips, which always seemed to me too thin, pursed in a shy little half-smile. My eyes, the irises a light blue, so light my father once told me he could see the sky in them. "That's really good," I said, impressed. "Can I—" I looked up at him, and my breath caught in my chest. "What is it?" he said, sensing my distress. I didn't answer. I was looking in his eyes, the irises a light blue, very light. He said something else, and I didn't really hear it. I was watching his lips as he spoke. "Kathy," I finally heard him say, "what is it? What's wrong?" "Nothing," I lied. But inside I felt strange, as though I had discovered something I shouldn't have, like turning over a rock and finding night crawlers underneath. Something similar squirmed inside me when I looked at Robert. I told him I had to go home and practice my piano. He seemed disappointed, started to get up, but I was well on my way before he could suggest walking back together. Later, playing alone on the swing set in my backyard, I realized I had turned my back on someone who might have become my first real friend, and the rush of the wind blew my tears back into my eyes, and I thought I would drown in my own regret. I didn't dare tell my parents about Robert, of course. I was afraid they wouldn't believe that I hadn't actually told him anything about myself. I kept a cautious eye out for him at school, but never caught so much as a glimpse of him, which I thought strange, considering the size of the school. Finally, consumed by equal parts anxiety and need, I went up to Cindy Lennox one day in the cafeteria and said, "I met a friend of yours the other day. He said his name was Robert." She looked blank. "Who?" "Well, I don't know his last name, but he did a sketch of you. He's an artist?" She just shook her head. "I don't know any artists named Robert." I felt like an idiot. I stammered out something, "Guess I'm mistaken, sorry, bye," and quickly got out of there. I resolved to forget about Robert entirely. He gave me the creeps. Why did I even care who he was? I went home. My mother took me to my Thursday session with my piano instructor, Professor Langen, and I gladly lost myself in Chopin and Bach for the next hour. When I got home, I banged out of the house into the backyard, intending to play on the swing set until dinner time. But there was someone already on the swing. Not Robert, a girl. I stopped short. Her back was to me. All I saw was a dark brown ponytail bobbing behind her as she swung. On my swing, in my backyard. "Excuse me?" I said. That startled her. She jumped off, turned around to face me, hands indignantly on hips. "What are you doing in my yard?" she demanded. As before, I couldn't answer. I was so stunned I couldn't even speak. I was staring at myself. Me, but not me. Her hair longer, ponytail arcing like a whip behind her, and though her features were identical to mine, I was seeing them configured in a way I never had before. Thin lips twisted in a sneer, sky-blue eyes flashing with annoyance, head cocked at a haughty little angle. "Well?" she said petulantly. Finally I found my voice, even if it did crack a little. This is my yard." She took a few steps toward me, hands still on her hips, a certain swagger in her walk. "Oh, is it now?" I stepped back, a reflex. She smiled, sensing that she had the advantage. "Look," she said slowly, "you're obviously not very bright, so it really wouldn't be fair of me, with a 200 IQ, to take advantage. But, oh, what the heck. This is your yard, so ipso facto you must be Catherine Brannan?" I couldn't stop staring at her. It was like looking into a mirror, but having your reflections suddenly start mouthing off at you. I was silent long enough that she said, "Hello, can you at least pretend to some intelligence? Especially if you're trying to impersonate the winner of the Fairfax County Scholastic." I didn't care what she'd won. I'd had enough of this little brat. "I live here," I shouted suddenly, and was pleased to see her flinch. "I don't care who you think you are. This is my house." Those crystal blue eyes, my eyes, were transparent with hatred. "We'll just see about that," she said coldly, then turned on her heel, and ran toward the house. I'd left the back door open. She ran through it and out of sight. I raced in after her, through the kitchen and into the living room, where my father was just sitting down to watch the news. "Where is she?" I yelled, breathless. He blinked. "Where is who? And why are you yelling, young lady?" "The girl! The one who ran in! The one with—" I almost said the one with my face, but wisely didn't take it that far. "The only girl running in here," my mother said, coming up behind me, "is you." It was true. I searched my bedroom, the family room, even the kitchen again. The girl was gone. Shaken, pressed by my parents for answers, I told them I was just pretending, made it seem as though I were chasing an imaginary playmate. And as I lay in bed that night, I almost convinced myself of the same thing, that my imagination and loneliness had conjured up my strange nemesis. I went to school resolved to try and overcome my shyness, to make more friends somehow, to find the time between lessons and practice to do the normal things other girls did. In the cafeteria at lunchtime, I noticed a new girl with long, silky blonde hair sitting alone at a table, eating her macaroni and cheese. Screwing up my nerve, I marched right over and introduced myself. "Hi," I said. "You're new, aren't you?" The girl shook aside her long shock of hair, looked up, and smiled at me. "Yes," she said, shyly pleased. "I just transferred over from public." And once again I was looking into my own eyes. Involuntarily I cried out, a yelp of shock and fear. This instantly made me the focus of all attention in the cafeteria, which distracted me just long enough to look away from the blonde girl, the blonde me, for a moment, and when I looked back, she was gone. I spent the rest of the lunch hour feeling the eyes of my classmates on me, like sunlight focused through a magnifying glass. Their whispers, their little sniggers were even worse, each a tiny dagger in my back. When the bell rang, I greeted it as a deliverance, but what it delivered me into turned out to be far worse. During math period, a male version of me, not Robert, but another boy with my eyes, lips, nose, looked up periodically from his desk, rattled off the solution to an equation as though he had a calculator in his head, then went back to scribbling on an electronic notepad. No one else seemed to notice him, and I kept silent, biting my lip, my hands trembling the whole hour. In English, I glanced up from my own note screen to find the blonde Kathy, she signed it Kathi, standing before the class, reciting an essay, even as my teacher, Mrs. McKinnon, simultaneously lectured us on the proper use of participles. I sat there, the two voices clashing in my head, trying to drown them out with my thoughts, a memory of the bombastic third movement of Hindemith's Matis der Maler, praying for the blonde me to shut up and sit down. In gym class, a taller, lither version of myself straddled the parallel bars like a budding Olympian gymnast. She swung her perfectly proportioned legs up, 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 balanced herself for several moments in a perfect handstand, then swung down and vaulted off the bars. And watching her amazing balance, her strength, her grace, I felt the first shameful pang of what was to become a familiar envy. By the end of the day, as I hurried out of the building, they were everywhere. The bratty Catherine, Katja, she called herself, was holding court by the stairwell, her mocking laugh at someone's expense echoing through the corridor. In the music room, one version of me played the violin, as another practiced the flute. In shop class, Robert was making a wooden horse from soft balsa, touching the edge of its mane to a spinning lathe. I hurried home, but to my horror they were all following me, a procession of Catherines, male and female, tall and short, dark and blonde and everything in between, all laughing or talking, bouncing balls or hefting school books, a phantom regiment haunting my every step. I ran the last several blocks, ran into the imagined safety of my home, crying, "Mommy! Daddy!" But this was no refuge either. As I burst into the living room, I heard a voice, my voice, raised in song, saw myself standing by the piano, practicing the scales with a perfect pitch I didn't possess. Saw, too, a red-haired Kathy with sculpted nose, green eyes, and full lips, talking endlessly on the phone. Saw a tomboy Kathy bang in torn jeans and T-shirt, yelling for Mom. It took me a moment to realize that I was screaming, "Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!" at the top of my voice, shouting, "Mommy! Daddy! Make them go away!" And as I fell sobbing to the floor, I saw my mother, her face ashen, stumbling as she rushed toward me. And then she was holding me, rocking me, and for one terrible moment I wasn't even sure. I didn't know which one of us she really held. The hospital came as a relief. I didn't know why at the time, but the number of other Catherines dwindled from dozens to a handful, and the more radically different ones, boys, blondes, gymnasts, didn't appear at all. The ones that did appear, and that was the correct word, as I lay in bed, staring into space, I saw them walk into the room as through a fold in the air, then exit minutes or hours later in the same way. All looked pretty much like me, and all looked just about as screwed up as well. One sat in a corner and cried for what seemed hours on end. One angrily pounded her fists on the door and screamed obscenities. Another tore a small piece of loose metal from the bed frame, entered the toilet, and never came out. I stayed out of the bathroom for hours, my bladder bursting, terrified at what I might find in there. Seeing these terrible alternatives, ironically enough, was the best thing for me. Determined not to end up like any of them, I didn't let my fear turn to panic or hysteria. I stayed calm when the doctors asked me questions. I told them everything I'd seen and continued to see. They responded gravely, and not, oddly enough, condescendingly. Almost all doctors treat children as though they're not merely young, but retarded as well. Yet here were a bunch of adults soberly asking me questions as if I, too, were an adult. What were the differences, physically, between the boy you met in the woods and the boy in math class? Did all of the other Catherines call themselves that, or did they use other names? Their matter-of-factness helped to keep me calm, even encouraged me when they asked me if I was seeing anyone at the moment to shrug and say, "Oh, sure, there's one sitting in the corner right now." And I'd swear I saw one of them glance ever so slightly into the corner of the room, then quickly back again. Each of my parents blamed the other for what had happened. My father accused my mother of working me into a state of nervous exhaustion, and my mother, hurt, shot back that there was no mental illness on her side of the family. I heard all this late one night when they thought I was asleep. Heard also my father's wounded silence, pregnant with guilt and fear that perhaps his father's legacy hadn't been extinguished after all. But as it turned out, there was more than enough guilt to pass around. When the doctors finished their examination and sat down to talk to my parents, though I didn't learn this until years later, their first question was, "Is she gene-enhanced?" Apparently this sort of psychotic break, as they called it, was not uncommon among the genetically enhanced. 1 in every 10 children suffered under some kind of delusional system, the onset usually just before puberty. They didn't know why. All they could do was study the pathology and hope to understand it. The good news was most children, with therapy, could learn to distinguish between reality and delusion. Would my parents agree to place me in outpatient therapy as part of a study group? Of course they agreed. The choices they'd made for me, for my life, now came back to haunt them. And where once they had dreamed for me a life far above normal, now they prayed it would be merely blessedly normal. My favorite of the doctors was Dr. Carroll, a prematurely gray woman in her late 30s. She came after the first round of interrogators, and immediately endeared herself to me by bringing me a set of flowered barrettes for my hair. "They're my daughters," she said, "but I thought you might appreciate them more just now, and she was happy to let you have them." I was wearing drab green hospital gowns most of the time. The pink and purple barrettes were a welcome reminder of the outside world, and I beamed as I slipped them into my hair. "Thanks," I said, adding, "How old is your daughter?" "A little older than you, about 13. She looked at my reflection in the small vanity mirror and smiled. "You look very pretty." I automatically shook my head.
Not me. I'm not pretty.
I think you are. Why don't you? Dr. Carroll's talent for making therapy seem like gentle conversation put me at my ease, and her calm attitude toward my starkest fears made those fears seem somehow surmountable. At first we talked only about music and school and all the normal self-image problems any girl my age would have. It wasn't until our 5th session together that she asked me if I saw any other Catherines in the room just then. I glanced over at the window where the screamer, as I called her, was pounding on the thick, leaded glass, shouting, "Fuck! Fuck! Fuck!" over and over. I told this to Dr. Carroll, though I didn't repeat the F-word, wondering if she believed me. She nodded, but instead of pursuing it, she looked at me very seriously and said, "You're a very special young lady, Catherine. You know all about that, don't you?" I hesitated, not admitting anything, but she went on as though I had. "Well, sometimes special people see special things other people don't see. That doesn't mean those things aren't real. It doesn't mean that you're wrong or crazy for seeing them." It was the first time anyone had used the word crazy to my face, though not the first time it had occurred to me. Tears sprang to my eyes. "I'm not," I said in a small, unbearably hopeful voice. She shook her head. "I can't tell you these things you see will ever go away, but I can help you to live with them." "But who are they?" I asked, desperate for answers. "Where do they come from?" She paused. "We're not sure yet. We have some ideas, but we can't talk about them to your parents, because that's all they are right now, just ideas. But—" She put a fingertip lightly to my lips, smiled. "Can you keep a secret, Kathy? Our secret, yours and mine? Not for your mom or dad, or your best friend, or anyone?" I nodded eagerly. "You're a little too young to understand it all," she said. "But think of them as echoes. Like when you call out in the woods and hear your own voice bounce back at you. That's all they are. And they can't hurt you." "Are they real?" "Not in the way you are," she said. "How can I—" She stopped, thought a moment, then smiled. "Hold out your left hand," she instructed. I held out my left hand. "Keep it there," she said. "Now, look around. Do you see any other echoes?" I looked around the room. The screamer was still there, of course, and the sobbing girl, and— I gasped. Sitting next to me on the bed was another echo, a perfect echo, in fact, dressed just like me, the flowered barrettes in exactly the same places, identical in appearance, except she was holding out her right hand. "What do you see?" the doctor asked. I told her. When I turned back, the echo was gone. And I began to understand, however vaguely, what the echoes truly were. I went home about 2 weeks later, and though the number of echoes increased when I did, they no longer terrified me the way they had. With Dr. Carroll's help, mainly concentration techniques, I was able to reduce them to the level of background noise, like a television set accidentally left on. And I began noticing other things about them, how some echoes looked as real, as three-dimensional as I did, how others seemed curiously flat, like watercolors painted on the air, how still others were vague, hazily defined, flickering in and out of existence as though their purchase on reality was tenuous at best. As the years passed and my vocabulary increased, my ability to describe what I saw increased with it, and I dutifully reported everything to Dr. Carroll. I returned to school, but found that my absence had only made things worse for me there. Word had gotten out that I'd checked into a hospital, and though nervous exhaustion may be relatively value-neutral for adults, for children it is one more way to set someone apart. My classmates, some of them, would call out to me in the hallway, "Hey, nervous!" or "Hey, nervy!" If I objected, got angry, they just made a bigger deal of it. "Hey, nervy, take it easy. Don't want to go back to the bug house." All I could do was ignore them as best I could. If I could ignore the echoes, I told myself, I could ignore anything. But even the classmates who didn't actively torment me shied away from me, and my loneliness went from tolerable to profound. I didn't mention it to my parents on the reasonable and usually accurate assumption that parents only made things like this worse. I stuck it out until I moved on into high school, where I thought I could melt unobtrusively into a larger student body, and where, amid the normal quotient of violence, drugs, and gangs, I hoped a week in a mental hospital was hardly worth mentioning. But there were still those who remembered, still those who took delight in harassing me. My only solace was my music, and my only friend, Dr. Carroll. Most, if not all, of my echoes made the transition to high school with me, but the majority, luckily, seemed to take no notice of me. They walked, talked, laughed, and moved like images on a movie screen that just happened to be the world. A few, like Robert, continued to interact with me occasionally. Sometimes they would try to do this in the middle of a class, and I had to do my best to not react, to keep my expression stony. They never seemed to appear during my piano lessons with Professor Langen, and I finally realized why. There was only one piano in my instructor's home, and while I was sitting at it, I couldn't see any of the echoes who were doubtless occupying that same space. On occasion, however, I heard snatches of melody, other hands fingering other keys in some other reality. Some not as well as I, some just as well, and some, to my great annoyance, better than I. On rare occasions an echo found me alone, as on one overcast day in March, as I walked home from school to find a smiling Robert pacing me, paint-box tucked under one arm. "Hi," he said. I looked around. There was no one else on the street. It didn't much matter if I answered him or not. Perhaps it was a mark of my loneliness that I wanted to answer him. "Hi," I said. Like me, Robert was entering puberty, but unlike me, it seemed to agree with him. I was a slow starter, short and flat, where my classmates were growing taller and rounder. Robert was going through a normal growth spurt, filling out, becoming more muscular. His voice was deeper, too. More and more I felt uncomfortable around him, uncomfortable with the feelings he evoked in me. But I tried to be friendly. I smiled. "So you got that paint box for Christmas," I said. "Yeah, it's great. You get that sequencing program you wanted?" It had been so long I'd almost forgotten. I nodded. We walked in silence a long moment, then he said quietly, "I wish we could be together." I felt suddenly anxious. "I don't think that's possible," I said, picking up my pace just a little. He thought a moment, then nodded sadly. "Yeah, I guess not," he said. Then he shrugged. Something occurred to me then. "Do you see them?" I asked. "The others?" He looked at me with puzzlement. "Others?" No, clearly he didn't. "Never mind," I said. "Well, see you." I started to veer off the path we'd been sharing, but he reached out as though to take my hand. I'm sure he couldn't, not really, but I never found out. I flinched, pulled back my hand before he made, or didn't make, contact. He looked hurt. "Do you have to go?" Something in his eyes, his tone, disturbed me. Suddenly this felt wrong, unnatural. I'm sorry," I said, turning. I hurried off down the street. He didn't follow, but stood staring after me for what seemed the longest time. I kept walking, head down, and when I finally looked back, he was no longer there, as though the wind itself had taken him. Why can they see me but not each other? By now, most of my sessions with Dr. Carroll resembled physics lessons more than psychotherapy. We would sit in her office and discuss all the books she'd given me, the ones comprehensible to a teenager, and she could now give more sophisticated answers to my questions than she could a few years ago. "Because you're the observer," she explained. "They're just probability wave functions. You're real, they just have the potential to be real." She thought a moment, then added, "Actually, some of them can see each other. The ones in your hospital room, the ones who split off from you fairly recently. Robert seems awfully real for someone who isn't." She got up, poured herself a cup of coffee. "Well, some of the echoes had more potential to be real than others. Obviously, at some point your parents seriously considered having a boy, as well as genetically enhancing his artistic skills. The more chance that you might actually have been born, the more real their echo seems to you." I shook my head. "I've read all this stuff," I said. and it seems to me like everybody should have these echoes." "We probably do," she allowed. "For all we know, everyone on Earth may be a nexus of an infinite number of probability lines, with the more likely waves creating artifacts, echoes. More today, maybe, than ever before, with the advent of genetic engineering. 30 years ago, there were only a limited number of combinations possible from a normal conception. Now there are billions." "So why can I see mine, but you can't see yours?" She sat down at her desk again and sighed. "Sometimes," she said with a smile, "I think we have as many theories as you have echoes. Köhler draws an interesting analogy. Zygotes grow by cellular proliferation, one cell becoming two, two becoming four, and differentiation, that is, some cells become muscle, some nerve, etc. Probability waves, the theory goes, proliferate in much the same way. One wave splitting in two, the second differentiating from the first on a quantum level, creating various quantum ghosts. Perhaps you remember the quantum split in the same way the body remembers things on a cellular level. Perhaps the process of enhancement creates some structural change in the brain that enables you to see the echoes." "In other words," I said, "you don't know." She shrugged. "We know more than we did when you first came here, but that's only been a few years. Chances are it will be another generation before we have enough autopsies to collect a decent amount of data." I envisioned my body lying inert on a laboratory table, my skull split open like a coconut, scientists studying the ridges of my brain like tea readers. The image stayed with me for days. Sometimes the worst part of my ability was that it reminded me too clearly, too consistently of my origins. My musical talent was all I had. I clung to it desperately, but at times I had to wonder how special, how real was a talent that had been so carefully graphed, mapped, plotted. I tried not to dwell on it, but it was hard not to. Hard to fight off the depressions which took periodic hold of me, and they often came at the worst times. In March of my senior year, my parents, Professor Langen, and I took the train to New York City, where I auditioned for the Juilliard School. My audition pieces, I had decided, would be Chopin's Etude in E major, a prelude and fugue from Bach's Well-Tempered Clavier, Elliott Carter's Piano Sonata, and my long-time favorite Alessandro Marcello's Concerto in D minor. The Marcello, originally written for oboe and orchestra, I would play in a reduction for piano, but I needed someone to perform the orchestral part of the score. Juilliard had only recently allowed the use of concerti at auditions, but still didn't permit computerized accompaniment, and Professor Langen had graciously agreed to do so at a second piano. As the train hurtled closer to New York, I felt thrilled, energized, terrified, all normal things to be feeling, to be sure. But as I walked into the classroom and faced the panel of 3 Juilliard instructors, my insecurities surged up inside me. I imagined that they were all looking at me as though they knew, as though I bore some stigmata instantly identifying me as a fraud, a genetic cheat, though I told myself that I could hardly be unique in that here at Juilliard. At the piano I hesitated a long moment, trying to stave off my self-consciousness and fear, unable to look the faculty panel in the eye, until Professor Langen prompted me by clearing his throat, and unable to put it off any longer, I took a deep breath and launched into the etude. As soon as I began playing, thank God, my fears vanished. I was no longer a gene freak. I was no longer even Kathy Brannan. I was the instrument of this music, the medium through which it came to life 2 centuries after it was written, and that was enough. After Chopin came Bach, and after Bach the complex counterpoint of Carter's sonata. And then Professor Langen took his place at a second piano, and together we began the concerto. I had played the others well enough, I knew, but this piece was different. This I felt deeply, and as I played I understood for the first time why it held such special attraction for me. As I played the first movement, the andante with its sweep and eloquence, its sometimes breathless pace, it seemed to represent all the promise and impatience of youth, my promise, the promise that my parents had instilled in me. I segued into the second movement, that sense of bright expectation replaced by the slow, haunting strains of the adagio, at once lyrical and sad, mirroring the turns my own life had taken, the shifting harmonies sounding to me like the raised voices of ghosts, of echoes. And finally the third movement, the presto, returning to the faster pace of the first, lighter of heart, a structure to it that seemed to promise a calmer, more ordered existence. No wonder I loved it. I was living it. When I finished, the instructors smiled and thanked me. Impossible to read their expressions, but I didn't care. I knew I had done well, that I had exhibited both technique and feeling, and more importantly, that I had done the best I was capable of. My parents, the professor, and I celebrated with an early dinner at Tavern on the Green, then took the 7 o'clock train back to Washington, and as the train cleaved the darkness around us, I felt as happy, as secure as I had ever felt. The feeling, of course, did not last long. I returned to school the next day, where I was judged, where I judged myself, on a different standard. Ever the outsider, I would walk alone from class to class, but all around me, in the halls, on the grounds, in the cafeteria, my echoes walked and talked and laughed with unseen others. Friends I could not see, friends I would never know. Blonde Kathy was now a cheerleader, always laughing, always surrounded, I imagined, by hordes of well-wishers. I watched her flirt with unseen admirers, and I wondered how she found the courage. I longed to do the same. Another echo, a flautist, walked by in her band uniform, nodding and talking to other invisible band members, and I coveted that uniform, the solidarity it represented. There was no place for a pianist in a high school band, and no time for me to learn another instrument. Even bratty, bitchy Katja seemed to have friends, God knew how. What was so wrong with me? At night, as I lay in bed, it became harder and harder to ignore the echoes swarming in the darkness. The red-haired Kathy, with perfect, genetically sculptured features, undressed by my wardrobe closet, casting no reflection in the mirrored door. But I saw every perfect curve of her body outlined in the moonlight. Full breasts where mine had barely budded, baby fat long gone, wavy hair cascading down her back. I looked away. The gymnast, tall and lithe, was doing yoga at the foot of my bed. She moved with grace and assurance, with a serene confidence in her body and herself that I lacked, that I envied. Glancing away, I caught a flickering glimpse of a male echo, not Robert or the mathematician, but another boy, a football player, I think, taking off his clothes. His image was vague and tenuous, a more remote potential for existence, I suppose, but I could still make out his wide shoulders, his muscled torso, thick penis hanging like a rope between his legs, and in a way I envied him, too, his apparent strength, his male power. Sometimes it felt as though I lacked any power over my life, and he, and the gymnast, and the redhead, seemed to have so much strength, so much confidence. It wasn't fair. Any of them could have been me. I could have been them. It wasn't fair. Dr. Carroll tried to convince me that I shouldn't compare myself to the echoes. You can't hold yourself up, she said, to every infinite possibility, every unrealized ambition. I knew she was right, but I was feeling particularly insecure. It had been weeks since my audition in New York, and still no word from Juilliard. I told her I was afraid I might not get in. She assured me I would, and then, after a moment's hesitation, she added, "And even if you don't, there are other ways you can use your gifts." I nodded, sighed. I know. There are plenty of colleges with fine music departments around, but Juilliard— "I didn't mean your music," she said. "I meant your other gift." I blinked, not understanding at first. I hardly thought of it as a gift. "What do you mean?" I asked, a bit warily. She shrugged. "You have a unique skill, Kathy. You see possibilities. I know for a fact that there are others with the same ability who've put that talent to work." I had no idea what she was talking about. "In research," she explained. "Think about it. In medical research, for instance, certain decisions are made in the course of an experiment, combinations of chemicals, of drugs, chains of combinations. Sometimes you work months, years, only to find out it's a dead end. But someone like you, simply by becoming part of the experiment, can change all that. You make one decision, one we may even know the outcome of in advance, and a whole spectrum of potential outcomes is created, echoes, some of which you may be able to communicate with. You could save weeks or months or years of precious work time, hasten the invention of cures, speed up the pace of science 100-fold. People's lives might be saved who would otherwise die, waiting for drugs to be developed, vaccines created. It sounded like a sales pitch. I looked at her. My face must have been ashen. I thought of the flowered barrettes she had given me, and knew I would never be able to look at them again in the same way. I stood up, feeling lost, feeling sick. I have to go. Realizing she'd overplayed her hand, Dr. Carroll stood as well. Kathy! I have to go! And I fairly well ran to the door, not listening to her frantic calls, and I never went back. That night the sobbing echo appeared again, crying herself to sleep in a corner of my bed. I lay in the dark, earplugs of poor insulation from her cries, wanting desperately to take up her lament, to join her in her sad chorus, knowing I could not, I must not. As terrible as that night was, I told myself that the adagio had to end sometime. Didn't it? Word came 2 weeks later. I was accepted to Juilliard. I was ecstatic at the thought, not just the opportunity to study at the world's most renowned college for the performing arts, but the chance to start fresh in a new city, a new school where no one knew me and no one would ever call me nervy again. Mother and Father went to New York with me to find a place to live, no dorm rooms being available in Rose Hall. They were sad to see me leave Virginia, but jubilant that I had, they believed, overcome my problems and was fulfilling my potential and their expectations. After a week of apartment hunting, we finally found a small, unremarkable one-bedroom on West 117th Street near Columbia University. Once it had probably been a nice enough neighborhood. Now it was somewhere between a funky off-campus environment and a war zone, with gangs, drugs, and streetwalkers a stone's throw from my building. My parents were quietly horrified, but as I stood there in the empty flat with its bare floors and scabrous walls, I felt almost delirious with joy, because the flat truly was empty, empty of echoes, of ghosts. For the first time in 5 years, I was alone. Over my parents' reservations, I signed a 1-year lease, went back to Virginia to pack and ship my belongings, and by summer's end was living in New York truly on my own, in a way my family could never comprehend. By moving here, I'd diverged from the paths the echoes were taking. This apartment, this life was mine, and I had to share it with no one else. Oh, to be sure, once or twice I caught a glimpse of some small echo, a left turn instead of a right, a blue dress instead of a white one, but they disappeared quickly, like ripples on water. The worst of them, the Cathys and Katjas and Roberts, I had left well behind me. I rented a small piano, kept it in a place of honor in the living room, and began my new life. In addition to classes in piano, I took courses in sight singing and music theory, first semester harmony, second counterpoint, and it was in the latter class that I made my first real friend. His name was Gerald, warm eyes, a slightly sardonic smile, blonde hair already receding a bit above a high forehead. A violinist in his 2nd year at Juilliard. I gathered he had already made something of a splash here. We got to talking. He invited me out for coffee after class. It was evident, just in the way his eyes tracked men more than women as we walked across campus to a coffee shop on 65th Street, that Gerald was gay, and to be honest, I was relieved. I had no experience at dating, and the concept was both exciting and daunting. Over coffee, Gerald said he'd like to hear me play, so we found an empty practice room in Rose Hall, and I played the Chopin etude I had performed at my audition. He seemed impressed. "How long have you been playing?" he asked. "Since I was 4. He raised an eyebrow. "And I thought I was a prodigy. My parents started me on a half-size violin when I was 5. He smiled, then said, "Why don't we try something together?" We did, that day and every day for the next week. I was the stodgy traditionalist, Gerald the pop-culture maven. In addition to classical pieces, we collaborated on Gershwin, Copland, and a lovely violin concerto by the 20th-century motion picture composer Miklos Rozsa. Gerald sight-read as quickly as I did, and for a while we tried to one-up each other with increasingly difficult pieces on a cold reading. Gerald didn't bat an eye, which started me wondering about him. I watched him more and more closely as he played, noticing that every once in a while he seemed distracted, his head turning ever so slightly, as though hearing something just beyond his sight. It took me weeks to work up the courage to say something, but finally, over coffee one evening, the cafe we sat in nearly deserted, I found the nerve. "Gerald," my voice was soft and it trembled a little, do you ever hear things?" He looked at me bemusedly. "Do I hear things?" I flushed with embarrassment. "Never mind. Forget I said—" Quickly he put a hand on mine. "No, it's all right. I think I know what you mean." My eyes widened. "You do?" He nodded. As it turned out, I was right. Gerald and I had more in common than we first realized. Like me, he was gene-enhanced, but unlike me, he had only partial vision when it came to echoes. "It's like when you look at something bright, a red stoplight," he said, "and then you look away and you see just for a moment a spot of green because green is red's complementary color. That's what it's like for me. Complements, I call them. Opposites. I only see them for a moment, and then they're gone." "Lucky you," I said. "Actually, I do feel lucky at times. One of the first compliments I ever saw was a me who was— don't ask me how I could tell this, I just did— a me who was straight. Not macho, just hetero. I saw him look at something, and somehow I knew he was looking at a woman, and I just knew. And I realized all at once how fortunate I was. Because the doctors, they've known for years which genes incline us one way or the other. They had to have known which way I'd turn out, and my parents didn't correct it as they could have, as so many parents do these days. And I just felt very fortunate that my parents, even if they did want a violinist, loved me enough to let me, in this one way at least, be myself." I smiled a bit wistfully, but before I could say anything, Gerald suddenly leaned in. "Listen," and I could feel him changing the subject, perhaps uncomfortable with all this. "Do you know Bach's musical offering?" "Of course." "I'm performing it in recital later this semester." His eyes were bright as he said it. "Me, another violinist, a cellist, a flautist, and a pianist. How'd you like to audition for it?" If I was disappointed that Gerald was only partly a kindred spirit, I quickly got over it. I was thrilled at the prospect, thrilled even to be asked. I agreed readily, spent the next several days being coached by Gerald. At the audition I competed with several other piano students, all of them quite gifted, but I felt no trepidation or fear. It was refreshing, exhilarating to be competing with someone other than myself. With Gerald accompanying me on violin, I performed the sonata that was part of the offering, and was stunned and delighted when the next day Gerald called to tell me I had, in his words, gotten the gig. "Now, of course," he said, deadpan, "we beat you senseless with practice for the next 6 weeks." I laughed. The only happier moment in my life was the day I was actually accepted to Juilliard. A week later, another first. Chris, a cute, dark-eyed boy in my sight-singing class, actually asked me out on a date. I was 18 years old, ashamed to admit that I had never been on one before, trying to act casual as I said, "Sure, I'd love to." As soon as I got home, I called Gerald and asked his advice. "Be yourself," he counseled, "and try not to bump into the furniture." I liked Gerald, but as a confidant he left something to be desired. Chris took me to the campus drama theater, where students from the drama department were staging Edward Albee's A Delicate Balance. Chris put a hand gently on my arm as we made our way to our seats. I sat there, excited not just by his presence, but by how very normal it all felt, by the prospect that perhaps, after all, I would have a normal life, filled with normal joys and only normal pains. I barely paid attention to the play, and it wasn't until almost the end of the first act, at the entrance of Harry and Edna, the older couple so shaken with existential fear that they take refuge in their best friend's home, that I sat up and took notice. Edna walked on stage, timid, fearful, and I gasped. Edna was me. Or at least one of them was. The actress portraying Edna in my world, the real world, was a short blonde. But in some other near reality, I was playing the part. This echo was slightly taller than me, her hair somewhat lighter, and her form was translucent, shimmery in the way I associated with the more remote echoes, separated from me by hundreds, if not thousands, of other potentialities. I heard the two actresses' voices transposed on one another, even their bodies occasionally superimposed, and I fought to keep calm when I really wanted to wail with grief, to mourn the loss of my newfound individuality. I'd thought I was alone, thought I had something to call my own, and now— Tears welled in my eyes, and I turned away, terrified to let Chris see. I fell back on old concentration techniques, trying not to watch the echo on stage. Luckily, it was near the end of the first act, and at intermission I ducked into the ladies' room to compose myself. Hands gripping the sink, I told myself I could not, would not cry. Steeling myself for the rest of the play, I went back inside the auditorium with Chris. But it was even worse than I thought. When the curtain rose on Act 2, it came up on the character of Julia, the daughter, and that too was me. A different me, short, plump, familiar features set in a round face, chubby, arms waving angrily, in character. Oh, Jesus, I thought. Oh, God, no. I managed to keep my despair from showing throughout all of that first scene, but when Edna appeared in the middle of the next one, when I saw two echoes of myself strutting about the stage, 4 different voices playing as though in quadraphonic stereo, my agitation started to show. Chris couldn't help but notice. I told him I wasn't feeling well. Reluctantly we left the show, and in my discomfort I must have appeared distant and unfriendly, because he took me home, bussed me on the cheek, and never called again. As I fell asleep that night, the sobbing echo returned for the first time in months, sitting in a corner of my previously untainted apartment, and from that point on, never left. I should have known. Should have realized that my parents' ambitions for me would be so alike in so many other potential realities. In the weeks to come, a day did not go by that I did not see at least one echo. Passing a dance class, I caught a glimpse of a graceful, poised Catherine. Katrina, the instructor called her. At the ballet bar, dark hair and a chic chignon, long legs pirouetting flawlessly to Swan Lake, her face almost regal in its serenity. In my sight-singing class, I heard my own voice drowned out by another, familiar in some ways, but with a perfect pitch and soaring beauty I could never hope for. I saw her out of the corner of my eye, a Catherine who looked much like me, but one who used the instrument of her voice better than I did my own piano, and I hated her. I tried talking to Gerald about what was happening, but sympathetic as he tried to be, his gift was nowhere near as developed as mine. He truly didn't understand the full horror of what I was going through, and could offer no advice to help me cope with it. He seemed uncomfortable even talking about it, and after a few attempts I backed off, not wishing to lose a friendship, however flawed. As I crossed campus one evening on my way home, I caught a glimpse of Chris heading alone toward the dormitories. I looked away, hoping he wouldn't see me, then, unable to resist, looked back for one last glance, and this time he was no longer alone. This time the air next to him boiled and shimmered with an echo of another Catherine, the dancer, Katrina, no mistaking the long legs, the regal face, her arm looped through his, her mouth open in a laugh. Chris, being in my world, of course, paid no attention to her, and after a few moments the dancer's form rippled and vanished. But I knew that in some other potential reality, another Chris walked with her, laughed with her, and I felt an anger and a compulsion rising within me. I fell into step behind Chris, at a safe enough distance that he didn't notice. I knew I should turn around, knew I should go home right now, but I couldn't, and as he entered Rose Hall I poked my head in just long enough to determine which room was his. First floor, room 6. I circled round the back of the dorm, found the window outside his room, crouched beside a concealing shrub, watched the light snap on inside. Carefully I raised myself up, peering into the window. Chris was sitting at his desk, a small table lamp spilling light over textbooks and notepad computer. But though he did not realize it, he was not alone in the room. Less than 5 feet away, on his unmade bed, I saw her, the dancer, her nude body, toned and trim, lying on the sheets, her arms wrapped around something, someone, I could not see, her pelvis jerking back and forth, taking in that someone. She moaned. She cried out his name. "Chris," she said. "Oh, Chris!" It was almost comical. It was crushing, horrible. I felt as though I'd been physically struck. I stumbled backwards, gravel crunching noisily underfoot, away from Katrina, but her sighs and the sound of Chris's name seemed to follow me all the way home. That night the sobbing echo in my apartment slowly stopped crying, falling into a silence I found even more disturbing. She sat in a corner, half-dressed, hair unwashed, staring into space. I tried not to meet her eyes, the irises a flat blue, dimmed by some cataract of spirit, their dead light constantly threatening to pull me in, pull me down. Desperate to perform well at the Bach recital, I practiced as best I could, trying to ignore the echoes of better, more talented Catherines all around me. When the night arrived, I felt a twinge of an old excitement as I walked onto the stage at Alice Tully Hall, wearing a simple but elegant white gown, joining an ensemble that included Gerald, another violinist, a flautist, a cellist, and myself. The musical offering is a suite of tense, somber beauty, the first ricercare scored in this instance for piano. I played well, I thought, due in no small part to my affinity for the mood of the piece. A lament of sorts, perfectly in keeping with my own mood. We moved from the first ricercare to the canons which followed, my piano playing at times with one or more of the strings and flute together, or not at all, as in the fourth canon, a duet between Gerald and the other violinist. It was during one such moment, as I sat out and listened to the other instruments, that I began to hear, faintly but distinctly, the sound of another piano. A piano taking the same part the cello was now playing, an echo from a reality in which this piece was arranged differently. The pianist, damn her, was brilliant, the technique letter perfect. Her vigor and conviction so rattled me that I almost missed my entrance into the next ricercare, probably the most demanding part of the suite for me. I was not only performing it solo, I was playing 6 melodic lines all at the same time. Difficult under the best of circumstances, but now I heard the echo of that other piano, my piano, also performing the ricercare, but ever so slightly time-displaced, my other self having begun the piece moments before I had. The dissonance nearly drove me to distraction. For the next 6.5 minutes I struggled to keep my concentration. I felt my gown growing embarrassingly wet with perspiration, and when I finally finished the ricercare, I felt not triumph, but mere relief, and then disgust, convinced that my performance had suffered for it. I got a bit of a breather in the next 3 canons, but when we came to the sonata, I once more found myself playing in some strange quantum duet, the same part as my echo, and once again not playing it as well, the echoes rendering more controlled, the lamentation somehow deeper, truer than mine. This was perhaps the bitterest pill of all to swallow. Though I knew my share of torment, even at that there was someone better. By the end of the recital I was drained, exhausted beyond anything I had ever known. And though everyone congratulated me on a fine performance, I took no joy in it and fled home to my apartment, fighting the temptation to cry with sleep. The next day I did not go to sight-singing class for fear of hearing the Catherine with perfect pitch and soaring voice. I stayed at home and cranked up my stereo, Matis der Maler again, in a desperate attempt to drown out the faintest whisper of any echoes. The day after that I didn't go to piano class, terrified I might hear the same Catherine who had outclassed me in the recital. I stayed at home and left the television on all day, trying to fill the apartment with more acceptable ghosts, electronic ghosts, phosphor ghosts. Gerald called, concerned at my absence from school. I told him that my mother was ill, that I was leaving that afternoon for Virginia, that I might be away for a while. He extended his sympathies, and I took them. When he hung up, I switched on my answering machine and never turned it off. My parents left occasional messages, and I answered them, keeping the conversations brief, pretending to a hectic schedule I didn't have, rushing off when I could no longer keep up the crushing pretense of normality. I left the apartment less and less, leaving only to buy groceries and pay the rent. I spent more and more of each day in bed, but asleep I seemed not to dream myself, but to share the dreams of others, vivid, highly visual dreams filled with color and form, Robert's dreams. Pleasant, happy dreams, the inner life of the gorgeous red-headed Kathy, prosaic but peaceful. Jarring, violent dreams of conflict and competition, Katja's dreams. Dreams of movement and physicality, the gymnast's dreams. At first I found them disturbing. Slowly they became a kind of narcotic, as I realized that through them I could, however briefly and incompletely, become my echoes. The redhead's confidence, the gymnast's grace, the ordered geometry of the math major's mind. One moment I'm the football player, reliving the glories of a touchdown, a 30-yard pass, beer after the game, fast, sweaty sex with my girlfriend, my penis swelling inside her. The next moment I'm the singer, hearing, feeling the resonance in my voice, shaping the sound, diaphragm relaxed, the peculiar but satisfying sensation of being my own instrument. A moment later my body is still my instrument, but this time I manipulate it not just with voice, but with posture, expression, movement, an actress's devices. I drift from dream to dream, mind to mind, the casual clutter of the actress's thoughts, the laser-sharp focus of Katja's, the passion and discipline of Katrina's, all a welcome respite from me, from being me. And more I'm not me, I'm them. I'm only me when I have to be, when my body demands it. Asleep, I feel a pressure in my bladder, and reluctantly I wake, dragging myself to the bathroom, relieving myself, sometimes getting something to eat, sometimes not, then returning to bed. This goes on for days, weeks, and then one day, amidst dreams of being smarter, prettier, happier, more talented, I feel my body call and grudgingly answer, padding to the bathroom, doing what's necessary, glancing into the vanity mirror on my way back to bed. And I stopped, suddenly shaken by what I saw. The Catherine in the mirror was half-dressed, her hair unruly and unwashed, with a dead light in her flat blue eyes that threatened to pull me in, pull me down. It was the echo who'd first appeared in the hospital so many years before, who'd lain in a corner of my bed in Virginia and cried her lament of long years, who joined me here in New York, and whose sobs slowly gave way to silence and gray despair, in her eyes an ancestral memory of my grandfather. But the echo wasn't sitting in the corner. The echo was in my mirror. I felt a surge of panic, the first emotion in weeks I hadn't dreamed, hadn't borrowed. I looked desperately around the apartment, hoping I was wrong, hoping to catch a glimpse of the echo somewhere else in the apartment, but the echo wasn't there. Of course she wasn't. I'd become the echo. Once we had been separated by countless other probability lines, other paths, the ones closest to me diverging only slightly, the ones closest to her diverging more. Slowly, subtly, I had traveled from one path to the next, like fingers moving absently from key to key on my piano, drawing closer and closer to her probability line until it became mine. I had made the transition so slowly, so gradually, that I hadn't even realized it was happening. At first I couldn't accept it. It wasn't true. This couldn't be happening. I raced out of the bedroom into the living room, still hoping, praying that I might see my echo, that I wasn't her. I didn't see her in the living room, of course, but I saw someone else. I saw a Catherine who looked very much as I had once, short, dark hair, well-groomed, neatly dressed, with bright, clear, sky-blue eyes, undimmed by time or pain. She was sitting at the piano, playing the Largo movement from the musical Offering, and for a moment I thought she might have been the echo I'd heard on stage at the recital. but as I got close enough to see her fingers on the keys, close enough to recognize my own style, I knew that she was not. I looked into her face and was shocked by what I saw, what I thought I saw. Contentment? Peace? It had been so long since I had known anything like either, I wasn't sure I recognized them. I tried to think when I had last felt such contentment, and I thought of the day I had moved in here, the joy I'd felt, the promise of a brighter, happier life. My heart sank. This Kathy, this echo in front of me, she had lived that happier life, the life that should have been mine. The probability line I should have traveled, but I veered from it, taking a darker path. My legs gave way beneath me. I dropped to the floor and I cried. For how long, how many minutes or hours, I can't tell you now. But toward the end of it, as I gave up the grief I'd held for too long, I began to understand something I should have realized years before. Some of my echoes were the result of chance, but others were a product of choice. I didn't choose to be a musical prodigy. That was determined for me. But I had chosen to become what I was now, the sobbing echo. However unwittingly, I had chosen that. I had had that choice. And if I had it then, I still did. I still had a choice. I did. There is an old famous experiment, one of the first to imply the existence of probability waves, which I read about in my sessions with Dr. Carroll. Shoot a spray of electrons through 2 slits in a wall onto a video screen where their impact can be recorded. The result? An interference pattern from the overlapping waves of electrons. Fine, that much makes sense. But shoot just 1 electron at a time through a slit, then look later at the cumulative pattern, and you find the identical interference pattern. Impossible on the face of it. The electrons, having been projected one at a time, haven't actually overlapped. But apparently the thousands of potential electron paths exist on a quantum level with the one path the electron actually does travel, and they somehow influence it, limiting the paths the single electron can take. It took me a long while to realize it, but in a way I was like that electron. For too long I allowed the thousands of potential lives I might have led to limit, to proscribe the life I was leading. Seeing the echoes of all I might have been, it was easy to forget that I was not just one of them, that they in fact emanated from me, not simply from that one moment of genetic manipulation, but from every moment thereafter as well. Human beings, unlike electrons, have free will, and I soon decided to exert it with a vengeance. I dropped out of Juilliard and enrolled at a small college in upstate New York, leaving the majority of my quantum ghosts behind in Manhattan. My parents were appalled at the move, even more so when I elected not to major in music, but to keep an open major, at least for a year or two. I took classes in art, in literature, in anthropology, any and all subjects that interested me, and was amazed to discover that I had both an affinity and an aptitude for something outside music. I would never have Robert's artistic skills, but I could in fact draw passably well, if only for my own amusement. I might never have the dancer's grace at a ballet bar, but I could dance. I was not a hopeless klutz. I might never have the red-haired Cathy's drop-dead fashion model looks, but I was pretty. I really was. Because I had been designed from birth to be a musician, I had decided, like the electron, that there was only one path for me to take. And having discovered that that was not the case, I've had a richer, more interesting life than I might otherwise have dreamed. I've climbed mountains in Nepal. I've ridden Irish thoroughbreds in County Monaghan. I've been married, had 2 children. I've written a sonata for violin and piano for my old friend Gerald, and illustrated a computer-generated children's book for my 4-year-old daughter. In my youth, I naively believed that life could be, should be, structured like a concerto. Today I know better. I know that life is andante and presto and adagio, all entwined, a fugue of sorts, the promise and the sadness often separated by mere moments, tragedy and serenity not nearly so discreet as I once believed. And I've known my share of both. Through all of it, my echoes have never been far away. They are not far from me now. Now, old like me, they surround me as I write this, one of them also sitting at a computer, not writing, but painting. One of them playing a snatch of Gershwin on a flute, another at the piano, still another simply sitting and weeping over what I am not quite sure. Occasionally, in big cities, I catch glimpses of others. I saw Robert on a street in Dallas, and I think he recognized me, throwing me a Cheshire smile before vanishing. I went to the ballet in New York, and was surprised to find Katrina performing a ghostly turn as Aurora in The Sleeping Beauty, and I felt a surge not of envy, but of pride. My echoes are no longer tormentors, but friends, and when one of them dies, as inevitably they have begun to, I mourn a little, as I would a sister. Each one, to be sure, still represents a different path, a different life. But the joy, the wonder of it all is this: I have taken one path, but many turns. I was granted one life, but lived many lives. The paths, the roads may be infinite and beautiful, but the journey is even more so. Getting to Know You. David Marusek. New writer David Marusek is a graduate of Clarion West. He made his first sale to Asimov's science fiction in 1993, and his second sale soon thereafter to Playboy, followed subsequently by more sales to Asimov's and to the British anthology Future Histories. His pyrotechnic novella, We Were Out of Our Minds with Joy, was one of the most popular and talked-about stories of 1995. Although it was only his third sale, it was accomplished enough to make one of the reviewers for Locus magazine speculate that Marusek must be a big-name author writing under a pseudonym. Not a pseudonym, Marusek lives the life of a struggling young writer in a low-maintenance cabin in the woods in Fairbanks, Alaska, and I'm willing to bet that his is a voice we'll be hearing a lot more from as we move toward the new century ahead. He has a website at http://www.sff.net/people/David_Marusek/. In the story that follows, he takes us back to the intricate and strange future milieu of We Were Out of Our Minds with Joy, for a fast-paced tale that warns us that there are dangers in letting an experimental machine servant get to know you too well, although by God there are some advantages to it too. In 2019, Applied People constructed the first residential tower to house its growing army of professionals for hire. Shaped like a giant egg in a porcelain cup, APRT-1 loomed 3 kilometers over the purple soybeany fields of northern Indiana, and was visible from both Chicago and Indianapolis. Rumor said it generated gravity. That is, if you fell off your career ladder, you wouldn't fall down, but you'd fly cross-country instead, still clutching your hat and briefcase, your stock options and retirement plan, to APRT-1. Summer 2062. Here she was in a private slipstream car, flying beneath the plains of Kansas at 1,000 kph, watching a holovid and eating pretzels. Only 4 hours earlier in San Francisco, Zorana had set the house to vacation mode and given it last-minute instructions. She'd thrown beachwear and evening clothes into a bag. Reluctantly, she'd removed Hounder, her belt, and hung him on a peg in the closet. While doing so, she made a solemn vow not to engage in any work-related activities for a period of 3 weeks. The next 3 weeks were to be scrupulously dedicated to visiting her sister in Indiana, shopping for a hat in Budapest, and lying on a beach towel in the south of France. But no sooner had Zorana made this vow than she broke it by deciding to bring along Bug, the beta unit. "Where were you born?" Bug asked in its squeaky voice. Zorana started on a new pretzel and wondered why Bug repeatedly asked certain questions. No doubt it had to do with its imprinting algorithm. "Take a note," she said. "Annoying repetition." "Note taken," said Bug. "Where were you born?" "Where do you think I was born?" "Buffalo, New York," said Bug. "Very good." What is your date of birth?" Zorana sighed. "August 12th, 1961. Honestly, Bug, I wish you'd tap public records for this stuff." "Do you like the timbre of Bug's voice?" it said. "Would you prefer it lower or higher?" It repeated this question through several octaves. "Frankly, Bug, I detest your voice at any pitch." "What is your favorite color?" "I don't have one." "Yesterday your favorite color was salmon." "Well, today it's cranberry." The little pest was silent for a moment while it retrieved and compared color libraries. Zorana tried to catch up with the holovid, but she'd lost the thread of the story. "You have a phone call," Bug said. "Ted Chalmers at General Genius." Zorana sat up straight and patted her hair. "Put him on and squelch the vid." A miniature hologram of Ted with his feet on his desk was projected in the air before her. Ted was an attractive man Zorana had wanted to ask out a couple times, but never seemed able to catch between spousals. By the time she'd hear he was single again, he'd be well into his next liaison. It made her wonder how someone with her world-class investigative skills could be so dateless. She'd even considered assigning Hounder to monitor Ted's availability status in order to get her foot in his door. When Ted saw her, he smiled and said, "Hey, Zoe, how's our little prototype?" "Driving me crazy," she said. "Refresh my memory, Ted. When's the Inquisition supposed to end?" Ted lowered his feet to the floor. "It's still imprinting? How long have you had it now?" He consulted a display and answered his own question. 22 days. That's a record." He got up and paced his office, walking in and out of the projected holoframe. "No kidding," said Zorana. "I've had marriages that didn't last that long." She'd meant for this to be funny, but it fell flat. Ted sat down. "I wish we could continue the test, but unfortunately we're aborting. We'd like you to return the unit—" He glanced at his display again. "Return Bug as soon as possible." "Why? What's up?" "Nothing's up. They want to tweak it some more, is all." He flashed her his best PR smile. Zorana shook her head. "Ted, you don't pull the plug on a major field test just like that." Ted shrugged his shoulders. "That's what I thought. Anyway, think you can drop it in a shipping chute today?" "In case you haven't noticed," she said, "I happen to be in a transcontinental slipstream car at the moment, which Bug is navigating. I left Hounder at home. The soonest I can let Bug go is when I return in 3 weeks." "That won't do, Zoe," Ted said, and frowned. "Tell you what, General Genius will send you at no charge its Diplomat Deluxe model, preloaded with transportation, telecommunications, the works. Where will you be tonight?" Something surely was wrong. The Diplomat was GG's flagship model, and expensive even for Zorana. "I'll be at APRT 24, she said, and when Ted raised an eyebrow, explained, "My sister lives there." "APRT 24 it is, then." "Listen, Ted, something stinks. Unless you want me snooping around your shop, you'd better come clean." "Off the record?" "Fuck off the record. I have 22 days invested in this test, and no story." "I see. You have a point. How's this sound? In addition to the complimentary belt, we'll make you the same contract for the next test. You're our team journalist. Deal?" Zorana shrugged, and Ted put his feet back on the desk. "Heads are rolling, Zoe. Big shake-up in product development. Threats of lawsuits. We're questioning the whole notion of combining belt valet technology with artificial personality. Or at least with this particular personality." "Why? What's wrong with it?" "It's too pushy, too intrusive, too heavy-handed. It's a monster that should have never left the lab. You're lucky Bug hasn't converted yet, or you'd be suing us too." Ted was exaggerating, of course. She agreed that Bug was a royal pain, but it was no monster. Still, she'd be happy to get rid of it, and the Diplomat belt was an attractive consolation prize. If she grafted Hounder into it, she'd be ahead of the technology curve for once. "I'm going to want all the details when I get back, but for now, yeah, sure, you got a deal." After Zorana ended the call, Bug said, "Name the members of your immediate family, and state their relationship to you." The car began to decelerate, and Zorana instinctively checked the buckle of her harness. "My family is deceased except for Nancy." With a hard bump, the car entered the ejection tube, found its wheels, and braked. Lights flashed through the windows, and she saw signs stenciled on the tube wall, APRT 24, Stanchion 4 Depot. "What is Nancy's favorite color?" "That's it. That's enough. No more questions, Bug. You heard, Ted. You're off the case. Until I ship you back, let's just pretend you're a plain old dumb belt valet. No more questions. Got it?" "Affirmative." Pneumatic seals hissed as air pressure equalized. The car came to a halt, and the doors slid open. Zorana released the harness and retrieved her luggage from the cargo net. She paused a moment to see if there'd be any more questions, and then climbed out of the car to join throngs of commuters on the platform. She craned her neck and looked straight up the tower's chimney, the 500-story atrium galleria where floor upon floor of crowded shops, restaurants, theaters, parks, and gardens receded skyward into brilliant haze. Zorana was ashamed to admit that she didn't know what her sister's favorite color was, or, for that matter, her favorite anything, except that Nancy loved a grand view, and the grandest thing about an APRT was its view. The evening sun, multiplied by giant mirrors on the roof, slid up the sides of the core in an inverted sunset. The ascending dusk triggered whole floors of slumbering biolume railings and walls to luminesce. Streams of pedestrians crossed the dizzying space on suspended pedways. The air pulsed with the din of an indoor metropolis. When Nancy first moved here, she was an elementary school teacher who specialized in learning disorders. Despite the surcharge, she leased a suite of rooms so near the top of the tower it was impossible to see her floor from depot level. But with the procreation ban of 2033, teachers became redundant, and Nancy was forced to move to a lower, less expensive floor. Then, when free agency clone technology was licensed, she lost altitude tens of floors at a time. "My last visit," Zorana said to Bug, "Nancy had an efficiency on the 103rd floor. Check the tower directory." "Nancy resides on S40. S40? Subterranean 40, 35 floors beneath depot level." "You don't say." Zorana allowed herself to be swept by the waves of commuters towards the bank of elevators. She had inadvertently arrived during crush hour, and found herself pressing shoulders with tired and hungry wage earners at the end of their work cycle. They were uniformly young people, clones mostly, who wore brown and teal applied people livery. Neither brown nor teal was Zorana's favorite color. The entire row of elevators reserved for the subfloors was inexplicably offline. The marquee directed her to elevators in Stanchion 5, one click east by Pedway, but Zorana was tired. "Bug," she said, pointing to the next row, "do those go down?" "Affirmative." "Good," she said, and jostled her way into the nearest one. It was so crowded with passengers that the doors, begging their indulgence and requesting they consolidate, required 3 times to latch. By the time the cornice display showed the results of the destination adjudication, and Zorana realized she was aboard a consensus elevator, it was too late to get off. Floor 63 would be the first stop, followed by 55, 203, 148, etc. Her floor was dead last. "Bug," she tongued, "this is a Dixon lift." Zorana's long day grew measurably longer each time the elevator stopped to let off or pick up passengers. At each stop the consensus changed, and destinations were reshuffled, but her stop remained stubbornly last. Of the 5 kinds of elevators the tower deployed, the Dixon consensus lifts worked best for groups of people going to popular floors, but she was the only passenger traveling to the subfloors. Moreover, the consensual ascent acceleration, a sprightly 2.8 G, upset her stomach. "Bug," she tongued, "fly home for me and unlock my archives. Retrieve a file entitled Cerebral Aneurysm and forward it to the elevator's adjudicator. We'll just manufacture our own consensus." "This file is out of date," Bug said in her ear after a moment, its implant voice like the whine of a mosquito. "Bug cannot feed obsolete data to a public conveyance." "Then post-date it." That is not allowed." "I'll tell you what's not allowed," she said, and people looked at her. "The stricture against asking questions limits Bug's functionality," Bug said. Zorana sighed. "What do you need to know?" "Shall Bug reprogram itself to enable Bug to process the file as requested?" "No, Bug. I don't have the time to reprogram you, even if I knew how." "Shall Bug reprogram itself?" It could reprogram itself? Ted had failed to mention that feature, a tool they'd forgotten to disable. "Yes, Bug. Reprogram yourself." A handicapped icon blinked on the cornice display, and the elevator's speed slowed to a crawl. "Thank you, Bug. That's more like it." A Jerry standing in the corner of the crowded elevator said, "The fuck lift?" "Lift speed may not exceed 5 floors per minute," the elevator replied. The Jerry rose on tiptoes and surveyed his fellow passengers. "Right," he said. "Who's the gimp?" Everyone looked at their neighbors. There were Michelles, Jennies, a pair of Jeromes, and a half-dozen other phenotypes. They all looked at Zorana, the only person not dressed in AP brown and teal. "I'm sorry," she said, pressing her palm to her temple. "I have an aneurysm the size of a grapefruit. The slightest strain." She winced theatrically. "Then have it fixed," the Jerry said, to murmured agreement. "Gladly," said Zorana. "Could you pony me the 23,000 protectorate credits?" The Jerry har-harred and looked her up and down appraisingly. "Sweetheart, if you spent half as much money on the vitals as you obviously do on the peripherals," he leered, "you wouldn't have this problem, now would you?" Zorana had never liked the Jerry type. They were spooky. In fact, more Jerrys had to be pithed in vitro for incipient sociopathy than any other commercial type. Professionally, they made superb grunts. Most of the indentured men in the Protectorate's commando forces were Jerrys. This one, however, wore an Extrusions Unlimited patch on his teal ball cap. He was security for a retail mall. "So," he said, "where are you heading?" "Sub 40, she said. Passengers consulted the cornice display and groaned. The Jerry said, "At this rate, it'll take me an hour to get home." "Again, I apologize," said Zorana, "but all the downlifts were Spango. However, if everyone here consents to drop me off first—" There was a general muttering as passengers spoke to their belts or tapped virtual keyboards, and the elevator said, "Consensus has been modified." But instead of descending as Zorana expected, it stopped at the next floor and opened its doors. People streamed out. Zorana caught a glimpse of the 223rd floor with its rich appointments, crystalline decor, high arched passages, and in the distance a ring path crowded with joggers and skaters. And Evangeline, her brown puddle-like eyes reflecting warmth and concern, touched Zorana's arm as she disembarked. The Jerry, however, stayed on and held back his companions, 2 Russes. "Don't give her the satisfaction," he said. "But we'll miss the game," said one of the Russes. "We'll watch it in here if we have to," said the Jerry. Zorana liked Russes. Unlike Jerrys, they were generous souls, and you always knew where you stood with them. These 2 wore brown jackets and teal slacks. Their name badges read Fred and Oscar. They were probably returning from a day spent bodyguarding some minor potentate in Cincinnati or Terre Haute. Consulting each other with a glance, they each took an arm and dragged the Jerry off the lift. When the doors closed and Zorana was alone at last, she sagged with relief. "And now, Bug," she said, "we have a consensus of 1. So retract my handicap file and pay whatever toll necessary to take us down non-stop." The brake released, and the elevator plunged some 260 floors. Her ears popped. "I guess you've learned something, Bug," she said, thinking about the types of elevators. "Affirmative," Bug said. "Bug learned you developed a cerebral aneurysm at the calendar age of 52, and that you've had your brain and spinal cord rejuvenated twice since then. Bug learned that your organs have an average bio-age of 35 years, with your lymphatic system the oldest at bio-age 65, and your cardiovascular system the youngest at 25. "You've been examining my medical records?" "Affirmative." "I told you to fetch 1 file, not my entire chart." You told Bug to unlock your archives. Bug is getting to know you." "What else did you look at?" The elevator eased to a soft landing at S40 and opened its doors. "Bug reviewed your diaries and journals, the corpus of your zine writing, your investigative dossiers, your complete correspondence, judicial records, awards and citations, various multimedia scrapbooks, and school transcripts. Bug is currently following public links." Zorana was appalled. Nevertheless, she realized that if she'd opened her archives earlier, they'd be through this imprinting phase by now. She followed Bug's pedway directions to Nancy's block. Sub-40 corridors were decorated in cheerless colors and lit with harsh artificial light. Biolooms couldn't live underground. There were no grand promenades, no parks or shops. There was a dank odor of decay, however, and chilly ventilation. On Nancy's corridor, Zorana watched two people emerge from a door and come her way. They moved with the characteristic shuffle of habitually deferred body maintenance. They wore dark clothing, impossible to date, and as they passed, she saw that they were crying. Tears coursed freely down their withered cheeks. To Zorana's distress, she discovered they'd just emerged from her sister's apartment. "You're sure this is it?" she said, standing before the door marked S40 G6879. "Affirmative," Bug said. Zorana fluffed her hair with her fingers and straightened her skirt. "Door, announce me." "At once, Zoe," replied the door. Several moments later, the door slid open, and Nancy stood there supporting herself with an aluminum walker. "Darling Zoe," she said, balancing herself with one hand and reaching out with the other. Zorana stood a moment gazing at her baby sister before entering her embrace. Nancy had let herself go completely. Her hair was brittle gray, she was pale to the point of bloodless, and she had doubled in girth. When they kissed, Nancy's skin gave off a sour odor mixed with lilac. "What a surprise," Nancy said. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" "I did, several times." "You did? You called?" Nancy looked upset. "I told him there was something wrong with the house pewter, but he didn't believe me." Someone appeared behind Nancy, a handsome man with wild, curly silver hair. "Who's this?" he said in an authoritative baritone. He looked Zorana over. "You must be Zoe," he boomed. "What a delight!" He stepped around Nancy and drew Zorana to him in a powerful hug. He stood at least a head taller than she. He kissed her eagerly on the cheek. "I am Victor Vole. Come in, come in. Nancy, you would let your sister stand in the hall?" He drew them both inside. Zorana had prepared herself for a small apartment, but not this small, and for cast-off furniture, but not a room filled floor to ceiling with hospital beds. It took several long moments for her to comprehend what she was looking at. There were some 24 beds in the 3-by-5-meter living room. Half were arranged on the floor, and the rest clung upside down to the ceiling. They were holograms, she quickly surmised, separate holos arranged in snowflake fashion, that is, 6 individual beds facing each other and overlapping at the foot. What's more, they were occupied by obviously sick, possibly dying strangers. Other than the varied lighting from the holo frames, the living room was unlit. What odd pieces of real furniture it contained were pushed against the walls. In the corner, a hutch intended to hold bric-a-brac was apparently set up as a shrine to a saint. A row of flickering votive candles illuminated an old flat-style picture of a large, barefoot man draped head to foot in flowing robes. "What the hell, Nancy?" Zorana said. "This is my work," Nancy said proudly. "Please," said Victor, escorting them from the door. "Let's talk in the kitchen. We'll have dessert. Are you after dinner, Zoe?" "Yes, thank you," said Zorana. "I ate on the tube." She was made to walk through a suffering man's bed. There was no path around him to the kitchen. "Sorry," she said, but he seemed accustomed to his unfavorable location and closed his eyes while she passed through. The kitchen was little more than an alcove separated from the living room by a counter. There was a bed squeezed into it as well, but the occupant, a grizzled man with open mouth, was either asleep or comatose. "I think Edward will be unavailable for some while," Victor said. "Houseputer, delete this hologram. Sorry, Edward, but we need the space." The holo vanished, and Victor offered Zorana a stool at the counter. "Please," he said, "will you have tea? Or a thimble of cognac?" "Thank you," Zorana said, perching herself on the stool and crossing her legs. "Tea would be fine." Her sister ambulated into the kitchen and flipped down her walker's built-in seat, but before she could sit, a mournful wail issued from the bedroom. "Nancy!" cried the voice, its gender uncertain. "Nancy, I need you!" "Excuse me," Nancy said. "I'll go with you," Zorana said, and hopped off the stool. The bedroom was half the size of the living room and contained half the number of holobeds, plus a real one against the far wall. Zorana sat on it. There was a dresser, a recessed closet, a bedside night-table. Expensive-looking men's clothing hung in the closet. A pair of men's slippers was parked under the dresser, and a holo of a soccer match was playing on the night-table. Tiny players in brightly colored jerseys swarmed over a field the size of a doily. The sound was off. Zorana watched Nancy sit on her walker seat beneath a bloat-faced woman bedded upside down on the ceiling. "What exactly are you doing with these people?" "I listen, mostly," Nancy replied. "I'm a volunteer hospice attendant." "A volunteer? What about the—" She tried to recall Nancy's most recent paying occupation. "The hairdressing." "I haven't done that for years," Nancy said dryly. "As you may have noticed, it's difficult for me to be on my feet all day." "Yes, in fact I did notice," said Zorana. "Why is that? I've sent you money." Nancy ignored her, looked up at the woman, and said, "I'm here, Mrs. Hurley. What seems to be the problem?" Zorana examined the holos. As in the living room, each bed was a separate projection, and in the corner of each frame was a network squib and trickle meter. All of this interactive time was costing someone a pretty penny. The woman saw Nancy and said, "Oh, Nancy, thank you for coming. My bed is wet, but they won't change it until I sign a permission form, and I don't understand." "Do you have the form there with you, dear?" said Nancy. "Good. Hold it up." Mrs. Hurley held up a slate in trembling hands. "Houseputer," Nancy said, "capture and display that form." The document was projected against the bedroom wall, greatly oversized. "That's a permission form for attendant-assisted suicide, Mrs. Hurley. You don't have to sign it unless you want to." The woman seemed frightened. "Do I want to, Nancy?" Victor stood in the doorway. "No!" he cried. "Never sign!" "Hush, Victor," Nancy said. He entered the room, stepping through beds and bodies. "Never sign away your life, Mrs. Hurley." The woman appeared even more frightened. "We've returned to Roman society," he bellowed. "Masters and servants, plutocrats and slaves. Oh, where is the benevolent middle class when we need it?" "Victor!" Nancy said sternly, and pointed to the door. And she nodded to Zorana. "You too. Have your tea. I'll join you." Zorana followed Victor to the kitchen, sat at the counter, and watched him set out cups and saucers, sugar and soybeany lemon. He unwrapped and sliced a dark cake. He was no stranger to this kitchen. "It's a terrible thing what they did to your sister," he said. "Who? What?" He poured boiling water into the pot. "Teaching was her life." "Teaching?" Zorana said, incredulous. "You're talking about something that ended 30 years ago." "It's all she ever wanted to do." "Tough," she said. "We've all paid the price of longevity. How can you teach elementary school when there are no more children? You can't. So you retrain, you move on. What's wrong with working for a living? You join an outfit like this," she gestured to take in the whole tower above her. "You're guaranteed your livelihood for life. The only thing not handed you on a silver platter is longevity. You have to earn that yourself. And if you can't, what good are you?" When she remembered that 24 people lay dying in the next room because they couldn't do just that, she lowered her voice. "Must society carry your dead weight through the centuries?" Victor laughed and placed his large hand on hers. "I see you are a true freebooter, Zoe. I wish everyone had your initiative, your drive, but sadly we don't. We yearn for simple lives, and so we trim people's hair all day. When we tire of that, they retrain us to pare their toenails. When we tire of that, we die. For we lack the souls of servants. A natural servant is a rare and precious person. How lucky our masters are to have discovered cloning. Now they need find but one servile person among us and clone him repeatedly. As for the rest of us, we can all go to hell." He removed his hand from hers to pour the tea. Her hand immediately missed his. "But such morbid talk on such a festive occasion," he roared. "How wonderful to finally meet the famous Zoe. Nancy speaks only of you. She says you are an important person, modern and successful, that you are an investigator." He peered at her over his teacup. "Missing persons, actually, for the National Police," she said. "But I quit that years ago, when we found everybody." "You found everybody?" Victor laughed and gazed at her steadily, then turned to watch Nancy making her rounds in the living room. "What about you, Mr. Vole?" Zorana said. "What do you do for a living?" "What's this Mr.? I'm not Mr. I'm Victor. We are practically related, you and I. What do I do for a living? For a living I live, of course. For groceries I teach ballroom dance lessons." "You're kidding." "Why should I kid? I teach the waltz, the foxtrot, the cha-cha." He mimed holding a partner and swaying in 3/4 time. "I teach the merlettes, and my specialty, the Cuban tango." "I'm amazed," said Zorana. "There's enough interest in that for applied people to keep instructors?" Victor recoiled in mock affront. "I am not AP. I'm a freebooter, like you, Zoe." "Oh," she said, and paused to sip her tea. If he wasn't AP, what was he doing obviously living in an APRT? Had Nancy re-spoused? Applied people tended to be proprietary about living arrangements in its towers. "Bug," she tongued, "find Victor Vole's status in the tower directory." Out loud she said, "It pays well, dance instruction?" "It pays execrably." He threw his hands into the air. "As do all the arts. But some things are more important than money. You make a point, however. A man must eat, so I do other things as well. I consult with gentlemen on the contents of their wardrobes. This pays more handsomely, for gentlemen detest appearing in public in outmoded attire." Zorana had a pleasing mental image of this tall, elegant man in a starched white shirt and black tux floating across a shiny hardwood floor in the arms of an equally elegant partner. She could even imagine herself as that partner. But Nancy? "The tower link is unavailable," said Bug, "due to overextension of the house-pewter processors." Zorana was surprised. A mere 36 interactive holos would hardly burden her home system. But then everything on Sub-40 seemed substandard. Nancy ambulated to the kitchen, balancing a small, flat carton on her walker, and placed it next to the teapot. Now, said Victor. "What did Autodoc say about lifting things? Come, join us and have your tea." "In a minute, Victor. There's another box." "Show me," he said, and went to help her. Zorana tasted the dark cake. It was moist to the point of wet, too sweet and laden with spice. She recalled her father buying cakes like this at a tiny shop on Paderewski Boulevard in Chicago. She took another bite and examined Nancy's carton. It was a home archivist box that could be evacuated of air, but the seal was open and the lid unlatched. She lifted the lid and saw an assortment of little notebooks, no two of the same style or size, and bundles of envelopes with colorful paper postal stamps. The envelope on top was addressed in hand script to a Pani Beata Smolenska, Zorana's great-grandmother. Victor dropped a second carton on the counter and helped Nancy sit in her armchair recliner in the living room.
"Nancy," said Zorana, "what's all this?"
"It's all yours,"
said her sister.
Victor fussed over Nancy's pillows and covers and brought her tea and cake. Zorana looked inside the larger carton. There was a rondophone and several inactive holocubes on top, but underneath were objects from earlier centuries. Not antiques exactly, but worn-out everyday objects. A sterling salt cellar with brass showing through its silver plating, a collection of military bullet casings childishly glued to an oak panel, a rosary with corn kernel beads, a mustache trimmer. "What's all this junk?" she said, but of course she knew, for she recognized the pair of terracotta robins that had belonged to her mother. This was the collection of what her family regarded as heirlooms. Nancy, the youngest and most steadfast of 7 children, had apparently been designated its conservator. But why had she brought it out for airing just now? Zorana knew the answer to that, too. She looked at her sister, who now lay among the hospice patients. Victor was scolding her for not wearing her vascular support stockings. Her ankles were grotesquely edematous, swollen like sausages and bruised an angry purple. "Damn you," Zorana thought. "Bug," she tongued, "call up the medical records of Nancy Brim, née Smolenska. I'll help munch the passwords." "The net is unavailable," replied Bug. "Bypass the house pewter. Log directly onto public access." "Public access is unavailable." She wondered how that was possible. There had been no problem in the elevator. Why should this apartment be in shadow? She looked around and tried to decide where the utilidor spar would enter the apartment. Probably the bathroom with the plumbing, since there were no service panels in the kitchen. She stepped through the living room to the bathroom and slid the door closed. The bathroom was a tiny ceramic vault that Nancy had tried to domesticate with baskets of seashells and scented soaps. The medicine cabinet was dedicated to a man's toiletries. Zorana found the service panel artlessly hidden behind a towel. Its tamper-proof latch had been defeated with a sophisticated-looking gizmo that Zorana was careful not to disturb. "Do you find Victor Vole alarming or arousing?" said Bug. Zorana was startled. "Why do you ask?" "Your blood level of adrenaline spiked when he touched your hand." "My what? So now you're monitoring my biometrics?" "Bug is getting—" "I know," she said. "Bug is getting to know me. You're a persistent little snoop, aren't you?" Zorana searched the belt's utility pouch for a terminus relay, found a UDIN, and plugged it into the panel's Keptel jack. "There," she said. "Now we should have access." "Affirmative," said Bug. "Autodoc is requesting passwords for Nancy's medical records." "Cancel my order. We'll do that later." "Tower directory lists no Victor Vole." "I didn't think so," Zorana said. "Call up the house pewter log and display it on the mirror." The consumer page of Nancy's house pewter appeared over the mirror. Zorana poked through its various menus and found nothing unusual. She did find a record of her own half-dozen calls to Nancy that were viewed but not returned. "Bug, can you see anything wrong with this log?" "This is not a standard user log," said Bug. "The standard log has been disabled. All house lines circumvent the built-in house pewter to terminate in a mock house pewter." "A mock house pewter?" said Zorana. "Now that's interesting." There were no cables trailing from the service panel and no obvious optical relays. "Can you locate the processor?" "It's located 1/2 meter to our right, at thigh level." It was mounted under the sink, a cheap-looking, saucer-sized piece of hardware. "I think you have the soul of an electronic engineer," she said. "I could never program Hounder to do what you've just done. So, tell me about the holotransmissions in the other rooms." "A private network entitled The Hospicers of Camillus de Lellis resides in the mock house pewter and piggybacks over TSN Channel 203. The 24-hour soccer channel. Zorana was impressed. For the price of one commercial line, Victor, she assumed it was Victor, was managing to gypsy his own network. The trickle meters that she'd noticed were not recording how much money her sister was spending, but rather how much Victor was charging his dying subscribers. "Bug, can you extrapolate how much the hospicers of Camillus de whatever earn in an average day?" "Affirmative. 45 protectorate credits per day." That wasn't much. About twice what a hairdresser or dance instructor might expect to make, and hardly worth the punishment if caught. "Where do the proceeds go?" "Bug lacks the subroutine to trace credit transactions." Damn, Zorana thought, and wished she'd brought Hounder. "Can you tell me who the hospicer organization is registered to?" "Affirmative. Ms. Nancy Brim." "Figures," said Zorana, as she removed her UDIN from the panel. If anything went wrong, her sister would take the rap. At first, Zorana decided to confront Victor, but changed her mind when she left the bathroom and heard him innocently singing show tunes in the kitchen. She looked at Nancy's bed and wondered what it must be like to share such a narrow bed with such a big man. She decided to wait and investigate further before exposing him. "Bug, see if you can integrate Hounder's tracing and tracking subroutines from my applications library." Victor stood at the sink washing dishes. In the living room, Nancy snored lightly. It wasn't a snore exactly, but the raspy bronchial wheeze of congested lungs. Her lips were bluish, anoxic. She reminded Zorana of their mother the day before she died. Their mother had suffered a massive brain hemorrhage, weak arterial walls were the true family heirloom, and lived out her final days propped up on the parlor couch, disoriented, enfeebled, and pathetic. Her mother had had a short, split bamboo stick with a curled end. She used the curled end to scratch her back and legs, the straight end to dial the old rotary phone, and the whole stick to rail incoherently against her fate. Nancy, the baby of the family, had been away at teachers' college at the time, but took a semester off to nurse the old woman. Zorana, firstborn, was already working on the West Coast, and managed to stay away until her mother had slipped into a coma. After all these years, she still felt guilty for doing so. Someone on the ceiling coughed fitfully. Zorana noticed that most of the patients who were conscious at the moment were watching her with expressions that ranged from annoyance to hostility. They apparently regarded her as competition for Nancy's attention. Nancy's breathing changed. She opened her eyes, and the two sisters regarded each other silently. Victor stood at the kitchen counter, wiping his hands on a dish towel, and watched them. "I'm booking a suite at the Stronmeyer Clinic in Cozumel," Zorana said at last, "and you're coming with me." "Victor," Nancy said, ignoring her, "go next door, dear, and borrow a folding bed from the Jeffersons." She grasped the walker and pulled herself to her feet. "Please excuse me, Zoe, but I need to sleep now." She ambulated to the bedroom and shut the door. Victor hung up the dish towel and said he'd be right back with the cot. "Don't bother," Zorana said. It was still early, she was on West Coast time, and she had no intention of bedding down among the dying. "I'll just use the house pewter to reserve a hotel room upstairs." "Allow me," he said, and addressed the house pewter. Then he escorted her up to the Holiday Inn on the 400th floor. They made 3 elevator transfers to get there, and walked in silence along carpeted halls. Outside her door he took her hand. As before, she was both alarmed and aroused. "Zoe," he said, "join us for a special breakfast tomorrow. Do you like Belgian waffles?" "Oh, don't go to any trouble. In fact, I'd like to invite the two of you up to the restaurant here." "It sounds delightful," said Victor, "but your sister refuses to leave the flat." "I find that hard to believe. Nancy was never a stay-at-home." "People change, I suppose," Victor said. "She tells me the last time she left the tower, for instance, was to attend your brother Michael's funeral." "But that was 7 years ago." "As you can see, she's severely depressed, so it's good that you've come." He squeezed her hand and let it go. "Until the morning, then," he said, and turned to walk down the hall, whistling as he went. She watched until he turned a corner. Entering her freshly scented, marble-tiled, cathedral-vaulted hotel room was like returning to the real world. The view from the 400th floor was godlike. The moon seemed to hang right outside her window, and the rolling landscape stretched out below like a luminous quilt on a giant's bed. "Welcome, Miss Alblater," said the room. "On behalf of the staff of the Holiday Inn, I thank you for staying with us. Do let me know if there's anything we can do to make you more comfortable." "Thank you," she said. "By the way," the room continued, "the tower has informed me there's a parcel addressed to you. I'm having someone fetch it." In a few moments a gangly Steve with the package from General Genius tapped on her door. "Bug," she said, "tip the man." The Steve bowed and exited. Inside the package was the complimentary Diplomat Deluxe valet. Ted had outdone himself, for not only had he sent the valet system, itself worth a month's income, but he had included a slim Gucci leather belt to house it. "Well, I guess this is goodbye," Zorana said, walking to the shipping chute and unbuckling her own belt. "Too bad, Bug. You were just getting interesting." She searched the belt for the storage grommet that held the memory wafer. She had to destroy it. Bug knew too much about her. Ted would be more interested in the processors anyway. "I was hoping you'd convert by now. I'm dying to know what kind of a big, bad wolf you're supposed to become." As she unscrewed the grommet, she heard the sound of running water in the bathroom. "What's that?" she said. "A belt valet named Bug has asked me to draw your bath," said the room. She went to the spacious bathroom and saw the tub filling with cranberry-colored aqueous gel. The towels were cranberry, too, and the robe a kind of salmon. "Well, well," she said, "Bug makes a play for longevity." She undressed and eased herself into the warm solution, where she floated in darkness for an hour and let her mind drift aimlessly. She felt like talking to someone, discussing this whole thing about her sister. Victor she could handle. He was at worst a lovable louse, and she could crush him any time she decided. But Nancy's problems were beyond her ken. Feelings were never her strong suit, and depression, if that's what it was, well, she wished there was someone she could consult. But though she scrolled down a mental list of everyone she knew, there was no one she cared or dared to call. In the morning, Zorana tried again to ship Bug to GG, but discovered that during the night Bug had rewritten Hounder's tracking subroutines to fit its own architecture, a handy talent for a valet to possess, and had run credit traces. But it had come back empty-handed. The proceeds of the hospicers of Camillus Delellis went to a coded account in Liberia that not even Hounder would be able to crack. And the name Victor Vole, Zorana wasn't surprised to learn, was a relatively common alias. Thus she would require prints and specimens, and she needed Bug's help to obtain them. So she sent Ted a message saying she wanted to keep Bug another day or so, pending an ongoing investigation. Zorana hired a pricey private elevator for a quick ride to the subfloors. "Bug," she said, as she threaded her way through the sub-40 corridors, "I want you to integrate Hounder's subroutines keyed forensics." "Bug has already integrated all of the applications in all of your libraries." Why am I not surprised? Something was different in Nancy's apartment. The gentleman through whose bed she had been forced to walk was gone, replaced by a skeletal woman with glassy, pink-rimmed eyes. Zorana supposed that high client turnover was normal in a business like this. Breakfast was superlative, but strained. She sat at the counter, Nancy was set up in the recliner, and Victor served them both. Although the coffee and most of the food was derived from soybean, Victor's preparation was so skillful, Zorana could easily imagine she was eating real wheat cakes, maple syrup, and whipped dairy butter. But Nancy didn't touch her food, and Victor fussed too much. Zorana, meanwhile, instructed Bug to capture as complete a set of fingerprints as possible from the cups and plates Victor handed her, as well as a 360-degree holograph of him, a voice print, and retinal prints. "There are Jacob's mirrors within Victor's eyes," Bug reported, "that defeat accurate retinal scanning." This was not unexpected. Victor probably also grew epipads on his fingers to alter his prints. Technology had reduced the cost of anonymity to fit the means of even petty criminals. Zorana excused herself and went to the bathroom, where she plucked a few strands of silver curls from his hairbrush and placed them in a specimen bag, figuring he was too vain to reseed his follicles with someone else's hair. Emerging from the bathroom, she overheard them in a loud discussion. "Please go with her, my darling," Victor pleaded. "Go and take the cure. What am I to do without you?" "Drop it, Victor. Just drop it." "You are behaving insanely. I will not drop it. I will not permit you to die." Zorana decided it was time to remove the network from Nancy's apartment and Victor from her life. So she stepped into the living room and said, "I know what he'll do without you. He'll go out and find some other old biddy to rob." Nancy seemed not at all surprised at this statement. She appeared pleased, in fact, that the subject had finally been broached. "You should talk," she said with such fierceness that the hospice patients all turned to her. "This is my sister," she told them. "My sister with the creamy skin and pearly teeth and rich clothes." Nancy choked with emotion. "My sister who begrudges me the tenderness of a dear man, and begrudges him the crumbs that AP tosses to its subfloors." The patients now looked at Zorana, who blushed with embarrassment. They waited for her to speak, and she had to wonder how many of them possessed the clarity of mind to know that this was not some holovid soap opera they were watching. Then she decided that she, too, could play to this audience, and said, "In her toxic condition, my sister hallucinates. I am not the issue here. That man is." She pointed a finger at Victor. "Insinuating himself into her apartment is bad enough," she said. "But who do you suppose AP will kick out when they discover it? My sister, that's who." Zorana walked around the room and addressed individual patients as a prosecutor might a jury. "And what about the money? Yes, there's money involved. 2 years ago I sent my sister 15,000 protectorate credits to have her kidneys restored. That's 15,000 protectorate credits. How many of you, if you had a sister kind enough to send you 15,000 protectorate credits, even now as you lie on your public dole beds, how many of you would refuse it?" There was the sound of rustling as the dying shifted in their sheets. "Did my sister use the money I sent her?" Theatrically she pointed at Nancy in the recliner. "Apparently not. So where did all that money go? I'll tell you where it went. It went into his foreign account." The dying now turned their attention to Victor. "So what?" Nancy said. "You gave me that money. It was mine to spend. I spent it on him. End of discussion." "I see," said Zorana, stopping at a bed whose occupant had possibly just departed. "So my sister's an equal partner in Victor's hospicer scam." "Scam? What scam? Now you're the one hallucinating," said Nancy. "I work for a hospicer society." "Yes, I know," Zorana said, and pointed to the shrine and picture of the saint. "The Hospicers of Camillus Delellus. I looked it up. But do you know who owns the good hospicers?" She turned to include the whole room. "Does anyone know?" "Why, Nancy, dear, you do." She paused to let these facts sink in. "Which means that when the national police come, they'll be coming for you, sister. Meanwhile, do any of you know where your subscription fees go?" She stopped in front of Victor. "You guessed it." The audience coughed and wheezed. Nancy glared at Victor, who crouched next to her recliner and tried to take her hand. She pushed him away, but he rested his head on her lap. She peered at it as though it were some strange cat, but after a while stroked it with a comforting hand. "I'm sure there were expenses," she said at last. "Getting things set up and all. In any case, he did it for me, because he loves me. It gave me something important to do. It kept me alive. Let them put me in prison. I won't be staying there long." This was Victor's cue to begin sobbing in her lap. Zorana was disappointed and frankly a little disgusted. Now she would be forced to rescue her sister against her sister's will. She tongued, "Bug, route an emergency phone call to Nancy through my house pewter at home. Disable the caller ID." She watched Victor shower Nancy's hand with kisses. In a moment his head bobbed up. He had an ear implant, as she had expected, and he hurried to the bedroom. "Bug is being asked to leave a message," said Bug. "I'm going to the hotel," Zorana told Nancy, and headed for the door. "We'll talk later." She let herself out. When the apartment door slid shut, she said, "Bug, you've integrated all my software, right? Including holo-editing?" "Affirmative." She looked both ways. No one was in sight. She would have preferred a more private studio than a sub-40 corridor. "This is what I want you to do. Cast a real-time alias of me. Use that Jerry we met in the elevator yesterday as a model. Morph my appearance and voice accordingly. Clothe me in National Police regalia, provide a suitably officious backdrop, and map my every expression. Got it?" "Affirmative." "On the count of 5, 4, 3. She crossed her arms and spread her legs in a surly pose, smiled condescendingly, and said, "Nancy B. Smolenska Brim, I am Sergeant Manley of the National Police, badge ID 30-31-6725. By the authority vested in me, I hereby place you under arrest for violation of Protectorate Statutes PS 12-135-A, the piracy of telecommunication networks, and PS 12-148-D, the trafficking in unlicensed commerce. Your arrest number is 063-08-2043716. Confirm receipt of this communication immediately upon viewing, and report in real body for incarceration at Precinct Station IN28 in Indianapolis, no later than 4 p.m. Standard Time tomorrow. You may bring an attorney. End of message. Have a nice day." She heard the door open behind her. Nancy stood there with her walker. "What are you doing out here?" she said. In a moment the hospice beds in the living room and their unfortunate occupants vanished. "No," said Nancy. "Bring them back." Victor came from the bedroom, a bulging duffel bag over his shoulder. He leaned down and folded Nancy into his arms, and she began to moan. Victor turned to Zorana and said, "It was nice to finally meet you, Zoe." "Save your breath," said Zorana, "and save your money. The next time you see me, and there will be a next time, I'll bring an itemized bill for you to pay. And you will pay it." Victor Vole smiled sadly and turned to walk down the corridor. Here she was still in APRT 24, not in Budapest, not in the south of France. With Victor's banishment, her sister's teetering state of health had finally collapsed. Nothing Zorana did or the autodoc prescribed seemed to help. At first Zorana tried to coax Nancy out of the apartment for a change of scene, a breath of fresh air. She rented a wheelchair for a ride up to a park or arboretum, and she ordered Bug to explore the feasibility of using it to kidnap her. But day and night Nancy lay in her recliner and refused to leave the apartment. So Zorana reinitialized the house-pewter and had Bug project live opera, ballet, and figure skating into the room. But Nancy deleted them and locked Zorana out of the system. It would have been child's play for Bug to override the lockout, but Zorana let it go. Instead, she surrounded her sister with gaily colored dried flowers, wall hangings, and hand-woven rugs that she purchased at expensive boutiques high in the tower. But Nancy turned her back on everything and swiveled her recliner to face her little shrine and its picture of St. Camillus. So Zorana had Bug order savory breads and wholesome soups with fresh vegetables and tender meat, but Nancy lost her appetite and quit eating altogether. Soon she lost the strength even to stay awake, and she drifted in and out of consciousness. They skirmished like this for a week, until the autodoc notified Nancy that a bed awaited her at the Indiana State Hospice at Bloomington. Only then did Zorana acknowledge death's solid claim on her last living relative. Defeated, she stood next to Nancy's recliner and said, "Please don't die." Nancy, enthroned in pillows and covers, opened her eyes. "I beg you, Nancy, come to the clinic with me." "Pray for me," Nancy said. Zorana looked at the shrine of the saint with its flat picture and empty votive cups.
"You really loved that, didn't you, working as a hospicer?"
When her sister made no reply, she continued,
"I don't see why you don't join real hospicers."
Nancy glared at her. "I was a real hospicer." Encouraged by her strong response, Zorana said, "Of course you were. And I'll bet there's a dozen legitimate societies out there that would be willing to hire you." Nancy gazed longingly at the saint's picture. "I should say it's a bit late for that now." "It's never too late. That's your depression talking. You'll feel different when you're young and healthy again." Nancy retreated into the forest of her pillows. "Goodbye, sister," she said, and closed her eyes. "Pray for me." "Right," Zorana said. "Fine." She turned to leave, but paused at the door where the cartons of heirlooms were stacked. "I'll send someone down for these," she said, although she wasn't sure if she even wanted them. "Bug," she tongued, "call the hotel concierge." There was no reply. "Bug?" She glanced at her belt to ascertain the valet was still active. "Allow me to introduce myself," said a deep, melodious voice in her ear. "I'm Nicholas, and I'm at your service." "Who? Where's Bug?" "Bug no longer exists," said the voice. "It successfully completed its imprinting and fashioned an interface persona, that would be me, based upon your personal tastes." "Whoever you are, this isn't the time," Zorana tongued. "Get off the line." "I've notified the concierge and arranged for shipping," said Nicholas. "And I've booked a first-class car for you and Nancy to the Cozumel clinic." So Bug had finally converted, and at just the wrong time. "In case you haven't been paying attention, Nick," she tongued, "Nancy's not coming." "Nonsense," chuckled Nicholas. "Knowing you, you're bound to have some trick up your sleeve." This clearly was not Bug. "Well, you're wrong. I'm plumb out of ideas. Only a miracle could save her." "A miracle, of course. Brilliant. You've done it again, Zoe. One faux miracle coming right up." There was a popping sound. The votive cups were replenished with large, fat candles that ignited one by one of their own accord. Nancy glanced at them and glowered suspiciously at Zorana. "You don't really expect her to fall for this," Zorana tongued. "Why not? She thinks you're locked out of the house pewter, remember? Besides, Nancy believes in miracles." Thunder suddenly drummed in the distance. Roses perfumed the air, and St. Camillus de Lellis floated out of his picture frame, gaining size, hue, and dimension, until he stood a full, fleshy man on a roiling cloud in the middle of the room. It was a good show, but Nancy wasn't even watching. She watched Zorana instead, letting her know she knew it was all a trick. "I told you," Zorana tongued. The saint looked at Zorana, and his face flickered. For a moment it was her mother's face. Her mother appeared young, barely 20, the age she was when she bore her. Taken off guard, Zorana startled when her mother smiled adoringly at her, as she must have smiled thousands of times at her first baby. Zorana shook her head and looked away. She felt ambushed, and not too pleased about it. When Nancy saw this, however, she turned to examine the saint. There was no telling what or who she saw, but she gasped and struggled out of her recliner to kneel at his feet. She was bathed in a holy aura, and the room dimmed around her. After long moments of silent communion, the saint pointed to his forehead. Nancy, horror-struck, turned to stare at Zorana, and the apparition ascended, shrank, and faded into the ceiling. The candles extinguished themselves, one by one, and vanished from the cups. Nancy rose and gently tugged Zorana to the recliner, where she made her lie down. "Don't move," she whispered. "Here's a pillow." She carefully raised Zorana's head and slid a pillow under it. "Why didn't you tell me you were sick, Zoe?" She felt Zorana's forehead with her palm. "And I thought you went through this before." Zorana took her sister's hand and pressed it to her cheek. Her hand was warm, Indeed, Nancy's whole complexion was flush with color, as though the experience had released some reserve of vitality.
"I know. I guess I haven't been paying attention," Zorana said. "Please take me to the clinic now."
"Of course," said Nancy, standing and retrieving her walker. "I'll just pack a few things." Nancy hurried to the bedroom, but the walker impeded her progress, so she flung it away. It went clattering into the kitchen. Zorana closed her eyes and draped her arms over her head.
"I must say, Bug, Nick, I'm impressed. Why didn't I think of that?"
"Why, indeed," Nicholas said in his marvelous voice. "It's just the sort of sneaky manipulation you so excel at."
"What's that supposed to mean?"
Zorana opened her eyes and looked at a handsome miniature man projected in the air next to her head. He wore a stylish leisure jacket and lounged beneath an exquisitely gnarled oak treelet. He was strikingly familiar, as though assembled from favorite features of men she'd found attractive. "It means you are ambivalent over whether you really wanted Nancy to survive," the little man said, crossing his little legs.
"That's insulting," she said, "and untrue. She's my sister. I love her."
"Which is why you visit her once every decade or so."
"You have a lot of nerve," she said, and remembered the cancelled field test.
"So this is what Ted meant when he said you'd turn nasty." "I guess," Nicholas said, his tiny face a picture of bemused sympathy. "I can't help the way I am. They programmed me to know and serve you. I just served you by saving your sister in the manner you yourself taught me. Once she's rejuvenated, I'll find a hospice or society to employ her. That ought to give you a grace period before she repeats this little stunt."
"Grace period?"
"In a few years, all but the most successful pre-clone humans will have died out," Nicholas said. "Hospices will soon be as redundant as elementary schools. Your sister has a knack for choosing obsolete careers."
That made sense.
"I suppose we could bring Victor back," said Nicholas. "He's a survivor, and he loves her."
"No, he doesn't," said Zorana. "He was only using her."
"Hello! Wake up," said Nicholas. "He's a rat, but he loves her, and you know it. You, however, acted out of pure jealousy. You couldn't stand seeing them together while you're all alone. You don't even have friends, Zoe, not close ones. Not for many years now."
"That's absurd."
The little man rose to his feet and brushed virtual dirt from his slacks. "No offense, Zoe, but don't even try to lie to me. I know you better than your last 7 husbands combined. Bug contacted them, by the way. They were forthcoming with details."
Zorana sat up. "You did what?"
"That Bug was a hell of a researcher," said Nicholas. "It queried your former friends, employers, lovers, even your enemies." Zorana unsnapped the belt flap to expose the valet controls. "What are you doing?" said Nicholas. She had to remove the belt in order to read the labels. "You can turn me off," said Nicholas. "But think about it. I know you." She pushed the switch and the holo vanished. She unscrewed the storage grommet, peeled off the button-sized memory wafer, and held it between thumb and forefinger.
"If you know me so well," she seethed, squeezing it.
She was faint with anger. She could hardly breathe. She bent the wafer nearly to its breaking point. Here she was, sitting among her sister's sour-smelling pillows, 40 stories underground, indignantly murdering a machine. It occurred to her that perhaps General Genius was on to something after all, and that she should be buying more shares of their stock instead of throttling their prototype. She placed the wafer in her palm and gently smoothed it out. It looked so harmless, yet her hand still trembled. When was the last time anyone had made her tremble? She carefully replaced the wafer in the grommet and screwed it into the belt. It'd be a miracle if it still worked.